12 seconds will tick off, and the Warriors will get ready for Miami and try to even up the series with Sacramento the next time they play. Our electrifying player of the game is going to be Malik Monk. Career-high tying 12 assists with 26 points in 29 minutes. He was electrifying and dominating in this game tonight.
Thank you, Tim. That was a premature baby. But Bonte Hill is out. Joe Spadoni in alongside Joe Shasky. And as I just said, that was the voice of the great Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game as the Golden State Warriors get absolutely eviscerated against the Sacramento Kings, the shorthanded Sacramento Kings, who are without De'Aaron Fox. But I don't know what it is, Joe Shasky, and good morning to you, and good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for work. And it's back to reality this week for a lot of people, unfortunately. It is Black Monday in the NFL. A lot of coaches getting fired yesterday. Some getting retained today. Some getting fired. We'll get into that. Doug Peterson gone. Trent Baalke staying. Where have you heard that before? We'll get into that. This 49er season's over. 47-24 the final, and just it was a game that kind of encapsulated everything that's gone wrong with the 49ers this year. We'll get to it as well as the show goes on, and we'd love your participation at 888-957-9570. We are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So go ahead and search 95.7 The Game on any of those platforms, like and subscribe. And for a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Joe Shasky, why is it whenever the Sacramento Kings play the Golden State Warriors, Malik Monk looks like the best player? Like, what? I swear to God, Malik Monk's a sixth man on like a championship team, but every time he plays the Warriors, he looks like he's the greatest player of all time. It's unbelievable. 9 of 14, 26 points yesterday.
I can't speak for what's happened prior. I can give you what's happening currently, and the Warriors aren't very good. They're just not. They're a fringe playoff team that looks old and was really missing Jonathan Kuminga. For everyone that wants to, tell me that Jonathan Kuminga stinks. You sure missed him yesterday and his athleticism.
He's going to be out for 3 weeks.
Exuberance. Yeah, and your older players, like Draymond Green, are too worried about arguing with the referees than actually playing a full, great basketball game. And I feel like it bled over to the head coach yesterday, losing his mind over what I believe to be like the proper call. Like Draymond did have an illegal screen right there. He leaned the shoulder in. It was clear. And I thought Steve Kerr went way over the top on it. I think he was trying to fire up his troops because they were down 25 or whatever. But it's like, hey, look, Steve, I'm tired of watching you defend Draymond when he was in the wrong. And it's not that big of a deal. It was not some big crazy thing, but I get exhausted. I get exhausted why this team is so afraid. Just like, Draymond, stop whining and crying and go back on defense. You fouled them. It was an illegal screen. You lean the shoulder forward. And yeah, maybe he sold it a little. All right, no problem. It was a foul, period. And I thought Steve Kerr put way too much on it. And you talking about flopping and this and that. Dude, you're mad at your team and you're taking it out on the officials. That was my interpretation.
The game itself, you're down 15 points after the first quarter. And yes, that was a big showing point. And we're going to hear from Steph what he had to say after the game, what Steve Kerr had to say about it. Doug Christie, obviously, the interim head coach of Mike Brown's been fine. They've been hot. They've been red hot. Have they lost since Doug Christie became the head coach? They're undefeated maybe, or maybe they have one loss, but they look good right now. But that happens. You fire a head coach and just ask Jeff Saturday a year ago and gets the job, gets the win against the Raiders, and then, fades off. So we'll see with the Kings. They're 17-19. They're 8-7 on the road now. Warriors 18-17. They're now 10-9 at home, just about average at Chase Center. But, they fall down early. And to your point, it did feel like Steve was trying to just rally the troops there, which, again, that's fine. But just the Draymond Green experience right now, and you've alluded to it, I got crushed. I was filling in for you over the last 2 days on Thursday and Friday last week. We were discussing potential trade, talks, right? And I don't know if the Golden State Warriors are going to end up making a big trade now. Jonathan Kuminga being out for a minimum 3 weeks as he has a significant ankle sprain. So hopefully he gets back sooner rather than later, but that just sucks given his level of play, where this team was at. And just this feels like a development year for the young guys, right? Especially Jonathan Kuminga, who you want to be a future potential face of this team, and now he's going to be missing some crucial time. I have a hard time seeing them make a big trade. But we were talking about Jimmy Butler because that was the big story last week. Jimmy Butler wants out. He gets suspended. Warriors aren't going to see him when they play the Heat. It is what it is. But I said, maybe you consider trading Draymond Green. If why not? If we want to keep Andrew Wiggins, we want to keep Jonathan Kuminga, and we're trying to match salaries, Draymond Green's making $25 million. You add in a couple other pieces, try to match it. But why not that? And then I got a lot of blowback. Oh, you can't do that. He's still the heart and soul. I was like, well, that's the problem. Draymond Green can't be the heart and soul of this team anymore. Like, that's obvious. Like, that can't be the thing. It shouldn't have been the thing the last 3 seasons, let alone this season. He can't be the heart and soul of this team anymore. Not when Stephen Bleepin Curry is still on this team. And when I see Stephen Curry, after all these losses, Joe Shasky, it's wearing on me just watching him just speak about the game of basketball and how lack of joy. I don't see any on his face after the games.
The conundrum is pretty straightforward for me. And I thought that Steiny did a great job kind of talking about this last week. For as long as Dre and Steph are here together, it's almost impossible for them to not be the 2 most important players on the team.
Well, they're clearly the most net worth because of what they built up with the equity of the fan base. But I get what you're saying. They're going to be the best 2 players on the team, just with everyone else that's on there.
Well, and the cachet and the playing time and the pecking order and all that. And you see a couple of glimpses of stretches of where, hey, Draymond at the 4 and TJD at the 5, it looks good. And then there are other matchups where you see yesterday and it looks terrible. And Trace Jackson, who have been playing really good basketball prior to this, just doesn't look good and the spacing doesn't look great. And I think the problem is that, Draymond's long in the tooth. Steph's longer in the tooth. Steph's got a little more left in him. But, Dre's a bench player right now. He's not a frontline player. He's certainly not a current star. He is a quote-unquote Hall of Famer by resume. But by form, how many players in the league are you taking before you even get to Draymond Green? And he's a great defender. But go around the league right now. He's on most of the contending teams. He would be, at minimum, your 3rd best player, 4th best player. He wouldn't be your 2nd. And I think the conundrum that the Warriors find themselves in is that on this team, the way that they want to play basketball, he's always going to be their 2nd best player. And I don't see an opportunity for a guy let's just say hypothetically, a Jonathan Kuminga to ever surpass him in the pecking order while Draymond is here. I don't think the coach will allow it. I don't think Curry will allow it. I don't think Dre will allow it. And I think it's really difficult for those guys to get oxygen, those other players to step through.
Well, it's frustrating when I watch this offense and Draymond Green. And listen, this isn't going to be, crushing the Draymond Green show or anything like that. It's just the reality of this team right now is they can't score. How many games sub 100 do we have to see or hovering around 100? This isn't a good offensive team that has Stephen Curry, the greatest 3-point shooter of all time. They're just not good at offense.
There's nobody in their prime.
Andrew Wiggins, you'd think is in his prime right at this point. And this is why it's frustrating, too, because he actually had a pretty good shooting night.
No, he was good.
He had 18 points yesterday, and that's solid. 7 of 13 from the floor. He got to the free throw line a little bit. Steph had a good shooting night. He had 26, but just nothing else. But TJD, nothing. Burger. Dennis Schroeder, God love the guy. It's just been a horrible acquisition. It just hasn't worked out. And Draymond Green gave you 10 points, which for him is 30. So,
Yeah, but Steph and Draymond were horrific with protecting the ball in the first quarter. And so I think that...
5 turnovers from Draymond and 4 from Steph. It was awful. Just
absolutely horrible. And I think that the one thing that people lose their minds, and Steph had a great game on Thursday night, for example. We're everybody's saying that he's garbage. No one's saying he's washed.
No.
Part of the decline of the great players is they just can't do it as often for as long of stretches as they've done prior. And how many times this year have Draymond and Steph Curry turned the ball over too much?
Their entire careers, but this year in particular, and that has to do with age.
But I think what the problem is that too many people are afraid to just diagnose the reality of this team is just not a contender, and they're not going to be a contender, and there's no magical trade that's going to make them one. Now, do I want a trade? Yeah, I want them to go get Vucevic. I think that is obvious. I would go make that move yesterday. I think it makes him a little bit better. I don't think that catapults into the top. I don't think this is a championship team. I don't think they're in a championship window. Yeah, you got a championship player in Steph Curry, but the reality is that there are so many other deeper, more well put together teams right now that you need to just accept your reality and your fate. And then think about it this way. Any move you make, right? It's not just for the now, it's also for next year. You think this thing's getting better next year for some of these older players?
Well, just age is brutal. It doesn't get better.
No. And so
unless you're Tom Brady.
Emptying the cupboard to make some fake run at the 6th seed, to me, feels foolish.
Yeah.
And that's just me as a Warrior fan. And I know that people disagree. And you got Steph Curry, and he's the greatest player ever, and you do everything you can to look. I'm resigned to the fact that I think this year making the playoffs would be a fantastic accomplishment, given everything that's going on, and having some of, like Jonathan Kuminga be one of your primary players. To me, he's their second best player right now. But him being one of your best players on a quote-unquote playoff team would be a tremendous accomplishment. I know for a lot of the fan base, that's laughable. But for me, I think I'm being realistic.
And listen, you look at the standings right now, and there's 2.5 games separating the 4 seed from the 9 or the 10th spot right now. So the Warriors right now, if the season ended, they'd be the 9th spot. So there's still so much to be played. And to your point, we're not saying the sky's fallen for, just the entire team, but just the reality of the situation is that the expectations should have stayed where they were prior to the season, which is, hey, make the playoffs, win a series. That's great for the development of all these young guys on the team. That 12-3 start, in a way, might have been the worst thing that could have happened to the fan base, because they started to believe. It sucks. It sucks because as a fan, you want to believe that this season's going to be different. And it felt like it was at the start. It felt like, we just saw this team go on a great run a couple seasons ago, and that led to a championship. Mm-hmm. And everything broke for us in the playoffs. We stayed healthy for the most part. Jordan Poole was awesome. There was pool parties. Andrew Wiggins turned into Scottie Pippen. It was awesome. And we thought we were getting that at the start of the year. Buddy Hield was amazing. And now reality's kind of set in, and it sucks. The 49ers season's over, and trust me, we'll get to the Niners. We have a lot to get into the 49ers, as it is Black Monday in the NFL. A lot of people will be getting fired. Are the 49ers going to be making any changes to that coaching staff? We shall see. And 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from you. Coach Hall and Oscar, I see both of you. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And, the callers are going to be our guests on the River Islands guest line today. It's all about y'alls and your calls, as a former host here like to say. 888-957-9570. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, Lathrop? You like that, Joe? But yet, to your point, just the expectations are always hard to circumvent when you have those high hopes at the start of the season. But the season's not over. And if you thought they were going to make a big fat trade, it's probably not going to happen now with the injury of Jonathan Kuminga. Probably not going to happen. I don't think it was going to happen even with Jonathan Kuminga if he was healthy, as he's going to be out for at least 2 to 3 weeks with a significant ankle injury, according to reports, according to our Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. So hoping the best for Jonathan, who is playing very well. And just your thoughts on that, Joe Shasky, losing Kuminga, who has been playing his best ball of his career for at least 2 to 3 weeks.
It's a brutal loss. I mean, the guy was playing fantastic basketball. I thought he was in complete control. I went to the game Thursday night with my wife, and we had a great time. It was a date night, right?
Nice.
Yeah, it was great.
Those are important.
Yeah, my mom came and babysat the baby, and so we went out to the game, and it was like one of the best games of the year. They blew them out. And
good seats.
I had some nice seats.
Okay, all right.
I had some nice
seats. Check.
I actually got a chance to sit up in the theater box seats.
Oh, did you?
And they're seem like date night seats, if you will.
Intimate?
They are fantastic. First off, the service out at Chase Center is unbelievable. You got to park right underneath. You go right into this elevator. You go right up to your seats. They've got this full, buffet style is the way to put it.
Wait, real quick. You have to park underneath. It's just, you got to park there.
That's where the seats get you parking underneath it. Shout out a friend who hooked it up, who will go unnamed.
Wow.
But point being is that we had a really nice time, and watching the game, it's like the game was slowing down for Jonathan Kuminga. And he looked like a guy that was impossible for them to guard. And I thought that he looked spectacular in that game. And obviously Steph Curry went nuclear, and I think that was kind of the headline. I thought Steph looked really sluggish in the first, quarter, 2 quarters, if you will. And what I mean by sluggish by his own prior excellence. Not sluggish by a normal NBA player. This is one of the greatest players of all time. And then he ended up going nuclear and hitting a bunch of shots. But I thought the bigger thing was, Kuminga made so many really nice plays. And I thought that the way they were running this high pick and roll with Kuminga and Steph Curry, you could see glimpses of what the offense with small, subtle adjustments could look like as Curry starts to kind of age like fine wine and Kuminga starts to ascend. And the one thing that I've come to realize is that a lot of, especially Warrior fans, a lot of Warrior fans, I love young players. No, you don't. You know, development is rough. It's not linear. You're not going straight forward. You know what development is? It's kind of rocky. And sometimes you're going to hit turbulence. And sometimes you're going to have a seatbelt. And you're going to take 2 steps forward. And every now and then you're going to take 3 or 4 steps back. But I have enjoyed watching the growth of Jonathan Kuminga. And I'm saying to myself, anyone that wants to trade this man has not watched every single game. They've not watched every single quarter. Because he, in my eyes, has been the second best Warrior. I think there was a time it was Andrew Wiggins. I still think he's playing excellent basketball. Maybe he's the 3rd best player on the team right now, Wiggins. I think the second most reliable player has been Jonathan Kuminga for a long stretch now. And it just sucks that he's hurt because I think it's a big loss for them.
Well, it just sucks, too, because he's one of the few players on the team, and Steph's in his own stratosphere of fun players to watch, but just a creative scorer. Like, I started off the show saying the Warriors who set the NBA ablaze, who changed the style of basketball behind Stephen Curry, who, lived and died by the three-pointer and elite defense. They're just not a good offensive team anymore. No. They couldn't even score 100 yesterday against the Sacramento Kings team that, let's face it, they're not known for their defense. They have some good defensive players.
Keon Ellis was playing pretty good defense.
No, but they're not known for their defense, and maybe that's going to shift under Doug Christie. We'll see. He's more of a tenacious head coach. And Mike Brown obviously was known for his defense, but, he's gone, so we'll see if that adjustment's there. But they're just not a good offensive team, which is just, I'm not accustomed to watching that in a Golden State Warriors uniform. I'm just not. Under this Steve Kerr era where they just are known for blowing teams out, they're the team getting blown out now, not having the answers. Coach Hall, Oscar, we'll get to you on the other side. I did want to hear from Coach Kerr real quick.
Who's shooting well, Joe? I mean, like Buddy Hield's a guy that's supposed to be a knockdown shooter, and Schroeder you expect to shoot better, and I think both guys have been very hit and miss.
They've been miss.
Well, okay.
No, they've been miss.
Okay.
There's just no hit. There's no hits right now with them. Dennis Schroeder yesterday, that acquisition just looks like a bust. I'm just sorry. Right now, it's a bust. 1 of 7, 3 points for him. That's just not going to cut it. If he's in the starting lineup specifically, and that's what's frustrating too, because I thought he was going to be a player similar to Kuminga, where he's fun to watch offensively. Like, I know he's played in 8 different teams and 8 different seasons, whatever it's been. It's been a mixed bag, and there's a reason he's played on all these different teams, right? But when you watch him, at least not in a Golden State Warriors uniform, but other places, gets the ball in his hands, he's creative, he slices and dices the defense, he can make a driving layup, he could dish it, he makes cool passes, bounce passes, he can make a 3, he can knock down a 3. He's not doing any of those things right now. And whether it's the adjustment, whether it's the tentative nature of him playing with Steph and Draymond, as he's alluded to in the past, I don't know what it is. It's just, there's no joy right now with this Golden State Warriors offense, and it's not been a joy to watch if you're a fan.
This is not a knock on Steph. I think it's just baked into the reality. He's hard to adjust to. He's a very unique player, right? And I don't mean that as like this detrimental negative.
Any top 10 player of all time is going to be hard to adjust to because they're going to demand the ball in their hands. That's why they're a top 10 player, whether it's Steph, whether it's Michael Jordan, whether it's LeBron James, whether it's Magic Johnson, whether it's Kobe Bryant.
That's a good point.
All those guys are hard to adjust to. But it takes a really good role player or another, a secondary player to be able to adjust back to those greats. And that's what's frustrating because Schroeder spoke upon that in the past and said it was hard when I played on the Lakers and I played with LeBron. There was an adjustment period. But we saw what he was with the Lakers in that series, and he was a pest against the Warriors, and he was a difference maker with that team.
Their number one need, and it has been for, I feel like, a couple seasons now, an athletic two-way shooting guard. That's what they miss. They miss an elite, long, athletic, in his prime, two guard. That is the number one need for this organization right now. A guy who can knock down shots, maybe create a little off the dribble, play elite defense, and has a little bit of size. They continue to keep playing these smaller lineups because they don't have a lot of options. And then you're forced to play the 4 and 5 with Dre and with TJD, and it's hit and miss.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Your calls, I see you guys. Coach Hall,
ate our lunch.
Oscar, of course you did. Chris in San Jose, Sabrina. It was Stomp the Yard Part 4. No, it wasn't. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text, the Comcast Business text line. And we got some sound from Steve Kerr. Plus, we're going to get into Shanahan. Josh Dobbs, the Pastronaut, he played yesterday. No Brock Purdy, obviously. Fred Warner had some interesting comments after the game I would like to get into. One of the leaders on that San Francisco 49ers team. He spoke highly of Nick Sorensen. Is Nick Sorensen going to get fired? Well, we'll see. It is Black Monday around the NFL, and coaches are getting let go left and right. Doug Peterson of the Jacksonville Jaguars, he's already gone. So all that's coming up next. It's Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game.
and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Bonte out, Spadoni in alongside Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast. And Jonathan Kuminga suffered a, quote, significant right ankle sprain, and he's going to be sidelined for at least 2 to 3 weeks. So this is brutal. And a game in which the Golden State Warriors sure could have used him. Sacramento Kings blow them out at Chase Center yesterday, 129-99. Steve Kerr, Doug Christie, interim head coach, getting after it. Kind of reminded me of the old, I saw a lot of Rick Fox memes yesterday. I haven't seen those in a long time with Rick Fox and Doug Christie. God, that feels like yesterday, right? That was like 25 years ago. It's crazy how time flies, Joe Shasky. We have a lot of calls we want to get to, but we'll get to the 49ers at one point today, folks. I promise you that as the Niners season comes to an end. Cardinals 47, Niners 24, and not so much the game, although Isaac Orendo, just seeing him in tears, and they're hoping it's not an ACL and an MCL. Like there's a significant injury there that once the information comes down, we'll relay it to you, the fans and the audience. But just not much from the game. Jake Moody, and it's just more of a season in review and just a season from hell, as we've talked about. But we're taking your calls right now in regards to the Golden State Warriors and Sacramento Kings. And yeah, just 99 points. I can't get over that. I can't get 100 in today's NBA. Come on, man. Like, I felt like Nahegan right there. Come on.
Well, one of their top dog scorers is Jonathan Kuminga, right? Yeah. And, when you don't have him, it's trouble. And there's a lot of injuries going on right now with the team. And again, look, I'm not saying that Draymond is the worst of all time or anything, but to me, like, I think people are just so afraid to acknowledge that there's a Draymond conundrum. Number one, you paid him $25 million a year, right? And so when you're looking at all these potential trades, he's one of the few salary slots that matches to get you back someone of significance.
Yes.
But if you're keeping him, it limits who else has to go. You're basically just talking about Wiggins, right, as the other $25 million salary slot to go in any of these trade moves. And it's like, well, wait a minute, like Wiggs is in his prime, and he actually is healthy, and he provides on both ends. I don't know if necessarily he's better than Draymond right now. I know this. The days of expecting Draymond Green to be a 30-minute a night, 80-game a season guy are long gone. And to me, he's more of a niche player. I see him as he's your backup defensive lockdown dude in late game situations. I don't think you could trot him out for long stretches and expect him to play 75, 80 games. Those days are beyond us. And obviously there's a physical depreciation when he's banging against these guys that are 6-7 inches taller than him and weigh 50, 60 more pounds than him. But he's a defensive specialist. And if you play him a lot, he has to have the ball in his hands on offense. He doesn't stretch the floor. And so the combinations that you put him with are very difficult to slot alongside of him. You need specific shooters. You need specific length. You need specific ball handlers. I think they're really stretched thin here. And it's hard to find a good trade option when you're putting Wiggins, who's one of your best two-way players, in all of these trade machine options.
Absolutely. And we got some callers that want to get in on this. Coach Hall, let's start off with you. What's up, Coach Hall? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, Shasky, I echo what you said about Chase Center. I was up there for the Pacer game on the 23rd. It was my first time at the arena. It was amazing, man. Great service, good atmosphere. So kudos to them. But I think one or two things has to happen. Either Kerr has to change his system or Draymond has to go. He's handicapped this franchise and for the foreseeable future. Like that punch, if you just think about it, we had Jordan Poole and Kuminga on the same damn team. On the same team, and just to look at them flourishing right now, he really messed it up. And I really think he's handicapped the franchise. And we had enough to win last night, but when he continues to come out and turn the ball over 3, 4, 5 times in the first quarter, he sets the tone for the team. So him being the heartbeat of this team is handicapping us, and I think he has to go. Or Kirk has to change his system.
Coach, I want to, like him going to Zach Edey again the other night, it's just kind of like, what are we doing? I'm not even like losing my mind, but it's just like, come on, Dre. Like, you're picking on Zach Edey. I don't know. I thought it was so silly.
I think he's doing all of this stuff. I think him hitting threes is kind of like hushing the fan base, but he's not pulling the wool over my eyes. I don't think he's worth the $25 million. I think I truly believe if he was to leave, it may free up Wiggins and, whatever other young player that we may have. But I mean, just watch, in the words of Jerry Stackhouse, watch the games, man. Like, they do not like this dude. His body language is contagious. Something has to happen.
Well, you can't tell me that. And again, maybe this is the fact that there's nothing to lose. When Curry and Draymond aren't there, the team does play freer. Now, people will be like, oh, they're not better. Of course they're not better.
Well, record-wise, they have been without Steph this year, right?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like there is something to be said that the team does play a freer brand of basketball. I think it's an easier brand of basketball. Playing alongside Steph's hard. And I'm not making this like about how difficult Steph is. I just think it's a difficult adjustment for a lot of players. I mean, Schroeder has played on a zillion teams. Clearly, he's having a tough time adjusting.
Well, real quick, what do you make of that? Warriors are 13-15 with Steph, 5-2 without him.
Huh. I don't know what to make of that. Who are the opponents that they've beaten? Like, are those just garbage teams? I don't know. But I do believe that what always coincides when Curry doesn't play is Draymond doesn't play, and that gives you more Kuminga runway. I'm telling you, like, I know a lot of people are just afraid because they think that I don't know, maybe he's not going to hit whatever ceiling they think. Jonathan Kuminga's been awesome, and they miss Jonathan Kuminga, and I want to continue to see Jonathan Kuminga ascend. And you're going to have some ugly nights, and you're going to have some ugly possessions. But I'm telling you, the guy brings way more good to the table, and I just think that people's tolerance level for him is absurd. It's unfair.
Another guy we haven't really talked about, and a guy that had some good minutes yesterday and actually played well, Moses Moody. It feels like he's always going to be in that zone, though, right? Where it's just like, I need some more Moses, but then when you get some more of him, and then you don't, he's like, maybe that was too much. Like, he's going to be in that, we like to do the twilight zone, right? He's going to be in that twilight zone of just minute allocation, whether he's a starter or coming off the bench, where you want more of him, but then when you get more, it's too much. So I don't know what to make of Moses Moody. He played well yesterday, 5-10. 3-6 from beyond the arc. I think he's going to be leading off our Warriors future focus here in a couple minutes, Joe Shasky.
I'm just convinced that no matter what he ends up doing, nothing matters. Like there's no correlation to him playing well and him getting more playing time. I don't really understand. I don't know what they're doing with him. I don't know.
I don't think they do either. Here's Steve Kerr after the game talked about if the 22 turnovers is where the game was lost.
Yeah, that was the game to me. Just right from the start, we were turning it over. The turnovers didn't feel forced either. They felt more decision-based. That's what was disappointing, knowing that Sacramento likes to play fast and get up and down the floor. You got to come in with a purpose. That purpose has to be, based on connecting the game, offensive execution, taking care of the ball. That leads to transition defense. Then you can play a game. But right from the start, they, 36 points in the first. I don't know how many turnovers we had in that quarter, but it felt like a lot. Our transition defense was bad, and they were hot right from the beginning.
And he dropped down by 15 points in that first quarter. It just felt like the game was over then and there. The Kings have been a bad matchup for the Warriors, just because the Kings aren't a great team.
But they didn't even have De'Aaron Fox.
Well, that's the thing. But they still look so much more athletic and faster than you. They didn't have probably one of the most athletic and fastest players in the NBA is De'Aaron Fox. But even so, without him, they still looked like they were a step ahead of you. Domantas Sabonis was just, you saw it early, and you saw it in that playing game last year where they tried to put Trace Jackson Davis on Domantas Sabonis. It just can't. It's a bad matchup. Sabonis, say what you will, he's a crafty veteran who has elite footwork and will bully guys that are more inexperienced, like a Trace Jackson Davis, which is hard for us to kind of wrap our heads around because TJD holds his own against the guys like Anthony Davis, Giannis in the past. But for some reason, a guy like Domantas Sabonis, who's not a physical freak, I mean, he's big. He's a 7-footer, 6'11", I guess. But he just can't play against him. And Looney has had good history against Sabonis, and they pivoted to them pretty quick. So
Looney feels like he's a little out of favor right now in terms of rotation.
Yes, but I understand that because TJD has had a really good stretch the last few weeks. He just didn't have a good
ideally, game. TJD, what's he starting on? 3-4 teams.
Exactly. He's an off the bench big.
Yeah, he is what he is. He's a nice find in the second round. He's a backup center.
Yeah.
And on this team, he's forced to play probably way more than he should. And I like him, but he's not a starter.
Let's see here. Carter, you ready for Warriors future focus here? I don't want to throw to you and you're not ready. You're not ready. Okay. He looks like he's a mad scientist back there with those glasses, by the way. The audience can't see it. But my guy's looking like Jeff Goldblum, a la Jurassic Park right now. I'm not mad at the look. I'm not. Let me know when you're ready for Warriors Future Focus. 888-957-9570. Here's more from Steve Kerr, though, Joe Shasky, on how blowout losses seem to happen more often in today's NBA.
It happens, it happens more often, I think, now in the NBA based on the pace and the three-point shooting. I want to say we've probably lost 4 games like that this year. One in Memphis, one in Cleveland. This one, I guess the last Cleveland game here last week, similar, where we just, So for the most part, I think we've played more close games than any team in the league. So we've been very competitive. Tonight we weren't, but we'll bounce back.
So today's NBA, there are a lot of blowouts, but I feel like more so now than ever with the 3-point shot. Like, I don't look at a 15 and 20-point lead like it's just, oh, game's over anymore.
No doubt.
Just not even close. But like the way the Warriors are playing offensively, a double-digit deficit feels like, oh, God.
Well,
I don't know, because it used to feel like that maybe like 20 years ago, a double-digit deficit in the fourth. It's like, well, this game's over.
But I think, and I hear your point on, like, their offense being a problem. See, to me, it's both. It's offense isn't that great, and they can't string together 5, 6, 7 stops in a row. They just can't.
I mean,
I know a lot of teams can.
There's just, but the turnover ratio too. When you do have offensive possessions,
no doubt,
and you get Stephen Curry doing the behind the back or just throwing it out of bounds, and Draymond doing the same thing, it's maddening for a team that has so much experience that the turnover problem persists this long. And you're going to see that more with older players because they're going to be more fatigued. Real quick, though, Carter, let's hit Warriors Future Focus. All right. Well, we're talking about the Warriors' future right now, and, well, the future of Jonathan Kuminga looks bright, and potentially the future of Moses Moody can be bright, and he's been giving the Warriors a spark off the bench and playing hard till the buzzer for said Warriors.
Looney gives it to Moody. Moody working hard, comes to the right side. Moody goes in, gets a reverse layup over Len, and Moody is doing exactly what you're talking about, Tom. He's playing this hard. He's trying to show Steve Kerr and everybody else, yeah, I can play in this league. And Steve Kerr knows that, but Moody is taking advantage of these minutes.
Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call last night right here on 95.7 The Game. That was Warriors Future Focus. Just like we love the future of the Dubs, Peralta Community College District encourages you to love your future too. Go to peralta.edu and apply today. I was a part of the Peralta Community College system. I highly recommend it. Shout out Berkeley City College. Shout out Laney. Did my first audio engineering classes there and broadcasting classes there. So highly, highly recommend it, Joe Shasky, as that was the Warriors' Future Focus. And Moses Moody finished the game yesterday with 5 of 10 on the floor, 3 of 6 from beyond the arc, 13 points. He was leading the team off the bench basically with a -5, which is, pretty good for the Warriors yesterday. -5.
They were down 25 at halftime.
There you go. It was.
I mean, like,
it is what it is.
How many times this year have we looked up and they've given up 75 plus at half?
I think that was the third time this season. It's 70 plus or more points. It's unreal.
I mean, the Cleveland game, obviously. Cleveland's. I mean, they feel like.
Was it Cleveland? Yeah, was it Cleveland the second time? Because no one can make anything in that second game.
But they feel like a champion. But point being is that their defense isn't good.
No.
Their defense isn't very good, and making the playoffs would be a fantastic accomplishment.
And it still is.
Nobody wants to hear that, but that's kind of where my setting is.
And no one wants to hear that they're also 2.5 back from the 4 seed, so it could happen. 888-957-9570. Oscar, Chris, Sabrina, we'll get to you on the other side. Plus, we'll get to the 49ers as their season came to an end yesterday as well. So we'll get to that. It's Spinoni in for Bonta Hill alongside Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
is Adam in the city, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Adam. 888-957-9570. That's the number. As Spadoni is in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. We're taking your calls and texts in regards to the Golden State Warriors blowout loss yesterday at Chase Center. Kings 129. Warriors failed to even reach 100. They only scored 99 points. Just not good defensively, not good offensively. That's a recipe for just a not good team at the moment, as they are 18-17 after a couple wins, a blowout win against not a great Sixers team, and obviously a jawless Memphis Grizzlies team.
Jawless.
They're jawless, right? You like that? That's just what they are. And by the way, for those of you driving out there, it is a little foggy and misty. I noticed that when I was driving in over from the East Bay, so please be safe. If you're listening to on the radio waves, don't do anything stupid. Don't drive like an idiot. That's what I always say. Just
Plus,
don't do that.
Everybody's back in school and everything, and so take your time, leave early.
Well, I wish everyone was back in school, Joe Shasky. Like, Benny has today off for some reason. Like, it's like teachers' meetings day. I was like, what is that? Is school supposed to be back? And then the Monday's like, actually, no, we're gonna wait. Like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing?
I'm gonna not rip any of the teachers in the public schools currently.
No, I'm not ripping the teachers.
I'm
ripping the schedule makers, as we rip the schedule makers in the NBA and the NFL. Who are the schedule makers out here? What are we doing?
It's a great question.
School's back, baby. Let's just go. Let's get into it. Oscar, Chris, Sabrina, we'll get to you in just a second. This segment is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Joe Shasky, is Nick Sorensen going to be here for good?
No.
Well, we'll see. It is Black Monday around the NFL. We'll pivot to the Niners at the top of the hour, but right now it's all about the Warriors and Kings. Draymond Green, Dennis Schroeder, Stephen Curry. It's all out there. Keon Ellis, Doug Christie, Steve Kerr, all that. Oscar, you've been waiting on hold. You've been very patient. What's going on, man? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, man, I love you guys, but I'm going to tell you, I'm getting tired of every morning waking up to the Draymond Green thing. We know Draymond Green. He's not going anywhere. Why we keep on talking about him? We need to talk about man for man. See, I'm out here in the Valley, and I know the Kings as well. But the thing the Warriors have is a talent problem. Have you noticed everybody on every other team, all their young players can dribble and shoot? Most of our players, they can't dribble. And that's the one thing we have. We have nobody can dribble. And now people understand why Kaczynski plays a lot. We miss our younger players. And I'm not making no excuses for the Warriors last night. People got to understand. Out here, it's a rivalry. All day long, Kings fans, they owe me. We have a back-to-back. We're not looking at it like that. Kings fans, when they come to play the Warriors, they come in to play. And you've seen that last night. So another thing, with the Warriors team, we are undermanned right now, but our talent level, they got to step up from game to game. They can't just sit there and watch Steph Curry just play. The rest of them got to start making shots. They wasn't making no shots. They wasn't guarding anybody. I know they had a back-to-back, but they got to step up, man. And the King, we started off 12-3. Like Steph said, a bad team just doesn't do that. What we doesn't do consistently is run the offense. When we run the offense, pass and cut like we're supposed to do, that's when we look good. When we don't do that and try to go off the dribble, it doesn't work. And that's the problem. You seen Steph Curry, you see Steph going back door, cuts that be usually wide open. But they got to understand, it's only him and Draymond out there that play, and Looney that played that system. The rest of them can't play that system consistently. They always lost. And on defense, I know you guys have noticed them. Their switches are bad. They don't know if they go to two people go to one man every time. They got to start communicating better, man. But the Kings did a good job last night exposing that. But the Warriors are under, man. We was back to back. And, hey, the season's not over with, man.
Thanks, Oscar. Appreciate it. No, the season's not over. They're a game over 500, but where you want this season to go, that might be over for Warriors fans, and that's kind of what they're feeling right now, and they're frustrated because, to Oscar's point, that 12-3 team is still a part of them, but this, whatever they've been after that, shout out math, do the math for me, whatever they've been since then is also them. So, getting into the middle, they're just an average team. If you parse both of those things, the hot start and then the bad finish. So as of late, that means they're just an average team. And that's tough to swallow when you have Stephen Curry on the team because you should be anything but average when you have one of the greatest players in the history of the sport who, again, is showing some signs of decline. It's tough. But to Oscar's other point, us getting off and getting out on Draymond Green and stuff like that. Listen, he's part of the equation, and I don't think we're on here every single morning talking about Draymond. But when the biggest play yesterday was surrounding Draymond Green in a negative way, we have to talk about it. And the biggest play yesterday was the Keon Ellis. If you want to call a flop, fine, but it was a hard screen, and
he leaned his shoulder forward.
Exactly. So that's the biggest story from the game. And Steve Kerr going out and trying to protect him, and Doug Christie trying to protect his guy. It is what it is.
I just look, when they win and everything's going well, obviously Draymond's a big part of that. But also when they lose, he's not exempt from being criticized.
Nor is Steph.
No. And so I look at this team right now, and if I told people, hey, Draymond's going to be out for 3 to 4 weeks, we would say, wow, well, Kuminga needs to step up right now. Well, Kuminga's out for 3 to 4 weeks. Draymond needs to step up. No one ever says that. Right?
No.
Ever. Right? It's always like point the finger at some of these other guys. If you're expecting Buddy Hield to step up for 3 or 4 weeks, that's probably you're setting yourself up for failure.
He's due at this point.
He's due for a game.
God.
He's due for a game. But you need your top dogs to start playing. The 3 highest paid players on the team: Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond Green. So as Kuminga's out right now, those 3 players need to elevate their game. So yeah, do they need other contributions from Schroeder and other guys? They need GP2 back, I guess, at some point. They need Pajemski back at some point. Yeah, they need all those guys to contribute. They need TJD to continue to play well. I know yesterday wasn't great. And they need all these guys. You saw Kyle Anderson get in there yesterday, and he wasn't great.
No. Which was frustrating because he was pretty good on the game prior against the Memphis Grizzlies.
He was.
Here's Kevon Looney, Loondog, one of the leaders of this team. A guy that's been, in and out of the lineup just altogether. A lot of DNPs this year.
Feels like he's out of the rotation.
It does. But in a game yesterday where they needed him, he stepped up and he was contributing. And this is what he had to say after the game in regards to missing Jonathan Kuminga.
We're going to miss him a lot in this stretch. Guys will have to step up. He's been playing great for us, been one of our best players over the last few weeks. He provides something special for us, and he brings a different energy in that second group. So he's definitely going to be missed. It's something that we kind of needed tonight. Somebody put pressure on the rim and different things like that. It's going to be an adjustment period, but I think we're going to everybody going to step up. We're going to.
I'm not making a like-for-like comparison here with a guy like Dre Greenlaw and what he's meant to the 49ers and what potentially a guy like Jonathan Kuminga means, but the energy factor is something that was glaring for the 49ers just as a team, but specifically defense. And you saw it within a first half, and the only half of football he played all season with Dre Greenlaw, basically, against the Los Angeles Rams. You saw the difference there. You're going to see the difference in a negative way, like we saw with the 49ers on defense for most of the season, with the Golden State Warriors here in this next stretch, I believe. Kind of what he's alluding to there. Unless, again, people step up around him and it's a team effort. But there's no one else on the team that could do what Jonathan Kuminga does.
It's a big blow.
With the explosion.
Yeah, this is a big blow. And it felt like the game was really slowing down for him. And he was making a lot of really nice plays and decisions in the half court. Passing up.
Getting to the line.
Yeah, passing up shots that he would normally take out of rhythm, making the extra pass, moving without the ball. A lot of the little stuff that you were looking for. Rebounding, much better. It felt like situationally, boxing out better. Yeah, this is a big blow. I think this is a really big one. And it's always interesting, a player everybody tells me stinks. When that guy goes out and they're missing him, it's you start to really see their impact on the game.
Well, what would be fascinating here, and Chris and Sabrina will get to you in a second, as this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. If this team does go on a run within the next few weeks, and they're looking good, and they're looking like a playoff team and not a play-in team, there's going to be the chatter about trading Jonathan Kuminga. That's going to be the thing, though.
Joe,
I don't foresee that happening, but just wait, Joe Shasky. If this team goes on a little bit of a run here without JK in this 2 to 3 week stretch right before the trade deadline, people are going to be saying, oh, well, we don't need him.
Well, of course they will, but I would say, okay, I would like to see that. I'd like to be proven wrong. I would. I truly would. I want the team to win, right? That's, at the end of the day, I want the team to win. And so if for whatever reason he's holding them back, then so be it, right? That my opinion isn't, etched in concrete. I will definitely sway my opinion. I have a hard time believing that, though, because I've watched them, and they really lack firepower off the bench, and he's one of the few guys that can score at will off the bench. Like, Buddy Hield is so unreliable right now. I don't know where they're going to get this punch off the bench.
This next 4-game stretch, Miami, Detroit, Indiana, Toronto, like, you got to anything but 3-1 feels like a disappointment.
Where do they get easy buckets? Where do they get easy buckets in transition and in the half court without JK? Like, there's not a lot of guys that are athletic. He's one of their few athletic rim runners.
Well, sorry, not to cut you off there, but what I'm going to need is a more aggressive Andrew Wiggins, who's been shooting the ball very well, but I need those like 16, 18 attempts to get into the 20s. And I don't know if that's a recipe for success, but I'm paying him to be my second best player. I'm going to need him to be my second best player, definitely offensively. But I know that's not how he's wired, Joe Shasky.
I know.
But Steve Kerr in the past has mentioned they got to force feed him. So I'm looking at Dennis Schroeder as well, and I'm looking at Steph to force feed Wiggins early, get him in that mindset. And, you saw it against the Memphis Grizzlies. Something clicked there after the, who's my guy that went after him on Saturday.
Desmond Bane?
Thank you. That changed everything.
Desmond Bane.
Yeah, so
there was a lot of chirping going on in that game.
A lot of chirping. And I liked it, but that brought something out of Andrew Wiggins, right? So they need to feature him early. Chris, what's going on, man? Chris is out in San Jose. He wants to join the conversation. What's going on, Chris? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, Spadoni, Mr. Shasky. Happy New Year's, gentlemen. Yeah, sorry in advance to Oscar, but Draymond is a part of the team, so we're going to talk about him. We may all think he's not going anywhere because he's a staple of the Warriors franchise, so on and so forth. But, he says he doesn't want to hear about Draymond anymore. And then his very next sentence, he says, the real problem is not having a talented roster, guys who can put the ball on the floor and go shoot. Well, can Draymond do either of those things? So what is he talking about? In the NBA today, in sports in general, I'm a proponent that I think great offense typically beats a great defense, especially with the schemes that exist. It's not the 80s and 90s NFL where you can go run out, or early 2000s where you could go run out, the Ravens defense with Trent Dilfer at quarterback and expect to win a championship.
I agree.
So a great offense beats a great defense. What else do you need in the NBA? You need size. You need athleticism. You need to be able to spread the floor. And yes, you do need a competent defense. Draymond, competent defender. They literally don't guard him at all. So all those 3-pointers he's making, it's like he's having a shoot around in the corner. People aren't guarding him. He doesn't have size. He doesn't have athleticism. Like Shasky and you said, it's also an issue with the way the roster's constructed. Back in 2015-16 and before Durant, they had multiple elite wing defenders that could not only slow people down before they got to Draymond and he could play center field. We also had legit 7-foot bigs. One of them, Andrew Bogut, who was one of the best defensive centers for a decade. So it's the roster's poorly constructed. And yeah, Draymond is an issue because it ain't getting any better. Losing Kuminga, even though you got some quote unquote patsy opponents, those quote unquote patsies aren't patsies to us, because they have size and athleticism. That young Detroit Pistons team, Pistons, that's a W. Whoa, not so fast. We've already lost to the Pacers. The Raptors are young. They're probably going to run up and down the floor. So we don't have size. We don't have athleticism. We don't have a true number two. And I said this earlier in the season. When DeAnthony Melton went down, watch it all crumble around him. And I know that sounds weird to say, DeAnthony Melton, he's not on the level of a Jimmy Butler or whatever, but that guy was integral to what we were doing. Yeah. A two-way player on the wing. I can go on and on about Draymond
Chris,
and his deficiencies.
Don't you agree? One of the biggest needs, and it feels like it's been for a minute, like a legit two-way two-guard has been a huge hole for them. You don't even have to be the best player in the league. Just a legit starting caliber, plays both ends of the floor, two-guard.
I couldn't agree more. And listen, Klay Thompson, he was the best two-way shooting guard in the league.
Totally agree.
He was flat out. Harden did things, but he never defended. So we don't need somebody necessarily on a Hall of Fame level of Klay Thompson, but you need somebody competent out there. Yep. And again, when we had Klay Thompson running around the horseshoe and he'd get that little elbow jumper or he'd come off a screen and boom, catch and shoot. That's when Draymond could be effective. But now Draymond's sitting in the half-court offense, touching the ball every single time down the floor, holding on to it, looking for cutters, and those cutters aren't there because, again, we lack size, athleticism, and shooting. The three major keys to winning in the NBA these days. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Chris.
Call.
No, he's going to keep going. We appreciate you, Chris.
Call.
Let's get to Sabrina and Oakley, Joe Shasky. We're going to pivot a little bit to Niners after that. What's going on, Sabrina?
Hey,
You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
I'm doing great. Happy New Year.
So, Happy New Year's. Well, I could agree to the caller in front of us. However, I am going to say that I would not just trade Draymond. And the reason why is because we pay a guy like Draymond not for regular season. We pay a guy for Draymond for the playoffs, to make big plays when we need them. That's how we've won championships. Now, how do you get there? You got to get there, right? So that's where it comes into Dunleavy. We need a different type of roster. Although we started off at 12-3, yes, something has been missing. That's why I agree with you guys as far as getting Vujicic. We need another big. We need a stretch big. I will say, although I love Looney, I would say I will put him in a trade, so then that way we can have Trace coming off of the bench. That way now you got a guy in the pick and pop. I would also trade Gary Payton. Why do we have him? He hardly plays. He'd also been shooting 15% from the three-point line. So now you got guys that's not making open shots in the corner. Draymond has been making shots in the corner. We just need a different kind of roster that would help us get to that playoff. Because honestly, once you're in a playoff, anything can happen. It's based off of circumstance. You might bypass a team who had a starter player that go out. I mean, that's how we won in 2022. It's based off of circumstance. Once you're there, you're there. So that's just how I feel about like the whole thing.
Thank you, Sabrina. Appreciate it.
I would agree with it. There are too many redundant one-way players on the back end of this bench that are just not – they're not a great fit for everything that they want to do. Like, okay, for example, like Moses Moody's pretty much all offense, no defense. GP2, all defense, no offense. Right now, he brings other things to the table, GP2. He'll get you a lot of loose balls, and he'll finish around the rim at times.
A cool dunk occasionally.
Yeah, but like Buddy Hield's all offense and no defense, right? So there's some redundancy there. And then, like, I look at Kyle Anderson, I don't really know where he fits with this current roster, given the way they want to play. Looney and TJD are kind of the same guy in the sense that you're getting defense a little around the rim based on who the opponent is, but they're never going to jump out of the gym, and they're definitely not going to space the floor and be able to knock down a mid-range for you. You're always going to be wanting more athleticism and more size from both of those players, so they're kind of the same guy. They need to move a couple of these pieces on the bench and maybe a draft pick or two and go get them a legitimate big man. Look, Vucevic at times can get you 20 and 10. Boy, could this team use a big man that could be honored underneath, could stretch the floor a little and get them 10 rebounds. Could they not? Like
20, can you give me 15 points? That's all but to your point, exactly.
I mean,
I just need
punch.
Size matters, as Fitz has said many a time. Size matters in the NBA. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Look, the season's not over. It's not. They're 18 and 17. They're going to have a crucial stretch here coming up where they can win some games. To Chris and San Jose's point, the Warriors cannot sleep on any opponent. They cannot sleep on the Utah Jazz or the Detroit Pistons, teams like that. And actually, Detroit's not even one of the worst teams in the NBA this year. So you can't sleep on anyone if you're the Golden State Warriors. That is a fact. But we can pivot to a team now, Joe Shasky, whose season is over. And it's a red and gold team here in the Bay Area. The San Francisco 49ers fall to the Arizona Cardinals yesterday in the desert, 47-24. God, the Cardinals almost put up 50 on the 49ers. And I get it. It's like, no, it didn't really, the game itself didn't really matter. But some things happened in the game that could affect the future of this 49ers franchise. Isaac Guerendo going out, the season started off with McCaffrey being hurt. Then Jordan Mason, who was one of the best running backs in the NFL, he gets hurt. And then you're leaning on Guerendo. Now he gets hurt, and he could be out for a season. We'll see. We'll get any information. It's looking like some ligament damage in that knee. It just sucks. You saw his face. Like, that's just a lasting image. Like, tears in the eyes of some of these players. And just Isaac Guerendo. And Patrick Taylor Jr. came in. Actually had a good game. 17 carries, 109 yards. That's great. But just between Guerendo, between Jake Moody, between Juwan Jennings getting ejected in that game for God knows why, in a game that didn't matter with anything. The season's over. Thank God it's over. But now some hard truths are going to happen in these coming weeks and coming months in San Francisco. Joe Shasky, just your thoughts on the game overall. And we're going to get to the season in these next couple hours because it's just been a season from hell.
Not to pretend like the game meant nothing, but the game meant nothing.
It didn't. It didn't mean anything.
I hate to be that guy, but the game meant nothing. I've watched some horrible Niner football in my life. Like 2-14 seasons. Multiple. Whether we're talking about 2015, 2016 time, 2003, 2004, 05, 03 they ended up making the playoffs, but 04, 05, like there's been some bad years, right? There's been some really bad, hopeless years, right? Where you have nothing on the roster. This team had talent. And in terms of like disappointment, meaning what my expectations were at the beginning of the year and then what it was at the end of the year, you could make a case this was the most disappointing season in 49er history. In the sense that, like, I thought you were, look, you lost in the Super Bowl in overtime last year. You brought back everybody. Your quarterback did end up playing 15 games. Like, it's one thing if you lose your quarterback for the year. It's another thing if, like, your quarterback retires or your best defensive player's out for the year and he only plays in 3 or 4 games, right? Now, that ended up being the case for CMC, which sucks. But Debo played almost all year. Kittle played almost all year. Trent did play like 2/3 of the season. Fred Warner played all year. Now, granted, he was hurt.
Yeah,
Nick Bosa played 2/3 of the season. I thought like a bad year. I'm talking about heading into the year before we get a bad year. Be like, oh, you know what? You just get into the playoffs. That's a bad year. Like, that's what I thought. This is one of the most disappointing seasons. And look, I know why. And there's a lot of context and I get everything. But like, the only thing that went well for this team this year was like George Kittle had a monster year and didn't get like severely injured.
Yeah, he's probably going to be first team All-Pro. That's a positive.
Right? I don't give 2 rips about Kyle Juszczyk making 10,000 Pro Bowls in a row. Like, it means nothing to me.
Nick Bosa was a Pro Bowler.
Oh, yeah. Great. Like, Nick Bosa, I have a lot of questions on him. Fred Warner played his butt off this year. He was an absolute stud and a stallion. It sucks that he was compromised physically the way that he was. Up until this game, Jawan Jennings, he gave me everything that he had. I'm not mad at him, plowing a guy through the whistle and then getting ejected. Look, there is an element of like, hey, once you get the first personal foul, you got to realize like a second one is going to get you tossed out of the game. And in a real game that matters, forget your 1,000 yards. Like, we really can't have you getting thrown out of games because you're that important to the offense.
You think that was just season-long frustration just built
I think
into
it was
there?
everything. Yeah. And I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad at it.
I mean, because he still had something to play. Like, maybe he didn't care about the 1,000-yard season, but like I felt like if you've never got one of those, that would have been but a solid accomplishment.
Fine. Yeah. Look, in a 17-game season, even if you only play so many, like it's basically 60, 70 yards a game. Right? That's what it is now. So like maybe it doesn't have the cachet as it used to, but like I thought it would have been a cool accomplishment. But like almost everything went wrong this year. And they went 6-11, and it was horrible. The bottom fell out. Now, there's some silver linings, like Ricky Pearsall at the end of the year. That was a silver lining. Special teams was a freaking nightmare. And I'll get into Jake Moody after the break. Defense was horrible, especially, and like it almost makes me angry, because I watched Aaron Glenn with a bunch of nobodies.
Yeah.
A bunch of nobodies pitched one of the great games with the season on the line. It felt like they showed nothing the week prior to the Niners.
Well, I was going to say, do you feel better about the Niners' performance on Monday night after you saw what that Detroit defense did against Minnesota? Or was that, again, I kept seeing it, was that Sam Darnold? Did he see ghosts again? Was he seeing Casper out there or what? My God. I mean, Jared Goff he wasn't a world beater as well. He made some bad mistakes, but Jahmyr Gibbs, oh my God. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs was destroying the Niners defense last week. He's just playing on another planet right now. It's him and Saquon, best running backs in the NFL.
There's no doubt.
It's just not even close.
And running back to me is the number one question. Mm-hmm. Like even more than the quarterback stuff, I think running back's the number one question. And when I look at the best teams in the league right now, Derrick Henry, absolute monster. Obviously, they have Lamar too. When I look at Saquon Barkley, there's a reason why the Eagles are what they are. Offensive line, running back. Detroit, offensive line, running back. One of the biggest question marks going into this offseason is what the hell is going on with CMC? Can I even rely on him to be that dude? Who else is you going to have behind him? Because we'll talk about them. And then how do you rework this offensive line? you're going nowhere. And I'm talking about playoffs. Just forget championship. Playoffs. You're going nowhere without a better offensive line and figuring out this running game.
888-957-9570. The season's over. What's the biggest thing that's hitting you right now? 888-957-9570. This 49ers season has finally come to its just grueling halt because it's been, talking about this team has been tough. To be honest, ever since the Super Bowl's ended, talking about this team has been tough because it's been nothing but problems left and right. But the season's over. The 49ers are going to draft 11th overall in this upcoming 2025 NFL draft. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the draft now for the next few months. When's the last time we had to do that in San Francisco? 888-957-9570. I want to hear your calls,
11th
your texts. The 11th pick. You lose on you had it out of the season on a 4-game losing streak, and you're picking 11th overall. This segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Year in review time as we just turned the page on a new year, and it's going to be a new year for the San Francisco 49ers as their season has come to an end on January 5th. It's all over. I mean, just a year ago, we were talking about Super Bowl, and now we're talking about the 11th overall pick, Joe Shasky, in the 2025 NFL Draft. The 49ers are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. That's basically what it is right now. What is your biggest takeaway from this season? That's what I want to know. We're going to get Joe Shasky's thoughts. We're going to get my thoughts. The biggest takeaway from this season as the Arizona Cardinals end the year with a 47-24 victory over you in the desert. You got Josh Dobbs having a career high in passing yards. Great. I don't care. Patrick Taylor, 17 carries, 109 yards. Great. That's my fourth running back. Jake Moody missing some kicks. It is what it is. Ankle sprain or not. Just not good enough. That's just what I keep coming back to. Not good enough this season. Whether it was, the contract talks, it's not good enough. Whether it was my quarterback play, at times it's not good enough. The defensive, the secondary, the linebacking core, the defensive line, every single part of this team was not good enough from top to bottom, which sucks because they were just in the Super Bowl a year ago, less than a year ago. And it was an overtime period away from winning it. And now it feels like you're just so damn far away, Joe Shasky. And I don't want to hear this morning, I really don't want to hear about the fourth place schedule for next year. Like, that's the one thing I do not care about. The fourth place schedule next year. I don't know what the teams are going to look like next year. I don't.
One thing's for certain. Part of baked into my disappointment of everything in this year is that I feel like top to bottom, front office, coaches, players, almost everybody had a down year and let me down. Okay, front office. Before the season even started, you're handing out extensions to guys who are hurt, like CMC. Before the season even started, you couldn't get your wide receiver on the field. Wide receiver 1. What a horrible omen. Before the season even started, you had Trent Williams talking about, I need to get paid. I have no more guaranteed money, right? All those guys were awful or very mediocre this year, whether it's Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, or CMC. All right. Then in the offseason, you also were like, hey, we're going to get Dre Greenlaw back at some point. So let's bring in Devondre Campbell and we'll just have him as a play center. Yeah. And you tried to get another linebacker and he went to the Dallas Cowboys. That was a big whiff. That you thought Dre Greenlaw could come back and be ready to go. And B, that you went Devondre Campbell. What a downgrade.
Who quit on the team and quit football, basically.
Throw that to the side. You can't control him.
I'm just saying, that was kind of emblematic of just the bleep show that was this year for the San Francisco 49ers. It was probably
one of the biggest downgrades in the sport. I'm talking about going from freaking Dre Greenlaw to Devondre Campbell. Horrible. You waited weeks to get to D. Winters. And D. Winters, I don't care if D. Winters misses a bunch of plays. The guy was flying around. He's better than Devondre Campbell, period. Secondarily,
at least he cares.
Secondarily, Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. And I love Fred Warner. And Fred Warner is a presidential guy. I really do. I think he's a stand-up dude. And I think Nick Bosa played harder than people give him credit for.
He's a Pro Bowler.
That being said, I will never listen to the players ever again when it comes to coaching decisions. Players come and go. The coaches made a horrific downgrade going to Sorensen. You can fire Steve Wilkes. I'm fine with that. That's fine. But you have to upgrade. And they failed to do so. So in consecutive years, you downgraded DCs. That can't happen again. It cannot happen. And you cannot listen to the players on who they want or what scheme they want. You have to hire the best, most qualified person. Then we get to the kicker. I'm going to get to the offense. The kicker, Jake Moody.
It's your boy.
What a terrible draft pick. I don't care if this guy hits every kick in practice for the remainder of his life. The big pressure kicks, I have less than zero faith in this man. You want to talk plus minus when it comes to guys going to minus 1,000 in terms of my confidence level with Jake Moody. Look, I'm just going to go in games where he missed a kick. He missed a kick in the Rams game. You lost by 3. He missed a kick he missed 3 kicks in the Tampa Bay game. They should have lost that game. They could have lost that game. Missed a kick in the Miami game. You lost by 8. Missed multiple kicks in a 6-point game against Detroit, and then missed a kick again yesterday. He missed kicks all year long. He was 35th in the league in percentage makes. 15 different guys were better on extra points than him this year in terms of makes. I'm talking about extra point makes, all right? 31 guys in the NFL hit a longer field goal this year than Jake Moody. Let me say that again. 31 guys in the NFL kicked a longer field goal than Jake Moody. You know what his long was this year?
50. Let me guess. 54.
53.
Damn.
There were 195 makes of 50 or more this year. And this guy's long was 53. He was brought here to kick long ones.
Yeah.
Robbie Gould couldn't kick the long ones, but he was accurate after, between like 40 and 49.
Didn't he never miss for the 49ers in the playoffs?
Here's the big kicker.
Right?
Here's the
I'm
big
just
kicker
saying.
for Jake Moody. Here's the biggest one. His touchback percentage. No one even wants to talk about this. The guy is 37th in terms of how far he kicks it on a kickoff. 37. That means 5 guys who weren't even starters before the season were better than this guy.
Listen.
22nd overall in touchback percentage. If you don't upgrade the kicking game, you're winning nothing. How many games were... No, seriously. How many fourth quarter possessions were affected by you having zero confidence because the guy either can't make a field goal that you trust or literally missed multiple ones in that game?
Well, I thought Shanahan had too much confidence was the problem in Jake Moody because he kept toting him out there for kicks. I was like, what are you doing, Shanahan? That's why I kind of liked when Robbie Gould was here because you knew his leg wasn't good enough. So it forced Shanahan to be more aggressive at times, knowing his kicker didn't have the leg strength. It's like, oh, well, I got to go for it here because Robbie's not going to be able to make that. It was great because, again, it forced him to be aggressive. But to your point, and I know you're spending a lot of time on Jake Moody, it's frustrating. I get it.
No, because he deserves to be ripped today.
That's fine. It's the easiest fix on the team. It's the kicker.
No, I agree.
I can rip off the Band-Aid, cut him, and no one's going to care.
No, I agree. But so let's get me to my 2 biggest issues for this team. 2 biggest issues. Number 1, defense. 4th most points against. And I know some of these games, they got a little sideways at the end. It doesn't matter. This defense wasn't even close to what it was the last couple of years. Anytime the Niners have been good in the last 20 years, their defense has been elite, right? For the most part.
Yes.
For the most part, all right? So 25th in most yards, 25th in turnovers, 25th in fumbles, 20th most interceptions. They gave up almost 2,200 yards on the ground. Think about that. Saquon Barkley just had a historic year, all right? He ran for 2,000 yards. You gave up 2,200 yards. So they have got to fix their defense. Then I get to the quarterback. Quarterback play just has to be better, right? Like, I like Purdy, and I want him to be my quarterback next year. I'm not even going to talk money. He could play for free. I want to make this clear. For free. All right? He's just got to play better. 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, and a bunch of fumbles. And quite frankly, like big, horrific turnovers late in games. Now, I don't think the offense as a whole around him was good. I think the offensive line is mandatory, needs to be upgraded. But the quarterback didn't play well this year, and it's okay to acknowledge it. I want him back. I would like to bring in some competition, right? But I think that Purdy, like every quarterback in the league, needs a bell cow run game, and they didn't have it all year. Jordan Mason was fine for a little while. Guerrero got hurt again. CMC was completely non-existent. They have got to figure out offensive line and running back, and I think if you do those 2 things, your quarterback play will get better.
888-957-9570. Your biggest takeaway of this 49er season. It's over, folks. It's finally over. The Band-Aid has been ripped off. You can let that scab heal now. That is the 49er season. You mentioned a guy, and we're going to hear a lot from him today, and 2 guys it comes to mind for bright spots for this season, and it's been a dark season. But George Kittle and Fred Warner, the 2 bona fide leaders, specifically George Kittle for me, I gained a lot more respect from him, and I always had a tremendous amount of respect for him. But it started with the receiver doc last summer, leading into this season, just seeing how much he cared, seeing how much he was doing. Like, I thought, like you, Joe Shasky, I did think is this the shtick? His WWE persona? Like, is this authentic? And he is. And what I heard from him at the podium this year spoke volumes, more so than on the field sometimes, because his level of play on the field was leadership personified. Just all-time class, all-time. And he spoke yesterday and wanted to remain a 49er. And I think that for his whole career, that needs to be a priority. George Kittle, so for all the things that did not go well, keeping George Kittle around as a Niner for life, that is something that is in your control, and that needs to happen because he has just a year remaining. And it's a big number that's on his contract, but you need to keep that guy in this building. Same goes for Fred Warner, who spoke after the game yesterday. And he's a guy that when he speaks, you listen. And what he had to say about, Nick Sorensen really kind of perked my ears up. And we'll get to Nick Sorensen as it is Black Monday in the NFL, Joe Shasky, and there are now 5 head coaching openings in the NFL. Doug Peterson, gone from Jacksonville, fired this morning. Gerard Mayo, gone from New England yesterday. Chicago, obviously. New Orleans, the Jets, they're all looking for a new head coach. The Bengals, they just fired their defensive coordinator, who was a head coaching candidate for the last few seasons, Lou Anarumo. And that's going to be interesting to see where he goes. Could the 49ers potentially be interested in him if they move on from Nick Sorensen? But real quick, Joe Shasky.
The Cincinnati guy?
He got fired.
I know. I want no part of Cincinnati's DC.
Why? He's played very well against when he's had the talent on defense. I mean, who else does he have other than Trey Hendrickson?
Look, last year, real quick before you say that, last year, Steve Wilkes was fired. I believe the Wednesday they had the press conference to announce his firing. So the Super Bowl was on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So if they're going to make moves on special teams in DC, it probably won't be till later in the week.
Fred Warner talking about Nick Sorensen yesterday after the game.
Yeah, I think the easy thing right now is everybody's going to put the blame on him for how the defense is played, and when you're the guy at the helm, that's what happens. You're going to take the brunt of that, but it's everybody. Everybody's got to take a look in the mirror. I got to take a look in the mirror. Everybody's got to look to see where they could have been better as a group. I think Nick's done a great job all season. It's just we didn't. I think as players, when we're out there, when we have to execute and play the game, we didn't do him any favors.
Completely agree.
I agree with him, and I look at biggest takeaway this year was the fact that they try to band-aid that defensive line, and it just didn't work. Like when you whiff on guys like Drake Jackson and Javon Kinlaw, you just don't get over things like that. No. That's that rears its ugly head at some point, and it came to a culmination this season. You whiffed on defensive line for this long, and you moved on from a guy again. Listen, was he a little past his prime? Probably, but Eric Armstead made a huge difference in the run defense, as you alluded to those run defensive numbers, which is horrible. And I'm not sure what Eric Armstead did with Jacksonville. I really don't care. I knew what he did with the 49ers, and he was a solid 49er. And moving off from him and bringing in Yetur Gross-Matos, the Javon Hargrave signing was a bust.
He's one of the biggest free agent busts of all time.
Right? And
it's Jonas Jennings. It's Nate Clements. Even though I like Nate Clements, I'll go to bat for Nate Clements. But it's Nate Clements. It's Jonas Jennings. It's Javon Hargrave. It's right up there.
And then Leonard Floyd had the quietest, whatever sack seam amount he had this year, 8.5, 9.5, whatever the hell he had. Like that was one of the quietest performances. I don't remember a Leonard Floyd play from this season. Maybe one. Maybe. We have a lot of callers right here.
How many sacks the last 2 years for Javon Hargrave?
2.
8. The last 2 years.
I thought it was going to be worse. Okay.
The last 2 years, 8.
But not
you
good enough.
gave this guy a boatload of money.
Yeah, he's going to be gone.
A boatload of money. And it kind of look, I just look at it this way. Like, I don't think the coaching was great this year, right? And I want to hear from everybody. I don't think the coaching was great, but we also have to acknowledge the top dogs on this team, the highest paid guys on this team, almost to a man, all underperformed. Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. Like, just go right down the list. Fred admirably played his butt off, right? But I don't think he played well in the last 6-7 weeks.
He started off hot, like the Golden State Warriors started off hot, and then he kind of turned into the back end of the Warriors.
No doubt. Treverius Ward. Well, we know the guy. I feel horrible even bringing his name up. He had a bad year.
He did.
He just did. And I feel so bad.
Congratulations to him having the baby boy.
I feel horrible even saying that out loud. So I want to make that clear. But he had a bad year. And I get it. Believe me, I get it. Don Lerner had a really good year. Like, he's one of the guys, you extended him, he had a really good year. Aaron Banks was in a walk year. I thought he had a bad year. Dominic Pooney, rookie, good year. Juice was okay. Okay, you scored a couple of touchdowns in some meaningless games. Like, you made this big stink about being the highest paid fullback this year.
Dude, he's like the only fullback other than Patrick Ricard.
Give me a break.
Come on. That means nothing to me.
Dre Greenlaw, who was making a lot of money this year, I know it's a walk year for him. He played 2 quarters. Yeah. Played 2 quarters for this team, right? So all the high paid guys on this team, for the most part, outside of Kittle and Warner and Deommodore Lenoir, all underperformed. And so, yes, coaching was bad. It was horrific. I don't diminish any of that. But also, these players did not play well. And Brock Purdy took a step back this year. It's okay. I'm not ready to throw him out. I don't think he's done. I think they're going to extend him. They're going to give him his money. And I'm tired of hearing about money when it comes to this team. But the quarterback needs to play better. And I think it starts with offensive line play and getting the running back better.
Nick is in Berserkly. He might go berserk on the 49ers right now. Nick, what's going on, man? You're on Spadoni and Chasky on the Morning Roast. Your one takeaway from the 49ers this season.
Chasky, I feel your pain. But takeaway is that we paid some guys too much, and some other guys we didn't go and get because we're being cheap, man. The owner's being cheap, whatever we're doing. When the money's not spread around right, we shouldn't have gave Shanahan an extension. You shouldn't have gave McCaffrey an extension. You shouldn't have rushed McCaffrey back when he was hurt. And you had Mason, who was the third leading rusher in the league, averaging 6 yards a carry, and you just put him on the bench because you're an ignorant coach and you're arrogant. You don't know how to deal with players, bro. You think you can just put them through the meat grinder, and so what if they get hurt? You know what I'm saying? Not to mention the fact we had some cats, as soon as they fired Robert Saleh, we should have hired him right off the gate. If I was the owner, I would have hired him right away. I wouldn't even care. Sorensen, you're out the door. Bye. And we should have cut our kicker, our third kicker, that guy that didn't get hurt. And when we signed those guys, when what's his name went out, when Moody went out, we should have just drop kicked Moody and released him. Take your little money and go, bro. You're terrible. Why would you keep putting the same guy on the field like that, Shanahan? What is wrong with you, bro? You don't even run your running backs right. You don't even put Gerlindo and Mason in the backfield at the same time. I'm not even the head coach, but everybody knows this. Bro, you're tripping. You're the guy that was up 28-3 in the Super Bowl and choked it off. You know what I'm saying? Because he wanted to pass, because you can't get past yourself. You think you're all that, bro, but you're really not, Shanahan, because you're barely over 500, bro. You ain't won nothing. You know what I'm saying? You riding on your daddy's coattails, and let's keep it real, really real. Bro, you don't even know how to pick quarterbacks. You passing up all these other quarterbacks to get these, like, what he may do, projected to do. Dude, what are you doing? Are you getting hurt in college? Why are we drafting cats that was all hurt in college? What do you think's going to happen when they're in the pros?
I know.
They're going to get smashed, bro.
Good call, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
One thing I don't want to hear in this offseason, if I hear the name Kirk Cousins.
Oh, he's going to be a backup for the 49ers.
I don't even want to talk about. I don't even want to breathe that into existence. The guy is done. He is cooked.
As a starter, sure. As a backup, he's going to be a San Francisco 49er.
He cannot play anymore. No,
he can.
No,
he can.
If you can't,
will.
No, we're going to have this conversation.
He will.
You cannot tell me, Brandon Allen can win you a game. And then in the same breath say, like, Kirk Cousins is cooked. We all agree he's cooked.
I'm not agreeing with that. I'm not believing that he's cooked. He played for a bad Atlanta Falcons team. Who's their offensive coordinator in Atlanta? I can't even name him. I don't know. They have a defensive head coach in Raheem Morris. As a backup, I would love Kirk Cousins. Are you kidding me?
I'm good.
As a backup?
I'm good off that.
You saw what he did with Kyle Shanahan in the past?
They need to draft a player and groom somebody and figure it out that way. They need to do a more of an organic job. Stop going through the veteran route. I'm tired of the veterans. Josh Dobbs.
He was a fine backup.
He had some bad picks yesterday. He's not coming back. And neither is Brandon Allen, and neither should Brandon Allen.
Yeah, good. Bring in Kirk Cousins.
They need to do a better job, right? Yeah. They need to do a better job of the backup job. But quite frankly, this year is the reason why it's so disappointing is because they had a good draft class. If you look at their draft class, Ricky Pearsall at the end of the year,
Slick
Ricky looked really good. So I'm encouraged.
Got a touchdown yesterday.
Like Garendo, I don't know, man. The leg, the knee, the ankle, I don't know what's going on.
Brutal.
He was promising, though. Dominic Pooney is going to be a 5-year starter. I'm just going to say 5 because in the NFL, it's not long, so who knows. But he looks like he's a 5-year. Renardo Green was making plays yesterday. They had a really good draft. You know who let them down? Not the young players, the high-paid players. Javon Hargrave. He let him down. Deebo Samuel let them down at times this year. Brandon Ayuk and everything, he let them down. Now, he got hurt, but he wasn't playing well prior to that. Trent Williams, he let them down. Like Jake Brendel, who you signed in the offseason. I don't know why. He let you down. He was not good this year. So they've got to get this offensive line better. Number one, got to get this offensive line better. You got to figure out what's going on with CMC. He's the highest paid running back in the league. He was the best player in football last year. And I don't know if that guy's ever coming back. To me, he might be the biggest question mark on the team.
He's got his injuries not going away, which was the most concerning part when we were talking about it all season long. The bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Yeah, all of your doctor. Yeah, it's just something he has to deal with. Just like Steph having to deal with the bilateral knee tendonitis. That's something that Christian McCaffrey's going to have to do it. But Christian McCaffrey's like a decade younger than Stephen Curry. So that's the thing. It's a ticking time bomb with him every time he comes out there. I know Nick was frustrated. He's like, we shouldn't have brought back McCaffrey when he wasn't ready. I was like, I just don't think there was ever a time that was a right time to bring back Christian McCaffrey.
I would agree in that
I just don't think there was. I'm not going to crush the training staff when they gave him the okay, because they damn sure know a lot more about when it comes to the medicals with these players than I or you or Nick and Berkeley. So they signed off on it, and then he gets hurt. And there's the PCL injury, and then there's a knee on top. it was a separate injury from what the Achilles was initially. So I'm not going to really crush him for that. It was another thing after another thing after another thing when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers and their injuries. And listen, to your point, it was just a recipe for disaster. The way last season ended, and then it's immediately a couple days or a day after I hear from Brandon Ayuk saying, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Maybe we'll be back next year, or maybe I'll stay in Las Vegas. Look at this. It's like, what?
I'm going to go to a Debo line that I heard. Debo, and look, I understand the athletes thinking that they're like, you have to have supreme confidence in yourself, right? So I get that. I do. I get that.
The fine line, though.
You don't say out loud, well, we've been the best team for the last 5 years. No, you haven't. You've been a really good team. The best team wins the Super Bowl. It's the Chiefs. They've been the best team the last 5 years. So you thinking that you deserve to be crowned just because...
He said they were the best team
That's
the last
what he
5
said on
years?
his podcast. See, Carter's even shaking his head, correct?
I did watch the clip where he said he went to a dark place, and I had some sympathy for the guy there, where it's just like, yeah, like you lose and you're in a deep depression, and then 3 weeks you have to go back to your job, which I get it, which is, you know, what people have to deal with in everyday life anyways. Like we deal with things that, like, the bad show that's really awful. And you know what? I got to go out there the next day and do it. Like, there is part of that I get from his level, but to say that you were the best team in the NFL the last 5 years, come on, man.
Well, you can feel that way in-house.
Come on.
You can't say it on your pod. And so, but it feels like to me like a lot of the hubris from this team and this organization caught up to him this year. That's all. Now, look, it was a perfect recipe for disaster this year. Poor quarterback play, poor offensive line play, late game gaffes, horrific special teams, a horrific schematic defense, you know, key injuries across the board. It was everything. But the level of hubris at times really was an eye roll for me when it came to this team. Like, we'll be fine. We'll just get Christian back. It's like, I don't know about that. We'll be fine. You know, Debo will get it together next week. You know, we'll be fine. He's working himself into shape. We'll be fine. We're all right. You know, Hey, Big Trent, it's the first couple weeks. Give him time. He's getting himself ready for January. No, we're getting ready to pack our bags in January. That's what we're getting ready to do. And I think that there was never this sense of urgency from this team at any point during the offseason, and it bled into the regular year.
I think using the injuries as a total excuse is really just going to sugarcoat that this team just wasn't good enough compared to the rest of the league got better this past year.
The Lions have had 1,000 injuries, and their offense carried their defense until last night when their defense pitched almost a shutout. Like, they were incredible last night.
I'm looking at this team, particularly the 49ers. Like, I think if they were healthy, their season would mirror more of what the Cincinnati Bengals had this year, where their defense clearly just wasn't good enough. They had some players.
Yeah.
Like Trey Hendrickson is really, really good.
Awesome.
Really, I think super underrated, by the way.
He reminds me a lot of Justin Smith, but he's more, he's a better pure pass rusher.
Correct.
But in terms of, like, he's a hard-nosed type of a guy. Really like his game.
You look at what the Cincinnati Bengals did. The quarterback looked amazing. Looked awesome. MVP candidate. You look at Jamar Chase, triple crown of the receiving category. He's awesome. He's going to get paid, by the way. T. Higgins had a pretty good year, battled some injuries, but they had a good year overall. They went 9-8, and not a lot of injuries. That's kind of what I thought the 49ers ceiling, looking back. If they stayed healthy, I think that's kind of what they were going to be, because I just think the NFC kind of lapped them a little bit this year. I look at Jordan Love and what the Packers had to deal with. I look at the Minnesota Vikings. I look at the Detroit Lions. I look at the Philadelphia Eagles. I just look at where the NFC was, and they took a step above that. I was actually kind of surprised at how good the NFC looked at times this year. Now, that being said, I still think they're a step below the AFC, but it was apparent from when I watched the 49ers go up against the big dogs. It's like, oh, this team lost a step, and they can get back.
Yes,
because I saw the Philadelphia Eagles last year, Joe Shasky. They lost a step too. But now they still made the playoffs, but they clearly lost a step after that Niners loss. Where it's okay,
no doubt,
this team is not what it was a season ago.
The difference between the two teams for me in terms of the regular season, I'll get to the offseason. The Eagles were at one point 10-1. The Niners at no point looked like a 10-1 or were even close to that.
That's a good point.
That's like the big separator for me. Like, all year it was like, hey, we're getting Christian back. Hey, we're getting Dre Greenlaw back. Hey, just give it a couple weeks and Trent's gonna be right, and you just give it some time. Give it some time. Ayuk's still working himself into shape. I get it. Like, they've earned some equity. They've earned some benefit of the doubt. But your offseason bled into the regular season. It's very Warrior-esque, where all the stuff from the offseason bled into the regular season, and it was like, man, why didn't we see this coming?
Well, we did, though. Like, that's the thing. We kind of did see this coming, and we talked about it, and it was kind of the elephant in the room. We all kind of tiptoed around it, where, like, we were like, wow, on paper, this 49ers team is still really good. Like, they should get back to a Super Bowl. Like I think we were kind of trying to fool ourselves into talking about it on air because we wanted to have this faux optimism. We all knew you lose the Super Bowl the way you did with the holdouts that you have that bleed into the regular season or damn near close to it. Like, this team's not going to win the Super Bowl. They're not going to get to the Super Bowl. But we wanted to have that false belief that they could because, you know what? We wanted to have that optimism. You want to believe. It's like the X-Files. You want to believe. I am Mulder. You are Scully. We want to believe, right? But we knew deep down this team wasn't going to get there. I mean, you know what? Because getting back to the Super Bowl after a loss is damn near impossible. It just doesn't happen. Like, the last team I think I want to say that did it in just the major sports, and apologies to hockey because it might have happened, but the Kansas City Royals, they lost the World Series to the Giants. They went back the next year and beat the Mets in the World Series. That stuff just doesn't happen. It's very difficult to do that as a team. Now, you have to have a lot of things go your way. Real quick, Joe Shasky, you mentioned this Deebo Samuel sound. This is from his podcast.
Yeah.
This is what he had to say in regards to the 49ers. This was last week, correct? I want to say this was last week, before this final week of the season.
Kind of same thing, kind of like
this is the beginning of the season.
Like, as long as you know you left it all out there and like win, lose, or draw, like as long as you know you gave it everything, it's like you ain't got no regrets at all.
So it sounds like you guys are pretty convinced that as long as everybody shows up, there's no doubt that you guys feel like it can be your year.
Kind of like what he said. Like, my eyes, like, we've been on the best team in the league for a while.
And that was prior to the season. Apologies. But that, again, like,
you know what the NFL is? The NFL at its core, the minute you start sniffing your own roses, the NFL comes up and bites you right in the face.
Well, Alcal said it best, Joe Shasky. Roses really smell like poo, poo, poo.
You can never feel comfortable. Like, there's a reason why the Sabans of the world, even when they'd win, he'd go on the podium and he'd create these narratives. You guys think we're too good. And, he'd go crazy. Belichick, same thing. Like, there is a way of constantly resetting your own bar and playing with your own mind to be able to think that you haven't arrived. And there was a sense of like, and I get it because they have accomplished a lot, but it's like, guys, you're only as good as the last body of work that you've put out. And this year's body of work, I bet you Deebo, in a moment of being transferred, he'd be like, yeah, it's not even close to what I could do. Now, to be fair, Deebo did have pneumonia this year, right? Like, that's going to get lost in the sauce. Like, pneumonia. Now, it was one of the many ailments that ended up causing my father to lose his life. It's one of the many ailments that we've heard they lost. Ricky Henderson lost his life because of. I don't know how severe it was. Yeah. I don't know how severe it was for Deebo. But I just know that, like, that does suck a lot out of you. You know what I mean? And so am I giving him a full pass? Not necessarily, because I thought that his attitude at times was not great. And as a leader on this team who's highly paid and highly compensated, I didn't think that he conducted himself in the most professional way. That being said, he didn't play good.
Well, let's call it what
he didn't play good.
Call it what it is, Joe Shasky. They lost their number one wide receiver, and their number two wide receiver didn't fill that role.
No,
it was
got exposed.
And it was their number three wide receiver that did. And that's a problem if you're Deebo Samuel.
No doubt. But you see these opportunities with guys like Jawan Jennings, who look great at times, and Isaac Orendo and Jordan Mason, who look great at times. But guys, part of being a great player in the NFL is being healthy and finishing a year out. I can't trust Jordan Mason to be a bell cow if CMC can't go next year. I can't trust Isaac Orendo to stay healthy. I put those guys in the Eli Mitchell category, where it's like, you're a really nice role player, but I'm waiting for you to go down. And Jawan Jennings showed a lot of promise this year. He also got hurt a couple times this year. Now, the game is violent, but part of being a good player is staying upright. Like, there's something to be said for consistently playing 15-plus games a year. Trent Williams, I don't think I can bank on him being a 15-plus game a year guy anymore. I just can't. Multiple years I've seen him barely finish the season out.
888-957-9570. Biggest takeaway from the 49ers this season, as their season has officially come to an end. It is Black Monday around the NFL, So any news and notes that happen in regards to assistants, in regards to head coaches, there's 5 openings right now in the NFL. That's just, it's not for long. And I heard Nick and Berkeley saying, fire Shanahan, relax. There's a lot of teams with actual problems. Not saying the 49ers don't have actual problems. They do. We're talking about it right now. But there could be worse problems, believe me. It's bad in the NFL right now. There's a lot of bad football. I don't think the 49ers are because they're the 11th overall pick, so they are one of the worst teams in the league. But there's levels to being bad, Joe Shasky, is what I'm trying to get out.
Look, the offense, in my mind, the offense is still really good. It gets a lot of yards. They need to clean up the efficiency in the red zone. It's not even a doubt. Everyone knows it. We all know it. The quarterback's got to make better decisions. They've got to find a way to get back to the running game and establish that. And they need CMC back.
Absolutely.
And then the last thing,
go ahead.
Defensively, though, they have a lot of work to do. I think there's personnel. I think there's scheme. There's finding the right DC. They have a lot of, but I've seen it happen overnight for the LA Rams. They went from a team with 0 defense to one draft later. It's like, wow, I really like their defense. It can be done.
No, they had a deep wound defensively. They tried to put a Band-Aid over on it, like I do with Benny with his little Power Ranger Band-Aid covers. That's what they try to do, a couple of them, but they needed stitches. They need an actual surgery to have it, and hopefully they get that this offseason. It may take some time, though. 888-957-9570. Biggest takeaway from the 49ers season is what Don in Concord's been hanging on. What's going on, Don? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I want to first start out with NFL, never forget lame. But you know what? As I'm sitting here listening to all the callers and stuff, I'm thinking of Rob and San Bruno. Congratulations to Rob. Okay, so anyway, the Len Eschmont Award goes to number 85, Kittle.
Yep.
Mason was great. Brock Purdy, pay him. Ricky Pearsall, gotta be great. Fix that defense, please. Get rid of the kicker, Shasky, whatever we do. The question marks are Debo, Ayuk, and McCaffrey. And Fred Warner, I don't know about Fred Warner.
I think he was hurt. I think he was hurt.
Thanks, Don. And
it's hard for me to... Fred Warner's a guy that I'm going to continue to go to war with until he shows me that, it's not just that injury that he had, it's sustainable. Because earlier in the year, he looked incredible.
He looked like a DPOI earlier in the year.
Yeah.
You go to that Vikings game, they should have gotten blown out in that game.
Absolutely.
They should have gotten absolutely blown out in that game, and Fred Warner was making play after play. He mentioned Rob and San Bruno. This was Rob after the Super Bowl loss, and Rob was right.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Now, the downfall is for a season. If it truly is a downfall, then it's they're going to be down for a few years, so we'll see if they can get back to it. I'm not going to say it's a total downfall, but at least for this season, Rob was right. We got the injury report coming up here in a few minutes. But to his point, Fred Warner, I'm not getting on it. He said his biggest question marks were Ayuk, Debo, and McCaffrey. Those are your 3 best players offensively outside of George Kittle. That's a concern. You said you weren't totally worried about the offense, Joe Shasky.
No.
What Cam Inman joined us last week at the Bay Area News Group. He covers the 49ers. We love Cam. Don't call him Scam Inman. He does not like that. But he said Brandon Ayuk was playing a little pickup hoops. So that gives me a little he was shooting, just making jump shots. I'm not looking too much into that, but he kind of had some optimism, hey, maybe he does get there at the start of the season and he's there for training camp, which does change my outlook a little bit on what this 49ers offense could be, because they desperately missed Brandon Ayuk. I know they had, he wasn't playing well the first few weeks, and he was obviously getting back into shape and getting onto the same page with Brock Purdy, but they desperately missed him last.
They need to get faster. And I don't know, we'll see about Ayuk and the leg injury. They missed him bad. But Jacob Cowing gets a couple looks yesterday. And I'm like, Kyle, where has this been all year? And which brings me up to another Kyle point. Kyle let Clay Kubiak call plays yesterday. Now, during the preseason, when he let him do that, it was a big deal. Oh, my God, Kyle's never let anyone, Bobby Slowick, any of the prior guys, Mike McDaniels, et cetera, who have been around this organization on the offensive side of the ball, Kyle's always called plays. He let Clay Kubiak call plays. And my question is that maybe a sample of things to come? Is Kyle maybe going to do all the installs and everything during the week, and then on game day be more, take a step back guy, or was this just the one-off?
I think he's helping him out. I've seen Mike Vrabel do this in the past, whether it's giving it to a DC or OC, let him call the game. Now you saw, again, you mentioned a preseason game in the past, but why not do it in a game as you mentioned and I mentioned that didn't really matter? So get him some touches there. I don't think I'm not looking too much into it, but I hear you on saying maybe he's trying to get a little bit off of his plate. A la when Mike McDaniel was here and Baldy, our guy Brian Baldy, our 95.7 The Game Insider, is going to join us tomorrow on the Morning Roast. He said that they miss a guy like Mike McDaniel because it does take some off of Kyle's plate, a little bit a load off, if you will. And I don't think that could be a bad thing because God, Kyle looks exhausted. I mean, he really does, and I get it. Like this, kind of like the presidential, candidates. Like you see Obama or Donald Trump before and after pictures. Like it's night and day. It's kind of like that in the NFL sometimes too. These guys wear it on their faces, and he is his father's son. And you can see it that way in particular.
But his offense is still. There are huge chunk plays still in the offense. We're not watching Jeep Christ and Eric Mangini try to run the offense
Jeep
in 2015.
Christ.
No, I want to make sure this is very clear. People are like, Kyle needs to evolve. It's like, dude, there are still tons of yards in the offense. Are there wrinkles they need to incorporate? Absolutely. Do they need to get more efficient in the red zone? Absolutely. But they also need to have some star players out there that we account for.
I'm going to tell you something that does bother me about the Kyle Shanahan offense that is glaring and needs to change this offseason. That's going to be on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Your biggest takeaway from the San Francisco 49ers season is what we're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan on the other side, because he started off his presser saying, I'm not talking about the offseason right now, guys. And I thought that was a little surly from him, but I get it. There's going to be plenty of questions this week coming from that. Is Nick Sorensen going to stay around? Is Brian Schneider going to stay around, the special teams coach? It is Black Monday in the NFL. People are getting fired left and right. But before we talk about all that, it's the injury report time. All right. 49ers running back Isaac Guerendo was carted off the field yesterday with an apparent leg injury. The 49ers fear that Guerendo may have torn his MCL, but more news to come today. That is the injury report, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Spadoni in for for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. 888-957-9570. Your biggest takeaway from the San Francisco 49ers this season is what? They're going to be drafting 11th overall. Too early to talk draft? Hey, if you got some draft thoughts right now, I'll hear them. Brian in Palo Alto, he's on the line. We'll get to you on the other side, plus more of your calls, more of your texts. And that's what's coming up on 95.7 The Game.
worst kicker in the league. They had maybe the worst defensive coordinator in the league. Like, I'm
like that.
Like, awful. Their running back play. They played a guy none of us has ever heard of, Patrick Taylor Jr., multiple games this year.
I mean, he's got 2 first names. You can't trust him already.
I mean,
Patrick Taylor.
Like, they're throwing to Eric Saubert yesterday, for Christ's sake. That's how down bad we are.
So I remember Steiny calling him Saubert, like it's like sorbet earlier. It made me laugh, so I always pronounce it that way too.
This team had 11 interceptions, and I believe only 1 turnover after the Bears game, when the Bear game started. And that one was a play where Caleb Williams like threw the ball backwards.
Yeah.
Like, this team couldn't generate a pass rush if I literally gave the other team no offensive line.
Is Chris Kasarik your biggest disappointment this year?
Look what he's using. I mean, come on.
Well, I got to tell you, like, the amount of passes that guy got because, you bring so-and-so into the system, he's going to figure it out. Oh, you bring in Randy Gregory and Chase Young. Oh, Chris is going to figure it out.
You still have to have some dogs.
I guess.
mean, let's call it what it is. Like, here's a great example. Last year, they made the trade for Chase Young, right? And Chase Young's not that great. Chase Young's not that great.
Super Bowl.
But that being said, he's significantly better, even when he's barely trying, than Leonard Floyd. I mean, he just is. Leonard Floyd's not good. Malik Collins not good.
It's kind of surprising because Leonard Floyd, like, and Baldy was high on him too. Like, he's been pretty solid throughout his career. And he's been a difference maker, whether it was the Rams or it was the Bears, whether it was the Bills. But yeah, I mean, this season, by the way, Chase Young, did he even do anything this year? 5.5 sacks? All right. But again, like, they were on a good team, the Saints. So 888-957-9570 as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, and I don't need to do legal because that's built in, but I do need to tell you this, that you can stream us live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Appreciate you all of you guys listening and watching us. If you're just getting off work and ready for work, getting ready for school, school is back, baby, for some of you. Appreciate you choosing us. It's Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. And we've had some people waiting on hold. I want to get to them, Joe Shasky, because I did tease on the other side. There is one thing about Kyle Shanahan that needs to change this offseason that really bothers me. And it has to do with his play calling and the style of offense he runs. But before I do that, let's go to Brian, who's in Palo Alto. He's been waiting on hold. What's going on, Brian? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, morning. Happy New Year, guys.
You too.
Yeah, so, I mean, Shasky, you've coached. I've coached football, defense before. I have a lot of friends that are coaches. Sorensen's terrible. I mean, like,
so bad.
Just from a schematic. I mean, they were playing prevent defenses with teams, like, inside the 5-yard line. Like, I've never, like, it's not explainable. And, yes, they have some personnel issues. They had some injury issues, but not nearly as many injury issues as the offense had. And the bottom line is you look at a coach and you say, did that coach get the best out of this group? And Sorensen didn't come close. Obviously, special teams, not close. So you have, in my estimation, you have it's a pretty big indictment of Kyle when you have the worst special teams coordinator and the worst defensive coordinator in the NFL on your staff. And if he doesn't get rid of his 2 coordinators plus Moody, he's going to get another year. Obviously, we know that, right? He's, at this point, seemingly untouchable. Next year will be his last year here. If he's going to bring any of those 3 back, they will sink him. That's my take. They're so poorly coached. That's 2 of your 3 coordinators are 32nd in the league.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question, BPA? Can I ask you a question? Because, like, I really like John Lynch. Like, I do. I admit, like, I'm a sucker for John Lynch. I like him as a person. I think he's done a really good job as an exec. They had a poor year this year, like, front office. I'm just going front office. Like, forget the coaching. I completely agree with you. God, they're just so bad. But, like, the front office extended CMC, and he's hurt. That was horrible. He's the highest paid running back in the league. He played 3 games. He did nothing. They dragged their feet on the Ayuk thing. That ended up being just a horrific, just a net loss. The Trent Williams, bent them over the barrel, and he had a bad year this year. Like, I thought the front office had a bad year.
I think it's a great question. Like, I think Kyle hired John Lynch, right? John Lynch is not the GM of the 49ers if Kyle hadn't said to Jed, I want John York. John York was not a candidate on anybody's radar. He was friends with Kyle. So in my estimation, Kyle, he's got the trigger on the roster. It's not a church to state thing. It's Kyle runs the show. Yeah. Kyle makes the call. And so my take is yes, you can blame John Lynch, but I don't think you can truly blame John Lynch unless you're going to give him total personnel control.
That's a good point.
And the front office total personnel control. And Kyle owns it. That's the thing. That's the problem when you own personnel and you're the coach. There's no one to blame but yourself ultimately at the end of the day. I do think that it would be in the best interest of the organization if they took personnel ownership away from Kyle, but they're not going to because he'll quit, I'd imagine, at that point. So
that's a good point. It's a really
Thanks,
good point.
Brian. Well, I'll give John Lynch credit because it sounds like John Lynch doesn't do anything. He's just a glorified figurehead. That's not true because he was in a lot of these negotiations. He's leading that alongside Parag Marathe, the cap genius, I guess, whatever you want to call him, for the San Francisco 49ers. But that needs to change, though, too. The way they go about doing their business was just not good this past year. Just wasn't good. Well, whether that's on the player or the personnel, the coaching staff, or the upper management, whatever it is, it wasn't good. And that needs to change because that was like that with the Bosa deal.
Yeah.
It's been like that with Ayuk.
Yeah.
Trent Williams, for some reason, McCaffrey was fine. Like that didn't bleed over. The Kittle, that worked pretty well. Debo, obviously, that was a bad one. Like, there's been bad negotiations. It feels like every single summer.
Yeah.
And that's just not a recipe for success going forward.
And Armstead last year,
yeah, exactly.
Wasn't happy with the way it went down, but that's fine. Like that, you're not gonna, when you move off a player, people aren't gonna be happy. Sure. So I understand that. Yeah. I do think though, it does get a little tricky here. So I do think that if you are the head coach, you should have final say on your roster. But I guess then the question becomes how much influence should you have on the draft? And this is just speculation. I've seen people speculate, people connected to the organization, whether it's Mayoko or whomever covers the team. They're like, look, I don't think Kyle's picking guys in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th round, or not 8th, but in those rounds. But I do think he puts his thumb on the scale in the first couple of rounds on players that he picks. And so if you just look at their draft history, they've actually been better in the mid to late rounds than they have in the early ones. And so the Ricky Pearsall pick comes to mind. And you see what Ladd McConkey did this year, and you see that they have a lot of needs. And I don't know if wide receiver was necessarily a need to start the season off, but it sure felt like Kyle was really trying to end the year on a high note with Ricky Pearsall, and it made me very encouraged because I don't think if you had these last 2 games with Pearsall that you head into the offseason feeling very confident about that first-round pick.
Biggest takeaways from the San Francisco 49ers season is what? 888-957-9570. The 49ers season is over, folks. We can finally share in our misery of having to watch that on our television this past year. And now, kind of an unknown with a lot of these players, a lot of these personnel, a lot of this coaching staff outside of Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch. They've got the vote of confidence from Jed York, the dreaded vote of confidence. I'm just kidding here, tongue-in-cheek.
What's your biggest bummer for watching this team? Is there a position group? Is there...
Honestly, it's from the guy that's kind of just been, and we've heard from him already, Deebo Samuel, man.
Just a big bummer for you?
For a guy that's been an all-pro before, for a guy that was the number 2 wide receiver, for him not to step up and be the bona fide number 1, and for a guy like Ricky Pearsall to even kind of outshine him the last few weeks. Ricky Pearsall has all the excuses built in the world for if he just had a down, just a year where he doesn't do anything. Yeah. I would have understood it. Guy got shot. He was a first-round pick. He was a rookie that didn't have any time in training camp because he was hurt. But even he showed some flashes at the end of this year. He's like, you know what? That's a building block for this future. Juwan Jennings, who doesn't have the repertoire that you do, Debo, when it comes to physicality, when it comes to speed, right? When it comes to, he has size, but that's about all he has. And he just used that. He doesn't have, maybe he has a little bit better route running ability, but that's not what he hangs his hat on. He's just a physical receiver. He had a better year than you. George Kittle, did he have any excuses this year?
No.
He balled out. He should be first team All-Pro. And that guy has to give it all blocking too. So I look at Deebo Samuel for me, Joe Shasky. He's been in the league for how many years now? 5, 6 years?
Yeah.
Is there an excuse built in why he's not a better route runner? Should he have not gotten better at this point? Like, no, seriously.
It's a great question. It's a great question.
Oh, he's just a gadget player. That's not his skill set. Why? He's young enough. He can get better at that. Yeah. Brandon Ayuk is one of the best route runners in the league. You're telling me that he's not hanging out with Brandon Ayuk in the offseason, training to get better? He's not working with a guy like Devontae Adams the offseason, trying to get better? Some of the best route runners in the league. Like, if I'm not good at something, Joe Shasky, I try to get better at it.
Yeah.
That's just life. Whatever it is. And I don't have, I don't know, finances. Like, I'm not good with tax-related things. You know what? I talk to people that have gone through it. Or, I just bought a home, or I'm buying a home, and, mortgage rate, refinancing rates. I'm not well-versed in that crap, all right? I talk to people that have gone through it. I talk to my brothers, my siblings. I'll talk to you, Joe Shasky. I'll talk to guys to get better at that sort of stuff. Any walk of life, you try to get better at things you're not very good at. So when it comes to Deebo Samuel having the opportunity to be that number one wide receiver and failing to do so, that bothered me. It did bother me. And I got a lot of respect for Juwan Jennings this season and what he was able to do. And it ended on a sour note, him getting ejected, which was kind of a joke, to be honest with you. But I'm looking at that being my biggest takeaway from this season. Deebo Samuel, and what might have been, and he didn't play yesterday, what might have been, we've already seen his last game in a 49ers uniform, which is pretty wild. And it's unfortunate it might have ended that way.
Well, let me give you my biggest bummer.
Yeah, please.
My biggest bummer is just the whole Brock Purdy thing. Like,
we haven't talked a lot about Brock Purdy.
I know, and I'm gonna say something, and I'm gonna kind of compare two seasons, and most people are gonna say there's no way. I spent like 2 full years saying that Brock Purdy was so much better than Jimmy Garoppolo, and then I really did. I believed that we had one of those top 6 or 7 QBs. I did. I really did. In my heart of hearts, man, the guy was playing outstanding. I thought we had one of those dudes, and I was like, man.
He was an MVP candidate last year, Joe Shasky.
Young player, going to continue to ascend, play well. His 2024 is almost identical to the 2021 of Jimmy Garoppolo. Let me just read it off. Both had 20 touchdowns. Both had 12 picks. Jimmy had a higher completion percentage. Jimmy got sacked less, and Jimmy had 1 more fumble. They were almost identical. Jimmy went 9-6. Brock went 6-9. Now, I think just to me, Jimmy's defense was a little better than what Brock's defense was. I feel like the O-line was a little better for Jimmy Garoppolo, so I'm going to give Brock a little leeway here. But if I told Niner fans you were going to get a 2021 Jimmy G output season from Brock Purdy with some kind of injury concerns, I think we'd all say there's not a chance in hell. There's no way. There's no way Brock devolves down to what Jimmy was in 2021. Think about what we thought of Jimmy in 2021. Like, just think about it. We couldn't wait to turn the page to Trey Lance. Oh, the whole fan base.
Because he couldn't stay healthy. Like, that was the first and foremost. He couldn't stay healthy.
And
that's
he
why.
wasn't efficient.
Yes.
Right? And I'm not saying I'm done with Brock. That's not where I'm at. I'm just saying his year was extremely disappointing. So I'm most bummed out because I think that the one equalizer for every team, if you have one of those kind of quarterbacks, they can negate a lot of mistakes on your team. Personnel, coaching, etc., fumbles, intercept. They can overcome a lot. I don't know if we got one of those guys. I still want to see more from him. I'm not ready to throw him out. I'm not saying don't give him a little pay raise. I'm just saying I don't know what he is.
That's a concern. I don't know what he is. That's Joe Shasky on Brock Purdy, because we knew last year what he was. He was an MVP candidate. I mean, heading into that Christmas Day matchup against the Baltimore Ravens, it was MVP versus MVP and Lamar Jackson and Brock Purdy. And since that game, one of those guys has looked like an MVP and the other one hasn't. That's just the facts. By the way, Lamar Jackson should win the MVP. I think it's going to go to Josh Allen, which I think is a joke because Lamar's just had a better season than him statistically. And since both of them didn't get the number 1 overall pick, or number 1 overall seed, I should say, in the AFC, I think that the record means diddly poo for me. But it goes back to the narrative again. I always go back to what Ramona Shelburne had to say about MVP voting, whether it was in the NBA or the NFL. It's a narrative-based award, which is a joke. And I think Joe Burrow had a phenomenal season. He's not going to get it. They didn't make the playoffs, so I understand there. But just a huge year for quarterbacks in which Brock Purdy was in the conversation last year. But you look at Josh Allen, you look at Joe Burrow, you look at Lamar Jackson, look at Patrick Mahomes. It's okay that he's not those guys. I just need you to also be better than Jordan Love. I need you to be better than Sam Darnold was this year. I need you to be better than Jared Goff. And he wasn't better than any of those guys. Jalen Hurts, he wasn't better than any of those guys. So, yeah, can he still be a top 10 quarterback? Sure. Is he going to get paid? Yes. But the question for me is the durability. You mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo. The reason they drafted Trey Lance was the durability.
It was a huge question.
Jimmy couldn't stay healthy.
And fourth quarters.
Yes, and fourth quarters.
But here's the.
But he won.
Let me give you another one. Fourth quarter comebacks, game-winning drives. Brock has one this year. Jimmy had 3 in 2021.
He did.
The numbers are like eerily identical. 20 and 12 with 3,800 yards passing, about 30 sacks, 7 or 8 fumbles. Like, they are eerily identical.
Is that just a coincidence? Like, when your eyeballs watch it, and Gene and Al will get to you in a second.
I think Brock's a better football player than Jimmy, but just my eyes has told me he's not as confident, and I got this suspicion that we're going to get some sort of idea on, like, hey, he needs to have some cleanup on that shoulder or that elbow.
It's possible.
I really do, because Jimmy was fighting that shoulder injury in 2021. You know, he missed that final start or second to last week's start against the Texans because of the shoulder injury, the labrum, and he couldn't throw the same. I don't think Brock was healthy. I think the offensive line clearly was diminished. Both teams didn't have a star running back, even though Debo evolved into one that year in 2021 by design. But yeah, I just don't think Brock. I think it was a combination of health, confidence, the team deteriorating around him. I'm not saying he's done, and I'm not saying I'm moving off him. This was really bummed with this season this year. I thought he would take a leap forward.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Comcast Business Text line. Biggest takeaway from the 49ers season as it has come to an end is what? Let's go to Al, who's in Half Moon Bay. He wants to join the conversation. What's going on, Al? You're on Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast.
Morning and Happy New Year, gentlemen.
Happy New Year.
I'm going to jump on Shasky's tails here. I think the big thing we need is speed, and I think that relates to Brock Purdy getting sacked more and him running around like Fran Tarkenton trying to make a play and stuff like that. And then on top of that, we need an O-line. It all starts and ends with an O-line.
Totally.
Without an O-line, we can't do anything. And then lastly, and I'll take my, I'll listen on off air, is let's get Saleh back. We need a defense that is not reactionary, but more in attack mode. Let's pay Saleh coach money, get him back here, as opposed to this kind of lackadaisical passive defense that we've had. I think that's a big thing too. And then Shanahan needs to do something with his offense. I think defensive coordinators have figured him out. We don't have the speed that we had, and we're stagnant. That's how I see it. Tell me what you think. Thanks.
Well,
Thanks, Al.
I look at the teams that have all made the playoffs this year that are really good, right? Now, Bucky Irving emerged for Tampa, but I don't think of Tampa as a run team, right?
Yeah. Well, they got McMillan, they got Mike Evans.
They're a passing team.
Oh, by the way, he's tied Jerry Rice or broke Jerry Rice's record for the most consecutive
11 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons.
Incredible.
It's unbelievable. And he's a great player.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley and that offensive line. That's why they're the number 1 seed. All right, let's go to number 2 seed. Number 1 seed, Detroit, and that run game. We know they are two-headed, but Jahmyr Gibbs is Jamal Charles meets freaking Alvin Kamara on steroids.
The last few weeks, Jahmyr Gibbs has been the best running back in football.
He looks incredible, but he also has a great offensive line in front of him, right? And they have weaponry everywhere. I look at Josh Jacobs with the Green Bay Packers. They're making the playoffs. He's a great player. They're a great offense because of the run game. I look at what the Vikings have done this year with Aaron Jones and a combination of other backs at times. The run game is vitally important. Look at what Kyron Williams and the Rams. I know they're known for passing, but they're running it now more than ever, at least since the Todd Gurley days.
I had Kyron Williams in fantasy. He was a baller this year.
He was a baller this year, right? So getting back to the offensive line and the run game, I think is going to really help the quarterback. That doesn't mean that the quarterback doesn't have things to work on. Because trust me, I got a lot of questions on Purdy, but they got to get back to the run game, dude. Like they never got to that play action game that they are so accustomed to in years past.
Kyle Shanahan after the game yesterday, how do you process falling so short of expectations?
We've been processing it all year, so we've been trying to get there. You don't really accept that you're not going to get there until you get eliminated from the playoffs. So we've had to deal with this for the last 3 weeks. So we've been processing it, ready to finish this up, trying to finish it with a win. Didn't get that done today, but excited to get to this offseason and figure out how to not be in this situation again.
Gene's out in Oakland. He wants to join in the conversation. Biggest takeaway from the 49ers season is what? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's going on, Gene? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky, man.
Yeah, morning, fellas. Yeah, my biggest takeaway, I believe, is the late game collapses. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there were at least four games where they went into the fourth quarter with at least a 4-point lead, and they lost. I mean, you take those 4 games, and if you hold on to the lead suddenly you're 10-7, and while that's not exciting, you know, considering all of, you know, what happened this year, I think we would all say, hey, this was, all things considered, a successful season. So it just looked to me at the end of games, they were, I mean, to me, it looked like it might have been two things. Scheme, first of all, the defense was absolutely horrible in the fourth quarter, and I think we're all on board with getting rid of Sorensen.
Yep.
And I sure like to see Salah come back. I mean, I love the guy, and you got a raw deal in New York. You know, the team actually got worse after they dumped him unceremoniously. The other thing is depth, lack of depth, and of course that gets back to all the injuries. So, yeah, I mean, by all means, work on the depth, come back healthy, get some good coaching. I'm with BPA on that. You know, we need a really good defensive and offensive coordinator for the team. And, you know, I got a lot of other thoughts, but I'll save them for the rest of the offseason.
No, it's a really good point. I'm just looking at the fourth quarter splits, you know, this year, just league-wide, right?
Yeah.
This is who led the league in fourth quarter interceptions. Kirk Cousins, Brock Purdy, Geno Smith, Jameis Winston. That's not a good group.
None of them are in the playoffs.
Right? It's not a good group. Now, Joe Burrow's at the top of that list, and I think most people would say, like, he's in 5. Purdy had 6. Most people would say, like, Joe Burrow was throwing a lot.
Joe Burrow had to win games multiple times in a row, and his team wouldn't allow him to do that.
I'm just trying to be fair.
No, but I'm saying, like,
yeah.
Did we all watch that Denver Broncos game where Joe Burrow had to win the game 3 or 4 different times because his team just kept choking it away?
Just to be fair, Joe Burrow has 12 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
Exactly.
Now, Brock Purdy, for example, I have to scroll down, has 4.
Yeah. Triple amount.
Right?
Like,
so, but his point is a good one. Like, this team squandered second half, and in particular, late third quarter, early fourth quarter leads, and it was both sides of the ball, as well as special teams. I mean, look, I'm looking at special teams. You missed a kick in the Ram game. You lost by 3. Buffalo was a blowout, but you missed a bunch of kicks in that one. You missed a bunch in the Tampa Bay game. You barely won by 3. All right? I look at the Miami game. It's an 8-point game. You missed a field goal. Boy, it'd have been nice to have a field goal in an 8-point game difference, and maybe it's instead of, you know, we're trying to score 2 and get the touchdown. You know, no, it's a lot easier. You lose to Detroit by 6, and you miss 2 field goals. The point that I'm getting at is at least one game was caused by the kicker missing kicks. Can we acknowledge that?
Yes.
And the fear of him missing kicks definitely factored into some of the play calling throughout the year. So, yeah, special teams got to be better. Simultaneously, this defense just gives up huge plays at the worst times.
And the one thing to combat that, Joe Shasky, is what? Getting takeaways. And
they get none.
They get none. And Fred Warner talked about that after the game yesterday.
Yeah, no, the takeaways, the lack thereof is what killed us. You can't win games in this league. We pride ourselves on taking the ball away and protecting it on offense, and that's the key to winning games. And when you're not doing that, you don't give yourself any type of chance to even, have a chance at winning.
And that's something the 49ers, when they're clicking all cylinders, it's Hufanga being the ball hawk, right? Travarius Ward, hell, Demo Lenore, he had some picks this year. Like, getting some strip sack fumbles. I actually saw that from Nick Bosa a couple times this year, but I don't see it enough. I don't see the TJ Watt consistency, if you will, from Bosa on that front. But also, I'm not going to fault Bosa. Like, I get it. Like, Bosa didn't have Bosa standards here. He was a Pro Bowler. I know the Pro Bowler doesn't mean what it once did, but he also didn't have the help.
No.
Like, he needed some help this season. Even the great ones, the Myles Garretts, the TJ Watts, the Max Crosbys, the Trey Hendricks, like, they need some help. And they just didn't get it a lot this year. There were some moments where Yetur Gross-Matos, I heard his names flash. I heard Leonard Floyd occasionally, maybe a couple times, but for the most part, it was just Nick Bosa. And it wasn't enough this year. Like, if we didn't get a DPOY Nick Bosa season, to be honest, we haven't seen DPOY Nick Bosa at all since he won it, since he signed that extension. That's another thing that was disappointing this season, was the lack of a pass rush. And just every single level from that defense, whether it was the defensive line, was the linebacking core, or the secondary, nothing, like, there was no complementary defense at all this season, which was frustrating. And there was really all 3 phases of this team didn't play well in any given game. I couldn't point out one game where every single phase played well. Maybe the Bears game. Maybe. Bears stink.
Even the New England game, they took their foot off the gas pedal.
And they started coming back a little bit. Yeah.
You know? It's crazy because to me...
And that was without Drake May, who's actually looked kind of good. That was against Jacoby Brissett, who stinks.
What's crazy to me, and I know we're going to hit the break here, we're going to come right back, and I want to take all your guys' calls. In the first quarter, they're one of the most prolific teams in the league. in terms of run and pass.
You know what that
efficiency? That's coaching.
That's a script.
Yes.
They could do the script.
The coach is good.
You know what I saw that a lot with was in John Gruden in his second stint with the Raiders.
Yeah.
He was even here in the Bay Area for a little bit.
Yeah.
First quarter was great. That first series, Carr, Crabtree, whatever, they would get touchdowns. After that, they didn't know what they were doing.
Well, adjusting to the
correct.
But I also think that that's also on the rest of your team, not just coaching, but on the rest of your team to make the subtle adjustments as well. Because the other team is going to pick out your weaknesses and they're going to exploit them.
What's coming up the game is sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. MB Jesse 888-957-9570. Your biggest takeaway is what from the San Francisco 49ers team? John in Pacifica, Jan in Mountain View will get you on the other side. Plus, I want to give my thoughts on Kyle Shanahan and why he needs to look in the mirror and have a big change this offseason. That's what's coming up next. It's Spadonian for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. People get upset, Joe Shasky. That's a fact. Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside, again, the aforementioned Joe Shasky. It's the morning roast. We've been talking Niners. We're talking a little bit Warriors. Maybe we'll pivot back to them the 9 o'clock hour, but we're rolling. It's the Niners season's over. It's January 6th, and the 49ers season's over, Carter, as he's looking at me with those Jeff Goldblum glasses. I love them, actually. It's a good look. What's the biggest takeaway? There's so, you can go anywhere on this team right now. It could be even a positive if you have positive. I came out of this year, George Kittle's a hell of a leader. He's a hell of a player. He needs to be a 49er for life. He's a Hall of Fame player.
Hall of Famer, yes.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
That's a takeaway for me. Fred Warner, in a similar respect, he didn't have the output that George Kittle did, but I got a tremendous amount of respect for that guy. He's playing on a fractured ankle. A fractured ankle for all this season. He didn't quit. He could have. He could have quit like Javondre Campbell if he wanted to, but it's not the character in him. That's not what he's going to do. He could have sidelined himself and said, you know what? I need to take care of me and my personal health. And you know what? I'll be back next season because he sees the writing on the wall. Players do that. You know what? I see a player yesterday, and that's why I have so much respect for Fred Warner and George Kittle, and they would never do something like this. See Tyreek Hill yesterday?
Oh, my goodness.
Did you we'll get the sound of that. Tyreek Hill basically just saying, yeah, I'm out. I'm done. He's still under contract, by the way, with the Miami Dolphins. But after the game, after they get eliminated from the playoffs, it didn't matter because the Broncos were boat racing the backup Kansas City Chiefs. Tyreek Hill basically saying deuces. It's been fun. I love here in my family, but yeah, I need to leave. I can't. I need to win in the NFL, and you guys aren't doing it for me.
It's crazy.
And by the way, the Chiefs, without Tyreek Hill, 2 Super Bowls.
Well, I feel like in the last 4 or 5 years, the wide receiver market has just exploded in terms of everyone's looking for one. We all want to overpay them, blah, blah, blah. I'm going in the opposite direction. It's all about the run game for me. Wide receivers, I can find them anywhere.
I would like to have a tight end instead of... Is that a hot take?
No.
Give me the better tight end. It's so much harder to find the better tight end than wide receiver.
And they cost you 1/2 the price. The best tight end in the league is making $16 million. The best wide receiver in the league is making $33.
Yep.
All right, now, and you saw Justin Jefferson last night. You can kind of erase those guys. Laporta is always going to be open underneath.
Yep.
Those guys are just always open.
Trey McBride, you saw Trey McBride, what he was doing yesterday.
He's awesome.
He's great. I mean,
he's awesome.
He should be an all-pro too. He just doesn't have the touchdown acquisition, but I mean, the top 3, I say that, and it's going to, I'm hurting my own argument. The top 3 tight ends probably this year. I'd say Kittle, Bowers, and McBride. None of them are going to make the playoffs. Now, that's not their fault. But what they meant to their offenses, those were the best weapons on the team. Each and one of those teams, they were the best weapons.
But it does feel like Laporta and Kelsey, they were used strategically so that they could, be more effective for the postseason. Correct. And I bet you both those players are going to be huge components to their team's success.
Well, those teams have bona fide number ones.
Yes.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's a bona fide number one. Are we saying Marvin Harrison Jr. is a bona fide number one at this stage of his career already?
But that back shoulder throw by
it was sweet.
It was perfect.
It was Marvin Harrison Jr. for
perfect.
In years past, we'd probably view his rookie season wow, it was a pretty good rookie year. But just given the amount of rookie success this year at wide receiver, Brian Thomas, Malik Neighbors. Yeah. I mentioned Bowers at the tight end position, Lad McConkey, right?
What did Bowers finish with? 110 catches?
112. I think he has the rookie. Yeah, the rookie.
That's an absolutely, I don't even care if it's 17 games. That's an insane amount of catches.
He had the rookie record for just receiving receptions and the rookie tight end record as well. He finished 3 or 4 shy of the all-time tight end receiver receiving record with who was it? Zach Ertz.
Here's my setting. If Shanahan's running my team, I am never overpaying for a wide receiver ever again. Ever. I just watched Juwan Jennings have a monster year out of nowhere. He was 3rd on the depth chart before the season started. I just watched, did you know Ricky Pearsall had 29 catches this year? How many do you think Jennings had last year? All of last year?
20.
19.
Wow. Yeah.
19 regular season catches last year. All right. And Ricky Pearsall, in basically 3 games, had more catches than Jennings did all last year. The point that I'm going at is that in this offense, would I like to have a Justin Jefferson? Of course. Of course I would. But it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to spend $60 million on 2 wide receivers when this team needs the run game. They are a run game team.
Which brings me to my point that I'm about to make on, my biggest takeaway. I said Deebo Samuel, but there's another one here. And for all the people frustrated with Shanahan and, I'll fire Shanahan, I'm not there. But there's one thing that is disturbing whenever I watch his team play, And it does have to do with his play calling and his offense and his philosophy. Joe Shasky, how many times have we heard, and Baldy brings it up a lot, Kyle can't play from behind. This team's not built to play from behind.
It's a lot.
That's alarming for me. At this stage, I know if I have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, I got a chance in a game. I'm not you could be down.
They're the outlier. No, but what about everyone else?
I know if I have Joe Burrow and the Bengals, they're in a game if they're down double digits.
Okay, I'll give you them.
Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I'll give you
Lamar
them
Jackson, the Baltimore Ravens.
Well, doesn't it happen to coincide with them being elite quarterbacks?
Well, that, but also the offense as a total. But yes, it goes to the quarterback.
Yeah.
But the stats under Shanahan, 0-40 when trailing by 8 points or more at any point in the fourth quarter.
That isn't insane. That's almost impossible. I don't understand that one.
0-40.
I don't get it. But if so in this hypothetical.
That can't continue.
But if I had
your
given him
offense
Stafford,
is built, sorry, real quick, I just want to finish this.
I want you to say.
If I have to have a lead at any point in a game to just yes, the game of football, in any sport, I would like to have a lead. But when things get tough, I don't have faith in Shanahan and my offense that they can get it done in the fourth quarter when push comes to shove. That's what happened in the Super Bowl. That's what happened in multiple Super Bowls with Shanahan. They can't punch back if they get punched in the face.
But what if I would have just...
That's a problem.
Hypothetically, he gets Josh Allen or Matt Stafford. Don't you think they win a couple of those games?
I don't know. Does his offensive philosophy still the same where they're going to run it ad nauseum? Is he going to be able to adjust to those quarterbacks?
Well, I mean, he threw 16 times in a row last week against Detroit and everyone was losing their minds. So I just feel like he can't win.
What happened in the fourth quarter?
Well, the quarterback threw an interception.
The offense. Why did he get off? Why did he get pass happy?
But do you get where I'm going?
His play calling.
I feel like we criticize him for throwing too much in some spots, and then we don't criticize him for running enough in others. And I just think that at times it comes down to does your quarterback make plays or not?
Well, he's in charge of the quarterback.
That's true.
When the quarterback's playing well, who is it? Oh, it's Kyle Shanahan. He maximized Jimmy Garoppolo. He's maximizing Brock Purdy. Oh, but now when it's not going well, it's actually the quarterback's fault. It's not Kyle Shanahan's fault. So there's a give and take here is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And it frustrates the hell out of me if I'm a fan and I have to keep pivoting to, well, this team needs a lead for it to feel good.
Well, there's a desperation when I watch, I'm just going to use a player as an example. When I watched Baker Mayfield in Tampa this year, and there were games that they lost, some very winnable games that they lost. There's a desperation him and that offense play with that at times I don't
urgency.
Yes. Whether it's no huddle, whether it's trying to drive the ball down the field at all costs, and you know what, interceptions be damned. It feels like if the Niner offense, one thing that I've noticed is one interception, it just sinks everything. Whereas for some of these guys, not all of them, but some of these guys, one interception, it's all right, we'll get the next one.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what. Yeah, to your point, Joe Burrow, you mentioned the stats. He throws all those picks, but I have faith in Joe Burrow. He'll come back next time and get a touchdown.
Yeah,
or he'll lead a scoring drive. I don't know with the Kyle Shanahan offense, the way it's built around that zone running scheme. I don't know if there's ever going to be a point where I feel good about this team trailing in the fourth quarter. I already gave the stat 0-40 when trailing by 8 points or more, including the playoffs. The 49ers are under Kyle Shanahan.
That's just insane.
It's an insane stat.
40.
It's an insane stat.
You would think by accident they would have won one.
Listen, and that's 8 points or more. That's, again, or more is a part of that, but that's a touchdown 2-point conversion. It's not like it's insurmountable. You'd think you'd have one comeback during that time. They just haven't. We got a couple calls here I want to get to. Joe Chasky, biggest takeaway of this 49ers season is what? Let's go out to John in P-Town. He's in Pacifica. What's going on, John? Let's put on Chasky.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Happy New Year.
You too.
Yep.
I just want to throw it out. Biggest takeaway is we went 1-5 in our own division, a division that we've pretty much always dominated, and we got slapped around by teams that don't even contend really with us. I mean, it's bad. We can nitpick all the little things that you guys have been saying all morning. Shanahan is play calling, guys being injured, whatnot. But if we can't take care of our own division, we're never going to get anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
I know. The 1-5 in division, I just did not foresee.
And thanks for the call, John. there's two ways of looking at that. Like John's like, yeah, we should be better than these teams. We're going to be better than these teams. Like, or you're the worst team in the division where it's just not a very good division. And that's like, how do I look at you then? If you're the worst team in one of the worst divisions in football, then it's like, oh, okay.
Well, right now, the Arizona Cardinals, for whatever reason, boy, it sure feels like they have our number.
They do.
Even in games that the Niners pull out, like last year against Josh Dobbs, they won that game. It never felt like the Cardinals were dead.
No, that was like the perfect passer rating from Purdy too in that game. Yeah,
they just never felt dead. And look, the quote unquote Terminator, James Conner, didn't even play in the game yesterday.
No,
and I still was scared of him.
I don't know who the hell Tony Jones was, but he had 4 carries, 55 yards. Michael Carter, I do know.
Kyler looks incredible every time he plays.
Yeah, Kyler again. You have a game like yesterday for Kyler, and you'll look at that. 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 240.
Yeah, nothing to play for.
Nothing to play for. Like, I don't know what they do with and we'll have all.
He might get traded this offseason.
I mentioned that a couple weeks ago, right? Like, there could be a team out there that needs a quarterback. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if a team. I was going to say a team like the Raiders that maybe not get Shador, but they clearly need a quarterback because Aiden O'Connell's not getting it done and Gardner Minshew's not going to get it done.
Let's play this out in the NFC
And by
West.
the way, it is Black Monday. Antonio Pierce, I think, talks in a couple hours. Maybe he's going to get let go. The Giants are retaining Brian Daboll and Joe Shane. Doug Peterson's already been fired. Gerard Mayo's been fired.
How is Balky still the GM?
You mentioned it. He's a cockroach, man. What are they doing? Did they not see this scene break out with the 49ers and Trent Baalke and all these different head coaches? So now, not only is Urban Meyer been gone, now Doug Peterson, so he's going to get 3 different head coaches, but Baalke's going to remain. They should have been fired after drafting Trayvon Walker over Aiden Hutchinson. Come on.
Well, let's because I wrote a whole list with Ian Carter yesterday about questions heading into the offseason, and we're going to do that tomorrow. I'm not doing that today. Today, I'm kind of reflecting on what I saw this year. And as I reflect on the NFC West, boy, it feels like the Rams are only going to get better the next couple of years on defense.
On defense.
Boy, it feels like Seattle, if they could ever get a better quarterback, they're going to be a problem. It just feels like their defense is only going to get better under McDonald. And they still need a quarterback, though. Boy, I don't know what the hell is going to happen with the Cardinals. So let's just throw them to the side. It is a good division. Now, the Niners they're able.
Is it a good division?
I do.
I question if it's a good division.
McVay is a coach that I think 27 teams would want.
The NFC North is a good division.
Yes.
Compare it with your NFC. That's a good division. The AFC North is a good division.
Can we? Well,
the NFC West is a okay division.
You don't think highly of McVay?
He's won a Super Bowl. Would I be shocked if the Rams lost to the Vikings next week at home? No. I just wouldn't be.
I got the Rams maybe going all the way to the I don't know. I think the Rams could be the team.
I felt like that about with the Rams last year, and they burned me hard.
Yeah.
They played the Lions very well in Detroit.
Yeah.
It was a revenge scenario for Detroit, and you know what? Good for Jared Goff, for Stafford. It was cool. But I kind of lost a little faith in them last year. Also, this year, they've had a lot of boneheaded losses to themselves. And I get it, yesterday they weren't playing for anything. Well, it's funny seeing Jimmy Garoppolo play, though, in that Rams uniform.
Jimmy G, baby.
300 yards passing, by the way, Jimmy Garoppolo, in a loss. But
how many yards?
He had over 300 yards passing. But
I'm not optimistic.
No, thank you, Brian. But I don't think highly of this division. I just don't.
Really?
No. They're not great.
I think McDonald's a really good coach, and I think that they're a quarterback away. And I look at the Rams, and I say to myself, that defense is only going to get better. And as long as McVay and Stafford are together, that's a team that's going to be a double-digit potential win team every year.
That is one thing, and we'll have, again, all offseason talk about it. There's part of me that looks at the division and says you'll always have a chance, and that's part of me could be optimistic about going forward. And I do know that at their best, Kyle Shanahan owns the NFC West. Now, this year they did not, and they had to take their licks multiple times, and a lot of fourth quarter leads. I don't think they recovered after that Seattle loss. That one where Geno Smith scampered into the end zone with 12 seconds left. You can go to the Rams one early on in the season when they had the double-digit lead there. But that one, when Geno Smith goes night-night on you, Steph Curry style, you might have just packed it up there. The writing was on the wall. That can't happen. Just can't.
No. I would argue the comeback by the by the Arizona Cardinals in that game, and the way you lost the Rams game after the Viking game, with the Ronnie Bell drop, it just didn't seem right from that point on.
No.
It just really didn't seem right.
Jan's in Mountain View, Joe Shasky. She wants to join the conversation. What's going on, Jan? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing?
Yes, good morning. I want to get to the point. I watched that Minnesota Minnesota-Detroit game last night. And what Shanahan needs to do, and he needs to get out of his own head, is to hire an offensive coordinator like Ben Johnson. Look at Campbell last night. He was paying attention to the game. Now, Campbell and Ben Johnson during the week, they go over the plays, but Ben Johnson calls the plays. And Campbell can concentrate on the game and decide when to throw a red flag or what he needs to do. And, Campbell's out there and he's not all stressed like, Shanahan is. And he needs to realize that he needs to change up his scheme. He needs to understand, when defenses are bringing man-to-man and be able to, address them. But the offensive coordinator could help him if he would just listen and, stop this arrogance and, change the scheme around. And the offensive coordinator earlier in the year, he had Kubiak, I believe, during the offseason and helped him win a couple of off-season games, preseason games. I think that would help him if he would just, if Lynch and him could find a good offensive coordinator.
Thank you. Thanks, Jan. I appreciate the passion. That's a passionate Jan in Mountain View right there. And we mentioned it early. I'll let you finish here, Joe Shasky. Baldy's mentioned it. They miss Mike McDaniel. They do. At some points. Now, let's talk about the vote of confidence. The Dolphins are going to retain Mike McDaniel. And I forget the GM over in Miami, but they're going to retain both of them, even during this whole Tyreek Hill debacle. And maybe we'll get that sound at one point today at Tyreek Hill. What the hell are you doing? This makes me appreciate guys like George Kittle even more so. But yeah, I could you're not going to get Ben Johnson, but I could see where someone like Jan was saying, you know what? Why can't we get another Mike McDaniel type in here? Why can't we do that?
You pay Shanahan to call plays. That's what he's really good at.
Oh.
So I think that each leader, right? So
but Stefanski, he put that to his side. Now he might go back to it.
They won 3 games.
Well, there was a lot built into that.
I know,
they lost their quarterback. They were at Jameis Winston, Dorian Thompson. Right? There was a lot, but Stefanski, who I believe is a very good offensive mind and a very good head coach.
Stefanski.
If he was fired, he'd get picked up immediately. He'd be the number 1 on my list. He put his ego aside, did he not? Why can't Kyle Shanahan?
He did. But I think part of what makes Kyle so great is on game day, he has a great feel for X's and O's and when to call plays. That's why he's there. That's why he's hired. If you're ready to tell him to stop being a play, this is my particular opinion. Okay. If you're telling him to stop being a play caller, then you're probably asking for a new head coach because that's always going to be baked into who he is. What's Kyle doing on game day? If he's not calling plays, what is Kyle doing?
Well, he's a CEO type, is what Jan just wanted to say. He's a CEO
but that's
type.
That's not who he is.
Yeah.
He's never going to be the rah guy. That's not in his nature. You know what I mean? That's just.
You don't have to be the rah guy per se. I get it. Mike Tomlin's the CEO guy. I feel like Shanahan's temperament's a lot like John Harbaugh's a little bit. Now Harbaugh doesn't call offense or defense. He was a special teams guy. Same with again Mike Tomlin and Dan Campbell. He was a tight end, so he has a little bit of a say on offense, but he's not calling plays or anything to that effect.
But Kevin O'Connell and by
the way, did you see the Kevin O'Connell news before yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
We were talking about the Kyle Shanahan getting traded. They were saying
he wants an extension.
He don't want exactly. That's what that was. He's not gonna he's stock falling after that performance, right?
Here's one thing that does fall at the feet of Kyle, and whether it's him and one of his assistants or all of them. I
got a little breaking news in regard to his assistants, by the way. After you continue,
32 more penalties and 200 more yards than their opponents. So in games, the games the Niners played this year, they were penalized 111 times for almost 1,000 yards. The opponents in their games were only penalized 80 times for 600 yards. So I'm telling you right now, their discipline as a team was atrocious this year.
And that's a combination of the coaches and the players. But I go to coaching first and foremost. When it comes to penalties, you're either coaching it or allowing it to happen.
And they had the 4th most yards in offense. They were the number 4 overall offense. I don't think offense schematics is that big of a problem.
But do you? 888-957-9570. Do you, 49er Faithful, do you have a problem with Kyle Shanahan in his offensive philosophy currently? I had my problems with it. I just hate that they have to have a lead to feel safe at any point. This team can't win from behind. That's a red flag for me a little bit during this Shanahan tenure, but he's also done a lot of winning. So give and take there, if you will. By the way, I mentioned a little bit of breaking news.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter reporting, Joe Shasky, the New York Jets have requested a head coaching interview with Brian Griese. What do you make of that, Joe Shasky? Brian Griese. They've already obviously interviewed Rex Ryan and Mike Vrabel. Those are the biggest names.
Surprising.
Brian Griese, huh? 49ers assistant coach. He gets a lot of credit for the Brock Purdy draft pick, by the way. Brian Griese.
Yeah.
And for his development.
But if you would have said this to me last year, I'd be like, oh, it's a huge loss. This year, I mean, Lil, I'm asking you, like, did Brandon Allen learn a lot from Brian Griese?
I don't know what Brian Griese, does. So, I'm just going to put it first. What does he do?
No, I don't.
Can you quantify what he does?
I have no idea.
He's the quarterback's coach. So, the quarterback's coach, I usually look at a step below the offensive.
Play well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's like a step below the offensive coordinator, right? The quarterback's coach is what I kind of look at in his relationship with the QBs. He's clearly got a good relationship with Brock Purdy, and we give him a lot of credit for what Brock Purdy was able to do, whether it comes to practice, whether it comes to X's and O's. I don't know. He obviously played at a level as an, I was going to say high level, but he was an NFL quarterback.
Well, he's solid,
he was
actually.
He was respectable.
Sam Weiss was at one point the quarterback's coach for the 49ers. He went on to be a very successful coach for the Cincinnati Bengals. I held him in very high regard. It's Jim Harbaugh was a quarterback coach, I believe, for the Raiders at one point.
Yes, he was.
This is a rite of passage for certain guys on the offensive side of the ball. It's probably a level too far for me to go from quarterback coach to not even calling plays or being an OC to head coach. The Jets are searching on this one.
Well, there's that. I'm getting back to this. There's a lot of searching going on with a lot of these teams on Black Monday.
That's why I don't think Shanahan needs to make that many changes.
No, we're not saying that. We're saying not, rebuild. It's retool.
Yes.
Is what it is for the San Francisco 49ers. Tinker, exactly. Like Santa in his workshop with the L's. You got to tinker it around.
That being said, I'm talking about offense. The offense needs wrinkles and tinkers. The defense, I'm actually open to completely redo the whole thing. I'm watching all these other teams around the league. They got 3 down linemen and then 2 linebackers, and you don't know which of those 5 guys is blitzing and which isn't. You have no idea. Everyone in the league's got 3 guys with their hands in the dirt and then 2 linebackers on the outside. Some are doing 3-3-5s, some are doing 3-4s. It depends on the down and the distance. The Niners in the wide 9, I'm ready to throw that out the wall.
I look at all these exotic blitzes. I look at what Steve Spagnuolo does with the Kansas City Chiefs. That's what everyone wants, right? Mm-hmm. Now, you have to have the personnel for that. And I look at a team like the Philadelphia Eagles last year, Joe Shasky, that, again, they were 1 and done in the playoffs. They actually made the playoffs, but I felt like their season ended similarly to how the Niners is ending this season. There's a lot of disappointment coming off a Super Bowl loss where you were so close from beating the Kansas City Chiefs. So both ended in disappointment, and they had conversations about firing Sirianni. What did they do? They got rid of both their coordinators, offensive and defensive. They brought in Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore, and they nailed their draft.
Yeah.
And it changed everything. And now, my preseason pick was Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl. I think I'd bet on that again. I'd double down on that if I was a betting man. I don't have the money to do that right now.
That would be the worst Super Bowl for me, personally.
Oh, of course it was, because you have to root for one. You wouldn't root for anyone.
I wouldn't root for anyone.
A tie.
I'd be rooting for the lights to go out.
There you go. Shout out, was it Beyonce in the Superdome, right? By the way, the Beyonce, you were a big fan of that Beyonce Bowl, I'm sure.
Michelle, not impressed.
Wow. That's actually a hot take there. 888-957-9570. TC is out in Sacramento. He wants to join in the conversation. What's going on, TC? Your biggest takeaway from the 49ers season as it comes to an end, bud?
Donnie Shasky, what's up?
What's up, dog? How about those Kings?
Hey, check it out. Hey, yeah. Hey, that was a nice one, but Big Dog told me don't eat. Hey, look, we didn't want to talk Kings, so I'm not even going to talk about that game.
I know.
All I'm going to say is we back. Mike, I loved you, bro, but it was it seemed like it was shaky, but it was the right move with Doug, bro. Got these guys. Doug is the right coach right now. Mike brought us up.
I don't care.
TC. I know. I was kidding, TC. I'm going to get in trouble for bringing it up now.
About the Queens.
Yeah, well, back to the Niners.
Okay, well, Shasky, I got something for you then. Well, let's talk about the biggest takeaway is Shanahan, right? What I always call about, right? He's not going to get out of his way. We get on these airwaves talking about every year about this guy changing 0-40, what you said, Spadoni about coming back. That's alarming. Niner fans, that's alarming. This guy's not getting out of his way, bro. He's not at all. He's not changing for anybody. So do we want to continue to deal with this? Or do we want to trade him away, period? We get on these airwaves all the time talking about this guy. He's an OC. He needs to change. He needs to do this. He needs to draft the quarterback. He needs to develop a quarterback. He needs this, that. Bro, he's not changing. It's time for a change, bro, period. That's it, man.
That's TC in Sacramento. He's been he's an anti-Shanahan guy.
Look, if they have another down year like they did this year, I will be the first to admit that I'm willing to sway my opinion. I'm just not there yet when it comes to Shanahan.
Real quick. Yeah.
And the criticisms. I actually think the offense has a lot in it. And I think that the execution to me is a bigger issue than the schematics of the offense.
Real quick, I just want to, it's a hypothetical question, and I'm not going to get people get offended by even a hypothetical question. It's like, this isn't going to happen, so we can't talk about it.
I love hypotheticals.
The report from Jay Glazer came out yesterday that a hot coaching commodity could be Kevin O'Connell, head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. And what would a trade for him look like, given all the head coaching candidates out there today? Like, really, for me, it's Vrabel and Ben Johnson, and then it's like, okay. Like, I do think you can get a lot from Kyle Shanahan. If you decided to trade him this offseason, they're not going to do that. What do you think they could get from Kyle Shanahan if they decided to trade him like TC suggests, and you go after a Ben Johnson or something like that instead, and you get a haul?
So in this hypothetical, do I care what happens to the Niners?
Do you care what happens to the Niners?
So like,
do you think you're getting better because you don't think Kyle Shanahan's going to lead you to the promised land?
Well, because this is what I would say to you. Me even thinking about moving Shanahan is acknowledging that I'm completely resetting everything.
Okay, so there you go.
Right, that's what I would acknowledge, and I'm not ready.
And I agree with that.
And I'm not ready to do that.
Okay.
If you did go down this hypothetical road of dangling Shanahan out there, I think the conversation starts at 2 firsts.
Okay.
The problem is that I think he's worth well more than that.
Yeah.
To you, and your entire roster. Like, okay, Brock Purdy's a great example. I don't know how many other people, like Ben Johnson comes here. I think he'd make it work with Purdy for a year. Is he cutting a $50 million check to Purdy like day one? I doubt that.
You know what? This is going to sound sacrilege, and people are going to get so triggered when I'm about to say this. Who means more to their organization right now? Kyle Shanahan or Steph Curry?
As in,
who means more to their organization right now?
For winning?
For everything.
Well, the equity that Steph has is worth way more than... You don't think 4 championships?
I think I could get more from Kyle Shanahan if I put him on the trade market right now than Stephen Curry.
Oh, well, that's a different question.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. The evaluation of both of those guys, which sounds sacrilege and people might get freaked out by that. I think that Kyle Shanahan means more to the 49ers right now and their future than Stephen Curry means for their future.
Our identity is Shanahan. We can acknowledge that, right? Like, whereas Cincinnati, their identity is Burrow, right? Yeah. And Buffalo, their identity is Josh Allen. The Niners are very unique in that their identity is their head coach. And in a way, it's similar to Don Nelson. Back when Don Nelson was like, he was the mad scientist, if we're doing a basketball analogy. Yeah. I feel like LaFleur, in a weird way, is kind of the identity currently of the Green Bay Packers.
Yes.
Since post-Rodgers.
I would agree. Love, I think, has had an up and down season. He got paid. I think they want him to be that next face. He just hasn't taken it yet. Josh Jacobs is a good running back, but he's not, Saquon. He doesn't have that big personality.
I don't think Sirianni is the face of the Eagles.
That's an interesting one. I would probably. I think he likes to be talked about and he likes to get in people's faces.
I agree with,
but that's not the same thing, right?
No.
I would say it's Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown. And it's a collective. And Saquon. And it was Jason Kelce last year.
Yeah, it was Kelce. Absolutely. Yeah. So I think it's team dependent. Like, I look at the Rams, and it's McVay's baby. Like, McVay is that franchise, but like at the end of the day, boy, it looks a hell of a lot better with Stafford than it did with anybody else.
Right. And Aaron Donald was there for a long time, and you can make that argument.
I would say he was before.
Correct. And now that he's gone, it's a combination, right? It's Andy Reid and Mahomes over in Kansas City, but Mahomes is everywhere. But I still think it's a tandem there, just like it was Belichick and Brady, right? It was a tandem thing. Let's go out to real quick, Joe. Do you have something?
I think it might evolve. Like, let's just if they give Purdy a couple $100 million in guarantees, you almost have to pivot as an organization and as a franchise to where now he's the face.
Well, you got to cater the whole offense to him at that point. Like, you have to make sure he succeeds. But I don't think Kyle Shanahan, he doesn't build his offense that way.
No, he doesn't.
He's building it to his running backs first. And who the hell's they're going to be their running back next year, Joe Shasky? Who's their RB1 right now?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I'm really hesitant to give Purdy a couple $100 million. Well, I'm just really hesitant.
They'll build some
I'm not saying he doesn't deserve a pay raise. I'm just, man, this year was really a bummer.
No, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Again, I do think it's funny how, we talk about this team and the biggest takeaway from the 49ers season is what? Dave and Fresno. I'll get to you in a second. And his whole offense, Kyle Shanahan's built on the running back position, and we're going to pay the quarterback all this money, and yet you don't know who your running back is heading into week 1 next year, potentially. You hope it's Christian McCaffrey. That's what the hope is. Would you be shocked if I told you next year, Joe Shasky, that your RB1 is not Christian McCaffrey? Would you be shocked if I told you that?
No.
Exactly.
I would also not be shocked if they took a running back in the first round.
Oh, you're talking about our boy Ashton Genty out of Boise State?
Just anyone, because there's like 3 or 4 running backs.
That feels like a luxury pick right now, though, right? If you're drafting running back in the first
Jahmyr Gibbs, they traded down for and got the 12th pick. They took him. Everyone said it was a reach. And then they also got Laporta. I'm just saying, like, if you traded down from 11, got a lineman, and you got a running back, it's not the worst thing in the world. Niners have a lot of holes.
They do.
I have no idea what to make of CMC.
They're Swiss cheese right now. Dave in Fresno, he wants to join in the conversation.
Hey, Dave.
Biggest takeaway from the Niners season, Dave. You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, Shasky just said it. They got a lot of holes. As great as Kyle and John have done throughout the years, you can literally look at every position group, and there's major question marks. You have a quarterback who half want to pay and half want gone. You have running backs, which you guys already alluded to, that they're all hurt. You don't know who's going to be the RB1 next year. On the offensive line, outside of Pooney, every position on the offensive line is a question mark. You don't know if Trent's going to be back. Does he want to retire? Can he stay healthy? You need a center. Tight end, it's Kittle or bust, and it's been that way since Kyle got here. Look at the defensive line. It's Bosa and who else?
Nothing.
It's been Bosa and who else since Buckner left. They've been looking for somebody to give him some relief, and they haven't been able to find that linebacker. You have Warner, and are you bringing back Dre Greenlaw? Is he healthy? Secondary, I think you need to upgrade the safety. I think corners, they're pretty good there. Kicker, look down the roster. You have holes. That's going to be hard to address all these question marks and holes. And it's amazing that we was just in the Super Bowl with all these holes, but that's something, that caught my attention this season. That's kind of where we at. It's just, there's a lot of question marks, and it's hard to not see, it's hard to be optimistic with all these holes. And,
I think one thing, and Dave, I want your opinion on this. I think a lot of people are like, we just roll it back next year. They rolled it back this year and it didn't work. No. So to me, I want to see major changes. I still think you can be a fringe playoff team with a bunch of major changes, saying goodbye to a lot of players that a lot of people think can still play. I actually think as long as they nail the draft and they make a lot of moves, like they can be a 9-8 team and somehow squeak into the playoffs and be good like the year after that as well. Like take a big leap forward and get younger. I don't think they're that far away.
No, anything. That's the beauty of the NFL. You can go from last to first, not like any other sport. But like you said, Shaq, they do have to hit in the draft, and they gotta. Kyle might, for the first time, he might have to make some tough decisions because it feels like every time somebody held out, that everyone got paid. Sometimes you might have to let go of some of your friends, Debo, Juicy, just to send a message like, hey, it's not about relationships. It's about putting the best players on the field, and there's going to be some major changes, not like fire people, but schematically and a lot of stuff needs to be changed that I think we got by and we were able to have some success, but they're going to have to look in the mirror and be like, look, we can't just run it back. Running it back, you did that this year, and that's what happened.
I completely agree. They need to be realistic with where they're at, and that's why, look, nobody wants to hear this because they're like, he's the best left tackle. Dude, I'd be exploring trading Trent Williams in a heartbeat. If I get anything for him, he's only got maybe another year or two left. And yeah, you're going to need to find a left tackle of the future. That's really hard to find, but I would try to move him to get whatever you can. The Debo thing's a little more complicated. Who wants Debo? He's only making like 17 million next year. Is he a running back? Is he a wide receiver? Like, I don't know.
Do the Niners want Debo?
I think the bigger question for me is like, how many draft picks does this team need to come out of this draft with? And my answer is a dozen.
Like different difference makers, though. That's the thing.
I think they need a dozen in the first 5 rounds.
Wow.
I'm dead serious. When you pay your quarterback a big amount of money because you're going to give him a pay raise, you are fundamentally changing the balance sheet of your team, and you need to get cheaper and younger across the board. That defense needs 6 or 7 picks on that side of the ball. Does it not?
They do. They hit on some this past year, albeit, again, a down defensive year, but there were some positives from the defensive side of the football. Again, I go back to this team because I do think there's some similarities, and I can sell hope right now for the 49ers and their fan base. If you look at a team like Philadelphia that did a lot of revamping, lost some Hall of Famers. They lost Jason Kelsey. They lost Fletcher Cox. They lost, who's my guy who didn't really play for the Jets this year that they traded away? Hassan Reddick.
Oh, yeah.
They lost, no, but those are really big names and all-pro players. They lost Joe Shasky. But what did they do? They hit on the draft. Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo and Cooper DeJean changed that team from a defensive lineman team who still has Jalen Carter, who's a beast, but turned into a secondary dominant team who still has Darius Slay amongst those other guys I just mentioned.
But they hit on Jalen Carter.
But that's the thing. They hit on Jalen Carter. The Niners need to start hitting on some of these picks. That's why I said running back just feels like a luxury right now in the first round because that defensive line is just so porous.
But if I told you that Shanahan could have the next guy to give him, this is the wildest stat of all the Shanahan stats. 8 years as a head coach with the Niners. The only guy,
it's been that long.
The only guy to go 1,000 yards as a running back in a one season is CMC. One time. That's like, my mind isn't just blown, it's completely exploded. I cannot grasp that.
In an era where everyone's getting 1,000-yard season. It's so funny you mentioned that.
They have had 1,000-yard rusher.
Did you hear?
That's crazy.
Did you hear on the Saturday broadcast, Bengals Steelers, and I guess Najee Harris notched his fourth consecutive 1,000-yard season, and Joe Buck put up the graphic up, and Troy Aikman was like, that really means nothing to me. Based on like paraphrasing, he's like, yeah, that means nothing.
Yeah, it's like 62 yards.
Exactly.
But here's the thing. Even if you think CMC could come back to being full strength CMC, don't we know we need another running back?
Oh God.
And he's old.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah, so I know it sounds absurd because we need O-line. I trust me. But I'm saying the first 3 picks, one of them's a running back. I know we don't want to think of it that way, but I think that's what they have to do.
Even if it's not, the first round.
It may not be the 11th pick, but I'm just saying, one of the first 3 picks should be a running back.
Or do you trade back, accumulate more picks, and maybe Genty falls or something like that? That's what I would
do.
Yes.
If I could come away with 2 second-rounders, a later first-rounder, absolutely I'd be doing that.
I got a name for you. Forks up, baby. Oh, Scataboo, baby. Let's go. Come on.
I would be open to that.
There you go.
Why not?
Biggest takeaway. We got one more segment to go, folks. We're up at not quite up against. We got a couple minutes here left in the break. But biggest takeaway. Speak now or forever hold your peace of this 49ers season. It was a rough one, man. 888-957-9570. Biggest takeaway, Joe Shasky.
Are we disappointed in Kyle in general?
Yes, everyone is.
Even if you like him a lot?
Yes, you could be disappointed. There were years, I'm sure, again, maybe it's sacrilege to compare these two together. You could be disappointed in Andy Reid. You could be disappointed in Bill Belichick at times. You could be disappointed in the head coach. Less than a year ago, they were in the Super Bowl in a position to win the Super Bowl and get revenge over Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, and they didn't do that. And since then, and I'll tell you, Joe Shasky, you and Bonte were there in person, in the flesh. You witnessed it. And since that game, everything's gone wrong.
Do you think he would grade himself harshly, or do you think that he thinks that he did a really good job?
Well, he was asked that, I think, last week by Grant Cohn, and he refused to answer the question, which I thought was a little I understood what he was saying, and he was saying what do you think kind of a thing, basically. He's very hard on himself. I don't think he'd give himself a passing grade, if that's what you mean. But there is part of him that probably feels like, man, I was kind of snake bit by a lot of stuff.
No, that's what I'm
outside
saying.
of my control.
And I kind of agree with him.
I kind of agree with him, but at the end of the day, you're the leader, and you're going to fall on the sword.
Yeah,
is Steve Kerr going to we lost DeAnthony Melton, and maybe Steve Kerr knows that was a huge loss, but he's not going to go out there and say it was the end all be all.
No.
Even though in his heart of hearts, he probably knows damn, we might be cooked. The fact that we were relying on a healthy DeAnthony Melton that much is probably a problem, but he knows in his heart of hearts that Schroeder's not going to be the guy. We're probably going to be a slightly above average team.
Are you surprised we haven't taken a lot of Purdy calls?
A little bit. How would you grade Brock Purdy's season thus far? I mean, we can get into that as the week goes on the offseason, but we can ask that question. How would Brock Purdy grade his season?
C-.
Yeah, let's say C. We'll get into that on the other side. Brock Purdy, just his season overall, because he didn't play yesterday, so I think that's probably why we're not really talking about Joe Shasky, because it was Josh Dobbs, and I have all this Josh Dobbs sound. It's I don't really need to hear from him. But 888-957-9570. Vincent Martinez will get to you on the other side. Biggest takeaway from the San Francisco 49ers season is what, as their season comes to an end yesterday in Arizona. As that segment was sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, it's 95.7 The Game. Shout out Big Pun. What's up, man? Spadonian for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky here. Been a hell of a show. The 49ers have had a hell of a season, and not in a good way. Kind of like the duality of man. I always like to go back to Private Joker. Shout out Full Metal Jacket. The duality of man, sir. And we saw the duality of 49ers seasons. Just a Super Bowl season and a dumpster fire of a season. And a season that started out just, you can go to the offseason before the regular season, even a snap played. Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Ricky Pearsall getting shot.
They lost 2 kickers on kickoffs.
Oh my God. Just punters. Like
Well, the punter I saw coming a mile away.
Yeah.
Did I not?
Of course.
Time out. Did I not say that the punter
You loved Mitch Wishnowsky.
I did not like
it's
him.
your favorite player. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Dude, I got to get these Jake Moody jokes off right now.
Because he's not going to be a part of the team much longer.
He hit a duck. I don't even know what that. It was like a knuckleball that barely got over the hands on the first one that went in. And I'm watching, and they're like, that is going, I guess, into the, it's field goal good. And all of us as 49ers was like, what the hell was that? And then he came up there for the second one. Well, I believe one was, 50 yards. I don't know what the other one was.
If you're listening on the radio side, you would have thought that first field goal was money the whole way. So
it was one of the ugliest
the first one on the radio side, so I'm just being honest.
Again, in Arizona with no wind, okay, like in a stadium that actually has like a roof and everything, even though the roof was open yesterday.
Only the 7th time, like in its history.
Didn't even know the roof opened.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, and then the second one, he just hooked it, and it was not good the whole way. I knew it was going off. He stinks.
So it is Black Monday here. So head coaches, coordinators are getting fired, and if anything happens in regards to the 49ers, we shall let you know. Seahawks fired their OC, Ryan Grubb, out after just one season.
He was the guy from Washington, too,
Correct.
Right?
And the latest from Adam Schefter, the Jets have obviously requested to interview Brian Griese, the quarterback's coach for the 49ers, for their head coaching position. They've also requested to interview Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator for the Vikings, and quarterback coach Josh McCown as well. So
McCown's coaching.
Yeah, well, remember, he was a hot commodity for the potentially the Eagles job. You remember that for a while?
Vaguely.
Yeah, so, I'm just
I know. I'm who would be the 49er quarterback coach?
Who would you want it to be?
Steve Young. But that's never going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
I know, I'm teasing. I don't know. I don't know. What mediocre quarterback is out there
you want Todd Downing?
You're laughing because you know it's true.
Todd Downing?
The same.
Yeah. I want Todd Downing nowhere near my 49er team.
I just had to throw the name out. He's been a quarterback coach forever, it feels like.
Maybe Derek Carr can come be our quarterback coach.
By the way, did you see him, Foster Moreau, and another player X hanging out with John Gruden over the weekend in the Saints? John Gruden's going to be a name. No, but seriously.
Well, he's going to move his house next door to John Gruden.
That was just,
Derek Carr.
They're still best friends, I'm sure. I think Derek Carr would, if that whole email thing didn't get leaked, John Gruden would still be the head coach of the Raiders. I'm convinced. Him and Derek Carr would be still together, being 8-9 and just being mediocre at 7-10 and just whiffing on draft picks left and right.
How did the Tennessee Titans come away with the number 1 pick?
And by the way, it
is insane.
Yeah,
if I said that a month ago, we'd all be like, "There's not a chance in hell."
We're going to be talking about draft, so I might as well bring up the draft order right now. So you got the Tennessee Titans, number 1 overall. You got the Cleveland Browns. You got the Giants. You got the Patriots with the 4th. Jacksonville, Vegas, Jets, Carolina, New Orleans, Chicago with the 10th pick, and then the San Francisco 49ers with the 11th overall pick. So you can get someone. The thing is, there's not going to be 3 quarterbacks. It'll be 2 that you think are going to get drafted. Now, there was some Pelissero reports over the weekend that some have a second-round grade on Shador. It's lying season. As Bonte always likes to say, it is lying season. I'd be shocked if Shador and Cam Ward didn't go in the top 10 at this point, just given where the Titans are at, given where the Giants are at, given where the Raiders are at, the Jets. There's a lot of quarterbacks, or there's a lot of teams that need quarterbacks, I should say, especially in the top 10. And that's just where it is right now. Maybe Cam Ward and Shador, maybe people have a late first or early second-round grade on them, but you need a quarterback in today's league, and people are going to reach for him. And I'd be shocked if Cam or Shador didn't go number 1 overall to the Tennessee Titans. Vince is in Martinez, though, Joe Shasky.
Hi, Vince.
What's his biggest takeaway from the 49ers season? What's going on, Vince?
Oh, Happy New Year to you all, by the way.
You too.
So just wanted to say that. And I love you guys' show. My biggest takeaway is what has happened over, you said, the 8 years, is running backs. He abuses running backs. Mostert, Wilson Jr., Breida, Elijah Mitchell, CMC, Mason, Garendo, all abused. They all, last year you could have ran Mason, who was averaging 5 yards a carry up the middle all day long, and salvaged CMC instead of running CMC right up the middle all the time. Like, it's nonsense. To me, it's nonsense.
Look,
thanks, Vince.
People's heads are going to explode me merely suggesting it. I would draft a running back in the first 3 rounds.
I actually don't think it's like people would like fight. Like, if
it's
they got
offensive line, it's defensive line, and it's running back.
If they got
Those are my biggest needs.
If they got Genty 11th overall, I think people would be like, wow. Like, I think fans would be excited because it's a name. And it was a Heisman Trophy candidate.
Well, he's a stud.
He's a stud. But at the same point, you said in the first three rounds, like, what if you get Scatterboo in the 3rd or something like that? I wouldn't be mad at that.
Because I don't love them. All their 3rd and 4th round picks
it don't work
for running
out.
backs never work out.
I know.
So it's I mean, but here's the other thing. Like, what if Debo becomes a full-time running back?
Oh, God. I'm
done
with Debo. I'm just done with Debo Samuel as a 49er. I just am at this point. I've moved on. Just rip off the Band-Aid. I don't think he wants to be here. Like, just judging from his attitude this season, like, was that a leader for you, Joe Shasky, at any point this season? Did Debo Samuel act like a leader?
No, but I do believe that his body of work leading up to this season has given him way more runway and my tolerance level to be higher. Like, I love Debo. I will always love Debo.
I know you were defending him after the whole Tabor Pepper thing. I remember that.
Look.
I'm not taking a shot at you, by the way, but that was the thing.
Tabor Pepper. Put social media down, bud. All right.
Oh, is he on there? I'm not even seeing.
Always tweeting. Always quest for 6. We'll be back. Why don't you just relax? You and Jake will be lucky to be back. Everybody just pipe up, pipe down, just snap the ball properly. Anyone on special teams should be worried about where they're living next year, is what all I'm going to say.
So you're saying just send the entire special teams unit to the moon?
There's not one redeemable player on special teams.
Not one?
Not one. The whole thing, if I told you I had 22 new special teamers, everyone would be like, that sounds about right.
Wow.
You think I'm joking?
No. It's just funny because Kyle Shanahan's never had good special teams. So I would still think the special teams are going to suck next year because there's not been one good season where I look at,
a name.
Wow, special teams under Kyle Shanahan's been great.
I would hire Blake Costanzo to be my special teams coordinator because he was a special teams standout for Jim Harbaugh. I am dead serious on that.
Blake Costanzo, not George Costanza, Blake Costanzo.
Their special teams has been so bad. Like, it's a joke. It's quite Cowing, by the way, quietly had a good year returning. Quietly.
Costanza, by the way, currently an assistant coach at Paramus Catholic High School in New Jersey. So
Bring him in.
Go get him.
Bring him in.
Bring him in.
He can't be worse than Schneider.
Speaking about first round picks, though, we're talking about like what the 49ers could do in the first round. We'll have all offseason, talk about draft season, all that. Listen, we get it. But the 49ers, listen, by virtue of not making the playoffs, it's draft season. That's just, it is what it is. So I get to play this sounder for the next 3 or 4 months. Thank you.
Actually, the best season, it's not football season. It's not Christmas season. It's not the summer season. The best season just started last night. Crab season. Local Dungeness crab season. Now, today's not the day, but we'll get into it at some point. It's my favorite season of them all.
Crab's okay. I'm not mad at crab. A little overrated. Like, if we're doing, it's just a little bit. For me, I'm more of I like different shellfish. I like more of the scallops.
I love scallops.
I like more of the mussels and clams.
I'm going to go crab over those two. Scallops I love. I love scallops.
I love, mussels, clams for me.
I like
to dig
lobster.
Like to dig it out in there.
Yeah.
Lobster's good, a little pricey too. Shout out to lobster linguine, by the way. That is not overvalued at all. That is properly valued. The lobster linguine at our guys' Laughing Monk Brewery. I smashed that. Sam's brought me some leftovers, and I actually had the prime rib. You know what I did with the prime rib, the leftovers?
Sam brought you leftovers?
Yeah, he did, because he knew I wasn't there yesterday, and we live near each other in Oakland. So he was very nice. He brought us. He actually requested. I don't know the lady's name.
Was he tipsy?
No, he was great.
He was feeling himself afterwards.
Well, he told me that you guys also got a special package from one of the callers afterwards. We won't get into that. But what I did do with the lobster linguine, you put a little oil in the pan, put a little linguine left over. Not fishy at all. Very tender, very delicious.
It's delicious.
And I got the prime rib. Tossed that in the pan the next morning with some eggs, Joe Shasky. Prime rib and eggs. Smashed that.
Love that.
It was delicious. What was I going to? Now I lost my train of thought. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. He'll get me back on track. Biggest takeaway from this season, Mike. What's going on, man? You're on Spaghetti and Shasky.
Hey, Happy New Year, guys. And you know what? Just put it all together and just make a really nice cioppino with some San Francisco sourdough on the side.
Love that.
Love some cioppino.
Love that.
Every Christmas Eve, we'd have that, Mike. I'm Italian. My dad would make cioppino. It's delicious.
I love it. All right, guys. So my biggest takeaway is that, the Madden curse came back with a vengeance this year with CMC, and he took everyone from the team with him. So they made a huge factor in that of just the Niners had ever since I was born in '84, so watching since it was 1990, this is the worst year
totally agree.
I have probably seen since I have been watching football.
With expectations.
Football.
The worst year when they actually had expectations. Because when you go 2-14, no one thought they were good in 04. No one thought they were good in 2015 or 2016. I really thought they'd be at minimum a horrible year. Be they just eke into the playoffs. Boy, was I wrong.
I agree, and you know what? I think it was also, in some ways, that Super Bowl hangover, just like the exhaustion as well. They just sometimes didn't feel like that, minus the injuries involved. It didn't feel like that they just had that energy or that extra oomph behind it. But, I'm really looking forward to seeing what changes come about in the offseason. So, I'm very anxious to see what happens with that. But thanks, guys.
Good call.
Thanks, Mike. That's Mike in Santa Clara. Biggest takeaway from the 49ers season is what? We got about 20 more minutes here before we hit Fast Five. So if you want to call in, please. Your biggest takeaway is what? 888-957-9570.
It's just insane this year. And you're talking about big takeaways and this and the other. My big takeaway is when the team is out of it, boy, it sucks the life out of me in terms of my enjoyment of other football. Just watching other football. When my team's good, I can't watch enough football. When my team's bad, I had a hard time watching the Lions last night. Not because I don't enjoy watching them, because it's God, look what they're overcoming.
Right. You don't
we were just in the freaking NFC Championship game against them.
It's the juice, right?
Yes, the juice.
You could put money on it. It's just not the same. What rooting for money interest is way different than fan interest. It's very different. Very, very different.
You know what I love?
You're more cutthroat if there's money on it, by the way. Way more. I'm pretty cutthroat as a fan, just watching things.
I miss the playoffs.
Yep.
The playoffs, there's something about every single play could be the end of your year. I'm not taking it for granted the next time it comes back around. I'm just not.
Well, Chassis, we're now going to be looking at the Warriors missing the offs, the Giants missing the offs, and now the 49ers missing the offs. That's 3 consecutive teams right now in their seasons where we just watched that.
Wow,
so
that's a good point.
And now we're going to see a Warriors team that if the playoffs ended today, or if the playoffs started today, or the play-in, they'd be in that situation. And we'll see with the Giants. They're still the 4th best team probably on paper in their own division. So
don't sleep on my Giants.
I'm sleeping on them right now. I think Corbin Burns clearly was because he signed with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Pitchers and catchers report shortly.
Okay. Who's pitching?
Logan Webb.
And who else?
Logan Webb.
There we go. Thank you. 888-957-9570. No, they got Robbie Ray to be excited. They don't have a horrible pitching staff. They don't. I think
Keaton Wynn.
We'll see with Willie Adames. I like Willie.
I do too.
I would have liked more signings, but you know what? It's anything but Farhan Zaidi, and it's already a win because Farhan's not here anymore. Let's go out to Manny. He's on the Dumbarton. He's a friend of the program. What's up, Manny?
Manny.
He was at the Doobies, right?
Oh yeah.
What's up, Manny?
Hey, good morning, fellas. What a way to end the season, huh? Go Niners. My biggest takeaway of the season is that they walked through the whole season. There's no way that I see Bo Nix and that Broncos team get into the playoffs past Joe Burrow and even the Dolphins, and our roster can't make it. I'm done giving these guys excuses and passes from offense, defense, and special teams. You guys were great prognosticators, Shasky. You guys said 10-7 gets to be the division winner. Didn't think that it was going to be the Rams, though. I'm glad the Seahawks blew it. I'm glad the Cardinals had the season they had, but what a disappointment this team gave. Hey, guys, I just want to say one thing in going into the offseason. Here is my draft scenario. Take our number 1 pick, take Debo, and you take Purdy, trade it to the Giants, get Shadur Sanders, blow this thing up. Let's get something dynamic. We could bring Dion in as our offensive coordinator. What do you think, Shasky? I'll take the answer offline.
I got to get into
Personally,
work.
Wow,
I love
Lanny.
how creative you are, but
Offensive genius, Deion Sanders.
who hired Pat Fitzgerald to be his offensive coordinator at Colorado. No, I'm out on Shadur, and I'm out on that. Look, I
Shadur.
hope I'm wrong.
Shadur. You guys do the little dance? Yeah,
I'm out on him.
Rolex.
I'm out on him.
You think he's going number 1 overall? Right now, according to DraftKings, Cam Ward, leader in the clubhouse, for the number 1 overall pick.
You know my setting. I want my quarterback to be a nerd. I want him to have a flip phone. I don't want him to have a gold Rolex on immediately after the game's over, shining into the reporter's eyes.
Be fun, though, right?
He'd be a lot of fun.
Radio purposes, Joe Shasky, would you love it?
I hope he can pull it off.
By the way, Manny compared the 49ers season to that of the Denver Broncos. These are the teams that the Broncos beat. And I get it. You have the players on your schedule.
They also had the largest dead cap hit in the history of the league.
They did. Listen, I was hard on Bo Nix. I still think he's probably the 3rd best quarterback within his own division.
My preseason walkback seemed to be aging quite well.
Well, now you're walking at walk back. You're walking back your walk back because you
Which was
crushed Bo
walk
Nix.
back.
Okay, so there you go. We're walk back inception right now. They beat the Buccaneers.
Hey, just walk this way.
Thank you. They beat the Buccaneers. They beat the Jets. They beat the Raiders twice. They beat the Panthers. They beat the Saints. They beat the Falcons. They beat the Browns. They beat the Colts. And there you go.
And then they beat themselves when Cincinnati beat them.
Exactly. Great. I'm not comparing the 49ers season to that of the Broncos because, listen, the Broncos they had an easier schedule. They had a last place schedule, which, again, we'll see if the 49ers in their last place schedule can replicate what the Broncos did this past year. They also played in a tougher conference, the Broncos. By the way, that's 3 teams from the AFC West in the playoffs.
It is crazy,
just like
though.
the NFC North.
Like Pittsburgh a month ago, boy, I was like, man, they might win 1 or 2 games in the playoffs. Now I'm like, there's no way they're winning a game in the playoffs.
Oh, that offense. I'm not to pat myself on the back. You go Pat Shermer, pat myself on the back.
Oh.
I said the Steelers offense is so fraud. All season long, I at no point had belief in Russell Wilson and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
What is
they win games? They win games in the ugliest fashions possible. They almost won that game. I just, please. And Najee Harris, God love the guy. He's been underwhelming as a first-round pick.
Again, a month ago, I said, hey, Pittsburgh is going to be one and done, no doubt about it. I'd have been like, I don't know about that.
I did. Yeah,
well, now I feel that way.
Yeah.
And then if I said, hey, Tampa Bay is not only going to win that division, but they look like a force to be reckoned with.
The only guy that was on Tampa Bay.
I didn't see that coming.
No. Baldy was on Tampa Bay in training camp.
Yeah,
I'll give him
Bucky
credit
Irving,
for that.
he was all over
He
it.
said the McMillan, Evans, and they've been without Godwin. And Baker, I mean, he's just looked like a revitalized player there. And they've won the NFC South now 4 straight years. Obviously, Tom Brady for 2 of them, and now Baker for 2 of them. The Bucs, they've beaten the Detroit Lions. They beat them in the regular season. Did people forget that?
Yeah,
one of the Lions' losses is against. They're the only team in the NFC to beat the Lions this year.
Did you see the game last night with Hutchinson on the sideline bouncing around? Sure looked like he'd be ready soon.
Well, if that's the rumor, right? If he gets to a Super Bowl, God, that scares the hell out of me, though. That's like rushing back. Is that in the timeline? I don't know. It'd be pretty awesome. Who's not rooting for the Lions at this point, right? This Niners season's over.
The Vikings.
Great.
That's about it.
That's it, though, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's rooting for the Lions.
Look, there's only 2 ways that this becomes an awful. The only 2 ways this becomes worse than the season it's had is if the Chiefs three-peat or somehow the Eagles win it all.
Well, because not only do the Chiefs three-peat, but now Mahomes tied Montana's for 4 titles. This is all right, he's been to 1 more, and it's okay. I already have him as my number 2 quarterback of all time. Sacrilege, I know, just given what I've seen from the guy, and he's going to win a couple more probably, and she's just...
I love when people are like, he's not even that good. He's having a bad year. And it's like, shut up.
Who says that?
Just people.
It's just idiots.
Purdy by the numbers is as good with EPA. And then it's like, dude, just shut up.
Well, we're getting Carlito and Alameda. He's usually a staple of Steiny and Guru, who are coming up here in about 20 minutes.
I hate the Chiefs so much.
Oh, just you hate them because you ain't them. Unfortunately, that's the problem. Yeah.
Well, and this for the multiverse, there's an alternate multiverse where the Niners won the Super Bowl, Jimmy Garoppolo. The Chiefs have never won a Super Bowl, and we're the ones at our second or third Super Bowl during the Shanahan era.
You ever watched on Disney Plus the What If, the Marvel thing?
I didn't watch that.
Yeah, but
I just watched Logan and Deadpool 3. Man,
it's great.
They nailed it.
It's really good. But there's this What If thing. Yeah, it's if Thanos doesn't do this, we're nerding out here a little bit. I'm sure Bonte's pulling out his hair. But what if the Tuck rule never happened and the Raiders recovered it and it wasn't a thing? It's the Patriots might not ever win a Super Bowl with Tom Brady. Like that's a realistic scenario.
But they did.
And they were the greatest dynasty ever.
What if Brooks Conrad?
Exactly.
While we're on this, promise me that you will watch. It's on Disney, I guess Hulu or whatever. Shogun.
Oh yeah,
I am obsessed.
That's
with
an
this.
FX. Yeah,
it is so good.
Okay,
just file it away. We'll talk about it later. Shogun.
I just finished Squid Game season 2. Very good. Like that.
I was iffy on season 1.
Okay, it wasn't for you. That's fine. It's different. It's out there.
It's just
it's not for you. It's a no for you, dog. Carlito, Alameda, you're on Spadoni and Shasky. What's up, man?
Hello, gentlemen. Number one, Joe Shasky, first time calling your show. You do a great job.
Thank you.
I'm going to say this. Brock Purdy, that's the biggest takeaway. And I say bring in Aaron Rodgers, have him compete with Brock Purdy. At minimum, worst case scenario, Brock Purdy can learn from a legend. Thank you.
It's
wow, the walk-off.
Wow.
That's a confident take. You know what?
I have a friend that wants Aaron Rodgers.
I said a couple months ago, again, I'm patting myself here on the back, pregame show, Monday through Friday, 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. I said, do not be surprised if Kyle Shanahan reaches out to Aaron Rodgers in the offseason. Just for the conversation. Not Kirk, no.
Can you imagine a quarterback room with Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, and Brock Purdy? David Lombardi's head would explode.
Well, what's the EPA?
We have the best quarterback room in the league,
EPA,
but not
right?
one of them is a top 10 quarterback.
Yes, Jesus.
The best was Lombardi put out a video yesterday, and the first comment was, "Who's filming this?" Because it was like him walking around. It was hilarious.
I always wonder that. Do they have the selfie sticks? Remember that was the thing, the selfie sticks? Do people still use those? I never once used a selfie stick. For those that don't know,
he covers the team for the SF Standard, and the guys in coverage of the team, I mean, you might as well write for 49ers.com.
Real quick.
It's just driving me nuts.
Back to Carlito. Would that be a crazy thing to just reach out to Aaron Rodgers if you're Kyle Shanahan? Would you have the call? Let me just, right there. Would you have the conversation with Aaron Rodgers?
Who had a better year this year, Aaron Rodgers or Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy. I'm not even thinking.
I don't even know.
No, I do because because Aaron Rodgers was a cancer in that locker room.
But if I gave him this team,
do you want Aaron Rodgers in this locker room?
Here's what I would say to you, Joe. I'm
because
not
it's
as
more than the play
close-minded
on
on
the
Aaron
field.
Rodgers because that's how down I've been on Brock. Like if you're asking me right now, like the option is pay Brock a ton of money right now or bring in Aaron Rodgers and let them both compete. Like, yeah, I'd probably go with the go compete. Like I'm in no rush this offseason to give Purdy $150 million guaranteed. I know a lot of people are. I'm just not. I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm really iffy on Purdy. Not that I don't want him gone. Even if I said that he was playing for free, I still have a ton of question marks on him. Like, remove the money. I'm removing the money. He was, I don't know about the shoulder. I don't know about the elbow. I don't know about him in crunch time. He was amazing last year. This year, not so much.
I'm looking at the stats right now, bringing them up, ESPN, doing the comparison. All right, regular season stats. We'll just do the basic ones, right? I don't know what you feel about QBR, but whatever. 3,800 yards for Brock Purdy.
Threw for, yeah.
3,800 yards for Aaron Rodgers, so I'm basically saying they're the same thing.
Okay.
28 touchdowns for Aaron Rodgers, 20 touchdowns for Brock Purdy, 12 picks for Brock, 11 picks for Aaron Rodgers.
How many fumbles? Brock had 7 or 8.
That's a great question. Let me pull that up right meow. I'm having it right here. It's the ESPN one, so I don't have the Pro Football whatever one on. I just have their interceptions.
Yeah. I just know this. Aaron Rodgers is a complete basket case.
So that's the thing in all this. That's why I would take Brock Purdy. I know what I'm getting. He's a normal person.
Could you imagine?
It just sounds like he's normal.
Could you imagine Debo coming over to the sideline and karate chopping Aaron Rodgers in the neck? Lock in! Lock in, dog! That would be hilarious.
Well,
Breece Hall had such a bad year based on like the projections. It's crazy how bad the Jets were.
They were awful. Devontae had a last good couple.
So were the Niners.
They were. Dan Patrick had a poll up today on his show, and we talked about it. Like, I'm just laughing at should the Raiders trade up for Shedeur Sanders, or B, should they acquire Aaron Rodgers and bring back Devontae Adams? Who wants that as a tandem?
What is Aaron making next year?
I don't know, but he's probably gonna get cut, so it doesn't matter. Whatever you want. Like, come on, man. What are we doing? No, I don't want Aaron Rodgers. I understand, like, Like, I don't think it's crazy that Kyle Shanahan reaches out. Like, let me just put that. But I don't want him if I'm a 49ers
I still
fan.
think Aaron's arm's better than Brock's. But all the other stuff, the sideshow and all that, he's got an option for $14 million next year, and his cap hit would be $21 million.
All right, so not much.
I mean, that's a bargain.
They might just drop him completely, though, and cut him. Like, you can say that his arm's better, but his mobility's not. Brock's an infinitely better runner than Aaron Rodgers is at this stage. Not even close.
Yeah, okay, but I don't...
But that's a big part of this offense. The scrambling ability. If we're concerned about the offensive line, Joe Shasky, what's going to be different for Aaron Rodgers? He's going to get crushed. He's going to absolutely crush. They don't have route runners on this team. Ricky Pearsall?
If I told you it's the fourth quarter against the Rams in a one-score game, and I give the ball to Aaron Rodgers with a chance to drive and tie the game or take the lead, or Brock Purdy, even at this stage in his career, I'm probably, just because of the body of work, still lean into Rodgers. I can't believe it. I sound insane. I can't believe I'm saying
the Niners are a better roster. I'll give you that.
I can't believe I'm saying
I'm gonna ask you. I was gonna ask you who's the better roster, the Jets or the Niners, because I think leading in the season, I was high on the Jets. I'll admit it. I think it was Guru and I at the station had the Jets in the AFC Championship game. We looked stupid. We looked stupid early on. But like there was a lot of expectations for that team, and the guy was on Pat McAfee blaming every other person in the NFL. He got his buddy, Devontae Adams. They got Robert Saleh fired. Hey, it's all good. Oh, it's not working out. It's still not my fault, though. Oh, I'm throwing interceptions. Yeah, but it's not my fault. Like, it was never his fault. He was deflecting. Like, no accountability from that guy whatsoever. Like, Brock Purdy, come on. Like, at least you can give me that. Brock's a better leader at this point than Aaron Rodgers, right? Just give me that. He's a better leader. Oh my God, you can't have to think about that. That's not a question.
But I don't think of Brock as a rah-rah leader guy. I think he's like a hard hat, go to work. Like his leadership is different. Like, Curry's not a rah-rah guy. I'm not saying that Purdy and Curry are the same guy, but like leadership shows itself in many forms. Is Rodgers a great leader? Not really. No, I don't. But I also believe that if he went to a new location, he knows, like, his career, like, he doesn't want to go out this way, right?
Maybe. I don't know. You see that little, like, he said bye to Pam Oliver yesterday. He's like, I love you, Pam. And they gave each other a hug on Fox Sports reporter Pam Oliver on the sideline. And I was like, oh, he might be done. He might. Honestly, like, I think Aaron Rodgers is, we'll pivot back to Fast Five here. And Rick, the Factor, I see you on San Jose. 888-957-9570. Got a couple of minutes left. Biggest takeaway from the 49ers season is what? But Aaron Rodgers legitimately thought he was going to be Tom Brady in Tampa Bay. He thought that was going to be his next arc. He saw what Tom Brady did with Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
So he left the Packers because things got a little hard. And he said, you know what? I just need a really good defense and a couple pieces on offense, and I could do what Tom did. That didn't happen. And he got hurt, tore his Achilles. He's never been the same since. And I just think he failed to look at what Tom actually did. He went to a stacked defensive team. But let's not forget who Tom had in that Super Bowl year on offense. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin was kind of a nobody. Like, no one really heard of him up until that point. Mm-hmm. But we knew who Mike Evans was, a good receiver. Rob Gronkowski, Antonio Brown. That's 3 Hall of Famers on offense. Like, come on. The Jets had Garrett Wilson and who? Breece Hall. Come on.
And Garrett Wilson was a pretty good player.
Pretty good. And
look, I don't love Aaron Rodgers. I think it's more, to me, like, I'm not even trying to make this. I'm just so up in the air on Purdy. That's the reality. Like, he was so good last year. So good. And this year wasn't even close to that. He had a quarter here, a half there, but he left a lot to be desired. And I have major questions on him long term in terms of his health.
Rick, the Factor. He's in San Jose. He wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. What's up, Rick? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Good morning, fellas. I'm highly out on Ayahuasca Boy and him thinking he's better than Olivia Munn. That's a hard swear to be behind center for the 49ers. But
she was in the X-Men movies.
Yeah. Big takeaway is just the decline of the defensive line.
Yes.
I mean, it was just sad to see. This was a huge staple for the 49ers since the Harbaugh days. And even with Lynch, the forefront has always been bully up on the line, and it just was not there, from Bosa to anybody who we brought in. You mentioned earlier, Collins' disappointment. Hargrave goes out. I mean, the best player on the line towards the end of the season was Gross Matos, and that was like a Who signing towards the beginning of the year. And the other thing that I take away is just this team was so pathetic on third down, both on offense and defense. You just automatically knew it wasn't going to convert on offense, and it was just going to be a quick, let's get a 7-yard out to whoever it is just on the outside, to where we couldn't do any containment. There couldn't be any stability across the whole defensive line, across the whole defense as a whole. Time to turn around, Shasky. I'm with you. Blow it up. Let's start all over. Keep Fred, and then everybody else can go except for Lenore. Love to hear your thoughts.
I agree.
Take care, fellas.
Yeah, I wrote down 100 questions that we're going to go over tomorrow.
Keep Bosa too, but yes.
No, but like Bosa, Warner, Diamond Lenore, Renardo Green, and then
all the rookies, right? You're keeping them because they're on a rookie contract.
No doubt, but I'm saying like they need so much team speed on defense. They need multiple linebackers. They need multiple defensive linemen. They need a free safety. They have been dying for a free safety. I think Malik Mustafa and Hufanga. I'd bring Hufanga back.
I was going to say he was a former All-Pro. I know he was limited. He had the ACL recovery. He had the club on his hand.
I would bring him back, even though I'm probably like taking a big roll of the dice there. I'd probably bring him back, but they need a free safety. That's their biggest need.
Hufanga
on the back end.
Like God, even yesterday, the angles he takes are just his speed.
I think this is a lost year for him.
Yeah,
in the same way I look at Purdy, it's kind of like a lost year for Purdy and some of these other guys, like Ricky Pearsall, kind of a lost year. Like there was some silver lining things. Like I still want to roll with those guys. I don't want to move them.
Oh, speaking of Ricky Pearsall, that's what Kyle Shanahan had to say about how Ricky's year went.
Trying to get better each week. I'll see when I get on the plane exactly how he did this game, but I think Ricky, just especially what he went through before the year started, I'm talking before his gunshot, and then getting the gunshot, coming back, and just being able to have a rookie season where he did help us out, got a chance to play almost half the year, and got better as it went, so I was real proud of Ricky's year.
It's just wild that he has to say the gunshot, and he said, like, just...
But here's
just crazy still. I'm sorry. It's just
gunshot is the real thing, but I think we've kind of also forgotten. He hurt his hamstring before training camp started, missed 3 weeks of training camp, and separated the shoulder twice before getting shot. Those were the 3 injuries in the 2 months leading up to getting shot. The shot thing is a horrible accident. That being said, it's like, damn, I like Ricky Pearsall in this offense.
No.
At the end of the year, I thought the way they finished, it's like, okay, I see the vision. Like, I'm encouraged, and I think heading into the offseason, I think he's a player for you moving forward.
Fast 5. It is time for the Xfinity Fast 5, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Joe Shasky.
My number one question of the offseason. What can you even expect from Christian McCaffrey? Who is he? Well, like, he's the highest paid running back this year. Played 3 games. He's got a busted knee. He's got some Achilles stuff. I don't even know. And I love him. When he was healthy, he was one of the greatest 49ers I've ever seen in terms of like an individual season. I don't even know. I have no idea.
It's a good point. Bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Like, you're not recovering from that. So it's going to be something that lingers his whole career. Dare I say, have we seen, that sounds extreme, but have we seen the last of Christian McCaffrey in a 49ers uniform? Like, there's part of you that says, oh no, but there's also like a tiny bit of you like, well, maybe. Like, have we seen the last of Dre Greenlaw?
Don't let the Chiefs get him.
Right? Well, doesn't matter who the Chiefs have a running back. It does, like, they could have, who's our Carson Steele? Remember, everyone thought he was going to be a thing in fantasy this year. He stunk. My brother told me to draft him.
I swooped him up. I played him. He got me 1.2 straight weeks.
Exactly.
And I was like, this guy.
Kareem Hunt, they could be off the scrap heap and they'll be fine. The Chiefs don't even need a running back. They're just so stacked. It's kind of like the Patriots. They had guys named Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis, and they were fine. Carter, what do you got?
I think we were naive as 49ers fans. We should have looked at what happened after the 2019 Super Bowl and known that they were not going to do much this year, especially after an even more heart-wrenching loss in the Super Bowl.
And that was in a COVID year, too, where it was just like everything was just up and out of whack.
It's always a COVID year.
Well, just what? What does that even mean?
I don't even know. People are getting COVID left and right.
What does it even
What's
mean?
the other one? Norovirus?
The norovirus, yeah.
Yeah, there's a million things going around. My kid just recovered from RSV.
Okay.
It's going around.
Are you RSVPing, though, to Steiny and Guru coming up next, Yo Chat?
Absolutely. It's the first time I've heard Guru's voice in months.
I know, I've missed it. God, he's so in on the Fox Sports drama right now.
Oh, my God, dude.
Speaking of that, like, we could have done an entire show on no sports-related things this weekend and just talked about that lawsuit that came down yesterday.
The $1.5 million that Skip paid or allegedly was going to pay.
Lucas has put his arms up in the back. He is not like that we're pivoting to this. But it's a big talking point, but we're not going to talk about it.
To the world.
Whoa! Hey, that was my joke, but it's fine. He can take it. My final thought is Raiders, fire Antonio Pierce. Mark Davis, do us right. But he won't. He'll keep him. And they'll probably go after Aaron Rodgers. All right. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Goo next on 95.7 The Game.
49ers officially no longer in shambles. Season's over.
Season of hell is over. People have stole that.
What's
Some
up,
writers
buddy?
in the bay. What's up, baby? The amount of people that thought something happened to me that I got fired is called vacation. I was out. I missed you. I missed Evan. I'm out.
Some people call it a sabbatical.
Well,
sabbatical.
Working with you 11 and a half months, man. It'll
You
do
should
something
get
to
more
you.
time off than most other people here for having to work with me.
They call that something. I forget the name. Hazard pay.
PTO?
Yeah, hazard pay.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
What's on your face? Those glasses look like something Jigga or Jay-Z would wear.
Well, I got them about 3 weeks ago, but this is the first time we've worked
You
together
picked them
since
out.
then.
I was on vacation. You picked them out, huh?
No, they were a gift for Christmas from my family.
So the swag has come from
from the kids,
okay.
basically.
Good job, girls.
Yeah,
What I miss?
Warriors, 49ers.
I'm ready.
You missed, let's see, what else? Well, let's start with the Niners.
All right. Who you blaming?
Everybody. Mostly the players. But Kyle, I'll throw Kyle in there.
Well, he's at the top of my list.
Okay. But he's back. So there's nothing to talk about with Kyle. Jed York said they're not going anywhere. Lynch and Shanny. That happened while you were gone.
Yeah, no, but the bottom line is forget anybody going anywhere because he doesn't warrant getting fired, Kyle. The bottom line is, can he snap back? Can he snap back, Steiny? He had a bad season all the way around, and the offense, when I left you told me Pearsall, not you, but people were talking about where's Pearsall. He's shown something. The demise of Debo. Is he really done, or was that just all a byproduct of a bad offensive scheme and approach by Kyle Shanahan this year, and that's to Brock Purdy? It's everybody, and I'm putting it at the doorstep of Kyle.
All right. Well, then, if you're putting it at the doorstep of Kyle, then let's just essentially bring back much of the same team and see if we can.
I think that's what's going to happen, and why wouldn't you if you're just 1 year removed, or will be, from a Super Bowl that was right there?
And that's the kind of thinking that got the Warriors where they're at right now, which is 18-17.
I kind of hate that one because the Warriors got 4 rings. You know, they got hardware. So
that makes it even worse for the Niners.
Well, what do? You got to look yourself in the mirror, and Brock Purdy's down. And let's be honest, put it right on the table. Early in 2025, he's getting the bag. Whatever that number is, because you have nothing
for
behind
38.
you. Okay. 40.
That's fine.
45.
Maybe.
50.
No.
It's not your money.
Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, he'll be the quarterback next year.
Okay.
And they'll roll out a lot of the same players, and they'll have a schedule that's absolutely the easiest schedule that's ever been put together by any NFL schedule maker. So they should be fine next year.
To that point.
And I'm not kidding you.
Are they in position, the Niners?
Yes.
It's kind of like the Warriors. Yeah. Oh, we got this team up on the – you are that team right now. You know what I mean? So we don't know what the Bears and all these other teams are going to look like.
Well, we know that it's a fourth-place schedule. So it's funny, I was golfing yesterday, and I ran down their schedule to all my golfing buddies, and they're all 49er fans. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe the teams that I was running down for next year. But next year is next year. This year is this year. And 888-957-9570. 49ers get hammered yesterday, 47-24. They finished the season 6-11. 6-11.
Woo! Think about that.
So what's your biggest takeaway from this season? If you're a 49er fan, which I know we got tons of them out there, and you look at what happened this year, 6-11, what's your biggest takeaway from this year? Is it that the injuries were just too much to overcome, and next year we should have a little better luck? Is it that there are bigger problems than we thought? But 888-957-9570 is the number, and just how do you sum up this season if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, and where do you go from here?
I'll tell you what, Stoney, and I'm on record, I don't shy away from it. It's real. The words came out of my mouth. I called one Kyle Shanahan a genius. Offensively, I thought he was a genius. He was ahead of the rest of the league. And I am shocked at what I saw as a collective from the 49ers on the offensive side of the ball. I could look and just say, well, Greenlaw wasn't there defensively. That component alone just set them back. But all year long, I expected this offense to get right. It never did. And now I'm starting to think, has the league figured Kyle out? So from that vantage point, to me, when I look at this 6-11 record that they put together, that is the shocking part to me, is offensively. Yeah, you had some injuries, but even when McCaffrey was there, Steiny, something was not right. So that's my $1 million question going into the offseason, is how do you remedy that? And how does Kyle come back and make an adjustment to the adjustment? Or is he one of these guys, Steiny, to where the arrogance or ego, that cologne that some say he prefers, spray it, is he like nothing's wrong, Goo? We had bad luck this year. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to these questions, and I don't know.
What's your biggest question, honestly?
My biggest
about this team this year, like what moving forward?
Well,
what's
to
your
me,
biggest
this team over the course of 17 games showed me that they're no longer who we thought they were,
and that's a problem.
Brock Purdy, not quite as good as he's been in the first 2 years. Christian McCaffrey. Now there's a huge question with him and what kind of player he'll be when he comes back. Now you got a question with Brandon Ayuk. You got a question with Trent Williams. Now all of a sudden, all these Deebo Samuel, all these players that got you there are the same players that got you to 6-11 this year. And this is maybe where I'm different. And I get it. You could say that the Eagles last year struggled and then they came back, and that's what's going to happen with the Niners next year, and maybe it will. But I just can't dismiss how ordinary this no, actually, that's not true. I just can't believe how bad this team was from start to finish, and how little really good football they played, and how everything looked different this year. And I'm going into next year, and I ain't talking about the Super Bowl next year. Are you kidding me? They were 6-11. Next year, it's about, let's see if we can get back to winning the division. We're 4 games behind the Rams. They were 10-7. We were 6-11. Can we figure out a way to win the NFC West? And then we'll figure it out from there. But this team, and we had a lot of fun with the John Lynch sound from before the season about how he said every team earns the right to be a Super Bowl contender. And the Niners never earned that right this past year. They never looked like a Super Bowl team.
No.
Next year, week 1, I think they're an open book. I don't know what you expect from them, but you hope that they can be a better team than this year, and let's try to win the NFC West.
Well, it's 2 things, and I hear you talking. It's 2 things, right? I will not forget the noise and the scuttlebutt around that stadium week 1, hour leading up to the game, the Monday night game against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, where we found out McCaffrey wasn't playing after we thought he was saying, there's no way in hell I'm going to miss a football game. But, Steiny, they go out and play without McCaffrey, and offensively, they settle for 6 field goals. And I come in here, and I'm just like, that's not Niner-like, especially the year before when you led the league in the red zone. So that's why I'm going Inspector Gadget or Tom Thumb or Dick Tracy, all the great investigators. I'm trying to find an answer as to why that kept up and followed the Niners all season long. And if you're about to rip off a check, some M's, because it's coming for Brock Purdy, how can you dare not look for the stars or think about we'll be right back? But I've been constant in this. This has been a great run, second to the Kansas City Chiefs, but the only difference since 2019 is Kyle Shanahan and the Niners have no hardware. So no matter what happens, if this is just a natural, Steiny, evolution of the price of being good, the Niners can say we've been good for 5 years. We've been dominant. This is just what happens. If that's what we're watching, what I don't like if I'm a Niner fan is, well, we didn't get the paycheck. We didn't get the hardware for all the blood, sweat, and tears. So that's why I think it's dire that they add to both lines of scrimmages, and you're going to pay Brock Purdy, and hopefully McCaffrey comes back and Trent Williams. Those guys are going to be a part of your team, and that's your reality is maybe this, Steiny, was just an anomaly this season.
Maybe. I don't think there are like anomalies when you come to an entire season. It's 17 games. And over the course of 17 games, you won 6. You were 6-11.
After just February, you almost won the Super Bowl. Think about that.
It's what happens. And, it's like, I don't really view the 49ers any different than the Bills or than the Baltimore Ravens, except the 49ers took a monster step back. It's like the Bills have had a real good 4 or 5 year stretch. The Ravens have had a good 4 or 5 year stretch. They just can't get over the Chiefs.
Yeah.
The 49ers have had a good 4 or 5 year stretch. They couldn't get over the Chiefs. The problem is Baltimore and the Bills are still good. And maybe that has to do with the quarterback. I don't know.
But what if this team and this system has run its course?
Well, if it's run its course, to me, it's not necessarily because of Kyle Shanahan. It's run its course because we have to acknowledge these so-called stars aren't as good as we thought they were.
See, that I can't buy that, but I can't say you're wrong.
Well, Christian McCaffrey played 3 games.
So that would lead me to think, you know what? What if he plays 13 or 14 next year? We'll be better.
Will you? Were you better when he played 3 this year? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Nobody, like...
you'd rather lose Steiny healthy, though. With all the
Well, they were losing. They were losing healthy. They were losing hurt. They were 4-4 when they started the season, and then it went all downhill. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, it's funny, Goo. It feels to me like you've just watched a 6-11 season. You've watched a 6-11 season.
Right here.
You see a team in 4th place in the NFC West, and you're still trying to convince me they're pretty good.
Oh, there's
888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Kyle a genius. So I'm different than you. So if I'm putting my name on that, I think I can be disappointed in his job this year. I'm not saying he can't bounce back, but Steiny, I'm wondering why they don't throw the ball deep.
Because he doesn't have an arm. The quarterback doesn't have a strong enough arm.
That's a problem.
Okay, well, then you have to make a decision.
How much does that come into the decision, shout out LeBron James, to pay the quarterback that has limitations, if you believe that?
Every quarterback's got some kind of limitations, except the great ones. And he's not a top 5 quarterback. So you have to work around his strengths and around his weaknesses. And I'm not going to sit here and say Kyle had a great year, but I can't, it'd be like if, let's say Nahegian has had a bad year.
Matty.
Okay, what would that look like? Well, guess what? He's just throwing us out. Here's what they say about coaches sometimes. Well, he just rolled the ball out there. Okay, well, if he rolls the ball out there, we still got a 4-hour show to do. We've done shows. I don't need to be micromanaged. I don't need to be given a game plan or a script. We didn't have a good year if we went 6-11. He didn't have a good year. They didn't have a good year. And, I mean, if you want to blame it on, honestly, if you want to blame it all on Shanahan, then by all means, bring this team back. And that may be what they have to do anyway. But I think, here's what I think is a farce.
Okay.
If I run down this team, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Nick Bosa,
keep going,
Fred Warner, Trent Williams, they all had a drop-off. And I just don't think, okay, that's Kyle Shanahan's fault. Well, I think that's weird, but sure, he gets some of the blame. But the whole idea of, they'll be better next year. Why? Well, just because. No. This year happened for a reason. They had a lot of injuries, and they had a lot of players who could not reach the standard that they had previously set. And I don't necessarily think you just get that back.
All right. I hear you talking, Stouty, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I heard the guys this morning, Spadoni holding it down for Bonte, and I heard Shasky. I didn't agree, but Steiny, he talked about, or they had a discussion about the contracts, the front office. And I'm going with the big 3. There's not one person walking the Bay Area soil that would have said you wouldn't have given McCaffrey, after the season he had, that money in the middle of the night. There's just, you can't Monday morning quarterback that. He got it, and then he got hurt. Trent Williams, the OG. Kryptonite is training camp. You know what you're getting. He's coming off an all-pro season. Again, he don't want to be at camp. Wink, wink. Nobody second-guessed that. And the Ayuk thing, that they played themselves, went 15 rounds, and they lost, and he got hurt. But, Steiny, I don't look at those 3 things and say that set the tone for the season.
Okay. You don't have to.
I believe being inept in the red zone is the reason why this team couldn't score, take advantage of opposing defenses. And I'm starting to wonder now, when you're going up against great minds, do they know, you know what? The Niners aren't going to stretch the field. We can bring everybody up in the box. We can stack it and make things difficult. This quarterback's not the tallest quarterback. We can back up and get our volleyball on. All that stuff is on my mind to where I cannot wait to week 1 next season. And I know there's going to be some changes around the edges, but the bottom line, Steiny, is this quarterback, Brock Purdy, is going to be under center. Your boy, Trent Williams, is going to be left tackle, and your guy, McCaffrey, is going to be toting the rock, and hopefully Ayuk is back before week 8 or 9 or 10.
And that's a Super Bowl team?
It was just a year ago.
Exactly.
But what else? I'm asking you, and I'm not saying you don't. What else is there, partner? You got free agency. Okay, you got the draft.
I mean, look, here's the bottom line.
On the first round picks for the Niners in the draft under this regime.
What about them?
There's not a lot of hits.
Well, this past year, they had a great year.
Yeah, I'm going just since he's been here.
They had 7 or 8 rookies playing this year. I mean, look, if you want to say, well, what should the 49ers, what should they have done with McCaffrey? You're right. There was nothing to do. But okay. I don't understand why you and some other people can't understand that when Ayuk put his show on right after the Super Bowl, and when McCaffrey said, I got to take care of mine midway through the offseason, and when Trent made it clear he needed to get paid and he wasn't coming to training camp, of course the 49ers, what could they have done? They were in a bad situation. But I look at those three players. And I say, you know what? They got fat and happy. I'm sorry. That's the way I really feel. They took care of their own, and by the time they got on the field, they weren't really ready. I mean, you can make the case for all three of those guys because Christian McCaffrey didn't have, he practiced a few times very early in training camp, then sat, then didn't go to practice, then came back 8 weeks. He wasn't Christian McCaffrey, but he got paid. Trent Williams didn't do anything in the offseason, 37 years old. Oh, but he doesn't need it. Okay, that's fine. He doesn't need it. He holds out. He comes in late. He's a shell of himself. All right? Whose fault is that? It's everybody's fault.
But that can all be motivation for those said players and just the team in general.
If you lose, you know what? And that's where I disagree. Trent Williams, to me, has lost his motivation. Trent Williams has been talking about retiring. Trent Williams negotiated from a point of, look, you either pay me or I'll just stay home. Like, when
you got to give him the benefit of the doubt, especially when you still got him under contract.
I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt. Why would I give him the benefit of the doubt?
I think he's earned it. I think he's earned it, Stoney.
Okay,
I'm not saying he's the best version of himself, but if he comes back next year and gives you an 85% version of himself,
for how many games? How many games?
He finishes the season. Let's just say he misses 2 or 3 games.
Well, he's not going to. He's going to miss more than that. That's who he is now. I'm just saying.
See, I'm not ready to go there.
Okay.
Are you going to be there week 1, or round 1 for the playoffs that I'm assuming they're going to get to? But this was disappointing, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners season ends 6-11. But everybody's going to be better next year.
But that goes for Kyle. Are you going to make some tweaks to your scheme? Or maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree. But you talked to me about why Debo looked so bad this year. And if he pulled up on us and got on the mic, would he say it was all his fault? Or would he say, hey, there's some other stuff that's going down that the average Bear is not seeing? And when he has the ball on the kick returns, and I know that's easy, Steiny, you catch it and then you run, but that's a guy that can help you. And I don't think the Niners are in
this year.
The fact that they don't know about Ayuk, I think Debo's the winner for that. You can't just say night-night to Debo.
I'm not saying you say night-night to Debo, but he's not the player he was.
I was feeling that way when Ayuk was healthy. One of these guys are going to go, and when Ayuk got the contract, I assumed it would be Debo. I'm not so sure.
It became, they were worse than the Cowboys this year. But you stick up more for the Niners than you do the Cowboys.
Yeah, and
it's because of what happened 4 years ago. I don't get it.
No, it's because of what happened last year, the year before. The Niners has had success, and they won in the playoffs. But, Steiny, we're talking about and looking at this with the Warriors. No matter what happens with the Golden State Warriors, and the reason I bring them up is because they punched that ticket. They got rings, multiple.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter now.
It does for the Niners in regard to what if this just is the end of a run?
Well, then quit saying they're just going to come back next year and win 12 games. Just bring Trent back. Bring McCaffrey back. I don't get it.
I love you for bringing that up. But, Steiny, that's why I'm saying everybody's
both ways,
to know.
my friend.
I need to see more.
Of what? They were 6-11.
And if they come back and not qualify for the playoffs, then we have concrete evidence.
So you're going to be a year late again, like you were with the Warriors.
I can't be Helen Keller to what they had to deal with, and injuries were a big part.
And age was a big part of those injuries.
Brock Purdy's he hadn't even got through his football puberty.
What does that have to do with anything?
He took a step back.
Okay,
that ain't age. Is that Kyle?
Well, I'm talking about McCaffrey and Trent Williams.
But there's other components, and
Debo
parts of the
Samuel.
Team. Yeah.
Let's go to Word. Word's in Oakland. Word, what's up, Word? How you doing?
I'm good. Glad the season's over because, as I said in the preseason, because I said in the preseason, fans basically, we just spent the year hoping, if we would really just and I hate to say this, I don't hate to say it because common sense is common sense. If we would have just spent the season listening to this, we probably would have spent about 4 weeks watching football and stopped the rest of the year. Because as soon as I realized, okay, McCaffrey wants to get paid, I would have told him to come to camp then. Don't they usually tell a player, come to camp, check you out, make sure you're good, and then we'll see about you? They paid him without even seeing what his body was like. He knew he was hurt.
Wow.
Trent needed more guaranteed money. So now he's tripping. We paid Debo. Ayuk wants money. So he's tripping. Who else wanted money? Like we spent the whole offseason paying people. I feel like everybody
Javon Jennings got a new deal. Yep.
Like I said, and I remember nobody spoke on. Remember that tweet Jennings had about Ayuk?
I do. Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I felt like after the Super Bowl, everybody realized what us fans were so ignorant to. That was the year. Like Steve Young told us, last year was the year.
Right.
The players knew it too.
Wow.
We're just in denial. We're going to tell ourselves, there's still a chance. No, there wasn't. There was not a chance. When the season started, everybody who was relevant wanted money. I feel like everybody was like, well, that was our year, man. Time to just get our bread and be out. I said this before. I called in and said this before. I posted this online before. And I hate to do the whole I posted it in September. But I said this. But unfortunately, we're at a point where we're blaming the coach, which I don't think fans have an idea at all what coaches really do wrong, unless they're talking about Sirianni, who is blatantly a bad coach. But look at them. They lost 2 games this year. Nobody's trying to fire Sirianni all of a sudden. So it's like fans don't really know. They lose in the playoffs. Everybody's going to be back on Sirianni's neck. Like, we don't know. We're lazy. We go for the quick and easy blame. Shanahan's the same dude, same scheme. Players aren't executing. Get mad at the players for executing.
Hey, real quick. Let me hear your words on this. Just answer Steiny's question. I did. I think this was an anomaly, and they'll be back. Where are they? Do you think they'll be back going for a Super Bowl next year, or where? What's up with how you look at this team moving forward?
I'll be shocked because no, I don't. Like I told my boy, I'm a Lakers fan, but I told my boy before when the Warriors won their first championship in 2015, like, dude, when your team is this good, just appreciate making sure you get through these runs with at least one. Fortunately, the Warriors won 4.
Yeah.
Like, at some point, it's going to come to an end.
Wow.
We were supposed to. We could have won in 2019. We didn't. 2020 was what it was. After last year, we didn't win it. We could have. We should have. This year was what it was. This is what it was going to be. I don't know why everybody thought we were just going to come back and be the same team. But, it's just unfortunate we had to listen to Steiny tell us that all year long, and everybody called him a hater, and it's like, yeah, man, just pay attention to what's going on. Stop being fans who are just blind.
Hey!
Yeah. He's giving you a victory lap. Hey, Evan, thank you.
Thanks, Word.
We love you.
He's
giving you a victory lap, but he got 3 minutes. He got run.
I didn't think they'd be this bad.
Okay,
I still thought they'd be 10-7.
I can appreciate that.
But once they were 4-4, and then 4-5, they've done it in the past. They'll get it together. What? Like, that doesn't work. Like, it's going to happen just because it happened in the past. I never believe in that. I think it means you're capable of doing it. But this team played. See, like, I don't think they played with a lot of urgency and passion all year long. And if you're asking me what I think happened, what I think happened is they lost the Super Bowl. Then 3 guys in particular needed to get paid.
Okay.
All right? The rest of the team is thinking about this loss to the Chiefs. So now they have training camp, and McCaffrey's not there, and Ayuk's there, but not really, and it's a huge distraction. And you got Trent Williams, who's in Texas. He doesn't show up. And everybody's saying, okay, then what do? They cancel those joint practices because they needed to be healthier.
Bodies, yeah.
Right. So they come out of listen, this team knew that it had 2 years of deep runs. And they came out at the start of the season and they're like, oh my God, it's 17. You had 3 guys who held out and weren't themselves. And then you had the rest of the team saying, well, It's going to be a long season, so I'll tell you what. Let's hold it down for half a year, okay? Let's dot our I's. Let's cross our T's. We've been here before. We'll punch the clock. And they started punching the clock, and they realized they weren't good enough to just punch the clock and start out 7-4. They weren't good enough. And then by the time they were 4-4, 4-5, and said, let's get it together, it's too late. It was too late because they never played at a level. They didn't even play. Tell me what game this year they played to a playoff level win. Tell me one game this year that had it been a postseason game, they would have won.
Well, I don't defensively,
know.
It was the first half against the Rams Thursday night.
Notice how we say a half.
Yeah, no doubt.
They didn't put together a full game all year long.
But Steiny, hearing you talk, I feel like you're not doing it on purpose. You're ignoring what they don't have on the defensive side of the ball, which is scaring me. And now your best.
I look at them as having their two best defensive players, Warner and Bosa.
Yeah, but the D-line and Hargrave went out. And again, here we go. If you want to do this and open up your Bible and light candles, it's part of it. But that's what the Niners are going to do, Steiny. But when you told Armstead, we can't pay you, and I don't feel like they thought they would have a season like this without him. But I'm looking at you now and telling everybody that's listening to the show, they missed him. So they miscalculated.
That's one guy, Goo. But it was a comprehensive failure.
But the defense right now as a whole is not a top 5 defense.
And neither's their offense. And neither's anything. Yeah, they're not good at anything. They're not good at anything right now. And they haven't had a good year in any phase.
But how much of that do you think is injury? Because we got to keep 10%.
It real. 10%.
I think it's more than that.
Okay.
That's why I'm a little more optimistic of the bounce back. If you get Hargrave, Greenlaw back, you draft or you do something in free agency. I don't know, but I know Bosa needs help. And he was injured and finished, but Steiny, that guy needs help.
But this is kind of what you do. It's like Greenlaw may not be able to play at a level he played with in the past. So the idea of like, you got to bring Greenlaw back. Why? I don't know what he is. He played a half and got hurt again.
Well, you got to pay him first.
Well, no, you don't if you don't think he can reach the level that he's played at in the past.
I don't think you're in position to say or let, when he's healthy, a dog like that leave.
Well, you don't know he's healthy. He may never be healthy again. That's my point. Like, you want to gamble on it? So,
I'm thinking between a rock and a hard place. Like, if he's gone being the Dre Greenlaw he's been, the Robin to Fred Warner, then Steiny, this team's got big issues.
What makes you think that guys I don't know, man.
I feel like you are, when I bring up Trent Williams, and I hear your word, you feel like it's over and no victory lap for me.
I don't feel like it's over.
But you may have had your best chance in overtime in a Super Bowl. You should have won.
That's been going on for a year now. We've known that. But we know they let that get away. We
always say there's a price to a dynasty. And when you're always the runner-up, there's a price to that too.
Well, apparently you don't think so because they'll be back in it next year with a snap of a finger if they can get everybody healthy.
That would be my course of action.
Okay. And I'm not saying you're wrong. But I'm also not saying that's the right thing to do. I don't like any of the decisions the 49ers have in front of them. Just like I didn't like any of the decisions the Warriors have had in front of them. Trent Williams is Draymond Green. We got everybody saying we can't proceed without him. If we cannot proceed without him, we absolutely have to. Trent Williams, okay, all right, then bring him back. And he's been here. Then bring him back. If you can't win without Trent Williams, bring him back. And maybe he'll play like he did 4 years ago. I hate that strategy, though. I'm just telling you.
4 years, especially maybe 2 years ago.
Especially from a guy who has shown that you can, it's okay to question Trent Williams' commitment.
Oh, I'm not saying you're wrong. Well, but you just signed him to a new deal. You're going to give up or abort mission because he had drama off the field or death in the he dealt with some real stuff. So I'm just saying you're just going to pull the plug on a guy that for you has been A-. So he had a bad year. Okay, now we'll bring up.
It's basically been 2 years now where he has not been
We had a bad Super Bowl. He didn't have the best Super Bowl, but he was the reason you were in the Super Bowl. But Stoney, left tackle is a quarterback and an offense's best friend. You got a guy that you're about to pay millions, Brock Purdy, to with a reconstructed elbow. Are you really thinking you can say night-night to...
I'm saying, who the hell is Trent Williams at 37 years old?
He is your left tackle, and if you're going to do anything in regard to bounce back, he's got a ball.
And I would tell you, why in the F would you expect him to bounce back when he's never been older than he is now?
And I don't think he likes having what this year on tape, though.
Keep crossing your fingers for all these guys.
The Warriors are doing it.
Yeah, and how's it working? Let's go to Doug in Wichita. What's up, Doug? How you doing, my man?
Well, you're coming to Wichita with that group of yours, baby. I checked it out, by the way. That was a good song. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Not sure what the heck he was talking about, but I like the groove, man.
Yeah, it's good tune.
Okay, so like I told our call guy there, I think kind of what happened this year, at least from a fan standpoint, is we were looking at the Niners show up and we expect a certain thing. And that certain thing didn't happen, so we got, things just kind of fell apart. And it's kind of hard not to feel that way looking at the product on the field, that maybe that attitude crept in a little bit in the locker room. However, I will say this, because we had some actual real-life tragedies there. And I don't care who you are. I've been through it, lost a kid. The only thing you really can put focus on is the stuff, pardon me, that's really very important. That's the only thing you can really pay attention to. And sorry, people, football ain't that damn important.
No, you're right.
That's number one. Number two, yeah, the injuries are a real deal, but the problem is our lack of depth. I mean, look at Detroit. Their defense, they lost Aiden Hutchinson, kept rolling. They lost, I guess, some other key defenders. And they got stronger throughout the season. It was just straight up kicking everybody's backside, culminating last night and made Minnesota look like, Tampa Bay of the 80s. I mean, get out of here, man. We need to get our depth going. We need our offensive line back. And yeah, we got to give Purdy another year. I mean, what? 2 out of 3 ain't bad, baby. And this year wasn't bad.
No,
it wasn't stellar. This year wasn't stellar. But it was far from bad. In fact, it was pretty damn good, all things considered, in my opinion.
All right. Thanks, Doug. Appreciate the call, my man. Thanks for listening. In Kansas.
Doug, with the reminder, Steiny, of there are things when we both know as parents and just humans that are more important in the game that the Niners had to endure. But when he talked about depth, I think that got exposed on this team.
888-957-9570 is the number. What went wrong this year for the San Francisco 49ers? I mean, how do you guys look at this season? Was it just a compilation of a million different things? Was it one thing in particular? What's your biggest takeaway from this San Francisco 49ers season that, quite frankly, ended a few weeks ago, but yesterday was the capper, a 47-24 loss to the Arizona Cardinals? The offense was inconsistent all year. The defense was not great. The special teams were abysmal. I mean, you can go up and down the line. The coaching staff obviously is going to get criticized in a year like this year. But when you unpack this San Francisco 49er season, 17 games worth and the offseason that preceded it, what's your takeaway about this team? Is it we'll be back next year if we just get some good luck and some health, or do you see them having bigger problems than that? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
New year, new adventures.
He's going to take it in for 6.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Fox Sports. 49ers lose 47-24. Their season's over. 6-11. And we're talking to 49er fans about what are some of the big takeaways from this season. And my biggest takeaway is that I just don't think we can. I just don't think this team, after seeing the entire season, not just a good stretch or a bad stretch, but after watching the entire season, I feel like the 49ers are no longer who we think they are. And we got to take them out of this, just like it was painful to take the Warriors out of the championship talk. I think we got to do that with the Niners right now. And until next year rolls around and they show us what the turnaround is, or show us that they're playing better football, let's say the first 6 or 8 games of the year, their goal is to just, I don't know what this team is right now. I don't know what I would expect if this team essentially comes back next year and it's they're going to make some changes. We know that, but I don't know how, if they sign Purdy and McCaffrey comes back and he's going to start the season, he may be healthy, and Ayuk's just going to miss a month, and Trent Williams back, and I don't know. Do you just say that's a Super Bowl team again?
Well,
I don't. I mean, the last time this group played football, they were 6-11 for the most part.
Yeah.
So.
And Word gave you love.
I think we got to start over.
Yeah, Word gave you love or credit for kind of seeing that, but even you admitted you didn't see 6-11. And in a league where you can go worst to first and get it fixed and rectified in a hurry, I do believe injuries, and I'm not giving out excuses, Donnie. I'm just telling you how I feel. I do believe injuries played a big part of this team being 6-11. But with that said, there were still alarming things going on around the team. And I got quarterback as one of them. But the right on the table for me is we're going to find out who Kyle Shanahan really is. I've had friends, Steiny, men and women, that had bouts with alcohol. And they say you can't start getting help until you admit you have a problem. And we saw the debacle that was Steve Wilks, the defensive coordinator that lost his job last year for the 49ers, who I thought played their ass off as a unit in the Super Bowl, and he lost his job. I'm asking you point blank range now, do you think Kyle Shanahan, if he really has an ego and he does not want to admit that he botched it again and gave Nick Sorensen, first-time defensive coordinator, the job, and it was wrong, then that would be 2 mistakes back to back. But to me, that tells me who you really are if you don't care about that. You just want to get it right. I think Nick Sorensen is not going anywhere because Kyle does not want to have that on his ledger of butchering the defensive coordinator position 2 years in a row. You say what to that? Do you think Sorensen's coming back?
I don't know, but I think we have a fundamental difference with how we look at things. I'm looking at Nick Bosa. In 2022, he had 18 and a half sacks.
Dominant.
2023, he had 10 and a half. He had 9 sacks this year. How the hell is that Nick Sorensen's fault? You are Nick Bosa. You're supposed to be the anchor on that defense, and you get to the quarterback nine.
I got to follow up.
That's great. You're not going to convince me that Nick Bosa has had 2 good years in a row. He hasn't. He's paid like one of the most dominant defensive tackles in football, and he's not. Or he hasn't been. That's one of the, if you want to say, well, he's played for 3 defensive coordinators in 3 years, okay, you can do that. But I just look and say, what's happened to Nick Bosa the last 2 years? Well, he didn't have a good defensive coordinator. Since when does a great player,
I get it.
When does a great player's performance
constitute? Listen.
When does it rely on a coach? I don't know.
My question to you, if you catch my drift, is how did they go into a lab and say Steve Wilkes is deficient? We need to move on from him.
Because Bosa wanted that. Because your superstar players threw him under the bus, and they didn't like the system he ran.
I mean, the optics were terrible, and for Bosa to follow up.
Bosa's another one.
That worries me, and that's why I'm telling you they need help on the D-line.
Well, I don't think they've got great chemistry on this team. I don't think they've got great leadership.
Now, what do you mean by that, chemistry?
I don't think they have great chemistry on this team. I think that Ayuk set a tone. I think Ayuk, McCaffrey, and Trent Williams set a tone that led to splintering. But
we saw Bosa do the same thing. We saw Debo do it, and they had successful seasons. They didn't win it all, but we never once got on the mic when they lost and said, oh, the tone was like Steiny. Again, Low Neal's been in here, and you guys had him last week. I wasn't here, but I always thought when a guy's trying to get his money, you shut up.
It's not a black and white issue. It's not like 53 guys say, well, he's trying to get his money, so that's just the NFL.
But you say chemistry.
Goo, why did you acknowledge that what Juwan Jennings tweeted about Brandon Ayuk, what is that? Why did that happen?
And I'll take it to my grave.
If you want to say that's a nothing burger, fine.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do when it's 3rd and 10. That's all I'm saying, Steiny.
Okay, so chemistry doesn't matter.
No, chemistry does matter, and that's why I was big on that. But that's not, you're blind to the fact if anybody believes that's why they're losing. If that has nothing to do with Brock Purdy throwing an interception into 4 guys for the Rams on Thursday night. The plays keep happening after and after. I'm not telling you the chemistry is not off. But Steiny, when the game and the ball is kicked off, you go out and try to kick the other guy's ass, and the Niners have been doing that for years. Why all of a sudden when Ayuk got his money, it's a problem, but when Bosa and Debo did it, we didn't say anything.
Let me ask you a question. Why did the Minnesota Timberwolves make the Western Conference Finals last year, and this year they're 500?
Because I believe I
think they have some locker room issues.
And I believe they got rid of a guy that started, that had people why was he the scapegoat in Karl Anthony Towns?
All right.
So I believe in that stuff.
Okay, well, that's what's happening with the 49ers. I mean, God, Guru, you think there's no ripple effect when Ayuk complains? I'm sorry, when Debo complains about not getting the ball? Of course it has some kind of effect in the locker room.
And I'll never say that.
It shows you that maybe a guy doesn't want to win as much as put numbers up.
No, come on, you know who I am. I believe that stuff, but that...
You think everybody, and I'm going to use this guy because he's everybody's golden boy. You think there's no resentment in that locker room, any at all, toward Christian McCaffrey?
I do.
I do too.
But I don't think it's why they ended the season.
I'm not saying it's resentment equals 6-11, but you start adding those things up, and how can you say it doesn't affect the team?
Yeah.
Of course it does.
And Steiny, there's radio tandems, you and I, and all that have come before us and even after us that might not have the best relationship, but they do the best show.
Right, but it's not the best. It's not the best. It's only the best they can muster. If it's not, if you don't have chemistry with your partner, oh yeah, you can do shows. You may even do some good shows, but you're not going to do championship shows. No chance.
But you do understand Mike and Mike is one of the best shows that there's a 30 for 30.
So you're using one example.
Okay, well,
I'll give you 1,000 examples of chemistry hurting a team when they don't have it. And I don't think this team had great chemistry.
And I'm not fighting you on that. I just think it's like, and how much of that is why they were 6-11? I guess that's what I'm asking.
A lot of it. And you know what else? I think football, more than any other sport, if you don't have that togetherness, you're done. You're done in football.
So you lose. Let me
because
just put
baseball, at its heart, can still be an individual game. Basketball, with one great player, you can camouflage a lot. Yeah. But in football, if you've got a lot of guys not on the same page, you're going to have a 6-11 season, and I think that's what happened.
Okay, I don't want to paint you into a corner, but I know, and I'm with you. I was right behind you. I know you personally did not like how Ayuk handled his business, but I'm asking you this because this is how I'm looking at it from the Niner chessboard. You just lost, the team did, a Super Bowl in February. Just your heart, your guts are ripped out. You went to overtime. So you're telling me Brandon Ayuk and the way he handled the situation, and it ended up him getting paid by the team. They made that decision. You're telling me, Steiny, that one contract negotiation, you're telling me that ripped or tore apart this locker room to where the great Fred Warner went out and half-assed his job, and I know you're not saying he did. I don't think it carries that much muster. He got paid. He had an awful season. He got hurt. But how do you go from almost winning the Super Bowl, following that up?
Because your priorities change. Your priorities change. He got paid. And again, like, I can't tell you, and you all, like, you do this, like, Steiny, is Ayuk the reason they're 6-11? No, Ayuk's not solely the reason. But if you go down the list, there were 15 of these kind of things that happened all year, including the tragedies to Trent Williams and Charvarius Ward, including Pearsall. To me, I look at this season, it was a ton of things, but the tone was set in a horrible manner before the season ever started. You had Ayuk, who's number one priority. No, you had Ayuk, McCaffrey, and Williams, who made it clear their number one priority was to get paid after they lost the Super Bowl.
When is that never, I'm just saying, when is money or your contract being up or the fact that you want to play the card never a guy's number one priority? I'm just asking.
Then it's not the reason.
Because that sounds so bad, though, when you say it.
No, it doesn't, Goo.
It's their contract. Ayuk was trying to get paid. And guess what, Steiny? He got paid. So why aren't you mad at Lynch and Kyle and Parag for that? It's not Ayuk's
You just
fault.
Can't acknowledge that there may not, like I've said, do you think there's any resentment in that locker room for Trent, McCaffrey, and Ayuk?
And what
any resentment? Okay, well, if you say no, Stein, okay, well, that will not make you a better football team. But it's going to make you a worse
I'll tell you this
team.
to that, and I know we got calls.
And like I'm not saying chemistry is the number one reason.
But if Kyle steps to a podium, and I'm not saying he is, and he says we finished 6-11 because we had some greedy ass guys that got paid before the season started, and I'm just me, Stoney, Guru Computer. That's a cop-out. This team is not physical on either side of the ball anymore. And all of a sudden, they can't block for their quarterback.
Do you think it's possible? It's possible that what Bosa did on Monday Night Football with the hat played any role at all into the season?
Of course I do.
Okay.
But,
well, I'm not. Now, you want to always say, but you want to always say, sorry, but that's not the reason they're 6-11.
Come on now.
It's not. But it's one of countless reasons.
And come on, I'm not running from that.
Well, that's what I think was a big part of the season. They were never together. But they all had individual agendas, including, through no fault of his own, Brock Purdy, who's playing for a paycheck.
Johnny, they could travel the world together as a team. it's not going to make them block better. It's not going to make them run the ball better.
Okay, I believe that if you have internal issues and you're doubting where your team is and you're resentful of teammates, you will not block as well because you will not be as committed. Your heart will not be in it as much as if you think when you feel it's just like the old Bulls thing. The story of Scottie Pippen when Phil Jackson put a bullseye on the wall and he gave a marker to every guy and he said, put a dot if you think you're connected to this team. If you think you're really connected to the word Pippen put it. The roof. So how's that team ever going to reach its potential? They can't reach its potential.
It did.
They got him back. They got him back.
I feel like we're saying the same thing. So
I feel like you're always afraid to say
I'm not
McCaffrey was greedy. McCaffrey played him. Why? Let me ask you this. Okay, Word brought up a great point.
Yeah.
Why did they pay McCaffrey?
Because they had to, and he was worth it.
Before he had to come to camp.
It's sports, and when you got the goods, you get paid. You can play those cards. So, quit calling and acting word. Just for this instance, Donnie, not even you. That every single player can play that card. It's the Kobe and the Jordan rules, and McCaffrey could do that. And what bothers me is everybody that's doing what you guys say I do. Monday morning quarterback. When that contract was expedited, nobody was second guessing it because McCaffrey was the golden boy. Nobody knew he was going to miss. So I can't get mad at the team for giving McCaffrey money like that because you would have did it. Now you're saying you don't understand it?
You're missing the point.
What?
This is the point.
Give it to me.
Ayuk, contract. They don't pay him. He reports to camp and it's a hold in.
Gotcha.
Okay? Trent Williams wants a new contract. He doesn't get it. He holds out.
Gotcha.
Christian McCaffrey wants a new contract, and before training camp even starts, he signs it. And that's the reason he was at training camp.
Okay.
So if you think that, I'm just telling you, the 49ers chose to pay McCaffrey before those other two guys, which allowed and made McCaffrey gets into camp.
Okay.
He's in camp because they've paid him.
Right.
And then he stops practicing 5 days into camp. He stops practicing 5 days.
Stoney?
I'm saying that affects a team.
But are you saying McCaffrey knew he was hurt?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yes. Because if I'm a player and you feel that, but no, you got to go there. If you're saying I'm afraid to, I'm not. I'm just telling you, McCaffrey got paid because he was the most important one. And it was less money.
What about the timing? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So you're telling me that you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked if Trent Williams and Ayuk are feeling a certain kind of way about the organization, about Parag, about McCaffrey, because the organization said, we're paying McCaffrey before training camp starts so as to ensure that he's here. Those other two guys, one guy we're going to let hold in, another guy we're going to let hold out. Then the guy who you get in here gets hurt. Yes, I think that was a big factor. Right. Absolutely, positively big factor.
All right. And Stoney, listen, man, it's all about rank to me. And Ayuk, the last person you should be worried about is two All-Pros. And the All-Pros I'm talking about are McCaffrey and Trent Williams that already have proven that. How can you even muster up any energy to be pissed off because they took care of the running back, quote unquote, the offense, the guy that makes it tick the way that they did? And Stoney, if that pissed off Ayuk, I would say you're worried about the wrong stuff. But I'm not blind. So easy to say, dude. To the fact.
It would be like if three guys in here are up for contract extensions and one guy gets it right off the bat, and the other two guys, they can't even show up to work. They just have to wait. They just wait and negotiate.
Right, I got
Meanwhile, there's one of the three guys has already been broken off, and not only that, And the timing of it, I think, was interesting.
Okay. All right. I'll say this to that. I'm a man of the people. You know I am. You're saying a lot of stuff I agree with, but the bottom line is, if you're right and those things, that when it's about money, nobody should comment or say anything. And I do know Jawan Jennings, he can say whatever he wanted about that post about that came after IU wanted some money, Steiny, then your culture and what you built or what I thought you had is nothing. And I don't believe that to be the case. Okay. If that's what threw you off, and, that's just me. IU, too
George,
short.
For goodness sake, George Kittle said 12 weeks into the season, we have not played with urgency. Now, why didn't they play with urgency?
If I had that answer.
To me, it's because they weren't as committed to winning a Super Bowl as they had been in the past.
But when you say it like that with that energy, it's like you feel like I'm wondering why you're surprised if anybody's telling you, hey, Steiny, I think the Niners could bounce back, because it feels like
I don't think you can get it back.
You're saying they were holding back playing hard. If that gets fixed, then watch out for the 2025 Niners.
Well, I don't
think
believe
it's more serious than that.
I don't believe that. No, I think they've got players on this team that they don't.
So you need
Trent Williams just wants to play. He's not hell bent on winning a Super Bowl. Come on, Goo. Billy Bones in San Francisco. What's up, Billy? How you doing, buddy?
Thank you. I want to add, Steiny, bro, you are hitting on all the points that I want to get to, bro. It was the beginning when they held out. When McCaffrey got his bread off top, it was like, okay, well, so what? We don't need Trent? We need, what the order of that contract situation should have been? It should have been Trent, Caffrey, Ayuk. And then, you want this? Boom, go. You guys proved it. So here's your money. And then we have a smooth freaking, transition into it. And you're right. The chemistry is cooked. We got to get rid of Debo. And I'm going to say it right now. Ever since he went from 19-1, it's been all bad. We need to get rid of him. Because you know what? There are some bright spots. We got, what's the guy that got shot?
Pearsall.
Parcells. What was his name again?
Pearsall.
He looks like he's the real deal. Hopefully when IU come back, them is going to be a nice one, too. And then Jennings, unfortunately, he couldn't get that bonus. That was bogus. He got kicked out on that play or whatever. But we got three essentially like number one receivers. The McCaffrey, I don't know. Achilles, I don't think he's going to come back. But we have some upside coming out of this abysmal season. But I'm telling you, we need to get rid of some of that cancer that's in there. And I don't know, man. It's a lot from top to bottom. But, yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Season, man.
Steiny, I'm just floored that it's his opinion, his prerogative, right? So now there's a sequence or an order that people would feel better on who got paid. I think it went right the way that it did. And at the end of the day, they all got paid.
Right, but they prioritize, you do realize that the way the 49, there are three guys that want money. And what did John Lynch, what does he always say? Well, we'd love for them to get in here and then we'll negotiate. They said to Christian McCaffrey, this is what I heard. Well, McCaffrey's so important, let's get him done in June so that he will be at training camp.
Do you have a problem with that? I don't.
Yes, when you tell Trent Williams and Ayuk, we don't need you at training camp.
We don't know what Trent was the old veteran thing. Stay at the house. You're working out in Houston. Okay. We'll see you when we see you. That's how I took it.
Well, then why didn't they pay him in June and say, just don't show up?
Do you really think? Okay,
are you kidding?
I'm not. He's an OG, and you talk about his age every day.
First of all, Ayuk's been on the team longer than McCaffrey.
Okay, I got you, but Ayuk is a nobody compared to McCaffrey, Steiny. McCaffrey was your Steph Curry. What am I missing?
What you're missing...
They all got Benjamins.
What you're missing is that the 49ers paid McCaffrey specifically so that they would have him at training camp. And the other two guys, clearly, they said, well, one guy can hold in, one guy can hold out. We'll deal with that later. So while McCaffrey is getting paid as the highest paid running back in football, and 5 games into training camp, he's now not practicing. Meanwhile, Ayuk still not have a contract, and Trent still doesn't have a contract. Yes, I believe that affected chemistry. Absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're right, then they're done because you can't put the milk's out the bottle. If you're right, and I don't believe you're right, Steiny. I would hope you're not right.
No, they're
These
together.
are grown-ass men
this team's together.
who all got paid. But if Nahigan's doing something with me, do you think I'm going to double back and, Evan got it and Steiny?
Yes.
No.
Yes, you would,
do. No, you
would do, and so would I. And so would Evan, and so would Chickering, and so would everybody. That's the nature. That's what happens. If I found out that's, oh, God, my contract's coming up. When's it due? You and Willard, you have the same contracts. It's up at the same time. You both want new ones. Oh, they broke Willard off right away. Meanwhile, I can't work. I'm holding out. Of course I'd feel some kind of way. I'd be like, you know what? It's pretty simple. They like Willard more than me.
But when you crack the mic to do your job, I don't think any of your takes would be...
Really? It wouldn't affect your performance. Your own morale wouldn't affect your performance. Some people can't compartmentalize like that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Niners, 6-11 season. Where do you guys think it went wrong? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be here the rest of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We'll also get into some Warriors a little bit later in the show. They lost last night to Sacramento.
They got blew out.
They're 18-17. But right now we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers and what your biggest takeaway is from this season that went 6-11. Do you think they have chemistry issues, or am I overblowing that? I mean, I feel like the offseason, before the season ever started, kind of, looking back, kind of gave us an indication of this team not really being together. And I'm not saying it's all the players' fault, because now I look back on it, and no, I don't think the organization did a good job with the offseason with those 3 guys. They're those 3 guys and the front office that set the tone for a poor season. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by In at the Tides.
Where can you kick off the new year?
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Guru, remember this one from September?
Give it to me.
Debo Samuel, the Cleats and Convos podcast.
Kind of same thing, kind of like be your best self, and like as long as you know you left it all out there and like win, lose, or draw, like as long as you know you gave it everything, it's like you ain't got no regrets at all.
So it sounds like you guys are pretty convinced that as long as everybody shows up, there's no doubt that you guys feel like it can be your year.
Kind of like what he said, like my eyes, like we've been on the best team in the league for a while.
He's not.
That was
wrong.
it. That was after week 2. After week 2.
And Steiny, you got to weigh with words. That's 2025. I'll be nice, but the bottom line is, two things can be true at once. Ralph Barbieri, the great, rest in peace. So I hear what you're saying. I feel like you're putting that in, and I didn't ask what order, but you got that at the top of the list. And I'm saying there's something to that. I didn't like all the stuff that popped off this offseason, but that money thing and McCaffrey getting hit first with it, I understand that, man. And it's just like,
I don't.
You seriously, like,
nope.
Okay, so I guess what I would say to you or anybody out there, what do you do with that disappointment if you got paid, but I got paid before you? I mean, if you were a professional, you still go out and do your job.
I mean, what are you, are you kidding me,
Yeah,
dude?
but it's infantile almost to be thinking like
you act as though there's no animosity among these athletes and the money that they make and how organizations treat them.
This was going to be Ayuk's first payday, and he got it.
How do you think Ayuk felt about them drafting Ricky Pearsall?
Oh, he hated it.
Okay.
I told you that.
These little things, I believe, add up to a lot of things that make a team underachieve.
But if we really got hit with truth serum about all these teams and what they had to deal with, I go back to David West with the Warriors. They won.
Well,
and he insinuated they had to deal with some major stuff.
Because they had more leadership on their team. I said the 49ers don't have good leadership. I don't believe they do.
Then you got a real problem then.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
They could have had a real problem the years past. They just overcame it to the degree they overcame it. Let's go to Waterman in Corte Madera. What's up, Waterman? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, how are we?
Hey, Happy New Year.
Well.
I'm going to say it's 90 to February.
Yeah, thank you. You too. You guys too. And nice to have you both back on together. Classic, great radio. It's definitely glad the season's over. The pain is over. One thing I'm taking away from this season, and Steiny, I think you're right on the money with the chemistry thing. I think they've been off this whole year. And I mean, Matt Taiteo said it on a thing early in the season. He said he didn't see the energy like he had in the past. And I think it's a representation of, like other guys, like you said earlier, that last year was their year, their best year to do it, and they didn't get it done. And for some guys, it's once again, we've gone through this. Now we got to start all over. And I just think they just mentally aren't there. Hopefully next year it's different. They come in going, hey, we're better than a 6-11 team. We know we are. We're going to play that way. Obviously the injuries had a lot to do with it, but all the contract garbage, all the, personal stuff with Trent Williams' family and Mooney Ward's family. It's just, and who knows what else was going on behind closed doors. It's definitely a chemistry thing as well. But, one thing I'm going to say in watching a lot of football here, a lot of other teams I could say this year, it's made me realize how far the Niners have dropped off from being an elite team. Now, whether that is all the injuries, but the coaching standpoint, the fourth quarter this year was their hell quarter. I felt like if the fourth quarter was coming around, I'm like, I was literally saying, well, how are they going to lose it this time? I wasn't like, how are they going to hold on to it? It was, how are they going to figure out a way to lose it? And they seem to lose more than they held on to it, obviously, with their record. So, I'm hoping that Kyle and John, this is going to tell me a lot about Kyle and John. I want to see what they do this offseason, whether it's getting rid of players maybe we weren't expecting them to let go of, because that's going to tell me about the locker room and how things were. Obviously, Fred Warner is one of the main key leaders of that locker room. I think George Kittle is too. and Brock for his own right. But other than that, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, maybe Bosa, but he doesn't seem like that stand up in front of the group guy like Warner and Kittle would be. So it's going to be interesting to me to see how they come back from this, because I don't see them, even with their easy schedule next year, from what I just saw, I don't see them coming back as a 12-5 team. I see them maybe 10-7. Maybe 11-6.
Can I ask you, do you want a new defensive coordinator before you go? I got to ask that, because I'm curious to see how this plays out.
Absolutely, 100%. Sorensen, and that's why I said the decisions. That's going to tell me a lot about Kyle and John. If they don't replace Sorensen with a Kyle buddy, that's where a big change has to happen. Fellas, best of luck to you. I'll keep listening, but thank you for getting us through this rough season.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
it wasn't that hard.
Yeah, well, it
wasn't that hard.
You did it more than me. I'm curious. I don't think they're going to admit that they messed up the defensive coordinator position 2 times in a row, and I think that bodes well for Nick Sorensen.
See, I think one of the problems I think some fans have is like they think of everything as 100% or 0%. Like, guy's either a great guy. Let's take George Kittle. Great. Everybody loves George Kittle. Everybody.
Heart and soul of the team.
That's fine. A great player. Okay. After a game this year, he goes and he says, well, I only ran 4 routes. Okay. Then what happened the next week?
He got 8,000.
Right. And then what happened after that week? Debo Samuel said, well, I don't get the ball, bro. And then the week after that, they throw to Debo Samuel to feature him.
Yeah.
Now, Kyle Shanahan has to be in that mix. He has to be partly responsible for that. But, that's what I mean. I mean, as great as George Kittle is, he cried to the media when he wasn't getting the ball. Yeah. Debo cried to the media when he wasn't getting the ball. Those are all signs, to me, of teams that aren't together. It just is.
But, again, just to be on the other side, Stoney, how many times do we hear in the NFL, especially wide receivers, and I'm not calling Kittle a diva because he's not, because he could have been crying years ago about his touches and him blocking. But the bottom line is that's to be expected. We hear that stuff.
Okay, well then don't worry about it. But then why did we talk about Debo crying for 3 or 4 shows? 888.
It was a bad look.
Well, and that affects a team. And then the players get asked about it. And then that becomes a mini distraction. And then what happens the next game? He's catching a ball. Why did he drop the ball? I don't know why he dropped the ball, but he dropped the ball.
But he's done that in his career.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they needed to throw the ball to him more.
Well, if there's some stench in this locker room and the coach is a part of it, then he'll never fix it. You got to start over. If what you guys are alluding to and saying is bigger than just the injuries and talent and whatnot, if you really believe that, then you got to start over. I'm just telling you, I believe there's some of that, Stoney. I'm not just saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't supersede the right on the table for me this 49er season, which was injuries. You started the first 8 games without McCaffrey. When he did come back, it wasn't nothing to write home about. But the bottom line is that you started off behind the 8 ball.
And that's where I give them no break and I give them no excuse. They had the leading rusher in the NFL filling in for McCaffrey. Was he as good as McCaffrey? Probably not. Whatever. I don't care.
He was getting you yards.
He led the league in rushing. So this idea that for the first 8 games you weren't healthy, that's wrong. You were healthy. You were healthy. You missed your running back the first 8 games, but the guy who was filling in for him was running the hell out of the ball. Let's go to Lori. Lori's in Phoenix.
Hey,
Hey, Lori, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Happy New Year.
Yeah, same to you.
So I just, a little bit, I was going to kind of touch on the coaching thing, but I want to start with the whole McCaffrey situation. First of all, he was your offensive player of the year. They broke him off a little bit more money. They did not give him a record-breaking contract. I mean, yes, for running backs it was, but it wasn't Ayuk money. It wasn't Trent Williams money. That contract was easy. And it was an easy reward for a season. Basically, all we've talked about Christian McCaffrey, he was the puzzle piece that made that offense run, leading up to last year before he got injured. Okay, so of course it makes sense that you're going to pay him. Okay, so I still think the whole Trent Williams thing. I think Trent was still in the beginning of that preseason. It all makes sense if you date the pregnancy. They lost that first baby. I think he was contemplating retirement. I think the team was giving him time using the contract as an excuse. Okay. We can't prove that right or wrong, but it makes sense, okay? The Ayuk thing, that was a whole different animal. I do think Ayuk handled it wrong. I do think the team handled it wrong. Okay, there's your distraction, okay? I'll give you that one, okay? But to say that this team had no chemistry, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. You had a linebacker signed. He decided to go to Dallas. You had a tight end signed. Detroit decided to give him the tender. Every guy you wanted to get, you didn't get. Then McCaffrey's out. And they weren't fully healthy that first 8 weeks of the season. You had one game where it was just Jennings and Ayuk, and I think that was the Rams game. You had guys in and out of that lineup all year. Everything that could have gone wrong just continued to go wrong. Was there some motivation issues? Sure. I didn't like the way Debo handled himself. I think Kittle was amazing, and that was one of the things that was lost. His season was phenomenal. Lenore was an animal. Fred Warner, before he got hurt, was an animal. Let's also not forget that you didn't have Dre Greenlaw because he got hurt in the Super Bowl. So this team hasn't been, and then Hufanga, another one that you had lost from the season before. This team has gone well into the playoffs for years and years, okay? So was there some fall-off? Sure. Did they handle it well? Maybe not. But they had a great draft. You got those guys coming back next year who should really give your team a big boost. If you could hit in the draft again and get a couple of free agents, I do think, offensive line, defensive line, I give this team the benefit of the doubt that they're going to be right back. They did it in 2021, just like when they fell off in 2020 because of injuries. I will give them the benefit of the doubt next year. I think they're going to be right back.
Appreciate it, Lori. It's just a matter of how you say it.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I agree with her. Stein.
Right. So she spent a minute talking about, injuries and they didn't have, and then when she said, do you think we had motivation issues? Yeah, I'll give you that. Okay, well, I just believe that the motivational issues were more significant than Lori did. But she said, yeah, they probably had some of those too.
Yeah, when you got guys like George Kittle and we see Fred Warner before the game and the sound of him getting the team hyped, Donnie, I'm not saying everybody was all lovey-dovey, but I just believe it was about who wasn't on the field more than, God, I can't believe Stoney handled his business that way. I'm mad at him. I'm disappointed. I'm going to take that out on the field, and I'm going to be the lesser version of myself.
Well, if it was about the injuries, why are we so mad at Kyle Shanahan? See, we say the injuries. Okay, the injuries. Well, guess what? If you have as many injuries as the 49ers have had, and you believe they're that significant, well, then you know why you were 6-11.
But
there's really nothing to see here.
The ball started week one with getting field goals. That red zone problem reared its head from the beginning. We kind of ignored it, but that was something he did. That was a beast he did not slay, and I'm starting to wonder why. Even when McCaffrey
maybe because of the injuries.
You had to lead a rusher.
If they had injuries all year, that was the why wasn't that the red issue?
Side of the ball, Stoney. Ayuk was gone. You still got
McCaffrey wasn't there.
Kittle balled out. But you still had a guy that stepped in. And what did we say? Oh, Kyle Shanahan, his offense is running back whoever you put back there, a ball out. And for a period of time, we saw, I was calling him baby beast mode. He was enough, but yet they couldn't score. And that's how the season ended. So I'd like to find out, how are you going to attack the offseason to where now, come next year, Kyle, your offense is going to be more productive? I don't know.
Maybe the players need to be more productive.
Or available.
Maybe they're getting old.
And I'm not fighting you on that.
Well, you are, because then
it's a quarterback league. Their quarterback is not old. But I thought he was a guy you could bring to the gunfight with the Mahomes and Josh Allens. I think we're finding out that Brock Purdy, everything's got to be dude, that's not real life or reality in the NFL. Like, they caught lightning in a bottle those 2 seasons. And unfortunately, he got hurt in the NFC Championship game, but it's more reason to be bitter about last year's Super Bowl. Steve Young knew what he was talking about.
Well, then why are we surprised? I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious.
Because the Chiefs didn't fall off.
Why are we saying that? Steve Young was right.
The Chiefs didn't fall off, and
he was right. He was right before they ever played a game. But so let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, what's going on?
Hey guys. Yeah, good morning. Thanks for taking the call. I think that both of you guys have very valid points. The one issue I would take, one thing I have issue with is, you're talking about contracts. I don't think the McCaffrey contract, and maybe I'm getting too much in the weeds, but I don't think the McCaffrey contract had anything to do with the chemistry. No doubt he was worth it. No doubt in anyone's mind on the team he was worth it. They got it done early. It wasn't the hugest contract. He could have held out for more. I think that one particular contract negotiation was handled well, and I don't think that anybody, including Ayuk, should have or did have a problem with that. A lot of the other stuff, I think we just kind of expected, and the players just expected, okay, we can just run it back. And on that point, Steiny, I agree with you. Things got a little bit dicey, and then they snowballed. One thing goes wrong, another thing goes wrong, and it snowballs. The Goose point, though, you can't downplay the injuries. I mean, what Detroit has done this year is remarkable. Most any other team with the number of injuries that the Niners had would have fallen off. So I think they're going to come back. I think there's going to be like a lesson to them. I think they're going to come back hungrier. If they're pros, and I think they are, they're going to come back hungrier. They're going to come back wounded, licking their wounds and saying, okay, we're going to show you. And, that's what the 49ers over. I've been a long time 49er fan. I think that's what should happen. And I'd be surprised if that didn't happen. Final point, Shanahan does need to change it up a little bit. He's a great coach. He's a great play caller, but you kind of get the feeling that unless he does something different, it's just not going to happen.
Well, maybe he started doing that yesterday with Clay Kubiak. Maybe he started yesterday. He didn't call the plays yesterday, Kyle Shanahan. Clay Kubiak did. Maybe he was floating a trial balloon. I don't know. For next year, maybe his role will change just a hair.
Interesting to see. I mean, he's good. He just the league now knows. You know how the league catches up. With the new stuff. After a while, they catch up. So they pretty much know when we line up a certain way. When we know Debo lines up in the backfield. When we know they know what's going to happen.
Okay.
Kyle needs to line them up like that, but then do something different. There's enough blame to go around, but I think everybody should come back better and stronger next year.
Appreciate it, Doug. Thanks for the call, buddy.
Yeah, I'm with him. Like Steiny, that's all you can do. Draft free agency, but the bottom line is the guys that people might be pissed off at, assuming good health, you're going to go back to battle with them. And looking at their track record, I understand that. And I'm giving guys, and I know it's pissing you off, I'm giving guys the benefit of the doubt, like Trent Williams, like he's earned it. But what else are you going to do? Steiny, he's not a bum now. He had a bad season tragedy, like Lori mentioned. He's not a bum.
Nobody's saying he's a bum.
But even at 80%, he's better than anything you're going to find.
Right, but
and he's yours right now.
Okay. Well, then there's nothing to see here, just like there wasn't last year.
No, there's a lot to see.
No, not with Trent Williams.
The system with the coach has the league caught up. Are they looking at the Niners like we want to play that offense because we know you ain't going up top? All those things I have questions about. And
they drafted a receiver. Why can't they go up top?
I'm with you. I don't buy that. Oh, they can't go up top. You got pads on and a quarterback and a football. You can go up top.
Like, why won't you, tell me, why wouldn't you, we all acknowledge Brock Purdy doesn't have a strong arm. That's right? His arm's not strong.
Okay, like the pass he threw Thursday night against the Rams. That was going long. Okay, it went too long and it was intercepted. It was overthrown. But, Steiny, I'm not saying you got to throw the ball out of the stadium. We're talking about take shots. And right now, I think it's bigger than Brock Purdy and just he can't throw it deep. And I did fight you. I always said, me and Phil Mike, round one, arm strength matters. I know he doesn't have the strongest arm, but you can still take shots, Steiny. I'm not saying throw it out of the stadium. The way that they run, like yesterday, did we see any shot? And I know Dobbsy was in there, but take some shots. Maybe that he'll evolve, and they'll try that. But
they don't have.
But see, this is where I'm about to just.
They don't have a quarterback who excels at throwing.
Wide receiver $30 million.
Right, but he doesn't.
Have a guy that can't go deep.
He doesn't. None of their receivers excel at going deep. What is so hard to understand about that?
I would not pay a guy that I thought
too late for that.
If you're in that
you wanted to pay
with
him.
Justin Jefferson,
You were the one who wanted to pay him.
Then you should be able to run every route on the route tree.
Okay, well, then why did you want to pay him 30?
I would cuss you out or cuss us out if we said he can't go deep.
He's Steve Largent before he's Justin Jefferson. I mean, I'm serious.
How do you get paid that amount of chicken?
You wanted to pay him.
No, I get it.
Okay.
I still stand.
Well, they made a mistake,
I think
maybe.
You're wrong. No, Steiny, I don't think that. I think that's Kyle's approach. You can easily fix that. I don't think Ayuk would pull up on us and say, I can't run deep.
I don't care what he says. He's not an objective person speaking about himself.
But
what is Brandon Ayuk's best attribute as a receiver? To me, from everything I've heard from experts,
catching the ball.
He's a great route runner. That's what I hear. He's very good at route running, and he's got good hands. He's not a guy you just go 50 yards down the field.
Well, in the NFC Championship game last year,
there's always going to be a play or two.
But what if you call those plays more? I'm just saying. What if you call those plays more? This is why you lose.
They don't call them more.
I'm just saying this is why you lose.
Because they don't have the personnel to do it consistently.
Do they?
No.
I think coming off 6-11 and your offense being impotent pretty much the whole season, I think we can double back now and question the genius of, are you calling it right? Is your stuff stale? Because Brandon Ayuk in the NFC Championship game, call it fluke or not, ran deep down the field, had enough concentration and moxie to catch a ball that bounced off a guy's helmet. I think it's time we take off the training wheels, Kyle. Maybe that might be him evolving. We don't know. But to sit here and tell me they paid Brandon Ayuk that amount of money and he's I don't want to use the wrong word, he can only run a certain, Steiny, that if Kyle's looking at those guys that way, then this team's got a big problem offensively.
What this team led, the offense is the offense revolves around yards after catch. They led the league in yards after catch. Why? Because Kyle Shanahan loves to throw the ball 10 to 15 yards down the field. A guy catches it in full stride and is able to turn a 10-yard catch into 25. That's their philosophy. If you don't like that, well then get a new coach, or B, get new personnel. That's who Shanahan is.
It's funny. We always argue or
I just think
disagree on
throwing 6 bombs a game is not going to do anything.
But you really think Ayuk is not that type of receiver?
Of course he's not.
If he were in Pittsburgh, I could see Russell Wilson throwing him the ball
70 yards down the field,
50, whatever. Okay. He's not. He doesn't have a. He can run and his hands work.
Is he a burner? Athletic. Is he the fastest receiver on the team? No. Apparently that's Pearsall. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er season's over. What are you guys thinking? This team went 6-11. You want to be bold? What would that even mean in the offseason? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's going to happen with Nick Sorensen? Dre Greenlaw, what do you do with him? How about the kicker? We didn't even talk about Jake Moody. I was watching NBC Sports Bay Area last night.
Give it to me.
I saw Matt Mayoko, and he said, don't scoff. But he brought up Kirk Cousins' name as a possible backup. Kirk Cousins. We got to pay Brock Purdy this offseason.
Imagine the pressure on
What
Brock.
about Charvarius Ward? Is he back? It doesn't look like so. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's your takeaway from this 49ers 6-11 season? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by AC Transit.
calling all journey-level mechanics. AC Transit is hiring. Join our crew and get on-the-job training with cutting-edge zero.
I'm an optimist. I like looking forward. I'm listening to you guys focusing on offense. Our defense stunk. It was terrible. We couldn't stop the run. I like looking at the draft and seeing the Dick Buckets Award winner from Georgia. I want that guy on my team set right next to Fred Warner. We're going to stop the run. Or the defensive tackle all-SEC guy from Ole Miss. Give me one of those two guys. I guarantee you Nick Thorson, one, if he's still around, he'll look better. And two, we should probably get a new defensive coordinator because that was a pathetic performance. But anyway, whoever's going to get the job has to get – please give me some meat and potatoes in the first round. I like to look forward. Yeah, the past year sucked. And Steiny, if you want an all-around do-it player, God, in the second round, if he's available, I don't know why he would be, but apparently Cam Scatbo, that guy from Arizona State, I don't know if you watch that guy. Scatbo. He can take over a game single-handedly. That's who I want. Anyway.
That's our producer Evan's favorite player in college.
Is it really?
That's Lowe's favorite player.
He's got to get in shape. He was out of breath and throwing up, but he was a beast.
Evan, you came in last week and you kept saying, Scatterbo.
Yeah, he's Lorenzo Neal's favorite player.
Right.
Low, I talked to Low today. You guys told me some stuff that happened while I was out, but we're good now.
Appreciate the call, D. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm going to get to Scott Marin, and I'll even get you guys. Brock Purdy set the NFL record on deep ball completions in 2023. Okay. You know what we're talking about here. We're talking about bombs. We're talking about fly patterns. That's what we mean when we say going deep, and you know it. Purdy's very good at layering the ball, and he does that. But
do you think a quarterback can work on that?
No, he doesn't have the. I mean, anytime they threw long, how many passes were underthrown versus overthrown?
A lot.
Okay,
right.
Maybe you have your answer right there.
Do you think you can work on that?
No, I mean, yeah, get in the weight room. I don't know. If he doesn't have a strong arm, I don't know. Let's go to Scott Marin. Wants to know if I even look at the stats. What's up, Scott? How you doing?
Look, good, Matt. Believe me, I'm far from a stat guy, but I looked it up. Even this year, he led the league in air yards per pass attempt. So he's been number one in 2023 and 2024. The problem is, here's the problem. The problem is he's been actually throwing down the field too much and not taking the underneath shot when they're there. And that has hurt him more than anything.
Can we be honest, Scott? I'll let you. I'm not going to hang up on you. I'm not going to hang up on you. But when we say long passes,
all right, go ahead.
You know damn well we're talking about a guy who takes the top off the defense,
the T.O.,
or a
Jerry
guy
Rice.
who can get behind the defense. I don't believe those are the throws we're talking or you're talking about with Brock.
No, but listen, what we're talking about is per pass attempt. He gains more yards than any other quarterback in the National Football League 2 years in a row. And this year it wasn't yards after the catch. In 2023, they had the yards after the catch. This year, they were almost dead last, and he was still number one in the air yards. Now, it's also a combination. I do think, and I think that he had from what I saw, I think his arm, his elbow was an issue earlier than this last injury. Because I remember seeing them wrap his elbow a couple games ago when he was on the sidelines as well. So I don't know, but all I know is he actually is plenty, or his arm strength is plenty to get them. He took them to the NFC Championship, and won, and took them to the Super Bowl to overtime, and so he's plenty of arm to get them where they need to go. They need better players around him this time. He missed the number one running back in the league. Ayuk gone. I mean, he wasn't getting much protection up front. He was having to run a whole lot more. So he is not the problem. The number one problem is that defense. That defensive line, they need to get some. No, I'm just saying the defense. Couldn't they get off the field? They could never get off the field on a third down. And that's the problem. They can fix the problems on the offense, I think.
All right. Thanks, Scott.
Scotty, I was just going to say this to that point. Remember last year was kind of peculiar to me that Chase Young and Randy Gregory were even brought in? I'm like, This is supposed to be the strong point of your team. What are you doing? I wasn't mad, but I was like, that's a head scratcher. But maybe they knew then, even though they were winning and playing big time games, the Steiny, in a Texas second, that was going to be an issue. And I'm on Bosa's neck with everybody else, especially with the paycheck. But Steiny, they made a decision to say, Armstead, we can still conquer it all without you. And they missed a guy like that. And that was a decision they made. And maybe they made it because they thought Bosa and Hargrave would be disruptive. But I look at this Niner team, and they don't scare me on either side of the ball any longer. And I don't know if you just do a reset, you get healthy and come back, then they'll be able to be physical. Olivia Newton-John, but brought to you by Atco, that's the rats on the table for this Niner team in the offseason. And I don't know if they have enough capital, draft or even cap-wise, to go get what you need.
They need a lot, it feels like.
And for the people in the back, the last thing, they don't even throw the ball outside the numbers, the hashes, Steiny. So that's another rat on the table brought to you by Atco. They're the route tree. It ain't what Matt Stafford and the Josh Allens and even Sam Darnold, who was shook last night, are doing. The Niners stuff, I just feel like they were a one-trick pony, and defenses are caught up, and you can make a change, Kyle. We'll see. But I'm not saying go Joan Rivers in a facelift and Y.A. Tittle and throw it deep every time, but something's got to change.
When you talk about Purdy's air yards,
I know what you mean.
Listen, and you can show me all the numbers you want, but when you guys talk about throwing long, you're talking about the old-fashioned bomb.
Yeah.
You're talking about how many – let me ask you this, 49er fans. When Brock Purdy, and somebody said here on the text line, a long pass is 20-plus yards. Well, that's nothing, 20-yard pass. But let's just use like a 30-yard or when. How many times have you seen a 49er receiver catch a ball and he's heading toward the end zone? In other words, he's running straight, a fly pattern. He got behind the defense. Never. When Brock Purdy throws 30 yards downfield, it's got to be some kind of a slant where the guy is already angled toward the sideline.
And he leads the NFL in that.
That's fine.
Purdy does.
But that's not a bomb. All right. That's a 25-yard crossing pattern behind one level and in front of another.
I got you.
And I think he's really good at that. But when's the last time a 49er receiver, and I get it, Debo had one early where a guy gambled, he caught it, and now he was behind the defender.
Stoney,
tell me a pass. Tell me a play when the Niners, a wide receiver got behind a defensive back or a safety, caught an over-the-shoulder catch in stride, and ran right toward the end zone.
This doesn't fit, but I'm still going Detroit and IU the NFC Championship game. Like, I get what you're saying right there. And I'm not telling the people that are listening, this team's got a litany of problems. I do believe in this NFL that I'm watching, if the Niners get healthy and guys come back that I still think got something to offer, Stoney, and they make some tweaks, they can be right back.
We'll see. We'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er season is over. How are we feeling about it? George in Concord wants to jump in here. Hey, George, what's up, buddy?
Definitely have concerns with Brock.
Okay.
I don't think they have a lot of choices, but, a guy that can't play in wet conditions, and there's just something about the red zone, and he's just not clutch, 20 yards from the end zone. So I don't think there's much that they can do about it, but, you're right with the air yards. He's not hitting guys in stride. That's why Juwan does so well in those deep passes, or even Ayuk at times. Contested lollipop deep throws. The arc on those rainbows is just really concerning. Guys got to come back. If you have a big, strong, physical receiver, that works. But, there was one pass to Pearsall 2 games ago. That would have been a touchdown if he could hit the guy in stride, and he never will. He just never will. I just don't know what their other options are. The other thing I want to say is the team's going to have a ton of turnover, right? I don't know if Trent's going to be back next year. Who knows what's going to happen to CMC? Juice is done. Debo's done. I think we need to focus on this being rebuilding years. It's going to be, hey, maybe there'll be a wild card contender. And that's what I see for the next 3 to 4 years, because they're going to sign Brock for 3 to 4 years. They're going to pay him too much money, and I got visions of Alex Smith.
Appreciate the call.
And we don't know if Debo or Juice are done, but I get it. It could pop off, but I'm just telling you, I don't know. We'll find out what they really thought of Debo's year, Steiny. Because Ayuk, I believe it's Greenlaw. I believe his year is going to go like Greenlaw's. Hopefully he'll be back sooner than later, but that was a serious injury he sustained, and I'm just wondering when he can come back and what you expect for him when he does come back. How does that, like, can you really say night-night to Debo? And
well, you can. I mean, he's under contract, right?
Right, but if you tried to trade him?
To who?
See? And
for what? What can he do? If he can't do much in Kyle's
2 years
offense,
ago, there would have been a line around the corner for Debo Samuel.
You're right. 2 years ago. And George hit on, and he's right. And Guru, you've been hit on this too. I mean, you're right. What are you going to do with Debo Samuel? Nothing. He's going to come to training camp, and he's got to play for you. And we'll find out if he lost his step or he didn't, or we think we know, but we'll find out more next year. And what can they really do with Ayuk? Nothing. They got to wait for him to get healthy. Will he get healthy in week 2? Will he get healthy in week 4? Will he get healthy in week 8? Who knows? Trent Williams, what can you do with him? Nothing. He's old. He's declining, but you have to bring him back. What are you going to do with Christian McCaffrey? Who knows? He's hurt. Will he ever be the running back he was 2 years ago? Nobody knows. But what can you do about it? Nothing.
But
you got to see if he can bring it. That's right.
And you had bad luck. I get it. I'm not exonerating anybody, but it's like a marriage.
So what are we talking about? Wholesale changes.
You want to get a divorce all of a sudden? You've had a great marriage.
Maybe.
Christian McCaffrey's been God since he's been here, and unfortunately, Steiny.
Well, you can't say a guy's been God since he's been here if you continuously also invoke them missing their chance at winning the Super Bowl. If you're going to rip the San Francisco 49ers because they may have blown their best shot, and they had to believe. Okay, well then quit treating these guys like they're champions. They're not.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I can still be Bob and hope that McCaffrey's going to come back healthy and be there week 1.
Right, you can. You know why? Because that's all you can do.
We agree.
Well, that sucks. They're in a tough position then. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, what are your takeaways from this season? The Niners coming off a Super Bowl loss. They go 6-11. They have a lot of injuries, but they have a lot of other stuff that happened too. There's a lot of water under the bridge. What do you do about it? 888-957-9570.
So you and Evan been holding it down, and Jake Moody has missed every kick that I felt, field goal attempt that I felt, even an extra point, that you can imagine. But Steiny, Kyle tried to tell the world, look how I do it. Look at me. I'm going to spend a third-round draft pick on a kicker who made a 50-plus yarder in the Super Bowl. That still resonates with me. But I am shocked that the dude's got a strong leg. He got hurt this year. And I hate that you're looking at me with your new Gucci frames like I'm giving passes and excuses. But the amount of people on all the shows on the station, Steiny, that say Jake Moody just pull the plug, he's done, it's a wrap. I'm just asking you, I would bring him back in a year that everybody stunk, even our head coach. And then the guy had an injury during the season that I think,
what does a guy have to do to not be on the team next year? If you're
he made a 50-yarder in the Super Bowl that could have helped you win the game.
You talk a lot about last year. I've noticed that. You talk a lot about last year. So you answered
my question. So you're ready to run him. It's a wrap. You're done with Jake Moody. I'm shocked that it feels like 99% of the people.
I'm with Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, where it's hard to envision Jake Moody having a great year next year. He's going to be under a lot of pressure. He's going to be under a microscope.
What about Brock Purdy? What about Debo?
Well,
who's not?
Brock Purdy had a better year than Moody.
I get it, but to his standards, he wasn't bad as Moody.
Kickers are a dime a dozen. If this,
all right, I just asked the question. I'm just shocked. You spent
what are you shocked about?
That you went up and you spent a third-round pick on him, and he won't buy a year, even though he stunk when everybody else did.
So if you were a team's GM, what all players have to do is have one good year out of two?
The fact that I spent Cadillac prices on my kicker is going to get him one more shot. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, the kicker to me is small potatoes.
He was 24 for 34 this year,
That
Stoney.
stinks in the NFL.
From 50-plus, yikes, 4 of 9. From 40 to 49, 6 of 11, 30 to 39, 5 of 5. But I don't know what it is. The confidence is low, but he has been looking just terrible that Ram game. But Stoney, the dude, when he was healthy,
was he ever the best kicker in football?
No.
Okay. Well, then how important can he be?
But that Kyle's the one that went up and they got him in the third round.
Right. So would you like him to double down on a mistake, or would you like him to correct a mistake? I don't know.
Was he hurt this year, partner? He was hurt.
How many games did he? I don't care. How many games did he kick in? How many games did he kick in, and how was he in those games? And the other thing is, if he wasn't healthy, then he never – a kicker that are growing on trees? If he's not healthy and you're still putting him out there?
But how bad does that look that you spend a third-round pick on him? If you cut bait, that's all I guess.
I think it looks worse that they drafted Trey Lance.
Well,
they made a lot of mistakes. They got on some things right. I mean, let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hey, Pat, how you doing?
Good. Happy New Year, guys.
Hey.
So, I think speaking of Purdy, to me it's mostly an issue around compensation, where they're going to pay him, and where he sits. And for me, he has, I would say, average speed for a quarterback. I think he's got above average pocket awareness for a quarterback. I think he's got a weaker arm than most players in the NFL, even though this offseason, he said that was going to be his number one priority, was to get stronger and get his arm strength up. But, you watch his passes, and Stanley, I agree with you. When you see him throw a long ball, it's a moon ball. He's throwing that thing up to the roof. And anybody can come down with it, whether it's our guy or their guy or whatever. You don't see these bullet shots like you see from some of the strong arm quarterbacks, on fly patterns. You don't see that from him. And the other problem is, he doesn't have the arm strength to hit those quick wide balls. Everything is sort of short over the middle, kind of dumping it. He doesn't have the strength to throw it, 40 yards across the field in order to get a 5 or 10 yard completion. That's not what he does. He throws the ball over the middle 5 yards, but not those wide shots, because he just doesn't have the arm strength to get it out there. He's got some real positives, but he's a smart guy, and team loves him. But I just see him more as a $40 million guy, not a $60 million guy, because a $60 million quarterback is a guy, he's going to win no matter who you got out there. If you got second and third string guys, you don't have McCaffrey, so what? I'm going to win the game anyway. I'm that good. He's not that good. So I'm a Purdy fan. I just think that they would make a big mistake if they overspend on him and then, compromises the rest of the team. But I'm very optimistic for the team next year. I think this year we were ravaged by really bad luck with injuries. I think some guys played hurt more than we know. And then some guys are obviously out for a long time, including just star players, not just good players, but guys that were better than almost anyone else in the league. These guys were out so much this year. So I'm optimistic. I think we got some really good draft picks for a change. So I'm positive for next year, but my major concern is we don't overspend on Purdy. I like to have him back, but I just don't think we should overspend on him. That's my take.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, Pat. Hey,
I'll tell you what, I want to feel good. I want to overspend on my quarterback, Steiny.
Wait, what's that?
I want to feel good about overspending on my quarterback. I want to feel like, and again, I know everybody's not Halle Berry, beautiful, but Josh Allen, I don't want to come to my, even Stafford, and I'll take the victory lap for the for Fremont Bank when we had the summit, Carter Chickering, when I said the Rams, watch out for the Rams. They just won the division, but nobody cared. But at the end of the day, it's like, I don't want to be, my quarterback's cute. He's good at math. I want my quarterback to be up there like the Montanas and the Steve Youngs. And I'm just asking, when we watch this contract negotiation play out with Brock Purdy, what is he? Is he the guy that when everything's good around you, who's not that guy, Steiny? Then when everything's good around you, you perform at your best. I think we found out when things aren't good around you how big of a weapon Purdy is. And that's why I got concerns moving forward. But I'm real enough to know he's going to be under center.
Okay. Then there's nothing to see here. I agree with Pat. I think you're going to be able to get him for 40. I don't see why not.
Yeah. But if he turned in a year like last year, oh, come on, Stoney. Then the 60, nobody would be like, he might get 70. That didn't happen. Give me a golf analogy. Purdy shot 100 this year. He shot 100. High 90s.
I mean,
oh, my God.
Purdy had a better year than McCaffrey. He had a better year than Ayuk. He had a better year than Debo.
Yeah,
he had a better year than Bosa. He had a better year than Pearsall. He had a better year than Warner. Who else? He had a better year than Trent Williams. He had a better year than any offensive lineman or any defensive lineman. Like, say what you want. Brock Purdy met more of his expectations than 90% of the players on the team. That's the way I believe. I mean, Purdy reached his potential as a quarterback to a much higher degree than Debo did as a receiver or running back.
But you mentioned Phil Jackson and the Bulls earlier with that target activity. Come up and tell me how you feel close to the team, closest to the target. I don't believe they're going to pay Brock Purdy predicated on who he was better than on his own team. It was to the standards that he set in the last 2 seasons. And I don't think he hit that.
Okay, so what are you going to do?
Well, you're going to pay him.
Okay,
and
well
you
then.
should be able to get him, say 40, 45?
But then there's nothing to, like, if we're all under I mean, you got to pay him. You got to pay him, you got to pay him.
Will things ever be rosy around him like they were in the past? And if they're not,
and like
then
this is the other
your
thing.
reality as far as whole offensively.
I'm kind of with this guy.
Who?
Niners guru. Niners haven't won the Super Bowl since '94. Stop talking about him as if they've recently won. Like, well, okay, use your own statement. So Purdy needs everything to be perfect around him. Well, he's already had that, and they didn't win the Super Bowl.
But they got there.
Okay, but they didn't win it.
No, right.
Like you always do that.
No, he's
getting there is enough.
Yeah.
And I do it too.
No.
When it suits you. But then when it doesn't, you can always just say, well, they haven't got it done.
No, but it's why I want to pull my hair out when you try to compare me and how I look at this Niner team to a team like Dallas. They've never since 95 gotten to an NFC championship game, let alone a Super Bowl. The Niners have been to 3 and blew 2 of them here in the last 5 years.
You know what?
So when you talk about...
Who cares? Who cares? They didn't win it. They didn't win it.
But they built a team that was substantial for the last 5 years that should have 2 rings on their hand.
Quit saying we only care about Super Bowls and then say, but we've built a bully here that's been to 3 of them.
No, I say that to say is they were in that game, the Super Bowl, had the lead, and should have won it.
Right, and I look at that game differently than you. Everybody looks at, well, Purdy did enough to win it.
Well,
did he? Did he really? He was fine.
But he didn't lose it for you either. When you get to those big games, Stotty, that's how I look at dudes too.
Oh, really? You get to the Super Bowl, you don't want a Super Bowl guy who can win.
No, but that's different.
You know, you're going to lose to Mahomes every single time then. If you don't have a quarterback who can make plays and elevate your team. I mean, to me, Purdy was pretty fine in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Not great.
Well, I'm talking about this season, though.
What about him?
I'd give the Niners a D+ as a whole on the season. You got a problem with that?
I'd give them an F. I mean, what did they do? They didn't play one good football game. They get an F, Goo, as far as I'm concerned. They were the Super Bowl favorites before the year. The favorites.
I'll give you that.
They won 6 games.
Yeah.
The 49ers get an F. A big, fat effing F. What's coming up next in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice?
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
Yeah, Saul absolutely got a raw deal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's just like the challenge. Yeah. Oh! I figured out something that's been bothering me about you.
My mere presence is my face. No. It's everything about me, brother.
Hey, see, this is so.
When you talk to Evan and I listen, it hurts.
It should.
Evan, pass me the grapes.
Seamlessly.
Wow. Pass me the cheese, Evan. What you said was so profound.
You know what I think's funny?
And then when I just show up, why are you happy?
You know what hits me is you wanting it both ways.
That hurt. 2025. I'm not that guy.
No, it's exactly who you are, and here's why. You have maintained for almost a year that the 49ers should have won the Super Bowl.
I'll never back off of that.
Yeah, so the same team that should have won the Super Bowl was not very good in the playoffs. In other words, 49ers went to the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, we
Their
brought it up.
overall playoffs, they were not good. You kept saying, so you get to...
we talked about it, though.
We haven't. No,
after watching those games, they weren't this...
They shouldn't have won the Super Bowl because they didn't play well in the postseason. And they didn't play well against the Packers.
You're right.
And they didn't play well against the Lions.
We talked about it to
and
reporters.
then they didn't play well against the Chiefs.
But they were good enough to beat... The Chiefs didn't have the best Super Bowl.
How did they play in the postseason? Were they playing their best football?
No, they didn't.
Thank you.
No, they were not.
Thank you.
And Steiny, we've had people on, guys that have joined the show. Mail, we've talked, and I've said that.
Thank you. Yeah. I agree. 6'5". We know what's going on.
What is it?
We know what's going on.
Can you read the text so everybody knows?
I usually agree with Guru, but today he sounds kind of delusional.
What am I saying? That they could get healthy and bounce back?
Yeah,
and still be disappointed in the season?
And they could. But we kind of knew that's where you'd be coming from today.
As opposed to where are you coming from?
They're in trouble.
No, you're
trouble.
on the fence. You're fence sitting.
No, they're in trouble.
Because
they're old.
No, hold on.
There's a comparison to be made with the Warriors if you want to know my...
Okay, you can't. And I hate that comparison. You're right, but you can't because they won. They cashed in. They cashed in. You can't make any comparisons. The Warriors won 4.
So what?
If they don't win another one,
they're at the same point. They're old,
but it's
and they're winning.
No,
it's
different when you've had a parade, Steiny. It's different. Steve Young wouldn't have sounded so despondent saying they blew their best chance.
It doesn't change the task at hand.
Okay, no, and you're right there.
The task at hand is to win a Super Bowl.
But the bottom line is why I'm getting mad at you is our intro on the show is at the end, say what you want to really say. I'm telling you, if you think guys are PO'd about how other guys on the Niners got paid, when they got paid, and why they got paid, then you're done if Jesus walks through that locker room. That's what I want to hear from you. If you believe that's what's killing them,
this is what I want to hear from you.
Then
I want to hear the same mockery toward the 49ers that you give to the Eagles and you give to the Cowboys. All you do is make a horse's behind out of Nick Sirianni. That place is a joke. That place is a joke. Just say this. You know what, Steiny? Right now, the Niners are a joke. They're a laughing stock.
I'll give you that.
Okay.
But Dallas and Philly are different. Sirianni's already had his team in a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I just don't like him. Okay?
I know you don't.
But the Dallas comp does not... It's over. That's not a comp.
You're right. It is over. The Niners
right behind the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Cowboys are better than the Niners right now.
But next year, you would not bet a walking soul.
I don't know.
You can do it right now before free agency in the draft.
I don't know. Let me see what happens. Let me see what happens with Purdy. Let me see what happens with these injuries. 888-957. Let's go to Father Time in Napa. Father Time in Napa. He's a starter for the 49ers.
Listen to this guy.
I know. Good. Running material. That's great. Well, I'm up here getting some jumpers up, some set shots, actually. Nice. So, I hate it when mommy and daddy fight in front of the friends, but, you guys are going to be fine. I understand that. Let's talk contract and chemistry, shall we? Here's the deal. Guys got to get paid. They get paid on their past performance. That's just the way it is in professional sports. And in many ways, it's the way it is in the real world. You get paid for what you did. The expectation is you're going to keep doing it or even get better. So what builds resentment on a team is when somebody gets paid and then they fail to live up to the expectations. So, injuries are injuries. Everybody gets injured in the NFL. You're either hurt or you're injured. How do you play through that? Depends on your personality and what you can take. But Bosa, McCaffrey, Ayuk, Trent Williams got his ass kicked in last year's Super Bowl like Chris Jones. Trent Williams, you want to talk about the all-time greatest left tackle, got dominated in the Super Bowl. So people see that and they're like, whoa, wait, you want to get yours. I understand there's off-field stuff. There's off-field stuff for everybody. His is super, heartbreaking. But the other guys, Bosa, you want to have 9 sacks and you're the highest paid defensive end in the league and you want to pull ridiculous crap on national television. Well, people are going to feel that. There's going to be a problem with that. And McCaffrey being the highest paid running back, nobody pays running backs like the Niners do. Like, that's an insane contract that they gave them. Running backs are a dime a dozen, according to the rest of the NFL. And then lastly, I want to say that as it relates to your real world, what's different is none of you guys there at Odyssey know what each other gets paid unless you're talking, shop with beer after school, right? But it's true. Sports, it's like everything. Yeah, everything is exposed. Right. So you're going to have that resentment. But as a team, as you build a team and you want everybody to perform, it's okay if Bosa is the man contract-wise, as long as he's the man with 18 sacks. Same thing with McCaffrey. If Ayuk shows up in shape after holding out, it's cool. When he shows up fat, dumb, and happy, not cool. So anyway, Niners for the future. Brock's going to get paid. Brock is the only reason they really did it in the last couple of years. You know what it's like to have a quarterback under contract for $1 million? It's a godsend. So
let me throw this at Father Time. When will they re-sign Purdy or extend him?
Oh, I think April 1st, just to mess with people, April Fool's Day.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I guarantee. I shouldn't guarantee you.
They're going to handle their business. Go ahead, fast, Donnie. This thing will not linger.
Yeah, you know why? Because they've deemed him more important than their other priorities. Just like they deemed McCaffrey was more important than Trent and Ayuk.
Well, meet me halfway.
No.
If I believe,
not today,
because I don't believe half of what you said today. I don't agree with it.
Well, of course not.
But by listening, can't we just say we put all 3 contracts? Forget who got them. They learned their lesson. They want to get out in front and handle their business early.
Right for Brock Purdy.
It's a quarterback league, man.
No, you're right.
His name was Kirk and Cousins, that would be a circus for him to come here and be the backup.
So you're saying Matt Maiocco doesn't know what he's talking about?
No, I love Matt.
Yeah, Matt said, don't scoff, but Cousins might be in the picture as a backup. I think he's been around this Niner team for a while.
You remember Evan and I saw Maiocco week 1 against the Jets. We were on the field right before the game.
Yeah,
and he said I could be out there. He said they could use you out there. I'll never forget that one. But,
is that why you brought that up?
Yeah. He said, hey, I had little shirt guns and showing a little bit. Evan was with me. Anyway, can we just...
Yeah, can you just keep making more excuses? Sure,
no,
go ahead.
I'm not making any excuses. I'm being real, partner. I'm being real. Yeah. I just think you're throwing these guys in the morgue a little too soon.
I'm not throwing them in the morgue. I'm responding to what I saw for 17 games.
Right. Well, you only saw 8 of them from McCaffrey.
And they were 4.
You didn't even get that. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Okay,
8 of them he didn't play.
Oh, how did they do when he came back? They looked like the same team. But next year it'll be different.
I believe the guy calling the plays, implementing the system, has to change or make tweaks. Come on now. Or are you telling me everybody on the offense, I'm asking you, regress last year?
How many times do I have to say it's everybody's fault? Like, how many times?
That's so easy.
Well, okay.
Who's it was the most important of it?
No, let me tell you what's simple. Let me tell you what's simple is to blame one thing or one person for what happened.
Come on, it's bigger than that.
Okay, so then when I say it was comprehensive, why are you saying that's a cop-out?
Debo could be a victim.
Stunk.
Okay, but he could be the victim of what I was asking him to do.
Dennis Schroeder, is he struggling because of Steve Kerr?
No.
Well, how do you make that determination why a guy struggles?
Because he was playing
okay, how about
meaningless basketball. Now they want
if you're a star player and the coach is the reason that you're not living up to expectations, you ain't a star. You ain't a star.
Is
then
Debo getting paid star money?
Yes. That's my point. He's underachieving.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay.
But the question now is why?
Because he's getting older.
That's always your go-to, Steiny.
Oh, so over the court, okay. I'm the only guy who's saying that he's taken physical wear and tear over the last. Okay,
you would be right, but when I talk about Brock Purdy's regression, when I know age can't be entered into the conversation, what do you then say?
Here's the other thing: if a guy's 100% and he gets older and he drops down to 80 or 90, you still think that's good enough to win a Super Bowl? I don't. I think they're all so close.
Wow.
And there's so you drop off 10%. Look at Steph Curry. Steph Curry has dropped off, 10, 15%, let's say? But you notice it, and it's the difference.
Would you say that about LeBron? Because he would tell you he's dropped off.
Maybe LeBron was at a higher pinnacle when he was at his pinnacle.
So you really have a problem with me, and again, I benefit of the doubt, the glass is half full, that I would take Trent Williams next season at 84%, more than 100% of left tackles that I probably could find in the draft or via free agency. That's how much I think
I want somebody I can count on.
So one bad season.
It's been two.
Off the field. He had a bad Super Bowl, and they still were in position to win.
Okay, well then bring him back. This is what I mean. This is why I think they're in more contract. This is why I think they're in more trouble than you think. You're right. Trent Williams, you can't kick him to the curb.
All right, I guess that's
so right. So you're going to bring Trent Williams back, and he's going to play 7 games.
But he's not a scrub.
But what are you going to do in the 10 games he doesn't play?
Oh, see, but now that's really
how many games is McCaffrey going to play?
Well,
you can't go into this to me going into the season with veteran players and just thinking they're all going to be healthy. You're being an idiot.
But you can't be afraid to live. And you don't have the necessary resources to where if those guys, you're done if those guys can't answer the bell. But you keep acting like people keep acting like they got 1,000 draft picks and you're going to have a team on top of a team. It doesn't work that way. If the wrong guy goes down, guess what? It's Saran. And I think we found that out this year with the Niners.
Okay. And you think, as you always do, that these players are going to come back and replicate. These older players are going to come back and replicate the season they had 2 or 3 years ago. And that to me is a joke. It's almost like you don't think age really matters.
No, I do. But Steiny, I guess I'm asking you and the listeners.
Well, let me ask you this,
how could I avoid that? What are you suggesting to do with Trent Williams, who's under contract, and even McCaffrey? The reality is they're yours. You signed up.
That's right.
They're coming back.
That's why I think they're in a little trouble.
Now, what if those guys come back and play 90% of the game?
How many of them?
Well, I'm talking about
they have multiple players like that. And, like the other thing, it's like Dre Greenlaw. Kyle Shanahan may be like, hey, he can't play anymore. Right. He's done.
Right. But that's a guy that I'm willing to pay to see.
Of course you are. If there's nobody you're not willing to pay. Come on, Goo.
We're talking about studs, man. And I get you're saying they're over the hill.
I'm not saying they're over the hill. I'm saying injury and age.
Dre Greenlaw, when he played, and it was a short sample size, but that defense, they looked like this team the last 5 years defensively. One guy.
That's a great statement.
But he went out. He was hurt.
But you're going to make that statement and then acknowledge it was only a half. So, okay, yes. Oh, you're right, Goo. Dre Greenlaw played a great half of football. So what are you going to do? Sign him to a monster contract?
No, nobody said monster, but something fair.
Well, maybe he's, and maybe, but I'm also saying the opposite could be true. Kyle Shanahan could be like, God, you know what? We do think Greenlaw's going to be healthy, and he's going to get back to the player he was. Well, that's different. But I don't necessarily know that one way or the other.
They're going to have to pay to find that out. No, if they decide that. Because it's kind of you gotta meet the pie.
Do we know what his value is going to be around the league?
Forget the league, playing and that's what a lot of people are doing. What's the value to this team? I think we saw that.
His value this year was 0.
Well, and they've got a 0 on the field.
I'd rather just get a player who can play.
But how did that work this year?
What if he can't? What if he's injury prone at this point? Would you still sign him?
No.
Seriously. And I have no idea what's going on with Greenlaw.
But I'm telling you, Steiny, I'm ready to bet on the science, and I could lose, and it wouldn't be the first bet I lost. what the short sample size, I'm paying that he'll be healed and healthy. That's all, man. And if it doesn't work out, I could say, Steiny, you were right. Don't you think they want and know and
I know what they
like
want,
hell?
but I think they're realistic about all their players and where they're at. Like,
if they have no Greenlaw next year, Steiny, they're done. Like, this is the new norm defensively to me.
If you're John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan, are you going into next year thinking that Christian McCaffrey's going to play 17 games? I'm just asking if that's what you're going to plan on.
I wouldn't plan on anybody playing 17. But give me 90% of the game.
Then we need some depth.
Okay.
Then we got to have some depth. But all these guys who aren't playing a full season are paid at the top of their position. So now what? Now we've got guys, now we've got a running back who's paid more than any other running back because he's the best running back, but now he's only playing 9 games.
But Mason, for 5 weeks, who's not making a...
See if he's on the team next year.
But Steiny, they benefited from him being able to step in and not be McCaffrey.
How did they benefit?
Because there were ROI on Mason when he took over for McCaffrey.
But he didn't make any difference he didn't impact winning or losing.
But see, now you're profiling. The bottom line is he led the NFL in rushing. That should have been good enough.
For what?
For them to score in the red zone, and it wasn't. So it was bigger than him, the problems.
Let's go to Randy in San Lorenzo. What's going on, Randy? How you doing?
Hey, I love you both. Happy New Year.
Man. Back at you.
Yeah.
So, hey, I don't think that a quarterback is a good quarterback who cannot be good with deficiencies. Okay, so if I don't understand why the Niners let go of Sam Darnold. And you may want to comment on that.
They had Brock Purdy.
And, so there was an article. I didn't open it up about Deebo Samuel as far as how he's still affected by the Super Bowl loss. Okay? But I also think that Kyle Shanahan should have motivated these guys, telling them that, hey, we can get back to the Super Bowl. Let's not reminisce about...
I know. Hey, Randy, I agree with you. I think they've looked back rather than look forward.
Deebo wishes that was his only problem, that he's still hurt over the Super Bowl. I'm worried about him, Steiny. How you can get him the ball without it being a kickoff. And is that what he's turned into now? He's a kickoff returner. Before he was China. You better not do it. Remember, I was Steiny, I don't like Deebo back there when he was at his highest power.
Because you're afraid
don't want him to get
everybody.
Hurt. No, you don't want him to get hurt.
Okay.
That was like, hey, Deebo, go back there. We'll deal with it because you ain't doing a damn thing nowhere else.
Yeah, Deebo's great. He's great at returning kickoffs. So let's not have him do that. Because he's so good everywhere else.
Well, he was.
Okay, yeah. He's right. And that's the theme. They were. They were. Just like the Warriors were. And the Niners were. But we've just watched. Can I ask 49er fans a question? Would you look at this season, 6-11. 6-11.
Damn.
And we got a million reasons. Okay, and we've gone over half of them today. Did they play one good, one game? What was their best game of the year? And how many times this year did they play good football? I don't think they played one. They might have played a good game and a half. And I'm sorry, when things go that catastrophically wrong, I don't just believe, even though, and you're right, maybe the only thing they can do is bring McCaffrey back. But I'm not convinced that it's just going to turn around because they all had down years and got beat up. I think there's more going on here, and we might not know a lot about it.
Yeah, and like I said, if you're right, I believe this team, Kyle, everybody. You can make fun of me if you want. Nobody saw 6-11 coming. I'm real enough to know, Steiny, I'm disappointed in the season. I'm shocked. I'm being real. Every time they stepped on the gridiron, I thought, okay, this is going to be the week, regardless who was not there. But there is no way in hell I would bet anybody walking this gray earth right now that the Niners are going to follow this season up with the same non-making the playoffs.
You said the same thing about the Warriors, and the same thing, and the Warriors didn't make the playoffs last year. Yeah. And you said again already this year, Steiny, there's no way they won't make the playoffs. Well, there is a way they won't make the playoffs because last year may not have been a fluke.
We got a text, Willard,
and I don't know why. I don't know if the 49ers are going to bounce back. And this is, this is the other thing I'm saying. 4-8-0. Well, the 4-8-0. Dre Greenlaw brings energy and passion to the defense. I take 70% of Greenlaw over 100%. You know what?
Yeah.
That's fine. You just re-signed the worst linebacker in football then. Because Dre Greenlaw at 70% is the worst linebacker in football. 70%?
You had him at 20 because he was hurt,
There is such a fine line between a guy like Greenlaw and somebody just below him. You take 30% away from a guy and you think he's still going to be one of the best? Like, they're not that much greater than the next guy. Like, we throw around this, well, I take half of Greenlaw. Well, that's not a good player. I get the sentiment. Yeah. I understand the sentiment. But
you got to understand he was Clint Eastwood, Steiny. The sudden impact he had on the short sample size he returned to the field. You cannot look me in the face and say I don't care if it was 13 plays. So they look different.
Okay.
And
So in other words, you're going to use, you said, you were talking about Purdy and how this year he's been a little down, but that can't supersede what he's done for 2 years.
And I stand on that.
Okay. So you're going to bank on 30 minutes of football this year as a sample size to knowing something about Dre Greenlaw that's impossible to know.
I was studying science. I'm going to bank on the dude had a serious injury just this year, this calendar year. Okay.
Didn't he get hurt again 30 minutes after he played?
But nothing substantial like what he had in the Super Bowl. My point is, you act like there's no relationship or love or feelings involved in any of this, like these are robots or a video game. Dre Greenlaw, when healthy, and you might be right, that ship may have sailed. What I'm telling you is he's such a badass to your defense, the heart and soul, that it's worth the risk when it comes to the Benjamins to meet them halfway, come up with something to get them on the field, and if you lose because he gets hurt, it's one of those. Nobody's going to punch you in the face because you did it. It's like the McCaffrey contract. And the people, I think you're the only one asking why he got that money when he got it.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You lie.
Go ahead. But tell me I'm wrong, man. Dude, nobody can second guess that.
Are you kidding?
First of all, second guessing?
I absolutely, positively think that there's a possibility he knew he was hurt and he got signed.
Okay, but
what do you mean?
But hold on,
there
Scotty.
it is.
But right now, you lose that argument because you have no proof. My point
you don't win it because you have no proof.
In the words, I love you. You didn't say damn thing when that contract news broke.
We didn't talk about the Bosa hat either.
Okay, but hold on.
I don't know that wasn't a factor.
That was way later in the game.
Doesn't matter.
Hold on, let me get this dub for this one.
No, you're not going to.
Second guessed Christian McCaffrey getting that bread because it was the right thing to do.
Nobody knew he was hurt at that time when he got it. And then he came to camp and he's hurt. And you're damn right there are 49er fans out there that are curious about it. I am. And my feeling would be if you're not curious about it, then you're a shill, really, because the timing was funky. That's all I'm saying.
When they were saying something's up with his calf, and I was like, oh, my gosh, and you were laughing at me.
Yeah.
All off season, I ended up being right.
Apparently you were, because he snookered the 49ers. There are absolutely people We got to go. Don't act like nobody's wondering if Christian McCaffrey was hurt when he signed the deal. That's absolutely on the table. On the table. Gotta go. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Need a little extra holiday cheer? Enter SFO's holiday.
You got a little cop to you.
Mason just stinks in the red zone.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I missed you, man, really.
So,
turn it on. You just missed it. I said I missed you, but it's all good.
Yeah, I don't care. May 21st, May 20th.
Day after my birthday.
The 49ers had voluntary OTAs.
Okay.
Remember who showed up?
I remember who didn't.
Remember Nick Bosa was there?
Yeah.
Nick Bosa showed up. Okay, that's May 21st.
All right.
Remember who didn't show up?
Yes.
Christian McCaffrey.
I got you. Right.
Did not show up.
Got you.
And when Shanahan was specifically asked why, he didn't. He said, he said Ayuk and Trent Williams are contract related. He didn't speak on McCaffrey.
All right.
But if you remember, who did speak on McCaffrey? Bobby Turner. When they asked Bobby Turner about McCaffrey, he said something like, I don't get involved in the contract stuff.
All right.
Okay. So on May 21st, McCaffrey, who people had been saying, which you said wasn't healthy during the Super Bowl.
Oh, I did. Yeah, we had fun.
He wasn't healthy during the Super Bowl.
He kept rubbing that calf, I thought.
So May 21st comes around. It's optional. He doesn't show up. 2 weeks later, he got his contract extension.
Gotcha.
He got it.
Yeah.
He got it. Then he came to camp. And 3 or 4 days into camp, he got hurt. And that was it for him.
Or maybe he was always hurt, if I'm listening to you or the people correctly. Because I'm not mad at that notion or thought. You're human beings. My point is, on that day that it was announced he got that new money, and he's a 30-year-old running back, everybody understood. Nobody was ready to jump off a cliff, and he was at the height of his powers. So all these text messages having fun with this, Donnie saying we're having a good show, but Guru, why do you think he went to Germany? I get that. But that's after the fact. My point is, on that day that nobody knew he was going to miss 8 games, that money was well spent.
Did McCaffrey know?
That's an answer I don't have.
And that's a question that is absolutely fair to ask, and I guarantee you, any 49er fan, I'm not saying that he is, that is a fair question to ask.
But shame on the organization. Here I go, because I don't believe they had to do this. Take your ass to Kaiser, get a physical, and come back before you sign this.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe they waived a physical. Who knows? Maybe they were scared because they didn't need a McCaffrey holdout.
I guess my point is he had all the leverage, and that's why he got the money when he did. I get you guys wanting to know now.
And here's
my point is, on that day, that made all the sense in the world, and he probably could have gotten more if he wanted.
They made him the highest paid running back in football.
I'm just telling you.
Telling me what? He could have gotten more than being the highest paid?
It made sense for him getting guaranteed money at his age and how good he was.
And the bottom line is, this is what I mean.
Yeah.
Everybody's afraid because it's our guy, Christian McCaffrey. Maybe he knew he was hurt. And if he knew he was hurt...
Well, shame on the team then.
No, shame on everybody. Because...
What do you mean if he knew he was hurt?
Because because he's Christian McCaffrey, he must be Saint Christian McCaffrey because he's a 49er. Yeah. No, it's very possible he knew he was hurt and said, the hell with it. I'm going to try to cash in now, and I'll play through it the best I can. But
And you could be... But what are you going to do with that now?
You're going to pay the price.
Yeah, well, and you're maybe paying it now. He didn't play 8 games. I don't know the guy, but Stoney, again, he finished the Super Bowl. So
now he finished it.
Yeah.
But everybody at the time was saying he wasn't healthy.
Right.
They blamed the first quarter fumble on him not being healthy.
No, this is incredible because as much as in the energy that you have, the passion, you're just Matt Steinmetz from Reading, PA. Why wouldn't the Niners do their due diligence and have these thoughts if they had saw the warning signs as easy as all these Monday morning quarterbacks are? That's all I'm asking.
Because they love McCaffrey.
I get you. Love can take you so far, though. I'm about to give you some new money.
Because he got over on him. It happens. Draymond got over on the Warriors.
Well, I don't know. Joe gave him the money.
Well, that's still getting over on him because he snookered Lacob. And McCaffrey might have, McCaffrey... What if McCaffrey's never the same?
Oh, then wow.
What if he's never the same?
That'll be a big heist.
Oh, now you're using the word heist.
Yeah.
And I'm asking, here's what bothers me. Yeah. The idea that you're saying Well, it's not even fair to ask the question.
Oh, I would never say that.
You did, though.
No.
You said, what are you saying? I said maybe McCaffrey knew he was hurt when he signed the contract. What's wrong with saying that?
See, that's where you and I differ,
What's
and
wrong
you
with
missed
that?
it. Nothing at all.
Well,
I just don't like people taking credit for things that they don't say when they initially happen. And then you double back after it happens,
Right.
and
That's
you say,
right.
oh, I want to revisit and rewind and act like I brought this to the forefront when the whole world was on the same side. That's what I don't like about this. I'm not, oh my gosh, this is fair.
We didn't
to
have the
ask.
information in real time. They signed him to a contract.
Or did we?
My point is they signed him to a contract extension.
That he deserved.
Not if he was hurt.
Oh, well, I don't know.
And I'm telling you, it is absolutely fair to wonder about Christian McCaffrey's health at the time he signed the contract.
Do you think I'm just curious on this. Do you think he was asked that question or will be asked moving forward? Hey, Christian, Daryl Johnson from 95.7 The Game. They call me Goo. When you signed that new contract,
I think it's fair to
how
say.
How healthy were you?
I'll
probably get my license revoked.
There's nothing wrong with saying, did you know the extent of your injury? He would have said, I'll tell you what he'd say. He'd say, obviously I didn't know. He's like, I was still dealing with a little soreness, but I thought it was going to be taken. Okay. You know that's what he's going to say.
Man.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't 100%, but I'd probably be 100% in the next 2-3 weeks. Wink, wink.
Yeah, starting from the 408. Some says these are some disgusting allegations. CMC has shown the fans he's been nothing more than a professional. But even with that,
shut up. You don't know that.
I just hate you think that I'm burying my head in the sand
These
to double back and ask that. Right?
These are a question. It is absolute. Yeah, they wouldn't do this at any other.
Well, let's be honest. God. You don't like this. It's
now you can't even wonder.
Steiny,
you can't even wonder.
If you were him in the same situation
I
and you
would have
knew you were
gone
going to miss 8 games,
this is what you guys
would you have signed that contract? I'm being honest and telling you I would have signed it.
Of course you would have.
And hey, don't judge me. I would have signed it hoping I got better. But come on, we'll never get the answer to that. But we would have
the
done
answer. Like in my mind, I have the answer.
Which is what?
When he signed that contract,
he knew he was going to miss.
No, he didn't know he was going to miss 8 games. He knew at the time he signed the contract that he probably wasn't. Whatever was going on with his knee, he wasn't 100%. But did he know he was going to miss the whole year? Probably not. But did he? Are you 100% healthy? No, but I'll get there. And then it turned out to be more.
I'm getting killed for my D+. The Niners were favored.
Again, you were just scared. You're scared.
I'm not playing D+ and F, same thing, but they were favored in every game. And they won 6 of them. I mean, that's a colossal failure. D-. And
I'm not saying McCaffrey's evil. He's doing everything. He's doing what Ayuk did. He's doing what Trent. Look, there's no difference to me between the 49ers signing McCaffrey and thinking, you know what, we actually do know that knee's a little banged up, but we think he's going to be all right, but let's do it anyway.
They obviously
That to me is the exact same as Trent Williams saying, hey, I know I'm not the same player I was, but they need me, and I'm going to hold out. What's up, E?
A couple of updates from 49ers availability this morning. On the Christian McCaffrey topic, McCaffrey said he's definitely close to fully recovered from his knee injury that ended his season. Told me he would be able to, he told Nick Wagner of ESPN that he'd be able to return had the Niners made the playoffs. Instead, he expects to be ready for OTAs. And then also Brock Purdy said that he'd like to have a contract extension done sooner than later.
He will.
So he can be in the full offseason program. And finally, Mooney Ward acknowledged the likelihood that he will probably move on in free agency.
Yeah. That's too bad.
So the Ward brothers are gone. Remember, they had Jimmy Ward, Stoney, who would hit you.
Mm-hmm.
And what about Purdy saying, giving you his time frame, letting you know there'd be a your glasses are incredible. There'll be a holdout dude, you got me thinking.
Let me just start over. If you think I'm the only guy out there who wonders about the timing of the McCaffrey extension with what happened immediately after, as soon as he got to training camp, and how we talked about him in the Super Bowl, if I'm just going to stop it there. If you think I'm the only one that has questions about all that stuff, I think you're flat. I think you're crazy.
But does it change your assessment on what you think of like you're never one going to know, and two, do you look at McCaffrey differently even though you have those questions? It's like me calling in sick to work and my boss says, "Okay, don't come in, Johnson," but he thought that I went to the carnival. If he treated me different the day I come back to work, that means you believe I lied to you. My question to you, Steiny, is the question or the thought is fair. What do people do with that? You can do nothing with it.
Yes, you
or
can.
Are you telling me it might have rubbed some of the players wrong, even though they technically don't know what the truth is and will never know? What do you do with that?
That's not even the issue. The issue is you paid this guy is the highest paid running back in football. He didn't play. That in and of itself is that's the only. I won't go any further than that. And now he's still the highest paid back in football, and we don't know a damn thing about what he's going to be like as a player. So I'm not here to say, the team's pissed at McCaffrey. I have no idea. I said it, and again, the way I use words, I said, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that there might be some resentment in that locker room. I don't. I'm sorry. If I'm asking the question about what was going on with his health, then it's okay for fans to ask.
But this is where we lose each other. You might be right, and there might be 5 dudes. There might be 6. There might be 2. Steiny, I wish I could look you in the face and say, and I never played it down in the NFL, so we're equal there. I don't think that's why they're 6-11.
I never said it was. Ever. There's a million things going on, and I just feel like this team was never together, and it started the day after the Super Bowl. The day after the Super Bowl, they had a player who said, I may not be around. I need to get my money. And he came out and talked about it, and everybody knew about it. It was front and center. And it got to the point where it turned off the fan base, and then it became a distraction. And then there was another guy who did it differently, Christian McCaffrey. He did it the classy way, and he got taken care of. And then he got hurt. Yeah, okay. No, you're right, 707. I'm the only guy who's ever wondered about how the McCaffrey thing came down. Hit the pike. Please. And there's no accusation here. I'm asking a question.
But the bottom line is your reality
Jag-offs
from the team is what Evan just said. And we don't know how, there is no playoff game, so we don't know if you would have been able to play. But the bottom line is it seems like he's trending in the right direction. I didn't even like the might be ready for OTAs. You better be at OTAs. And again, just me, Steiny.
Why?
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he'll be ready to go week 1.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he hold that? Why wouldn't he just want to renegotiate again?
Because then what you're
he's a
saying,
really good guy.
No, Steiny, it don't work like that, man.
No, it does work like that.
Who would miss half the season, and some could say the reason they didn't get to their goals, and say, give me some more money after you gave me money, and I couldn't even show up?
I believe that the nature of the NFL is that if a guy knew he was a little bit banged up, that's when you absolutely, positively try to get to the bank. Absolutely, positively. So I'm not saying like he's a bad guy.
Yeah, I'm not, man.
The only thing I care about is now you have the highest paid running back in football, and he might be the biggest question mark on the team next year in terms of what we can expect from him. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Now, again, I'll just say, that's valid, Steiny, up until week 1, and whoever they play, he carries the ball 22 times. Nothing to see here. He's back. I mean, we see guys get hurt and come back. We saw it with Curry when he broke his hand, but there was no pay during that offseason. So I hear you. I'm not mad at you, but what I'm mad at, is you think, like, I live for this stuff. I don't want this to be the case, but I do think people are wondering, damn, did he know? But the bottom line is it's over. He got paid.
Right.
You paid him.
But the ramifications from paying him now linger.
And you paid for it if this is just a one-off and he's ready to go next year. Is Evan just and we still don't know, but I'm assuming, why wouldn't he be ready?
Because he's a running back. Those guys suffer a lot of wear and tear. Those guys' careers are shorter.
Right.
He has a heavy workload, and he's at the age where running backs at his age sometimes, maybe more often than not, tend to fall off.
So how much of what, Steiny, how much of this is bad luck? Because the team could have made him take a physical, and I don't even know if the physical would have showed he's going to be out 8 weeks. My point is, you keep talking about Trent, we keep talking about Ayuk, and now we're talking about McCaffrey. The Niners are playing ball, and they're giving these guys the money. How much of this is bad luck?
None.
I think this is, with McCaffrey, bad luck.
Okay, that doesn't matter. I don't care if it's bad luck or it's not. He's hurt. He got hurt.
Well, he was.
And he missed he's still hurt. I don't care. Give me a break with that. Oh, I'm looking at. You'd have believed.
No,
he would have played in the playoffs.
No, forget what Evan said. I'm looking at week 1. You better be there. That's what and Trent will be there. Now, that's different.
And I'm saying players Trent Williams' age tend to suffer setbacks more than 25
I'm not mad at that, but I'm telling you why I'm getting frustrated. Not with you. If you're doing this, why haven't the Niners brass thought about it? Why would you give him that money in the middle of the night?
Because you had to. Because you had to.
But you could have thought about...
Why did you give Draymond Green the money?
What you just said. Why didn't you think about his age? Why didn't you think about the Theragun in the Super Bowl? Why didn't you do what looks like you didn't do your due diligence?
Stop acting as though all these front offices are perfect. They can make mistakes. I think the Warriors made a mistake by re-signing Draymond Green. I just do.
Yeah, that was a decision.
Was paying McCaffrey.
Or not having him do a physical before.
I don't know what. He might have passed a physical and had pain in his knee. Who knows?
I believe. So this wasn't no. He'll be back, Stoney, and the Niners will.
All the 49er players are saints, and everybody on any other team is selfish. It's possible the 49ers have some selfish players. It's possible. Yeah.
Steiny, do you think that if Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams came back and played on their non-guaranteed deals this year instead of, fighting and holding out, do you think anything would have gone differently?
What I think is the 49ers were in a situation where they did what they had to do.
That's not what I'm asking you, though.
What are you asking?
Well, if the contracts or the way that the Niners and the players dealt with the contracts was the reason for, at the root of the chemistry issues, which I do agree with. There's clearly chemistry issues this season, but that's why I'm asking because the deal with those two guys was that they weren't guaranteed money. So if the Niners made them play under non-guaranteed deals, do you think it would have any impact on what happened?
I really am not sure how to answer that. What I'm saying is, once McCaffrey did what he did, there are no good answers.
That's why I'm saying if he didn't do what he did.
Okay.
And he just came back.
What about it? You'd still be in trouble.
That's what I'm asking you, because it sounds like...
I don't know. Would you rather have an old guy under contract or an old guy not under contract?
Either way, he'd be under contract because the point was that he wasn't guaranteed money.
All I'm saying is, I'm not going to sit here and say the 49ers should have told Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey to pound sand. I'm not saying that. They did the only thing they could do. But those two things, as an off-season entity, helped spiral the 49ers into a disappointing season because those two guys ended up getting hurt. Now, I think it's also fair to say, could their injuries have had anything to do with the fact that they didn't practice during training camp? What I'm saying is the decision they had to make wasn't a good one. Like, if Christian McCaffrey had a great year, ran for 1,500 yards, of course we'd be like, you know what? There's nothing to see here. He's still a great back. But now there's something to see here.
Nobody's fighting you on that.
2 months after he signed his contract, he couldn't play.
But you still didn't answer Evan's question.
Well, and I really don't understand. Like, I'm trying, but...
Like, would there have been a distraction amongst the players? Like, oh, the organization's doing our OGs that are still balling like this.
Maybe.
Maybe it goes both ways, or would it just been a nothing burger?
Well, so then, so the team would have been disappointed with how they were treating McCaffrey. Yeah, and what, they would have gone 6-11.
He's
they might have gone 6-11 had they done that. In other words, they went 6-11 anyway. I mean, I don't know that, and I'm not saying the 49ers had all kinds of options. I'm just saying that was to me, those were the starting points to evidence that, you know what? I just don't think we were all in it together this year.
And I hate the Warrior comp with the, again, only because the Warriors got titles and I know it's nuanced. I just hate the comp, but I won't hate on what I know has been a great Niner run for the last 5 years with a couple quarterbacks. But the bottom line to me is the Warriors won that title in 2022. I had no earthly idea that was about to, that was going to be reality. So no matter what they do, I'm okay. But the 49ers, Donnie, I really do believe this is not the end. I believe injury had a lot to do with a lot of this 6-11. And they got to hit in the draft. They got to do something via free agency, and they got to have good health. And I believe this team can come back, and they're going to pay Brock and be a factor. Now, if that doesn't happen, then it's over. They got to restart, and you start with Brock Purdy. But I guess my only thing with Brock Purdy, while I'm scratching my head, and I'm not really scratching it, is I always looked at him as a weapon. I looked at, hey, we're going to win, and it's my fault. He didn't tell me to do it because he's here, 13. Now, all of a sudden, it's what's around him, and what's not around him makes him lesser.
I only care about and think about things in terms of winning and losing. The names I don't care about. Like, forget McCaffrey. I'll use Steph Curry. And this is the part, like, in this offseason, what'd the Warriors do? They extended Steph Curry.
And said bye-bye to Clay and Chris Paul.
Forget all that. They extended Steph Curry, and in 2 years, he's going to be making $63 million. Right. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't have done that. They said, oh, what a big mistake. You should have. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, from a practical standpoint, you are in trouble in 2 years.
Okay.
Because you have a player that will be among the highest paid players in all of basketball, but he's going to be the 50th best player. And all I'm telling you right now is what the 49ers did was they paid Christian McCaffrey top of the market. They paid Trent Williams top of the market, and neither of them played like top of the market players. That's why that goes a long way toward why you go 6-11.
Okay.
So, like, there might be, if Christian McCaffrey is truly showing the effects of age, then he will never be worth being the highest back.
Well,
and you're going to have to make all that stuff up in other areas.
Yeah, I don't know who's defeated by lateral tendinitis in both knees, and Curry's reportedly have that. My thing to you, Steiny, and I'm not even mad, it's like you're yelling in the mic, right, and I feel the passion, but you're questioning these guys that get millions of dollars that are not me, that are not the fans, that make these decisions and put the YES. Let me tell you what Curry's going to do in 2 years, no matter what he's doing on the court. But Joe Lacob's pockets are going to just grow and grow. It's bigger than just what Curry is on the court. I know people hate to hear that, but he is the cash cow.
And everybody's pissed now at the Warriors.
Do you no?
Hell yes. Oh, they're not doing enough for Steph. Steph's not doing enough for his teammates.
And there's some truth in that.
I know there is. I mean, you can't pay top it makes it harder to put a good team on the field when your top 5 guys are underperforming. Now, maybe next year they'll perform, but they're old. What's coming up next in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
We're not a championship level team right now.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Here's why fans are the best. Here's why they're the best. And by best,
you're talking to me now, and
by
Evan.
the best, I mean worst. So let me get this straight.
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment.
And this goes for... And
I miss you guys, man.
I know this is a troll word, but I have to use it. Okay. Okay, so you're a homer. Not you. You, the plural. You're a homer, all right? 49ers go to the playoffs last year. And they were very so-so. They were middling.
Yeah.
And because they were middling, even though they won, they got to the same.
Yeah. It was exciting.
But, oh no. Wait, McCaffrey's, he doesn't look, he's hurt. Oh, McCaffrey's not 100% in the playoffs. Everybody went, McCaffrey's not 100%. He's doing the best he can. He's not 100%. Not 100%. So the homers, in order to justify maybe that he's not playing up to a certain standard, say, well, he must be hurt. But then the suggestion that he was hurt before he signed the contract is absolutely
I didn't know where you're going.
Unfathomable.
Yeah. Pete Franklin, the great Pete Franklin, told us fan is short, Steiny for fanatic.
If a good chunk of the 49er fans believed and thought they saw that Christian McCaffrey wasn't 100% in the Super Bowl or was hurt, banged up.
I don't believe
playing through injury.
They all are, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, then it's not.
That's not why he fumbled, and he was gashing him on that first drive.
I don't know if he was or wasn't.
But I'll take the victory lap. Dude, it's not about that.
Well,
for saying they didn't, the offense as a collective didn't look like themselves.
Right, but they deserve to win the Super Bowl.
It was a different game.
Yeah.
They were good enough in the Super Bowl. They had a 10-point lead, Steiny. It's come on now. It's not the Green Bay game means something in the no. They had that Super Bowl and they didn't. I want to use a different word.
They didn't have it.
Messed it up.
Right. And you look at it as though they had a 10-point lead and they gave it up and they lost and they
had a
should have
third and
won.
4 that if they would have converted, Steiny, they would have bled the clock and won the game on the Super Bowl.
They were fortunate to beat Green Bay.
Okay. All right.
The Lions should have beaten them, and they got beat by the Kansas City Chiefs, who were better.
Now,
okay, that's fine. Oh, they should have won the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Were they the best team in the NFL last year in the postseason?
No.
Okay. Well, then they shouldn't have won the Super Bowl.
I got a question for you.
Because that usually goes to the best team in football.
I can't wait to see how you answer this. Yeah. I know you know about gambling, but what do you say about all that happened? What you just said. You're right. Who was picked to win the Super Bowl this year by Vegas? Because I got the answer.
Who?
The Niners.
Okay.
So my point is, yeah, all that happened. You were kind of substandard. You weren't the 94 Niners offensively. But as a whole, the powers to be, the most important, the money, thought that the Niners were the best team in the NFL. And they followed that up with 6-11. So I'm just saying everything you're saying is spot on, but people don't care. They look at the team and what they got and the bounce back, and the Niners didn't answer the bell.
Yeah, I just think I don't know how you can say the 49ers should have won a Super Bowl last year when we all acknowledge that they didn't play well in the playoffs.
Right, but Steiny, go ahead, Evan, because I know where you're going. Go ahead.
If you
had one shot at it, great.
No, if you want to really make that case, the Chiefs won the last 3 playoff games by a combined 13 points. Like, they weren't the best team either.
Quarterback, Evan. They have the best quarterback in history. That's the difference.
No, it's not.
You saying that the Niners weren't the best team throughout the playoffs, you can make the same case for the team that beat them. That's what I'm saying.
That's all, Steiny. And they got a defense, too, and a guy named Chris Jones on it. I'm just...
Because they were better. Like, what's hard to understand about that? Like, I don't get it.
So you understand his premise. They won games that maybe they weren't the best team the whole game, and they pulled it out and things went their way, and they did what they had to do. But, Steiny, it's not just they have Mahomes. They got a defense, too. Did stop the Niners.
I don't care if it's they were better.
I can't. Oh, boy.
What do you mean? Oh,
I understand what he was. As soon as I heard the mic crack, I was like, I know where he's going. You keep acting like the Super Bowl was 4 games in 1.
And you keep acting like the 49ers were playing well from Christmas on. They weren't.
But they were pulling them out, and they pulled out.
Okay, and so were the Chiefs. The Chiefs were just like the Niners, but in the big boy game, the Chiefs were better, or the Niners were worse. I don't care how you looked at it.
I'll just say this, and I know I'm right. And you could disagree. There's some games, Stoney, when your team loses as a fan, you say, you know what, tip your cap. Then there's some games to where you're just sick because you feel like you gave it to them. 2016 finals for the Warriors. That Super Bowl last year, Stoney, Niner fans should still be sick and never forget it until they win another one. And even if they win another one, I know some that will never forget that. That's all. And now you got to deal with what
every year somebody wins and loses.
But I got to say this. Tell me if I'm wrong here. You got to deal with being Billy Badass for a while, and now the Niners might be, if you're right, and guys have slowed down, and the best is gone, and their best is not good enough, you got to redo it and reinvent yourself without knowing we didn't win anything for it. We have nothing to show for it. That's what makes you sick.
It makes you sick. Like, it doesn't make everybody sick. Like the 49ers were in the Super Bowl and they lost.
But he sounded despondent when he said, Steve Young, when he said we played that soundbite going into this year, the Niners may have missed their best chance.
Well, why didn't you believe him when he said that?
No, I do.
You do.
No, I'm the guy that you're like, Guru, let stuff go. I don't let them go because people act like you're going to be in touch with greatness all the time. And sometimes you never know. What did I tell you? Like, tomorrow's not promised. And now the Niners might be dealing with,
what do you mean
our run is over, and now you don't know, they haven't won since 94.
Who cares?
A lot of people do.
Well, and
a lot of people do, partner.
That is irrelevant. The fact that the Niners haven't won in 30 years is irrelevant. Just like the Cowboys haven't won in 30 years.
So you don't think that loss in the Super Bowl, after the loss to the Chiefs and the loss to the Ravens,
it's no more devastating than whoever's going to lose the Super Bowl this year?
Never.
Get out of here. Half the people weren't even alive when
Niners
they won Super Bowl.
are on a 3-game losing streak in the bowl, and they used to be undefeated.
So, okay. They still have I bet they have the best record in the Super Bowl of any other team except the Patriots. What are they, 5-3 in the Super Bowl?
No, Dallas, Pittsburgh. What? 5-3. That ain't it. Yeah, that's not it. That's not better. Dallas and Pittsburgh got better. I'm just guessing, Evan. Better records than that. Kansas City's got better record in the Super Bowl.
Right, Kansas City and New England. Like, if you're 500 in the Super Bowl, that's like pretty good, believe it or not. Because you're playing the two best teams are playing each other.
But just meet me halfway.
No,
Niner
I'm not
fans,
today.
they're not letting it go. It hurts.
And you know what? I got a Lions fan who's never been there. It's like, don't say the 49er fans have more pain than a Lions fan. You're just fans. That's all you are. You're all the same. You're all the same. You have frustrations. You have glee. You have unhappiness. Some teams win it more recently. Some teams don't win it.
Let's put a rat on the table brought to you by
like
ATCO.
The 49ers fans.
All right, let's put a rat on the table brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. I know with your beautiful glasses, Evan, Steiny, I called you Evan. You would rather be a Detroit Lion fan right now and have their team and where they're at than what's left of this Niner team.
Wait, what?
You would rather be a Lion fan. I'm being real. It's going to hurt. It's 2025. I'm telling all truth, Steiny. You would rather be a Lion fan right now with where their team is at as opposed to where the Niners are at.
Okay.
Those are facts.
And who's disagreeing with you?
No, I just threw it out there.
I mean, but
2 years ago, you would call me crazy. The Niners were the ones you'd want to be.
Teams get better and teams get worse and guys get older and guys get into their primes.
Man. Sports.
Like, I don't get it.
There's pain around here. That's what you're missing.
There's pain.
I see, and you're going to everywhere.
So 49er fans have every right to feel more pain than the Cowboys fans.
No, this season it hurts. Okay. You assumed, and I get it.
Last season it hurt for the Eagles fans.
But that was different. They had infighting. They had infighting.
Well, so did the Niners this year.
But not to the degree of where there were reports.
But you wanted to bring up Deebo Samuel punching Pepper.
Oh, I didn't like that.
Right. Well, what's that?
No, you got me on that. I'll give you that. But was it enough? Do you think that ran rampant? The coach
they were 6-11.
The coach, and I'm on Kyle's neck. He basically defended Deebo's actions to me.
Okay.
I didn't like that.
I know you didn't. And maybe that played into the year. That's all. Where's my water? You take my water?
No, I don't have it.
You want to talk about the Warriors?
Man, when I left you, there were some good things that happened. But what if I told you Steph Curry is going to be out 11 games and is going to be out and to be reevaluated? And Steiny, this thing could get ugly real fast. Jonathan Kuminga was not all the Warriors, but he was in a zone. He was getting the 30 minutes. And I'm telling you, we have a athletic when you have an issue, they call it. I heard the guys in the morning. They're challenged athletically as a whole, this team. And I love you, TJD, but if I see you miss another CYO bunny and not dunk that SOB, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's not just you, but to lose to the Sacramento Kings without De'Aaron Fox, I don't care who's the coach. Steiny, that hurt. They can't win at home. Steph did not score until 7:26 of the first quarter. I know you took 12 shots, but Steiny, everything I'm questioning about the Golden State Warriors, man, it hurts. We didn't talk about the Cleveland game, the Pacer game, all that took place here at home, the Laker game. We discussed that.
They had won 3 of 4 coming in last night.
Yeah, but against two teams that were coming off back-to-backs. Well, and Steph Curry wasn't coming off a back-to-back last night. I mean, the team was. And Wiggins, up until he got pushed in the back, I hated that they were celebrating. He was saying to Bonte and Molly, I had to get pushed in the back to go off. You should be that way all the time. And now it lies on him. They're missing everything with Kuminga right now.
I thought they had Steph Curry.
No, he's a given.
No, he's not anymore.
No, it's not. He is, man.
How do you think he, like...
Oh, and I'm going to say, no, you asked me a question. Let me finish and get it out. I've been waiting. For Steve Kerr and Mike D to say they need to see more before they make a move, it might be too late. Do it. What do you need to see? All the smartness and IQs running around, what do you need to see? The team is hemorrhaging. You don't have tomorrow. Make a move now if you're going to make it, or just say this is it. You had a whole training camp. We're going to go 14, 15 deep because we can. That was a compliment to everybody that I didn't agree with. Now you need to see what? Exactly. Without Kuminga, you know what you are. If you're losing your hair, look yourself in the mirror and shave it off and come Michael Jordan. Quit selling us on this, 2-3 weeks of what? You already know, and you should know who you and what you are. And for Kerr last night, who I love, after the game, to say this loss was just like the rest of them, oh my goodness, I almost choked. What are you? There's no way you believe that, Coach Kerr. No way. Sacramento come in here and beat you by 30. That's embarrassing, man. Embarrassing. But that's all I got. This man, man.
It happens, It happens more often, I think, now in the NBA based on the pace and the three-point shooting. I want to say we've probably lost 4 games like that this year. One in Memphis, one in Cleveland. This one, I guess the last Cleveland game here last week, similar, where we just, So for the most part, I think we've played more close games than any team in the league. So we've been very competitive. Tonight we weren't, but we'll bounce back.
He's right. So how do you explain the fact that they've played more close games than any other team in the NBA? So they have been competitive.
Okay, but where is that in the win or loss column? They don't give you any credit for close games. You got the closer. You got Steph and Dre. So I'm wondering why we're not winning the close games. And we're not talking real quick, Sonny. Last night wasn't a close game. You got embarrassed from the gate. Malik Monk takes a three-pointer, TJD gets a rebound, and Keegan Murray, who's a poodle and has no heart, takes the ball right from him. That cannot happen. And Draymond not guarding Sabonis, not a junkyard dog. He don't want to play 5. He is kryptonite to Sabonis, but he didn't want that smoke last night. And Sabonis looked like Shaq. So Steiny, I'm just saying, miss me with close games.
Well,
miss me with close games. Is that what it's gotten to? We're playing close games.
I mean, the bottom line is I was talking to Evan before the show, and I said, you know what? I wonder, I'll bet you any amount that in the NBA this year and last year, there are more blowouts than in years past, and there's also more big comebacks than there ever have been. And to me, with a 3-point shooting the way it is, if you're going to keep shooting threes, then you are going to have really bad-looking games, maybe 6 to 8 times instead of 4 to 5 times. I mean, I do believe that. If you look at a box score and it says, if you look at who won and who lost the game and then look at biggest lead,
yeah,
I swear to God, it's like most of the time you'll see that the team that lost probably had at least a 10, 12-point lead at some point during the game.
Okay.
The game is more volatile.
Yeah, but then you blew a game against the Lakers. It was a close game, and I know that happened.
Guru.
I mean, what's your point? What are you saying right now? You're okay with the status of the team? I'm just asking you because I don't know what you're saying. I'm asking you. I don't care.
Well,
Last night was a blowout.
You think they're better than they are.
And they should be better than they are.
Why?
You got Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
And you had keep holding on to that. I mean, keep holding on to that.
So is the trade imminent or not?
I don't know. I don't know. But
what about Curry? What do you need to see in the next 2 weeks?
Well, I mean, if you want me to, do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
There's probably a thought that they're figuring out, are we the 12-3 team or are we the 6-14 team? Let's give it another month and see. If we're still 500, then we're a 500 team.
I'm not being smart. How do you feel if I was to throw that back at you? Because I got my answer.
They're 18-17.
That ain't the 12-3 team.
I mean, they're the same team as they were last year, and the same team as they were the year before that.
All right. And again, I know Curry is on fire, but
when?
A couple games ago, 8 from 8 from 3. But Steiny, how can we go 7:26 of the first quarter before my man gets his first bucket?
How many
first shot? It was his first shot. 5 minutes of basketball on your home court happened, and I'm not saying it's a Steph problem. How is that happening?
Why isn't it a Steph problem? Guru, he's averaging 3 fewer attempts in essentially the same amount of time this year as opposed to last year. He's averaging 3 fewer shots a game. Why?
I don't know.
Because it's getting more and more difficult for him to generate good, solid shots.
Oh, man. I hear you.
Bill in San Jose. What's up, Bill? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Guru, I don't want you to be upset. Okay, I feel bad for you.
Don't feel bad.
Because they're just not built to be a contending team. We all know that. They don't have the talent. And we just enjoy what we got, you know?
Yeah.
They don't have trade assets. There's not a trade to be made, you know? I mean, they just don't have it, you know?
I hear you.
I mean, thanks, Bill. Appreciate the call. I mean, they're 18-17. Should they be 20-15?
But this is where, no, that's neither here nor there. This is a team that didn't make the playoffs, and I thought that was flukish. And now I'm starting to wonder, why am I late to a party that I don't want to be invited to? But if they keep doing what they did last night at home, Steiny, I'm done.
Guru, you're reluctant to even acknowledge that Steph Curry's declining. Like, you seriously, like, I know.
You don't believe that.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't believe that.
Yeah, I do, Goo. I do. And here's where I'll meet you halfway. I'm sure listeners think that I think he's declined way more than he has. I'll bet you there's a lot of Warrior fans out there that say, Steiny, you think Curry is a shell of himself and he's still really good. And they might be right that I'm exaggerating his decline. Maybe I am. But you're not acknowledging what we're watching day in and day out. So
no,
I think
come on, Steiny, I'm smart enough to know The 37-year-old Steph Curry's not the 27-year-old.
Well, apparently not.
But they got
still
last night they were 3-on-5 offensively, and I love Looney and I love Draymond. Those days are over, and maybe you had to do it but Steiny, you can't win that way. They're getting, when are our bigs going to turn around and dunk it as a move or grab a rebound and dunk it and put it back? We don't have that. Those guys are littered even on teams that are winning 20 games. They got them. This is not a Steph Curry problem or him aging.
Right.
That's just a natural part. It's a Steiny.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
What are you working with? That's all I'm at. I'm not denying Steph slippage or any. I'm not. I'm really not.
Explain this to me.
Yeah.
Why are they 5-2 without Curry?
That's it. I don't have that answer.
Well, I have an idea.
Crack at it. No, seriously.
And this has nothing to do with him declining.
Yeah.
But when Steph Curry plays, he's still Steph Curry.
Okay.
And we, meaning his players, his teammates, his coaches, they think he's still Steph Curry. And that's what they expect from him, and that's how he's supposed to play. And they're 13-15. When Steph Curry doesn't play, there's no thought in any teammate's mind about, well, we got to get Steph the ball or let's go through Steph.
They're more all right.
It might be easier now to play without Steph Curry than with Steph Curry because we're still deferring to Steph Curry exactly like we did when he was 27, but he can't do it to that degree anymore.
But isn't that fool's gold? Because I know you're not saying they're better without him. Like that 5-2, yeah, that's just happenstance, Donnie. But that thing would be, come on, it'd be 20 under if they kept playing without him. Like, what do I do with that? That's just numbers, and sometimes they do lie.
But you're not even listening to what I'm saying, and you pay it no mind.
Because there's no reality of life without Steph. Like, he is yours. He is the Warriors.
Right.
More
and
than
as
anybody
long as you think that he's going to be the player he was a year or two ago and expect him you're going to fail. You're going to fail.
Wiggins has had a good season, Stoney, but these last 4 games up until Bane pushing him in the back and him having 2 points in the half and scoring 26 in the second half, he was just running up and down. And I'm not saying what you're saying about Steph. I hate that you think, oh my God, I can't take it. I'm watching it.
You do.
I know what I'm watching, but he needs some help finally, man. And he's not getting it. They started 3-on-5 yet. Looney and Dre ain't getting you no buckets. And I know Dre's shooting 38% from the 3. Miss me, you know what I mean, man.
Why did you think
they're offensively challenged? That was the word I was looking for. And if you think is Steph's age gonna come down at his doorstep more now because he's got to be Michael J. Fox in the movie Teen Wolf, I don't know what to tell you. But it's a reality, Steiny. And I just was not offended. Basketball, we got to see. So you guys are so smart down there. You got to see 2 more weeks to decide. Well, let me tell you, fluke things can happen and a guy can get hot or guys can get hot for a week or 2. That's going to change you. You should have knew leaving training camp what you got. Well, and now Kuminga's hurt. Steiny, he's going to be reevaluated in 3 weeks. Not that he's back.
See, had you stuck to your original thought, which was, Steiny, I don't think this team's better with Anderson and those guys, you'd be sitting pretty now.
No, I don't want. I wouldn't feel good. See, I don't do it for that.
See, I might be wrong. I thought they were going to win, 46-48?
But this hurts, Kuminga. Just think about where he was at.
They're 500 without him, or with him, anyway, so.
But do you understand the 3-on-5 is really starting? That doesn't help Curry at all in this new NBA that you talk of. It's new, Steiny.
You're pissing in the wind if you continue to think that Steph Curry can magically turn 4 years younger. I think it's beyond him at this point.
Is that how I sound? I know we got to go.
The segment sponsored by AC Transit.
Calling all journey level mechanics. AC Transit is hiring. Join our
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time, brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Dibbs and Willard. Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Steiny.
How you feeling?
So good.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so good.
Oh, good.
I've never felt this rested in my entire life.
Oh.
It was wonderful. And Happy New Year, buddy.
Yeah,
Same to you guys.
Good to see you.
Yeah,
I figure we've all got at least a day or two until we hate each other again, right?
Well, Guru and I got a head start on it.
It didn't take you long. No, you guys have been awesome today.
Yeah.
Like, truly, I really found the whole thing pretty interesting. You both have some points. You do. You both have some points. I wonder this about your take, though.
Yeah.
Which is, okay, if you feel they're in trouble, right? You've said that a few times. They're in trouble. And you can look at this year and talk about all the different things that have gone wrong and all of that. But why does that have to necessarily also be about the future? You've mentioned a couple of times that it's such a razor-thin line between good and bad in this league.
Yep.
So why would it be such a hard line to cross again next year? Do you know what I mean by that?
Well, I just look because I feel like if you run that, why was they had so many guys who did not have great years.
True.
And it's just like, it feels like the only thing that's going to happen is what is the only thing that can happen. And that is, we got to see if McCaffrey can be the player he was. Trent Williams, can he stay healthy for a whole year? Is Deebo Samuel, has he lost a step? Or did he not get schemed? It just feels, Dre Greenlaw, will he ever be the player that he was 2 years ago? I just feel like when we talk about the Niners, I just feel like so much stuff didn't go right that it's got to be more to it than everybody's just going to come back and have a great year next year.
Maybe, but what if the answer to some of those is yes and some of those is no?
That's what I think it is.
But then you also fill it in. Like, we sit here now, it's January 6th. There's so many things about this team when they next play a football game that we have no idea.
No doubt.
There's how many roster spots could be different? How many starters could be different when they play another football
31
game?
free agents, I believe.
Like, so many free agents, a draft, injuries we don't know about, health that we don't know about. Like, I don't know, man. They definitely, like, in other words, if you just put it this way, if I asked you guys, how realistic of a thought is winning the NFC West next year?
It's possible. Yeah. It's realistic. To me, it's their goal.
I knew you were going to say
it's their goal.
Have you looked at their opponents? Have you looked at all those?
Yes.
We laughed. They play crap.
It is unbelievable.
The whole year they play crap.
It's unbelievable.
Nothing but crap.
No doubt. That's why I think they can win the division.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they could have a tough schedule, and if they're the team from 2 years ago, they'll win the division.
That's like my only thing. After listening to you guys all day, are you writing them off?
No, but
it sounds like it though. Give them that, Willard.
No, I'm writing off that they have I think they're just kind of stuck, and they have 31 free agents on this team.
Yeah, that's the number that I looked at. Yeah.
Okay. But I still feel like Purdy, he's going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Kittle going to be here. Debo probably going to be here.
Trent Williams
going to be here. Trent probably.
I'm not sure about the Debo
Warner.
thing.
Okay, but
yeah.
So I feel like the big boys, the cornerstones of their team are coming back, and it's those 8 guys that have to all bump up a level.
Most of them. Some of them. I mean, George Kittle played great.
Great.
Fantastic. I have no worries about George Kittle.
Yes, I actually still do. But I worry.
There were times today where I'm like, is there anything you're not worrying about? It sounded like you know what I mean?
Anything I'm not worried about?
Well, like, you line up all of these things, and I'd argue, Steiny, some of them are going to go well. When you're like McCaffrey's health and Greenlaw's health and Purdy, maybe he regressed, and Debo has lost a step, and Trent Williams, he can't play more than. the answer to some of those is going to be it's okay. Don't you think?
I do think they do. There's something going on, too, with this team, chemistry-wise or togetherness-wise or unity-wise.
No doubt.
That I don't know exactly what it is, but I just feel like that's another thing that doesn't just go away unless either it's addressed or changed.
Well, it has to be addressed and changed, and we're going to play the George Kittle comments a little bit later in our show, the comments that he made that are not directly pointing at the defense, but the whole idea is about complementary football, and it's a cliche, but when you think about it, it's more than just the defense is good, the offense is good, the special teams are decent, and we win. It goes deeper than that. It goes to where the defense actually can turn the ball over and the offense gets it and the offense keeps it and they don't turn it over. And this year it felt like the defense did not do its job. They didn't get off the field. And then the offense, when they did cash in, they didn't cash in enough. They had too many field goals. The defense gave up too much in the red zone. And I look at some of the numbers, and I know numbers are numbers, Mark, and welcome back.
Oh, listen, find out if these are my numbers.
Well,
I'm all ears.
For the last 6 years, they've been top 5 in the league in yardage differential. This year they were again, which means the yards you gain versus the yards you give up. But this year, you didn't take the ball away, and you gave up more points than everyone but 3 teams in football. So for me, complementary football didn't work this year because the defense was terrible.
All right, and you ran off, again, my first day back, Willard, you ran off Steve Wilkes, and he was the fall guy. Shout out to Lee Majors. Then you brought in Sorensen, who I don't believe Kyle's going to admit, I could be wrong, Willard, that they're going to say I made another mistake and bring somebody else in here. I can make the case on the defensive side of the ball, injuries were more the reason why you didn't look like yourself. That's just me, okay? But I got to say this to Steiny because it's just really getting at me. If you were listening early, the chemistry thing, we've seen teams win championships that don't like each other. And I'm sorry, we talked about when guys got their contract and how that chemistry could have been tainted. This team, to me, should have 2 Super Bowls. I don't believe chemistry, even if it's off or guys are kind of mad at each other, that has no bearing on why they're 6-11.
Chemistry.
No, I mean, without us knowing or one tangible iota of somebody or fights or something outside of
That's funny because you brought up Deebo Samuel punching the kicker, but no bearing.
But that was way late in the game.
No bearing. Like, I'm not saying it's definite, but I'm saying I believe there are some issues on this team in the locker room, and I don't know what they center on, money or roles, but
why were they able to overcome that?
Because they were better, and they were younger, and they were hungrier.
Chemistry is
I believe in it. Come on now,
right, but it's intangible. So like, there's a little chicken or the egg aspect to it. When you're 12-5, you know, if you just the premise is we all like each other and we have a common goal.
Okay,
and if every team starts there. How's chemistry? Remember the Warriors at the beginning of the year? Couldn't stop talking about the vibes.
All right.
Well, how are we doing now?
Okay, gotcha.
How's the chemistry now? They may still say it's good. I don't know. People might look at Buddy Buckets and not feel as all the chemistry is all as fun anymore because you don't make any shots. So
but doesn't mean you need to be called out in front of everybody too. But that's a whole nother issue.
Right. Like, I think that sometimes the chemistry goes south because you're not winning. It's not the other way around, like we win because we have chemistry. Maybe it's we have chemistry because we win.
Willard, Dibs, they lost the Super Bowl, but you lost your heart and soul with Greenlaw, who barely played. This is just my 2 cents. I'm not Cosell. When I saw him play, the little that he did, that red and gold defense looked like the red and gold defense of the past 5 years. Short sample size. Will he be able to last the whole season? I do not know, but I'm willing to invest the chicken to bring you back to find out if that egg will hatch. But I wanted to run Mr. Armstead out of town because my head got big. I thought the defense was so good everywhere. Armstead, you're a nothing. That looks like maybe, I think now, could have been a mistake and could have led into Bosa not having his best year. Neither here nor there, but little things like that accompanied with Greenlaw, I think that's why your defense has been putrid.
Well, I mean, there are so many reasons.
You're right.
So you're going to blame a guy who's not there?
No, I'm
and
blaming
Armstead and not blame Bosa.
I'm blaming the decision to say kick rocks, Dibs, and maybe the Niners took Armstead for granted like I did.
Well, you
missed him.
You had Hargrave, and he got hurt.
Yeah.
And let's just go back to the Ram game where, Mark, you were there.
Yep.
And, we broadcast our show from there, and they gave up, 12 points? They gave up 4 field goals. And it feels like just a couple of weeks ago, the defense wasn't that bad, and that's a playoff team. And you could say what you want about the Rams, but they had Puka, and they had Cooper, and they had Kyron, and they had Matt, and you held them out of the end zone, and then the last 2 weeks, you gave up 40 burgers.
Well, and this is why the circumstances matter, though. Like it was raining sideways, and we used that as this big linchpin of the conversation around Brock Purdy.
It rained for about a quarter.
No, but I was standing in it, Dibs, and it was a lot.
I was looking through a press box window, and I could see rain.
It was a lot to deal with. Trust me. And I think Kyle spoke to this when people talk about, 6 points in Brock in the rain, and he was kind of like, yeah, it was hard. How did Matt do? They scored 12 points. They also didn't use the end zone. And so, that's where I hesitate. I'm not saying that any of your points are wrong, but I'm not going to suddenly go, the defense was great that day on a day that was tailor-made for defense, right? That was a tailor-made game for defense.
Before we get too
Thursday
deep
night,
into
which
defense,
offenses always look sluggish. It's raining sideways. It's late in the year.
Before we go too deep on injuries as an excuse, look at the Lions yesterday against Minnesota in a must-win, and they gave up 9 points, and Detroit's lost. I'm aiming this to Guru.
Yeah.
Because they've lost 7 defensive starters, and yet they took Sam Darnold and maybe sent him back into free agency, and they've got nobody on defense in a double must-win for the 1 seed kind of a game. So for me, you could say Greenlaw fine, and they lost Hargrave and Armstead, whatever.
So do they need a D? Who's that on? I was just about to ask. Is that on Sorensen, or is he coming back?
It's on Sorensen.
Okay.
And if they bring him back, then it's Kyle saying that it's not a defensive coordinator issue. If you look at the points allowed, only 3 teams this year in the NFL, 3 teams gave up more points than the Niners. When
has that ever happened in the last 5 years?
My God. I get a little, and this is not to say that you guys aren't having a relevant conversation. I get personally a little worn out on the who's it on. I don't care who it's on. Blame who you want. There are only a couple bosses.
Well, how do you fix it? I guess that's why we find out who it's on.
Their personnel was not good. Their personnel was not good. Whether you want to in spots.
And I said this to Stoney, to that point, why did Vegas have the Niners winning it all coming into this season?
Vegas is a reflection of us.
Right.
And what we're going to bet on. And we don't know. And we don't know who's going to get hurt. We don't know who's going to underperform. Devondre Campbell was a miss.
Terrible. Yeah.
And that's on the front office. And Javon Hargrave, I think, was a miss and got hurt. And then we could go on. The defensive backfield, not enough. There's some young players who showed promise, but they're young players. They're rookies. Mustafa Green, I think they're going to be
What
good.
about Hufanga?
Had a lost season, and for very understandable, awful reasons. But their personnel was trash on defense.
Well, Willard, you don't got everything under the sun to get it fixed. I mean, you got an offseason, some drafts surround. That's what I'm saying.
But you're number 1 in cap space. So, and let's just remember that as we look at how you fix it, because even if you give Brock whatever you give him, the majority of that number doesn't hit this year. It might be $10 million this year in a signing bonus, but you have the number 1 cap space. So you've got no excuses. You're drafting in the top 11, I believe, in every round.
Number 11.
And you've got cap room. Wow. So go out there and fix it, guys.
Johnny.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're up to bat.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I just don't understand how they have all these high-paid players. They have more when do they have to project out and say, you know what, we may be in a little trouble then? You know what I mean?
It'll be 2 years, I think, honestly, and that's when the Brock money will hit. And a lot of it comes down to...
You know what I'm saying, though, right?
I do, and a lot of it comes down to contract structure. And the 49ers, because, and this is what David Lombardi from The Athletic has told us, or the Standard now, I apologize, the SF Standard, because they have a lot of cash on hand, when they rework deals, they give cash up front. And when you do a signing bonus, that gets prorated over the course of the contract. So if you give a guy $50 million. Let's say they give Brock Purdy a $50 million signing bonus. He gets 50 in hand, but that's 10, 10, 10, 10, and 10 over the 5-year length of his deal as far as the cap goes. So because they have a lot of cash on hand, Jed York and the various Yorks and DeBartolo Yorks, they have the money to give out now, and because they can play the game funny money-wise, which is what they did with Trent and CMC, and they're going to do it with Kittle coming up. They did it with Debo as well. They give you money now, and they spread out what we owe you cap-wise over the years. That's how they're able to
feels like the Otani, but there's no cap.
Exactly.
Still deferred.
Yeah.
So Brock Purdy, let's say he gets paid, whatever.
Yeah. Let's say $5 and $250.
He will. His salary next year is still going to be $1 million.
Correct.
But he's going to put $50 million in his bank.
And the cap,
there you go.
The cap hit will probably be $11 million.
10, 11 million.
Some of the prorated signing bonus will also hit. But right now they're sitting on what, $50 million mark in cap room?
Yeah, it's
give or take.
Yeah, give or take.
They do have enough money
to go. Oh man,
and
they're fine.
Cap-wise, they're fine.
They're fine. But yes, I'm not saying they don't have to do good things. You got to do better things.
But you hit me with the. It doesn't have to be somebody's fault. But with that, I think it was you before you left. It might have been Dibs. I got to just go back to Debo because when I saw him do that, what he did with the kickoff return and the speed and the burst, I'm like, oh, you're not done.
I don't
the
feel
Cadillac, the engine is not done.
That is me.
So why did he have this awful year? Or are you telling me and people that think like myself, why are you just singling him out? It's a collective, and that's why the offense never. Because I think Kyle had the worst year of them all because I called him an offensive genius, and I never felt like he figured it out this year.
Whatever you want to label him, he was, and he still is. Like he had a bad year. He's got to.
But why did he?
You have to constantly
evolve.
People like to use the word reinvent, right? You have to adjust. It's no different than Brock Purdy himself or any player who has a good, like Elliot Ramos this year. Dude, you better be ready for the league to know where the hole is in your swing. So I hope right now you're, as you would say, in the lab.
No doubt.
Getting ready to hit the pitch that they know you have trouble hitting. Now Kyle Shanahan, same thing. And the reason Debo gets talked about so much, I believe, is because he's kind of the logo of the last few years of what Kyle Shanahan would do on offense. All of these, the pre-snap motion and the gadgets and the getting the ball to Debo in different spots. And Debo had so much success with that. Not being a regular wide receiver, but like a unique wide receiver. And this year, league was ready for it. Boy, were they ready for it. And it made, this is my opinion now, it made Debo look old. I don't think he is.
Wow.
I don't think he is. The job of a coordinator and a play and all the players on the field is to get the ball into their good players' hands in space.
That's
they
Kyle's
did not do that very well with Debo this year. But if you do, and you get him the ball in space, he will still run and he will make the end zone. Now, he got to catch the ball. They got to catch the ball. It's on him too. But I don't feel like his struggles this year were because of that phrase, lost a step.
Yeah, and I did a mea culpa last week. You were gone because having seen him as a kick returner and seeing him when he actually does get the ball with a little bit of room, he hasn't lost a step. And I had said that I thought he had lost a step, but I don't believe anymore that he's lost a step, and I'm going to go ahead and take the L on that. And I do think that it comes down to Kyle. And now, Kyle, how are you going to get him the ball in a place where teams don't know it? And I think it was you guys earlier, like when he lines up in the backfield, you know what he's doing. And when he goes in motion, you know what he's doing. Exactly. So how do you get Debo now the ball where he can get that beautiful lower half moving and get into space?
Well,
and
can you?
Top speed?
Has he ever been that guy?
There's got to be more other players who are man beaters on the field. And I would say the last 2 weeks, if anybody wants to find something that's a silver lining, what you've seen Ricky Pearsall do the last 2 weeks is very encouraging. Will Brandon Ayuk be a part of this team at some point, somewhat in the first half of the season? You hope so, but that's a different football team. And that's sort of what I'm getting at with regard to how different could this look when we next see them suit up. Very, very. But I also think this is important, and this is going to trigger people, and I apologize for that triggering, but it's a fact, so I'm sorry I have to say this. We spend way too much time talking about the things that are not a problem. I know that it's easy when we assess football to talk about the coach and the quarterback, but the offensive, the final rankings, Dibs, you just alluded to this, the final rankings on offense this year in the NFL, they were number 11. On defense, they were number 26, and on special teams, they were number 32. If you want to know what is wrong with this football team, it is not the offense and its personnel. It needs to be reworked, reinvented, if you will, by Kyle Shanahan, no question. Then they need some new additions and some better luck. But that's not why they lost football games this year.
So does
their
26
defense was brutal, and their special teams was not even professional.
Okay, no doubt. Let's put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. With that 26 ranking, and I asked Dibs, should Sorensen return? I'm not saying either way. I hope you don't think I want him. I'm just sure, does he survive? How do you survive? Or do you say we had bad luck, goo, and injuries?
That's one of those things where the team is going to feel like there's some intricacies to that answer that I don't know. They seem so much.
As a fan, though, are you mad at him?
Well, yeah, because there was no adjustment.
Huh?
It seemed like there was no adjustment. But by the same token, the players who you do believe in seem like they believe in what's happening now a lot more than they did last year. So I don't know if they're feeling less confused. And this year they just didn't have kind of the ammo to do it. I look at it this way. I don't know if he's going to be back. I think the Niners will probably play that in a little bit of an opportunistic way. If there's someone available who they feel is better, then they'll do it. But it's not going to be like last year where they were like 3, 2, 1, you're fired. Which what they did with Steve.
I mean, I feel like should he be back? Shouldn't he be back? Like, in a way, I don't even care. That's like, they've got to make that decision, and I'll just assume they kind of make the right one. You know, it's like when the Kings fired Mike Brown. Oh, Vivek's an idiot. Vivek's an idiot.
Well, he might
be an idiot.
Man.
Vivek may be an idiot, but guess what? They've won 4 in a row with Doug Christie. Yeah. So maybe somebody's got more insight into what was going on with them than, and I get it, it's a small sample size.
And look at the Bengals today. Like, the Bengals fired their defensive coordinator and also their offensive line coach, and that happened on a Monday. And I don't know when Steve Wilkes got fired. It felt to me like it was pretty quickly.
It was like
Kyle was like, we're going to take some time.
Right,
and then it was like 2 minutes later.
I'll check later exactly how quick it was.
It was a day or two, I feel. It was either today or tomorrow.
Right. This, to me, if they do make a change at special teams and or defensive coordinator, it's not going to be a passion move. It's going to be something that's a little bit more measured. But here's the bigger issue for me is Kyle Shanahan believes in what this defense does, which is they play the wide 9, not to get too into it, but you have your best defensive player about 19 yards away from the ball, and you have no defensive tackles, you don't blitz, and you don't take the ball away. So for me, who cares who your coordinator is? The bigger issue is how do you play defense? Because you don't blitz, you don't pressure teams, you don't hit the quarterback.
Robert Saleh knows how.
Did they play wide 9 2 years ago?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, they're playing the same defense where Bosa had 18 and a half sacks.
And the reason why he had 18 and 19 sacks is because you had interior defenders pushing the pocket, and so now the quarterback has nowhere to go. And with this defense, and apologies to the various Givenses and Okawanus and all the other fellows in the interior, they're providing nothing. And teams are just running right down the middle. And like yesterday, did they hit Kyler Murray at all? Did they have, 2 quarterback hits?
And the worst part, they were eliminated not the last week or the week before. They've been eliminated a little while.
Oh, yeah.
That's what.
Dude, they went 6 just say it out loud. They went 6-11.
That is nasty.
That is a disgusting
This didn't even go down
season.
To the end.
No, they are they almost made the top 10 in the draft. Like, they weren't, and they're bad. This was not like, like Steph's like we're mid. No, the Niners aren't even mid.
They lost 7 of 9, and think about their wins. Out of the bye, you had to survive Tampa Bay.
Yes,
and remember that game. You tried to give that game away 6 different times.
Turns out that's the best team they beat all year.
Steiny asked me what would the
best team they beat all year.
Tampa. Right. And just as we look
only
at
playoff team, probably.
Yeah.
Well, as we look at the bright side for next year, I just was running the numbers, Steiny, and you'll like this. The teams that you play outside of your division. You've got 11 games next year outside your division.
It's incredible.
You can ask for the record?
Worst to first.
Their combined winning percentage this year.
Wait for it.
339.
The Houston Texans are the hardest team
and Tampa
on their schedule, and it's not close.
But you got the Rams, Seattle. I know outside of Clyde, but I hear
you have 0 teams that won 11 games.
But are you in position to say that?
And this year you played 5 teams.
Right.
What was the record? What was the record?
You played 5 teams this year with 11 wins. And
but you can even use the names, and it's even stronger. Dude, you had to play the Bills. You played the Chiefs. You played the Lions. You played the Vikes. You played the Packers. You played all those teams.
There's the 5.
Next year, Houston.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm not that guy.
I know.
Winning percentage of 339 outside the division.
I'm not the guy to pat myself on the back, but beep. And the reason I'm doing this the last time in 2025 is at the summit at Fremont Bank. Shasky embarrassed me because he asked me to name a Ram defender, and I couldn't because I was nervous. But I said, watch out for the Rams. They win the division.
They won the division.
Grandy, do I get the applause or just nothing for that? I mean, I told everybody.
Not if you ask for it.
Yeah, you gotta.
A little thirsty.
And why don't you bet on it
What
next
about the
time?
7 things you acknowledged you were wrong
I had a
about
good
today?
year. His glasses.
Oh, my God.
Those aren't it. Where are the other ones at?
He had a great year.
By the way,
7 times that I called Kyle a genius. I was wrong.
Well, yeah. Don't
I
use
thought
that word. That's
Steph
offensive.
Curry. I thought the Warrior. I was wrong.
Do a little OT for us. I got to get a Warrior take off. Go ahead.
Grandy looked it up. Steve Wilkes made it to Wednesday after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Kyle was measured.
So we'll see. Nick Sorensen has 48 hours to see.
Robert Sala's available, though.
Do we know when Kyle and John are going to speak with their season end?
We do not yet know that.
Not yet. Okay.
Wow.
Because it's not. I don't think it would happen before that, but that's going to be very telling when Kyle and John do the year end.
My prediction: you're not going to see anything yet on Nick Sorensen.
Okay,
but it doesn't. What will be interesting is the wording behind the vote of confidence, which is why I think they're going to say they're going to prepare themselves to keep Nick.
Doesn't mean it's set in stone.
No, and then we'll see who's available.
And the same thing with Moody. Like, it does you no good now.
No,
are you really going to give up on him?
Well, you're not going to give up on
Jake
him.
or Moses?
You're going to bring in competition.
Okay.
Right. You're going to bring in real competition.
The dude's got a leg, man. He had a high ankle sprain. I get it. This was a bad year, but why does the fans want him out?
You bring in 2 kickers next year, and you see who wins the battle. Why? Well, there's no rush there. Like, you don't need to be angry at him and act on it.
I'm
today.
angry at the Warriors.
It wasn't on his plant leg.
Why?
It was on his kicking leg. So.
Last night was an embarrassment to the Warriors. No De'Aaron Fox. I don't care. That hurt me. And JK might be your Steph in regard to the youngster and athleticism. Him being this could get ugly.
The worst timing ever.
What was that?
Ever.
It's been ugly. And maybe the 3 of you don't listen to me, and I sit here 20 hours a week.
Now. Go ahead. Where are you
and
going?
I told
this is
you
true. I don't
a month
listen
ago,
to you. Yeah.
And you don't have to listen to me, but I'm on the record as saying they have real problems. And I said this 4 weeks ago, and the problems exist no matter what you want to do at the deadline, no matter what Kuminga's ankle is like. This roster, this team, they're not good enough. Your superstar is great every third game. Draymond Green is devolving now into, I'm so frustrated, I want to hurt people.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm watching it.
This thing is broken. Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock.
Wow.
Will you say that to him?
Yes.
He really didn't. Real quick, I know we're out of here, Stoney.
Where were you? Gallivanting around golf courses.
He really didn't believe last night's game was just like the others. I felt like that let me know there's worse things happening because you're saying that just so guys don't crack. But there's no way losing by 30 from the outset to a De'Aaron Fox-less Sacramento Kings team.
Well,
wow.
I thought, now, Dibs, you pointed this out to us earlier, and I really agree.
I can't wait to listen.
Steph's comment yesterday, I don't think he doesn't know.
Or maybe he does.
How much that triggers a Bay Area sports fan when you say we're not built to come from behind.
Wow.
I'm like, wait a minute. We've already got the football team that's not allowed to come from behind.
That's right.
Now you're telling me we've got the basketball
with the
team.
Chef and Dre.
That when they fall down by 15, that actually means you're down by 30.
And we know the baseball team's not built to come from behind.
The baseball team can't score.
Not done. They're not done.
We know about the Sharks. We've got a 420-foot power alley, though. Ain't that fun? Man. What are we building here? And so not his fault, because it's not his fault that the Giants have a big yard and that the 49ers want to run the ball. That's not his. But what are we doing?
Man.
Because you've given up 30-point leads twice, and you can't come back from 20. So you take from that, is it constructed poorly, or was that yet another? Because we do this in the NBA.
Yeah.
Anytime someone speaks, he's sending a message.
They started the game 3-on-5. I love Loon and Dre, but those days are over. You got to have guys that can get you the buckets in the paint.
Right. He's saying we need another bucket getter.
Right.
And especially now that your other bucket getter's gone for a month.
Man, that's a killer.
Well, you got a bucket getter, and he doesn't get buckets. And you got Dennis Schroeder. Everyone told me how much he was averaging.
He's trying to fit in, man.
He's doing better.
And then
he's doing better.
You got Buddy Buckets, who's
been Buddy Buckets wherever he's gone, though.
Not it.
No, you guys turning your back on him.
He's Buddy not it.
Everybody loved him the first month, and Draymond just...
It was 2 weeks, and, I mean, go look at the numbers.
I know.
Buddy
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to.
That was better.
He doesn't want to look at reality.
Early, I'm like, it's going in. Now I'm like, you ain't making that, Buddy. It's amazing. Yeah. I feel dirty watching him.
Now all our hopes lie with Kyle Anderson. Kyle go out there and
who, by the way,
Kuminga.
said he was mad that he hadn't been playing.
Yeah.
I appreciate the honesty.
And I mean,
ready.
Kuminga, I'm sorry, Wiggins needed Bane to run through him to actually wake up and play hard.
And they celebrated that. I was at the house. That room got so mad.
You know,
yeah.
I mean, to me, the biggest, obviously, they had 18 turnovers in the first 3 quarters. So you're going to get beat every single time that happens. But to me, the most alarming thing with the Warriors this year and last night, I get it. They lost by 30. Steph Curry took 12 shots.
Mm-hmm.
That's
not his first shot wasn't until 7:36 in the first quarter, Dibs.
All he could get off.
Shout out Prince.
It's hard.
Just watch Purple Rain.
He is averaging 3 fewer shots a game in virtually the same amount of time. Like that's
But why?
He can't get his shot off.
Because his teammates stink.
No.
There you go. Is that what you want to hear?
Because if you're guarding the Warriors, you send 2 at Steph and you say exactly what you just talked about. All right, Kavan. All right, Slow-Mo. All right, Draymond.
Wow.
All right, Buddy shooting 30% since November. All right, Schroeder, who's struggling. All right, Gary. All right, Pods, who lost his confidence. All right, everybody else. Go beat us. Go ahead. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. And they can't, man. Guru. They can't.
And I think, I know we're going to stay till 27, Goo.
Oh, wow.
Which, by the way, my favorite New Year's resolution that I've ever heard someone have is for you to come back now and sign up to stay for the first segment.
Yeah.
For all of 2025.
Well, I don't know about that.
That's
Is that done?
Thank you. Yes.
No chance.
He didn't want to tell wrong.
That's a no chance.
That's all I can assume based on no one asked
I kept
for you
saying maybe his computer's broke. You don't see the time.
You're finally enjoying our company. It's wonderful. We enjoy
it
yours.
is lovely. And
Plus, nobody's home.
And I'll just I make you want to rush him. I'll just stretch the point further to say that's why he's shooting less is because defenses now can send whomever at him and just go ahead and take him away.
But last night it was just Keon Ellis guarding him. I saw, I could see him. I was sure Curry. It was 7 minutes and 36 seconds left in the first before he took his first shot.
Well, first of all, look, it's okay to be 36 years old and not be as dynamic. That should be obvious. But there are some comps to me from Steph Curry to Debo Samuel. And how much we look at them and go, they've lost a step. And it's not to say maybe that Steph hasn't. I mean, he's 36.
There. Yeah, he ain't 26.
36, but I do look at them and go, no, the defenses, when they see what you're doing.
Who makes it easier for Steph? Who makes it him? What teammate makes the game easier for him? I'll wait for the answer.
He plays for another team now.
That's a myth.
He plays for another team. That's the same problem you and I have been talking about for a year and a half.
Wow.
He's asking for a bucket getter.
Wow, no doubt.
They've got to go get a bucket getter.
It's real.
And his name is not Jimmy Butler.
Jordan Poole playing good basketball.
Well, that's the other thing. And we'll get more into this tomorrow, and
all month.
It's not a coincidence that Kawakami wrote in the Standard that don't look for him to trade for Jimmy Butler, and Amick in the Athletic said Butler's not a really good fit. And then Slater says, Butler's a long shot.
And Windhorst today. Did you hear Windhorst?
No, what did he say?
He said the team that is most aggressive after Jimmy right now, I give you 10 guesses you won't get the team right.
Boston.
No.
Denver.
Lakers. No.
Philly.
No.
Warriors.
No.
It's gotta be Orlando.
No. Phoenix.
Of course.
The Phoenix
And that's why they said today Beal was available.
Well,
They had the
but
odds.
Beal's got to waive a no-trade clause.
Yeah, that's true.
And they've got
They moved him to the bench. Him and Nurkic.
And they've got to so they've got to involve a third or fourth team. So cue the rumors of the Warriors acquiring Bradley Beal.
Yeah, that's great.
How about
That's
that?
great. Well,
I don't like that.
What I've been saying all
Neither do I. I'm
along
kidding.
is if the Warriors really want to make a deal, it has to be something that's incremental now and helps you in the future, because the whole Steph Curry window, everybody is focused on this year. Right. It's not this year. It's this year and next year and maybe the year after that. If you really want to maximize the window, you're not going all in between now and February to try to make yourself a lot better now. It's about getting a little bit better now, and then you get to the summer, and then you get more better then, and you get to October, and you look at your team then and say, okay, now we're ready for one last run.
But you got to make the playoffs the year after you didn't make the playoffs this year.
No, you don't.
Why don't?
It's not a rule.
I mean,
no, it would be over.
Yes.
Then. What
Well,
Dibs is
no, it's not over.
You got 2 years of not making the play. I mean,
what would be
It
over?
doesn't matter. What's more important, making one more impactful run for a title or limping into the playoffs and being a first-round
Didn't the Warriors
ouster?
win their last title after missing the
Just
playoffs?
think I'm
2 years
light-skinned with
in a
green
row?
eyes right now, and I'm Steph Curry answering your question. How important do you think it's here for him to be at the house while another NBA spring comes and there's no playoffs for him?
Well, if I went to you, light-skinned with green eyes, to your lovely house in, I think, Portola Valley or somewhere down there west of Palo Alto. Hello, friends. And I know he's got NIMBY issues, but we won't get to that here. If you said to him, hey, this year we're going to have to eat it, but next year we're going to have a real chance to make
But
to
you
make a
don't
run.
know that, though. You don't know if that's next year's going to be.
Well, but what I do know about this year's team is that no matter what you try to do, you can't get to where he wants to be now. It's the reality.
But your point about it being incremental, I think, is fair. To me, the answer, it's not a perfect one. It's not an all-encompassing answer, but the answer this year is Vucevic.
Yeah.
Oh, I would throw confetti.
That's your answer, because you can get him without giving up core pieces.
And
that
you
make
need a guy like him,
exactly.
man.
You have a center. He can score. He can rebound.
And he's under contract,
And he's
right?
under contract next year for $21 million. It
Peanuts.
does not break your back at all. To me, that's the answer. You attach a pick to 3 players, GP2, Looney, Moody, whatever, and you get Vucevic.
Hey, Santos, get him out of here.
That's I think that's your answer this year.
You think they'd trade Vucevic to the Warriors without Kuminga coming back?
Yes. Boy. You're not getting Kuminga for Vucevic?
Yeah, I'm with you.
What?
You're not getting Kuminga for him.
Yeah, he
What do you
don't.
mean?
That ain't worth losing Kuminga over to me.
Plus, the problem with trading Kuminga now, and now there's a new one because he's hurt for the remainder of the deadline.
That was a bad
But the problem with trading Kuminga all along is the fact that he makes $7 million. So whatever you're sending him to, you're getting something back where you need to add a bunch more.
Well,
like if you like, this is why in the Butler deal, they're like, no, it would be Kuminga and Wiggins. Like, well, what? Pound sand.
Right.
I'm giving you both of our wings so that you can give us one older one. That's a terrible fit.
But the Warriors might be more willing to trade Kuminga than trade a future first-round pick if they aren't sold on re-signing Kuminga. And that, to me, becomes the interesting part.
That's internal. You're right.
Who we getting Vucevic for?
It's about the pick. You're just going to match contracts, but it's going to be about Chicago. Might as well,
but not Kuminga though. That's what I'm saying.
Chicago. I don't think Vucevic commands that. Like right now,
I like his game, man.
Turn that into picks.
I mean,
that's
he's got. I think one more year left.
Correct.
So I mean, unless they're hell bent on getting space, like just miss me with Peyton and Moody. Like, how do they help the Bulls
to get a pick?
It'd be picks too.
Yeah,
well, and for me, Steiny,
and the Bulls are almost more in it in the East than the Warriors are in the West.
In what? In what? I mean, they're not. As long as they're going to win something.
You know,
I think. I don't know that the Warriors would do this if they would attach a first-round pick to contracts. They'd get Vucevic. That's my read.
Unprotected,
probably.
I can't wait to hear this Curry interview.
Well, I don't know if they would do that. But if they do that, I think the Bulls would do that.
My read is if the Warriors aren't sold on paying Kuminga $40 million a year, then you don't worry about attaching a pick. You attach Kuminga. If you don't want to re-sign Kuminga anyway,
I agree with that.
Then it becomes, if it's GP2, Kuminga, and Gee, and no picks, then that's much better for the Warriors.
Do you think that's where the Warriors are, though?
I don't know, Mark.
I mean, especially after the last 2 weeks, that's why this injury sucks.
Can you believe it?
For me, it's not a question of is Kuminga good. It's do you want to pay him $40 million a year?
And the answer was no coming into this season, and you wonder what he's
50.
put on tape. I thought he wanted 40. They wanted to give him 30. Are they in love with what they've seen?
Remember, he's restricted. You only have to give him what someone else would offer him.
I mean,
that's all you got to do. You got to know what the market would call for.
Potential.
The only thing I'm out on, and I'm with Dibs here. It's like if you want Kuminga, you ain't getting any future picks.
Agreed.
If you want us to give up future picks, we ain't giving up Kuminga.
Agreed.
Yeah. It's a good place to leave it.
Yeah. No, we got how much? We got a minute.
No, we don't.
Well, we're first of all,
it's 27.
You can take a minute if you want.
We're sponsored by Safeway, and we're in charge here.
Don't take my kindness for weakness.
We can do whatever we want.
Willard, I was off, and you were in, and you took a shot at me, so I want to fix it.
What did I do?
We both were at the Phoenix game against the Warriors a couple Saturdays ago, and where I had the pleasure of sitting, I could see Joe Lacob
So you had better seats than I did.
He was everybody miss or whatever. He was just so demonstrative. It was incredible.
And I said you were. Yeah.
You told Guru. It wasn't like I got hit by a Mo Bamba pass and I was on my phone at the Warrior game front row in Meyer seat.
It's okay. You can brag.
Watch the game.
No, you can brag about your stuff.
I'm telling you, put the camera on Lacob. It's incredible. He lives it.
He's an open book.
When they mess up, he just.
But that's good, don't you? You love that as an owner.
I'm like, oh, Willie, you're getting traded. You turned it over. You're getting traded tomorrow. It was like that, man.
Take us out, Will.
Man, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
It's good to see
what
you.
What happened to the Gucci
on
glasses?
the all new and all year long extended crossover on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for their members. USDA Choice.
fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Let's do 2025, can we?
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm actually going to do this right out of the gate.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Cheers. Happy New Year to everybody. I have never felt this rested, and I'm sure it will last about 38 more minutes.
Good.
But other than that, dude, let's ride.
Yeah, hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Always.
And there
There's
were
always.
brighter days ahead for Jared Goff, the number 1 seed.
How about that?
Great game. Nice win.
Weird game.
Yeah.
Weird game where, like, O'Connell turned into Campbell. He was the one who was like, every fourth down, we're going for it. And then, Sam Darnold might have cost himself some money yesterday.
I was just going to say, how much money did he lose?
It wasn't a good day for him. He missed a lot of throws, and they made wrong calls, and their field goal kicker. It felt like watching the 49ers, to be honest with you.
Right.
The way the Vikings played yesterday.
And a little bit of a mixed feeling going into the playoffs, because the playoffs are always awesome, and I'm excited for the playoffs because playoff football is better than anything else. Yet, you go into playoff football knowing that your team is not there, and not only are they not there, they weren't close to being there.
Significantly not there.
Right.
6-11 is absurd, and you're right. The only good news for me is that we can get an early plan on our Super Bowl party, and when the Niners aren't in it, I don't care who comes. We'll make all the food. Everybody can come over, even the annoying people, because if the Niners are in it, I don't want the annoying people there because it's like, don't talk.
Right.
The Niners are playing, but now it's going to be whoever versus whoever, whatever, let's eat. So that's the good news. You're right, but the rest of it's bad. And so today's that kind of a day. So 888-957-9570, and we'll kind of leave this almost as an open book in terms of like what really is the thing that caught your attention and you kind of want to scream about today. Here's my thing. I really think, and this actually bleeds into all of Bay Area sports and what was a very disappointing 2024. Like, really disappointing. I know that it was calendar 2024 when the 49ers beat the Packers and beat the Lions and went to the Super Bowl, but still, their playoff performance was not great. Their Super Bowl was devastating. And then you go into the Warriors missing the playoffs and the Giants being meh and firing their front office, and here come the Warriors, and they're hanging around 500, and the Niners go 6-11. What a disappointing year. And what I notice when I look at this group, and we'll focus on the Niners right now, is that they've lost their swagger. And I really want to find a way for these groups to get it back. And here's what I mean by that in terms of the 49ers. Brock Purdy said something earlier today that we'll play for you in a little bit. It's very important for you to hear. It's fascinating. And he talked about a potential contract extension, and his message was, let's do this soon. You can call that arrogant if you want. I call it leadership. I call it smart. It's an admission that the last 2 summers have been mishandled, and you can't do this anymore. The 49ers, known very, very well around the league for being a front office that is under control and smart and builds contracts in their favor, have been getting whipped in the summer. And they have been cowering to their players. And I get why. You're so close to a Super Bowl. You're so desperate to get over the top that you just don't want to upset the apple cart. So when Nick Bosa says, no, 31 is great, let's do 33. Let's do 34. When Brandon Ayuk says, how about 27? No, Amon-Ra just signed, let's do 30. And what the Niners have done is a double down of dumb, which is to not only cower and give the players everything they want, but let's wait and make it painful in the process, distracting everybody, putting a black cloud over all of this, and here you go. The 49er front office needs to get their damn swag back, retake control of how, not just what you're giving, but how you're going about it. And please, Please don't do that again this offseason. And yes, it starts with Brock Purdy, but there are many, many others. Please do not let the players dictate what's going on here because of your desperation to get over the top and win a Super Bowl.
And I think that this is obviously the easiest and also the most difficult one to do because it's easy. They want the player and the player wants to be here. So all the fans who want to do other things and Darnold and Cousins and draft picks and whatever else you want to do, they don't want to do that and the player doesn't want to leave. So they're going to sign him. So we can put aside that part of it, I believe, until we hear something to the contrary from the team. So then it comes down to when and how much. And the fact that Brock Purdy is saying this, like, let's get this done early as opposed to late, tells me that he might be willing to take less than he might be able to get if he waited until August.
Oh, do you read it that way? I don't read it that way.
I read it to this way, where he realizes how important it is for him to have another offseason with his team, young receivers, and I'm looking at the calendar for the year. The league year starts March 12th, and if you have a returning head coach, then you can start offseason workouts in April 21st. So what I hear Brock say is by April 21st, when we can resume offseason work activities with each other, I want to be signed. I want to be taken care of. And for me, it's not that he's going to take a huge discount, but I do think that he's willing to get it done without a lot of back and forth and a lot of acrimony.
Well, let's let everybody hear exactly what he had to say. This is from NBC Sports Bay Area. His locker room availability today as guys are cleaning everything out. This is what he said as far as the speed of the negotiations.
I want to obviously get it done. If that's an opportunity to be able to get that done quick, that'd be great. Just so we can get back for phase one, get after it with the receivers and our team, and just continue to grow. Because man, we all got to grow together. We got to come close and learn and be the best versions of ourselves as fast as we can. And phase one is my mind of OTAs coming back, getting all the guys back, and let's roll. Let's get after this offseason together. But with that being said, everybody's timing is a little different and stuff. But, for me, at the end of the day, I want to win. I want to win for this organization and everybody here. And I'm not the kind of guy that wants to have any kind of drama associated with anything. I'm here for this organization, for my teammates in the locker room, and I want to be very professional about it. We play professional football for our living, and I want to keep the main thing, and not get distracted by all the chaos that can go on within it, but I want to just be clean about it and respectable and get something done and get back to work.
Okay, I love that, and he says the key word for me, which is drama. More on that in a sec, but there's one more to hear from Brock Purdy, who's asked if he listens to Willard and Dibbs. It was not exactly like that. He was asked if he's heard the debate about his contract and what he's worth.
Obviously, just based off of how this year has gone, that's been conversations and the talking points and things like that. But, I mean, if you take a step back and realize what has been done the last couple of years, if we're talking about me and my story, like being drafted last and then coming in and helping the team win and reach some pretty big heights, that's something that I can fall back and look on and be like, okay, that's what I've done. And obviously not just by myself. I've had a great supporting cast and everything, and I'm very thankful for that. This year was tough, but like I said, dude, I really do believe that this all happened and I can grow so much from it and continue to grow into the quarterback that I want to be. And, I just turned 25 years old. I feel like there's a lot of areas and improvement that I can have within my game, and I know I can get to, and so I'm confident in that. So we'll see what happens. Everybody has their own opinion, and that's okay. But for me, I know who I am and what my purpose in life is and what I can do.
I think he's nailing this.
Yeah.
I think he's absolutely nailing this. And for those of you who question leadership on the 49ers, two things. One, George Kittle actually said today, I really, really believe Brock took huge steps this year in terms of leadership in this locker room, and that's something that only they can speak to. That's number one, but number two, I think you're hearing evidence of it right now. He is absolutely right. 49ers, you want to know what you suffered from this year? Your drama queens.
Yeah.
That's what you suffered from this year. Some of it out of your control. Ricky Pearsall, Charvarius Ward. A lot of it.
Trent Williams, yeah.
Trent Williams. A lot of it in your control. The other part of Trent Williams.
Sure.
Or McCaffrey.
Brandon Ayuk, yeah.
Brandon Ayuk. Or
Deebo Samuel
just
going after the holder.
Thank you.
The snapper.
And talking on podcasts about it all day long. Like, stop the drama. The only drama I see with the Detroit Lions is that their head coach is kind of a crazy man. Other than that, I don't really see any drama.
Yeah.
They're all on the same page because all they're trying to do is win football games. That's what you suffered from. And Brock, to me, that's what he's saying is let's do this summer without drama so that we can go back to being about football.
And what he was saying that I heard in the first cut you played is I want to get this done early because I want to be there to lead OTAs. I want to get on the same page as my receivers, and I want to get this thing fixed as soon as possible. So for me, and he also talked about the drama and not making this a real drawn-out thing, I think that it's going to be a situation where the agent and the team have a number, they have a ballpark, they have a construct, they have parameters, and when they can, it just gets done. And it gets done, and maybe it's not absolutely every dollar he could get, but at 25, that's okay. If he can hold out and really sweat them and get $58 million a year average annual, or sign early for $55 average annual, I think he'd rather sign for $55 in March as opposed to sweat it out till August and get $58.
First of all, again, the average annual, and I know
I'm just
you know
using
this.
that as a ballpark way to describe it.
I wanted to hear, and now I think you just did, what you mean by Brock will not sort of squeeze for every dollar, because I do think there are probably people listening to us that go, when you hear that, they'll be like, right, Brock will take 40. I wondered how you would define that.
Right.
I'm with you. I don't think Brock is going to sign up to make this be drawn out or an angry negotiation I don't think that. But I don't think he's walking in here being like, well, take whatever you got.
Of course.
Brock, whether you agree, disagree, whether you like him, whether you don't, he will command a lot in this conversation.
Probably 50. And
at least
50. Let's just put it at 50.
Yeah.
And I agree with you at least. And I'm looking at the average annual right now of quarterbacks. And you look at Derek Carr making 37.5. You've got Kirk Cousins making 45. And Aaron Rodgers making 37.5. You look at Jordan Love, and he's making 55. And, that was a contract that was signed this year. Trevor Lawrence, 55 this year. Tua, he's making 53.
Yep.
Goff, 53. Justin Herbert, 52.5. So even if you put it at 50, if you give him 5 years.
And Dak is 60.
Right. And, Burrow's 55. And if you put it at 5 years and 250 and you gave him 110 fully guaranteed at signing, he probably signs that in March for $50 million a year and 110 guaranteed.
I will predict this, right? I don't think this is, I'm with you. I don't think this is going to be dramatic.
I think it happens before April 1st.
Well, I hope so. And that's actually what I'm more interested in right now.
Than the money.
I don't care about the number.
Agreed.
We can absolutely have a conversation if you think that the Niners should move on from Brock. I don't think that they agree with you. I think that this is going to be quick. I think that this is going to be somewhat painless, because I also think that these sides understand the situation that they're in. But that's sort of what my thought is today, is I hope that the Niners, I hope Parag Marate, sound exactly like Brock sounds. Understand the value of not making this a story this offseason for so many reasons. For the obvious of you just don't want to be the team that does holdouts every year, ruin OTAs, ruin camp, all the things that have happened the last 2 years already. But understand that Brock Purdy is already a lightning rod. He's already one of the lead discussions on all the debate shows for 3 months running. And all of the broadcasters who are lined up to, I wouldn't pay him this and I wouldn't pay him that. The longer this goes, the louder that gets. If we get to July and this thing isn't done, well, here comes everybody on every network to scream and yell about Brock Purdy, the 49ers, and who should do what. And I would like to raise my hand and say, I don't want to be a part of this. Please save the drama for your mama. Get it the hell off of this team. They were overwhelmed by it this year.
It was a lot of things, but that was certainly part of it. And I look at other factors such as the schedule, and we mentioned it in the crossover. They had 5 games against teams who turned out to be really good, 11 or more wins. They had 5 of those games. They had more of a rest differential in terms of a negative than any other team in the last 20 years. So you had a tough schedule. You had a rest deficit a lot of times, I believe 6 times. 5 times you played teams coming off the bye, and you added injuries. And I do think coaching-wise and execution-wise, attention to detail, you were sloppy. And so you were mentioning off the top the one thing that you are taking away. For me, the big takeaway this year is sloppy. You were sloppy in the offseason with your contracts. You were sloppy all year with your special teams. Your defense was kind of sloppy in terms of stopping the run. Your fourth quarter performance was downright embarrassing. You got run out of the building in fourth quarters in almost every game. Yesterday was kind of an encapsulation sensation of the whole year. You got outscored 21-0 by Arizona in the fourth quarter. So your red zone offense and defense were poor. Your special teams were embarrassing, and you committed way too many penalties. My takeaway from this year, you were sloppy across the board.
Lucky in the city. Hi, Lucky. Thanks for calling Willard and Tibbs. What's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing this afternoon? I don't know. I'm disappointed, but I have to tell you guys, I surprised my wife and took her to the Niners Detroit game because she's a Detroit fan. It was good for her. You know, she was excited, her first ever football game, and I was happy to do that. But I was kind of encouraged at what I seen from the team that night. That night they showed me something, even without all our players. But here this week, it's a complete crap show. So I don't know, man. I hope Kyle does something as far as getting the right players that we need. And this is something that I hope we get back to in our run game. How come we stopped running inside runs? What happened to those? That's what we were gouging people too as well. Why are we just focusing on sweep runs and all that? Go back up the gut like we used to. Come on, Kyle.
Well, Lucky, here's how I'd answer that. Just my guess. Thank you for the call, and I hope you had fun at the Lions game. We were out there, too. I thought that was actually, in some ways, you could argue, that was a great night for 49er fans because it was fun.
Awesome game.
It was fun. There was a lot of scoring, and for those of you who want the draft pick, like, you didn't upset that. It was the last fantasy football game of the year, and there were, 68 points in the game. So a lot of people had a lot of things going on. So anyway, that in a way was a whole lot of fun. As far as the inside runs and the X's and O's of what the Niners are doing, I think that their center was really bad. And I think that they ended up on running back 5 or running back 6. And that's going to change the way that you call plays. Go to that Lions game. He threw the ball like 3/4 of the time. And people were like, what's going on here? And I'm guessing, just guessing, he's like, well, that's where we can attack this Lions defense that's very banged up. And he was largely right, especially in the first half.
Yep.
As far as yesterday, to me, that's a throwaway. I know, like, just me, don't take anything from yesterday. When he said, boy, yesterday it was a total crap show again. I mean, Garendo gets carried off. You have a backup quarterback in. Like, half the players.
You had a lot of your starting defense out there. That, to me, is something you can take away.
I guess.
And your special teams, again, got absolutely clowned by a fake punt.
But we knew that, though.
Right, but it happened again.
Yesterday in the NFL, there were about 4 games where I think you could take something from.
Right.
The rest were just throwaways.
Well,
total throwaways.
I look at the defense, and you did play a lot of your defensive starters, and your defense did not look good yet again. So I'm not going to take that as the final nail in the coffin, but I do think that it was indicative of a bigger issue. To Lucky's point about running the ball, if you look at Pro Football Focus numbers or you watch the tape, and you mentioned the center who was not very good all year, Jake Brendel, and your left guard, whether it was Aaron Banks or Ben Barch when he came in, neither of your left guards who came in were very good. Your right guard was great, Dominic Pooney, and you're excited about that. Your right tackle was not very good. Your left tackle's a Hall of Famer, and he missed almost half the year. So your offensive line, due to injury and ineffectiveness, was not very good. And that's why you couldn't do what Kyle loves, which is run the ball 30 times and run it in, run it out, and all the rest of it. And that's why I look at this year and going into next year, that's the biggest issue, because Kyle Shanahan's teams, as we talked about with Steve Kerr, a team not built to come from behind. This team is not built to come from behind. So You got to fix that to where you can run the ball again and get leads again.
I don't disagree, but I'm gonna twist your statement a little bit. It's not the biggest issue for the team. It's the biggest issue for the offense.
Fair.
But the offense is not the biggest issue for the team. And I understand that they were poor in the red zone. I think that not enough is given. We get annoyed when the team has to kick a field goal, but here's what annoys me anymore. Make it.
What, the field goal?
Make the field goal.
Kicking is hard.
Okay, it's not for other teams. So, like, we go, oh, that's a red zone failure. We had to kick a field goal. No, the bigger failure is when you get 0. And so that was a huge part of the final story of the 49er offense. They moved the ball at will. They had a hard time in the red zone. They had the hard time in the fourth quarter when you're behind, and they had a hard time getting 3 when it was sitting there for them. And those things all need work, but those are a big, big deal. And why I believe that we spend too much time when we look at a failed season going, well, Shanahan and Purdy and Shanahan. Watch how much better those guys look when the other parts of the team look better. Their defense sucked.
Yeah.
I mean, sucked. And their special teams does not even deserve a plane ticket to the games. That's why the Niners were horrible if you really want to hang reason number 1 and number 2. And that's not in any way some sort of an excuse for Kyle. Do you want to know the way I look at it? Kyle Shanahan had shades of Farhan Zaidi this year. And here's what I mean by that. One of the problems with Farhan,
possibly,
he would look at what mattered to him, and he'd go, "Oh, there's the walk rate. I love the walk rate, and I love a guy that's got pop." And so, what do you end up doing? You sign Jock Peterson twice. Now, what do you get? You'll get some home runs into the bay. You'll get some walks. You'll get people playing cards in the middle of games.
Pusoy Dois.
And you'll get people who think the whole game is a joke. You're not going to have that anymore with Buster Posey because he's more focused on the whole picture of the athlete that is joining the team. And I think Kyle Shanahan sometimes is guilty of the same. Kyle is a play caller. So Kyle looks at the plays we can call. And when someone asks him about special teams, he's like, well, somebody should take care of that. It's kind of the way Farhan looked at outfield defense. And the same thing happened. It's embarrassing when a fly ball is hit to medium deep outfield and someone's looking at it and they can't catch it. Same thing. 42-yard field goal. We need this for the win. Whoops, we just hooked it into the crowd.
That's more about the punting for me. It's,
that too.
Punting and punt defense, field goals and kick returns and kick return
all
defense.
Of it. You got to pay attention to everything is my point.
Well, you got to pay attention to your defense, which was 31st in football in red zone defense. Only Dallas was worse in the red zone defensively. So this is where, and I said it to you about 6 or 8 weeks ago, maybe you need to look at the coaching staff and decide to do things a little bit differently. I know yesterday he didn't call the plays, and he had the younger Kubiak actually calling plays, which I know is a temporary thing, and you give him a chance to do it and get experience. But if you're Kyle Shanahan, you look at the year, and maybe you start to allocate other responsibilities to other people because this is not working.
Well, if that means more attention paid to all parts of the football game, then I'm with you. I don't know necessarily. I don't even know if that's realistic. I don't think Kyle Shanahan is ever going to not call the plays as long as he is the head coach for the 49ers. But, and I don't know how it all works in terms of how his time gets spread thin. But whatever the case may be, you got to pay more attention to these special teams. You got to stop acting like, oh, they've got a coach. They can figure it out. Something needs to change because it has become a characteristic of Kyle Shanahan teams through the years. And this was the poster season for bad. And it killed their year. Their offense was not great. They were not buttoned up, but they were good enough. They were good enough. They win enough games. They go to the playoffs this year, in my opinion, if the defense was possible and if the special teams was NFL worthy. But those two things were not the case. 888-957-9570. We can keep taking your phone calls on that. Plus, Nick Bosa made a comment over the weekend about, as a leader on the team, it's hard to look the other players in the eye because things went so wrong. George Kittle was asked if he feels the same way, and his answer was fascinating. We'll play that for you coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less
offseason, like coaches, players, any of that stuff. Like, I got a job to do too. I got to finish this out the right way with our team and stuff tomorrow. So any of that stuff I'll answer late in the week for you guys.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Kyle Shanahan and the media always having a good time with one another. So that's, yeah, possibly.
Right.
Yeah, that was yesterday after the game where he's like, look, I know what you're going to ask. Don't ask. I'm not ready to answer it yet. But yeah, we'll hear from Kyle and John later in the week. Are you down on Kyle? Our text messages today, I'm curious what's your actual take right now on Kyle Shanahan?
My take?
Or just the year that just was?
He had a bad year. And when you have a bad year as a coach and as a leader and your team has a bad year, you need to take a hard look at not only who you have that you are coaching and coaching with, but what your process is. And I look at his coaching staff, and you had a first-time defensive coordinator who's never been a coordinator before, and your defense, to your point, was not good. Were they bad? Yeah, they were pretty bad. And you look at a lot of metrics, and I'm looking right now at red zone defense, and they were bottom 5. And I mentioned before, only 3 teams gave up more points than the Niners did. And I know some of that is wild. Special teams. And it's a little bit of crazy. It's a little nuanced because the Niners gave up 436 and the Cowboys gave up more and
Carolina
and Tennessee. But you had the Raiders gave up 434. God. The Bengals gave up 434. The Browns gave up 435. The Vikings gave up. Well, that was
Jags also 435.
So a lot of teams were right there with you, but the fact that you were down with that group,
that's crazy.
And I do know part of it is skewed by the fact that you played 2 meaningless games and you gave up 40 burgers in each or 40 pieces or whatever.
Yeah,
your defense was bad. So I look at Kyle Shanahan's staff. Your special teams were an embarrassment. Your kicker lost confidence. Your long snapper got into a heated argument with your wide receiver. Your punter, who you brought in, your punt team was second to last in net punt average, and you got fake punted multiple times. For me, the special teams coordinator, he's got to go. Your defensive coordinator, who was a first-time coordinator, he coordinated a bad defense. Was it injury? Was it scheme? Was it a lot of it? Yeah, it was all of it. But you went from Steve Wilkes, and you ran him out of the building on a Wednesday, and now you brought this guy in, you elevated him, and your defense got worse? So are you going to just run that back? And the other part of it for me, you asked me about Shanahan. I'm not out on Shanahan. I think he's a great coach. I think he's a great play caller, but I do think that he needs to evolve. I think that his scheme, what he did this year, was largely solved and found out. And I think that part of it is him trying to do what's always worked, and it didn't work. And maybe it's personnel. That's part of it, sure. You lost Ayuk, and you lost McCaffrey, and your O-line wasn't very good. But I also look at a scheme that, as you mentioned, and Kurt Warner told us this 3 months ago, this team is not built to come from behind. So if you can't run it and you can't lead games, you're in trouble. And that's what this year was, basically.
Well, if your defense is going to give up 436 points, you're going to be behind a lot. That's
also fair. But in some of those games, you had fourth quarter leads.
No doubt. Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously. They lost a bunch that they shouldn't lose, especially early in the year. All right. So check this out. Nick Bosa was like, it's hard to look my teammates in the eye because it's basically saying I'm a leader and then here's the product, which means bad things for my leadership abilities. That idea was thrown at George Kittle and whether or not he sort of feels the same way. And here's what he said.
I haven't reflected too much because we played yesterday, but I will say that pretty sure we had I have no idea what the number is, but it felt like we had 20 turnovers and then didn't get any turnovers. And so when you're turning the ball over that much and you're not scoring in the red zone and you're not getting turnovers, it's hard to win football games. And that's just is what it is. I know as an offense, we move the hell out of the football all year. I feel like besides 2 weeks, we're top 5 every single week. We move the ball really well, but we couldn't score. We turn the ball over all the time. So it's hard to win football games like that. And you look back and reflect. I can look all my teammates in the face. I put my all out there. And a lot of the guys in this locker room, they put everything that they put their all out there as well. So, I have no shame in that. And, you can go check the tape, and if you're okay with your resume, which is on the tape, then you should be okay with your season.
So George feels good about what he did, and oh, by the way, he should. He should. He was the best 49er this year. To me, that's your MVP, was George Kittle this year. Now, I don't think George, I know we love to do this. Ooh, he's sending a message. He's taking a veiled shot. I don't think he's doing any of that. However, I do think that we can take something from what he said. I know as an offense, we moved the ball all over the field. And oh, by the way, we turned it over too much, but we didn't get any turnovers. Again,
there's the veiled shot.
Without it being a veiled shot, you're seeing the reality. The reality is that this defense was horrible. It was horrible. You can have whatever reason you want. Does Nick Sorensen deserve to be back? Is it a personnel thing? We can go from Devondre Campbell, Leonard Floyd, Charvarius Ward. We can do whatever we want, and I think you can come up with a lot of different valid reasons. But the bottom line is when a football team goes south, we often pick a side and kind of go, well, that's the problem. You mentioned it earlier. What'd the Bengals do today? Who'd they fire?
Yeah, the coordinator.
On which side of the ball?
That would be the defense.
On the defense.
And they also fired the offensive line coach, which...
Yeah, because Joe Burrow
running for his life.
Is $58 million, and they'd like him to stay upright.
Yeah.
And I won money on Saturday because I bet on the Steelers over the sack total, and I won.
Which was, what, 6.5?
No, it was actually only 2.5. I'm like, that's a bunny.
No,
so
there
anyway,
you go.
yeah.
No, and George Kittle makes a good point about the defense because I mentioned this in our show thread earlier. The 49ers had, since the bye, 2 takeaways. They had one against Seattle. They had one against Chicago. 2 takeaways. But the offense, George, turned the ball over in 9 straight games. So the team, since the bye, was a minus 14. 16 turns, 2 takeaways.
Terrible.
So terrible. And I mentioned this in the thread. They had 10 games where they were negative in the turnover differential. They won one of them. And that was the Tampa game where they turned it over once. They didn't get one back. If you're a -1 with only 1 turnover, you can survive that. But yesterday, -3. Detroit, -2. Buffalo, -3. Green Bay, -3. These are losses.
Yeah, this is, by the way, this is not to get some sort of get-out-of-jail-free card to the offensive side of the football. I'm not saying that nobody needs to get better. Brock Purdy, especially in the fourth quarter, and especially when behind, did not do well this year. And that absolutely needs to change. My point is this. We are going to spend 80% of the offseason talking about the offense when it's 20% of the problem. That's my opinion. Do they need to get better? Yes. Do they need wholesale changes at key positions? If you want to call offensive line key positions, knock yourself out. I'll agree with that, but nobody talks about those people. Most 49er fans couldn't even name the starting 5. But they need to rework the offensive line. But this whole concept of, we're talking about the quarterback and Debo and Christian McCaffrey, to me, not the problem. It just isn't. Like, I absolutely think this offense just simply needs to get some new personnel on the offensive line and get healthy. And yes, Kyle can come up with some new approaches and some new wrinkles, and they can come back next year and be good. I do not feel that way about the other 2 pieces of the 49ers. They need wholesale personnel and probably coaching changes on the defensive side and on special teams. They were awful this year.
Special teams is not going to be wholesale personnel changes. It's just going to be who you have on your roster, and you're going to have those guys.
New kicker.
Well, yeah.
Maybe.
And maybe a new punter. I don't know what Wishnowski's contract status is. And, when they brought in, was it O'Donnell or O'Connell? Whoever he was, he did better, but their coverage was not good. And you're going to bring in competition for the kicker. That's fine. You're not going to cut Jake Moody now. You have no reason to cut him. You bring in competition and you see what you have. But I do think you need a new coordinator. And what you really need, and this falls on Kyle's plate, is you need a greater access. You need a greater, I guess, emphasis is a better way to put it, on special teams. Because this team does not accentuate, they do not emphasize special teams. And as a result, your special teams are generally not very good. And this is something where when you have a dominant defense and a dominant offense, it doesn't really matter about your special teams. But when you're living on the margins like this team was, you need better special teams. And defensively, you need better personnel, yes, but you need a new approach because what you've done this year, it doesn't work.
Steve Kerr at 5. Diamador Lenore's comments about 5 minutes away. You're going to want to hear what he had to say about next year and the Niners' chances. Also want to tell everybody, as it's time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors were busy over the weekend, playing both Saturday and Sunday. Saturday's win over Memphis. They made 23 three-pointers, led by 4 from both Buddy Hield and Lindy Waters in Steph Curry's absence. Last night, they lost by 30 at home to the Kings, but they made 12 three-pointers, led by 4 from Steph. That means 2 more donations from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. That's the 11th and 12th donations of the season for Triples for Autism. So that is fantastic and a great silver lining after last night's game. To make a donation to autism yourself or get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. We're also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, taking your calls, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr's going to join us in less than 2 hours.
Okay.
5 o'clock.
Yeah. And I already scored the first That's a Great Question, or might have been That's a Good Question of the year.
I mean,
from the doctor.
It doesn't count. Not from the doc. Sorry.
Yeah, and when was it? Like,
it was
on a national holiday?
No, I've been working, dog. You've been out gallivanting. I've been here grinding with the Grandy man.
Damn right.
And it does count.
It doesn't
just
count.
because you didn't ask any worthwhile questions over the course of 2 days doesn't mean you can discount my greatness.
It doesn't count when the person talking is in on the bit.
And he's not.
He is. He totally knows the thing. He knows the thing.
Scoreboard.
So, yeah, no.
I don't need validation from either one of you, Mark.
You also couldn't even remember if it was a good or great question. So
Right.
Still counts.
You also couldn't pick a game right while I was gone either, I hear.
Well, what else is new, right?
Jeez. Thank God.
19 and a half, not enough.
Yeah. My New Year's resolution, bet more money against Dibs.
Yeah. Well,
Good Lord.
my New Year's resolution, no more picks. No more free picks for the likes of y'all.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You are. That's an obligation sensation. You are
look at you.
contractually obligated. You will.
It's a regular season bit.
No, you will be making picks for all the playoff games.
Just so you know,
I'm
going to be picking against myself.
All of them.
So I'm going to have a pick that I want, and I'm going to go against myself.
Chargers -3. What do you got?
Oh, the pick is in.
What is it?
I'll get back to you.
All right, fine.
Yep.
I want to say this. I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say this because, I don't know, it feels like it should be said. And then we can get back to the fake life and the fun stuff that we all talk about. But Charvarius Ward's comments in the locker room today absolutely hit me in the gut. And we've known for a while he's probably not going to be back with the Niners, but most of us thought that all year long for like football and financial reasons. They didn't play that great this year, and there are obvious reasons why this was a terrible year for him. And for those of you who don't know, Charvarius and his wife lost their 1-year-old daughter this year in the middle of the season. And so he'd been in and out of the lineup since then, and it's nothing but compassion for his situation. But what he said about it today was heart-wrenching and fascinating, where he acknowledged that he probably, while he'll remain open to it, he probably won't be back with the 49ers, but not for any reason other than location. Catch this quote. Quote, "I'll be throwing up, waking up in the middle of the night, sweating. I got a lot of trauma in California. Every time I get on the plane to come back, it just brings up bad memories. I go home by myself every day because my girl doesn't want to come back to California because of what happened. It's hard being alone, and she's my strength right now," end quote. Oh. So, yeah, he's gone, and I don't even know what to say. Like, that is so awful, and my heart goes out to him. I don't know what else to say.
Well, you can just say that, we as sports talk radio hosts and we as fans don't often take enough time to step back and really give the grace to all of these men and women in pro sports and think about what they might particularly be going through. And, he becomes a Niner in 2022, and his daughter was born in November. And so she lived out her short life here, and she died just shy of being 2. And so for Charvarius and his wife, I'm sure they associate the time here in many ways with that, with the tragedy, the joy of having a baby. As you know, you have 3 and I have 3 myself, and you can't imagine an unspeakable end like this. And when it happens in a place where you're not from, you can associate that trauma with the place, and that place becomes inextricably linked to that trauma. And this is what, the whole idea of PTSD is, post-traumatic stress disorder, where I can't imagine if you have that level of trauma in a place, how you can go back to that place and and still try to live out a normal and healthy life. So I totally get that part of it.
By the way, we actually have the audio of what Mooney Ward said at the locker room today. Here's the part we were just referencing.
You know, I got a lot of trauma in California, you know what I'm saying? I had a lot of great times, but the worst thing that's ever happened to me, that's probably going to ever happen to me, knock on wood, happened in California, you know what I'm saying? So it can just bring up bad memories, you know what I'm saying? Like every time I get on a plane and come back to California, Santa Clara, San Jose, and show up here, it's just bring up bad memories, you know what I'm saying? I go through that every day, you know what I'm saying? I go home every night by myself because, you know, my girl, she don't want to come back to California because of what happened, you know what I'm saying? So it's hard being alone, and, you know, she's my strength right now. I need her, and so her not being able to be around me if I'm in California would be tough, but, you know, like I said, stuff can change, you know, I can get stronger and probably get over that.
Here's what Charvarius said about what he was thinking before the season even started.
I think they went into this season thinking they wasn't going to be able to afford me based off the way I played last year. You know, if I would have matched that last year, probably would have been one of the highest paid corners in the game. But, I mean, obviously this year didn't go my way or the team's way. But to see what the market talking about, if they can afford me, you know, it's a chance I can come back. But, you know, they may not be able to afford me. So, I mean, I just want to go somewhere where I'm wanted and where I'm loved. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's what I need right now, a lot of love. And I know the Niners love me, you know what I'm saying? But in this business, you know, a lot of time money talks. But I build great relationships here. So, you know, we'll see. I honestly don't know where I'm going to end up at.
Well, I mean, it's two different things there. One is, I mean, he feels the love for the Niners, and that's great. But ultimately, they probably can't afford him. And you just gave Diamador Lenore an $88 million deal, $17.7 million on the average annual value. And Charvarius Ward is just a couple of slots behind him. So if Mooney Ward wants to get a deal like Diamador Lenore did, I don't know if the 49ers are going to be able to pay that much for two corners when you're starting to look at other players you need to pay, whether it's Dre Greenlaw, and you've got Hufanga, who's a free agent, and we know about Brock Purdy and all the rest of it. So the financials is one piece of it, but I was just thinking about what he was mentioning with the trauma and the PTSD, and congrats to the Ward family who did just welcome in a son December 28th. So he now has a 9-day-old, and it sounds like his wife was not out here in California, right? It sounds like he was here alone, and she was pregnant with their son somewhere else. So he's dealing with the trauma of having lost his daughter in October, and he's dealing with the stress of his wife having this baby, you know, third trimester being somewhere else, and he's trying to play. You're mourning your daughter. Your son's on the way. You're here alone. I mean, the amount of heaviness that he had to carry this year is crazy.
And I like to look at a situation like this, and it's so heartbreaking, but I do think it's emblematic of something larger. And I get it. We're all fans. We're media. We're just looking at football. We want to have a good time. We want people to live up to their expectations and the hype and all of those things. But this is only one example, and maybe it is the biggest example of it. But when I hear something like that, it makes me go, hey, do you all see that maybe this is actually going to be just fine next year? Like, is there any chance that the 49ers went 6-11 more for circumstantial reasons than actual reasons? We bandy about with this all the time. Oh, you're making excuses or what have you. Like, when I see something like what I saw from the 49ers this year, and people immediately go, this needs to change, that needs to change, Kyle needs to do it different. Offensive line, different. What about the possibility that the same people will just be better? They improve themselves. Their situation improves. The circumstances improve. This is why a couple of weeks ago, I tried to bring back that sound from Giannis Antetokounmpo a couple of seasons ago when they got knocked out early in the playoffs. And everybody was like, you know, there was that reporter that was like, oh, this is a season of failure. And Giannis went into this long diatribe about like, no, we did what we did this year and we learned our lessons. And now it's on us to be better and get better and make some small changes, but come back and try to do things differently. Like, that's how I look at, for example, Brock Purdy. That's how I like this swinging, grab a Sharpie and make this declaration about the player after every game. Oh, now he's not the guy who can come back in the fourth quarter. And then he does. And you're like, okay, now he can. And the Lions game was perfect. In the first half, you're like, oh, my God. You have 4 touchdowns in the first half. This guy's amazing. Then he throws a pick. Oh, he's not the guy. Like, what about that? I really do think that this 49ers season, this isn't an excuse. I just think it's more circumstantial than people are giving it credit for.
I'll allow for that. I mean, it certainly is when you look at the circumstances of individual players, and then you look at the overall collective and what they were. And I said this back in August when we talked about what my biggest concern was, and it came to pass, which is the depth of this team. And you had Mooney Ward, your number one corner, who wasn't able to play the majority of the year, and Trent Williams couldn't play for his own personal tragedy and his injury. And nobody thought that you'd get down to RB6 by the last game, but Patrick Taylor was your guy after Grendo got hurt, and you lost Mason, and you lost McCaffrey, and you never had Mitchell, and on it goes, and you lost Ayuk, and you had all these other guys who had to step up, and Devondre Campbell was a big free agent piece who turned out to not even be willing to play over the last 3 games, and you had other injuries across the board. I'll allow for that. That's all part of football, but I look at the collective of what you did, and it wasn't good enough. So, yeah, circumstantially, and you can bring back everybody who you want to bring back, and I'm looking at the list now of free agents, and the majority of these guys you probably won't miss, and I'm looking at names like Pat O'Donnell, the punter, Rock Yassin, John Feliciano, Isaac Yadam, Devondre Campbell. These are all free agents, and so all those guys are off the board. When you look at who among your free agents you actually want to bring back, whether it's Hufanga and Okawanu, they're guys, maybe Aaron Banks, the guard, if the price is right, and Khalil Davis, the interior defensive lineman. These are all smaller pieces, but you need to get better. You need to get better like you used to be, where you've got a good offensive line, a game wrecker other than Nick Bosa on the D-line, and then I can allow for what you're saying in terms of, with a weak schedule next year, you still have a great head coach. You've got a construct that is a winning construct. You should bounce back, but there are things that need fixing.
Absolutely. I mean, to me, that's any season, even the ones that would end in a Super Bowl. I don't think the Chiefs go into the offseason and they're like, well, we're good. Let's just come back again. No, they don't do that. They'll come out of going to a Super Bowl and trade Tyreek Hill. Like, they'll do that. Like, they'll make major moves. You have to try to get better every offseason. I reject this idea that the 49ers are up a creek. I just don't think they are.
I don't think so either.
They're not up a creek. They're not in bad shape. They're not, the window is closed. They're not any of those things. It's just the off season. And you try to get better at what didn't go well last time. And there are personnel moves to make. There are financial constructs to make. There are things where you need to better your own process. And for me, the number one process is stop screwing up the summer. Stop being so damn dramatic about the summer and digging your heels in and trying to win every deal. Relax. Realize that there's a cost to that in your locker room. Try to be drama-free. Try to imagine to yourself what matters to you. If Brock Purdy matters to you, do what Brock said. Get it done. Get it done fast. And let everybody scream and yell about how he's not worth it. And then get that over with in OTAs. Come back ready to play football without everybody screaming about all of your offseason exploits throughout the entire month of August. To me, if the Niners as a construct need to fix something, it's that. Stop being so dramatic all summer long. Just be quiet. Get your crap done and get ready for the year.
For me, it's more about get your crap together, because for me, the summer is the summer, and yes, though they were distractions, and the fact that Ayuk wasn't ready when the year started, and he had, one good game or half a good game, and Trent Williams was getting oxygen on the sidelines for the first 2 or 3 games because he wasn't ready. Those are problems. I'm not going to minimize that as a distraction and as a factor. For me, the bigger issue is that your team was not buttoned up this year. You had far too many penalties, and you had missed assignments. I know you had younger players in your defensive secondary, but your defense to me was very milquetoast. They were not very disruptive. You had Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. They're two guys who both had good years, and I don't want to underestimate what Nick did. I thought he had a really good year, especially without a lot of help, but that might be the end of the list of defensive players who had good years. You had good contributions from some rookies.
Lenore.
Yeah, he ended up missing a couple of the last few games because he was hurt, but Diamano Lenore was solid. And I was looking at Mooney Ward, to your point earlier about his Pro Football Focus numbers. His first 2 years with the Niners, spectacular. This year was really poor.
Bad.
Really bad.
Really bad. And I hate saying that because of what he's been through.
Of course.
He did not produce even before.
Well, when you look at him as a football player, you gotta grade him and rate him based on his football and what he put on tape. So for me, it's more than just buttoning up the offseason. It's tightening up what you do on the field because the penalties were out of control, the missed assignments, the blown assignments, and the quarterback, I thought, was trying to do too much for whatever reason. He was trying to make throws that weren't necessarily the smart throw. And I hope he is able to look at every snap this year and make the adjustments and get back to a little bit more of the Brock from last year.
Super Bowl or try again.
Oh, it's Super Bowl or bust now.
Just want to say that again out loud.
Well, now there's no doubt it's Super Bowl or bust.
Super Bowl. Try again.
The schedule you have, the teams that you face outside your division, 64 and 123. If you don't make a deep run next year, then you're going to be talking about hot seat and big time changes.
Deep run could mean anything. Deep run means that you've got to win the sudden death football games in January. If they win the division and go 12-5 and somebody upsets them in a field goal game in January. No, this is Super Bowl.
Unacceptable.
I just want to say it out loud.
Well, I'm just letting you know
because there's no bust. There's no, here we are. They not only didn't make the Super Bowl, they didn't make the playoffs, they didn't come close.
Right.
They won barely a third of their games. They were awful. There's no bust.
Well, the bust is
nobody's
you've
getting
got
fired.
31 free agents.
No one's getting fired.
People are getting fired.
Who's what? Special teams coach. Who cares about? That's not what we're talking
Defensive
about.
Coordinator?
Maybe not. The quarterback's still going to get paid.
You would assume.
The coach and the general manager has already been confirmed. There wasn't even a thought in Jed's mind about doing anything but bringing them back. There's no Super Bowl or bust.
What's another 6-11 year do for you?
Good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know what it does.
But you can't call Vic. First of all, no, not necessarily. And
blow
second
that
of all,
thing up.
But you can't use that because that's next year. The comment was at the beginning of this year.
Yes.
Super Bowl or bust. No.
And it's going to get busted up.
No,
of your 5 starting offensive linemen, at least 2 will be gone, maybe 3.
So when you said Super Bowl or bust, you meant that if they don't make the Super Bowl,
they're going to bust it up.
We're replacing Jake Brendel.
No, what I said to you then is what I'm saying to you now. You're busting a lot of this team apart, and we don't know what else they're going to do come March.
Any offseason.
Well, this is going to be more dramatic. Like, Javon Hargrave is probably not going to be back. Dre Greenlaw, we don't know. They probably will re-sign him.
Last year it was Eric Armstead. There's always going to be a name or two that you move on from. That's the NFL offseason.
This is going to be more than that.
Okay.
And if you're going to shed a coordinator again, at least if I put the over-under on coordinators who lose their job.
Well, how many? Who gets that title? Just the DC and the OC?
And the special teams.
Okay. So you put the over-under at what? 1.5?
Half.
Oh, over.
1.5?
Under.
You go under, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me...
Are you going to rework the special teams? And other than that...
You're going to replace a special teams coordinator, and you're going to bring back Nick Sorensen.
I'm not telling you what I would do.
I'm asking you for your prediction.
What I think they're going to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that Kyle Shanahan, and he can't say this because the cavalry would come for him, I think that he believes that this is much more about personnel than coaching.
Yeah.
I do. That's what I think he thinks. And you can be mad at him for that.
Oh, it's not about mad or not mad. I just disagree with him.
And that's fine. That's fine. But again, outside of Nick Sorensen, you have a staff that is already very well accomplished in the league. Their process has been well proven, and they had a bad year. And that does not mean you fire everyone and move on. It means you, wait for it, Try again.
Right. Yeah, which is the definition of insanity.
Well, no, it's not.
If you fail at something and you just run it back, and you could say that their process wasn't bad.
I didn't say run it back. I didn't say run it back.
You're saying it's a coaching staff that's well proven and well established.
Right, but each and every one of them can. That's kind of my core point. You can come back and be better. You can be better. Like any of you at work, you have a bad month, a bad quarter, a bad year. Like, what's your boss? Hopefully is not going to just be like, that's it. You're out. Like, no, let's try some different things here.
You can also come back and be the same, and you can also come back and be worse.
You could?
And
yes, that is allowed.
Right. You go from last year with a defense that was, for the most part, the same. New pieces this year. You had a couple of rookies, and, we could look at personnel and say maybe this defense was a little bit worse. You had Dre last year. You didn't this year. You had Devondre Campbell. You didn't have Armstead. You replaced him with Hargrave, who played 2 or 3 games, and then that was it.
You had a much worse Ward. You had a safety position that was in flux the entire time.
Didn't have Hufanga last year.
Yeah.
And,
you had him part of the time this year.
Right.
Not part of the time. Jair Brown had to have
a better Lenore this year than last year.
Correct.
And so, we can play tit for tat, but I look at a coordinator who had never done it, and you come in and you give up almost more points than any other team in football.
Yep, not a good year.
And so you could bring him back, and you're allowed to. It's not my call. I personally wouldn't. I would look at a more experienced defensive coordinator to come in and redesign the scheme, because what they do defensively, whether it's personnel or not, I don't think it works.
It's interesting. I'd love to actually discuss that with you a little further.
Maybe Greg Cosell can weigh in.
Well, not today.
Wednesday.
But Mike in Santa Clara is going to weigh in. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year to both of you and your families and the entire the game squad. So
thank you, Mike. You too.
Just wanted to – thank you, man. Just wanted to just kind of give an idea. The Niners have always been known for their defense. I would like to think of a move where, and just hear me out on this, to see where we could potentially trade for Myles Garrett to pair up with Nick Bosa. I just feel like, with the way that Hargrave was playing with our defense, I didn't think he was a great fit with the scheme, that was with the team. I just feel like, we could use something, and we've always been known for our front seven in this case, and our D-backs were always like, I'm not saying they were mediocre, but it wasn't the great. They were like average in that case. Now, we also did in the end have a pretty solid defensive backfield this year, but I also think that also came with the fact that the front seven wasn't really playing up to par. And so for me, I'd like to see something where we can maybe trade Hargrave, work with the picks, especially with the 11th pick. I mean, hell, I'm even fine with throwing Deebo Samuel in there too, to the Browns, but I wouldn't mind seeing something where we can actually get another edge rusher, and it'll take the pressure off of Bosa. Bosa did have a pretty decent year, but he was also being double teamed. I can't even remember how many times I saw Bosa get double teamed and just pancaked to the ground. Just because of that.
Yeah, Mike, thanks for the call. In theory, the idea of something better next to Nick Bosa on the defensive line, both interior and exterior, full agreement with you. I know you're just throwing out a name. I don't know how realistic it is to get your hands on Myles Garrett. He makes $25 million a year. The potential out in his contract was last offseason. Therefore, he's got two more years with the Cleveland Browns. I have no idea if they're looking to move on from him or get rid of him. I don't know why they would want Hargrave or Samuel. All of that stuff gets very, very complex. But who knows? Maybe the Browns are looking to acquire picks. You know what I mean? Would you give the 11th pick up for Myles Garrett? How about that?
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Probably not? And I don't know how that fits into the financial structure of what the 49ers are putting together either.
Yeah.
Great player.
Yeah, and I've just been looking at a lot of mocks this morning because, it's now mock draft season if your team is out of it, and the Niners picking 11th, and multiple mocks have them selecting Jalon Walker out of Florida. Georgia, who is an edge rusher, 6'2", 245. A little bit light, but he's a guy who can get after it from the edge. So if you could get an elite tackle or get an elite edge rusher, which
Sure.
one would you go to of the two? Tackle of the future or a game-wrecking edge?
You talking about defensive tackle
Yes.
or offensive tackle?
Yeah, defense. Offensive tackle or edge rusher.
I think tackle.
You'd rather go offensive tackle than get edge?
No, defensive tackle.
Oh,
I want
wow,
somebody
okay.
to stop the run.
Yeah.
Stop the run. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your comment about the defense is worth more discussion. We'll get to that coming up next. You can certainly weigh in. Looking back on the season, what's the thing that really just ticked you off? Looking back on it. 888-957-9570. The number, Steve Kerr, in just over an hour on Willard and Dibs.
This winter, team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors to save lives. From January 2nd to the 31st, every donor
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we've got this update just handed to us. Mark Grandy, who is turning into a diva on this show, works very hard. Yeah, works very hard on his grades after every 49er game, and this time put together season-long grades. And pitched a fit at the idea that they wouldn't be done today.
Yeah, I heard that.
So he's bumping Steve Kerr to Wednesday.
And he's got that level of gravitas. Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Kerr out, grades in.
Yeah, sorry about that, Steve.
Yeah.
Got to go, Steve.
Steve, today's not your day, all right? So, no, the Warriors would like to, you know what, and I get it. I'm just going to, let's shoot it straight. Steve's like, you know what, could we all just take a day off?
Yeah.
And so we're like, yeah, and we'll talk to Steve on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I actually am very high on the idea
Let's cut
of doing
that.
cut that.
Thank you.
I'm very high on the idea of doing Grady's grades today. Season-long grades for each group, because I think it lends itself to a conversation that has sort of just developed here in the last half hour.
Okay.
When you look at what just happened with the 49ers, coaching or players?
Well, it's both, of course.
Well, of course, but
I mean, come on, Mark.
No, nobody's asking for 100%, 0%.
Okay, you're
Which
talking
is the
about a
bigger
pie.
issue? Coaches or players? Is this personnel or is this coaching? How would you answer that?
I would say it's more coaching than it is players.
Interesting.
And I would look at the big phrase that I love to use, and I learned it from Lo Neal when we did 3.5 years at Joe Low and Dibs. He talked a lot about attention to detail. As a 16-year NFL vet, it's something that he talked about with winning teams that they have it and losing teams that don't have it. And I look at a 49er team that this year did not show a lot of attention to detail. You had a ton of parking tickets, which are the dead ball penalties, false starts, delay a game, illegal procedure, illegal formation, 12 men on the field, all the rest of the nonsensical penalties that are self-inflicted. Now, if you go out there and you hold, fine, that's a moving violation, a PI, offensive PI, personal foul, whatever. Although the Jawan Jennings one yesterday was a bit of a joke where
oh my God,
back-to-back entanglements and he gets thrown out a couple of catches away from 1,000 yards. That was an official error, but
I didn't understand anything that's gone on with Juwan the last two games. He got fined for getting thrown into the stands against Detroit.
Yeah,
he got fined. I understand that there was some aggression there.
Yeah,
It's
it was
football.
a two-way deal. Yeah, they got locked up, and I get it. I don't love the fine either.
I thought it was over, and then someone else came in and hucked him into the stands.
And then yesterday, it kind of was a reputation thing where because he now has that reputation. But to your greater point, I see a team that really lacked attention to detail in many ways, and I think that part of it was the offseason where the front office and the management structure didn't pay attention to the right things, and then you had players go out there and not be ready for the start of the year, and you had games, late game scenarios, fourth quarters, where you were unable to close. And yeah, a lot of it's on the players, but if you want me to slice the pie, I'm giving a bigger piece of the pie to the coaches than I am the players.
And I'll give it to the players, or at least the personnel, with this caveat. Some of the personnel issues are the fault of the people above them. It's the fault of like I get where you're coming from. You know, that's a tough thing to sort of assess. Somebody commits a penalty on the field. Who's that on? Is it on the coach or is it on the player? Well, it's probably on the player. Now, if the same group commits 9 penalties in a game, is that on the coach or is it on the players? Well, more people will start to say, well, that seems institutional. So now that's on the coach's plate. Or, for instance, Devondre Campbell. You'll look at him and you'll go, well, he wasn't very good for the most of this year, and then he ended the year with an absolutely just unforgivable maneuver. Whose fault is that? Well, you'll go, that's Devondre. Well, who signed him?
Right.
Who brought him in? And I actually don't even know. Is that more John? Is that more Kyle? Is it more Parag? You know, whatever. There's a whole group of people doing this. So I get what you're saying when it comes to it's both. There's overlap everywhere. and then I'll admit my own weakness, which is this. I have teenagers in the house, and so I really understand the whole idea of coaching someone who then does not go do what you told them to do. And that's a me thing, but maybe that's a little bit why when I look at the Niners and I see that look on Kyle's face on the sideline constantly, and I also know he's had so much success coaching this team, sometimes I'm like, right, like you could get mad at him for drafting Jake Moody, or you could go, well, no, Jake, like kick the ball in between the right. Sure. So when you said earlier that there's a schematic problem, my mind goes to, well, and you were talking defensively.
Yeah.
Defensively, this same scheme has been very, very consistent for the 49ers for a long time. And now suddenly it doesn't work. It doesn't work with the likes of Devondre Campbell. It doesn't work with the likes of Javon Hargrave. It doesn't work with the likes of Jair Brown. It doesn't work now that Charvarius Ward was understandably a much lesser version of himself. So I don't think Nick Sorensen had a great year, but if I'm going to look at what was actually ailing the 49ers this year, to me it was much more of a personnel issue than a schematic or motivational type of a thing. Coaches' jobs are to put the players in their best position to succeed. But the final straw is they've got to go do it.
Yes.
They've got to go make the plays.
But if they're not making the plays, then it's your job to coach them up to try to help them to make the plays. And Jake Moody's an interesting one because it was clear that he lost his confidence. He missed 3 kicks in a game, and he had one of the captains of the team come over and try to get a piece of him, and it took the long snapper, Tabor Pepper, to get in between the kicker and the team captain in order to diffuse the situation, which didn't actually get diffused. And then the head coach comes out and says, well, the long snapper, he was the one who was out of pocket. And since that incident, tell me how the kicker's done. Well, the kicker's only gotten worse. So has the kicker lost his confidence? Absolutely. Did the head coach do enough to restore that confidence? Well, I don't think so. And I'm not blaming all his misses on Kyle and that incident, but it's clear that Jake Moody, from that point on, has been a lot lesser of a kicker.
I don't want to interrupt, but that's a fascinating statement. How does the coach restore the kicker's confidence?
Well, by not going out and immediately defending Deebo Samuel after the incident. Well, that would be one way.
He said Tabor overreacted.
Exactly.
So
a better way.
That's not even directed at Jake.
But the whole thing was about Jake. I don't think Deebo was coming over to get a piece of Tabor.
Well, we have no idea if Jake was even offended by, hey, dude, you need to lock in.
All I know is since the hey, dude, you need to lock in moment, he's been worse. That is a fact.
Well, that day he was better. He made his only kick.
He made a kick.
The only one he made all day.
How was he not this past game, but the game before when he cost him 7 points?
He's been awful all year.
And why?
I don't know. It's certainly not Kyle Shanahan's fault.
I'm not saying it's his fault.
I don't know if it's a high ankle sprain or if it's just like any of our golf games where when you lose it, you don't know how the hell to find it back. That's a very kicker thing. It's a very mental job.
But if you're a pro golfer, you're going to do what you can. And hopefully your swing coach is going to help you get it back. And
right, but I'm not going to blame the swing coach if you don't.
Well, I'm not blaming Kyle Shanahan. What I'm saying is when you look at it from a coaching standpoint, you have a player who has not gotten better. He's gotten worse. And I don't know if the special teams coach or the head coach have done the necessary things to get him better. And we talk about the scheme, the defensive scheme. It worked last year because you had defensive tackles who could actually tackle defensively.
Right. So therefore, especially when you get to a point where it's second string, third string, it's a personnel issue, and you can backtrack if you want to the depth of the roster and then put it on the roster building. Yes, that I agree with. But within the game, I'm not going to blame the coach if the players are holding or false starting or whatever the hell they're all doing, not able to shed themselves from a block or whatever. And so same thing with Jake. Like, here's what I mean. If I was going to blame the coaching staff for something Jake Moody related, here's what I would say. If you're going to tell me that his high ankle sprain is affecting him, then you should not have activated him. How about that?
Yeah,
that's what I would say.
I can't imagine that the high ankle sprain is affecting him. It's on his kicking leg. If it's on his plant leg, it's a different story.
I've never had one. I don't know what that feels like.
I've never tried to kick a football with a high ankle sprain.
Right, I've never tried to kick a football 60 yards.
When
like
you
these
look at
guys
his distance has not been the issue.
Correct.
It's been his accuracy, and I look at a kicker who has lost his confidence completely. And whether or not it's on him ultimately, he's the one who has to kick the ball. He's the one who has to feel okay and not have his dauber down. I get that. Defensively, you've got a team that cannot pressure the quarterback, and so you continue to just rush for, and you don't pressure the quarterback.
Yeah, that
for me is on the scheme.
I'm with you on that one. Well, that to me, that's not on the scheme. It's just a lack of adjustments. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? In life,
well, it's the scheme because it's what they did last year.
When something's not working, try something different.
That's my point.
Yeah, like I'm with you on that. But I also know it's fascinating to me when you listen to the defensive players talk, there was a discomfort with whatever Steve Wilkes was throwing at them last year. I don't know why, but they seemed to say that. This year, not so much. This year, you're hearing guys go, well, Nick Sorensen, I mean, that's on us. You know what I mean? We're the ones who didn't perform. You hear a completely different tone. Why? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that's worth something to me if that's what the players think.
It's worth a little. They're not going to ever throw the guy under the bus.
They did last year.
Well, Kyle did and Nick Bosa did.
So did some of the players.
And, that by the time they did that, I think it was kind of a fait accompli. It was once Kyle did that, all bets were off, and you kind of knew where that was going. But whether or not they stand behind him or not, the bottom line to me is this defense took a giant step or 2 steps backward. And you just watch the game, Mark, and you see the same thing. You're going to rush for. Nick is lining up in that wide 9 spot, and he either gets contained by one or chipped by another. And usually Nick gets darn close. Nick's close to the QB, and he gets his sacks, and he actually was really good against Detroit. That was probably his best game of the year.
It was. Yeah,
he had a couple of sacks and a couple other tackles for loss.
Baby.
A couple sackaroonies. But other than that, this defensive front was a gigantic yawn.
Totally.
And, the Devondre Campbell debacle, that was a Kyle signing. Kyle actually had coached him, I think, in Atlanta. Kyle had worked with him previously, and he's the one who thought that he wasn't going to be a straight-up quitter.
And it's a total miss. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Hey, Vince, in the city. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm a big fan, first-time caller. I appreciate the banter between you guys. I think it's 2 ways, man. I think offensively, it's definitely personnel. On the defensive side, it's the scheme and the coaching. And as much as it really hurts me to say this, all season we looked really washed. I mean, we're just slow and not explosive, and it wasn't any more evident than when we played like the Lions. I mean, they got some playmakers on their team who are explosive, and we don't have any of that. I mean, who from the Niners can you say popped off the screen? I mean, it's really tough. So appreciate the call.
Yeah, thanks, Vince. Appreciate it. It's interesting. It depends on, again, which side of the ball you're talking about. When I watched that game against the Lions, and we were there, I mean, Kittle obviously popped.
Yep.
Pearsall popped.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of things were going. Now, they barely ran the ball. And so, that was kind of interesting. But I thought the offense, especially in the first half, my God, they looked incredible.
Yeah, they
looked dynamic. And then the Lions would get the ball, and it would just be whoop, right down the field. And yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs, are you kidding me? What did he have last night? Four trips into the end zone? He's incredible. Amon-Ra's incredible. Their whole offense has exactly what I'm asking for the Niners to get back, which is a swagger. They are on the same page. They are moving in the same direction. They understand what other people are supposed to be doing. They are playing complementary football. So I think there's plenty of people that popped off of the screen, if you will, or on the field on the offensive side of the ball. but not on defense. Go back to when Kyle Shanahan first started with the Niners. And this never, ever, ever will be lost on me because I thought it was fascinating, especially when you brought up how many turnovers they've had since the bye. How many?
2.
Okay.
They've taken the ball away twice in 9 games.
What did, the year before Nick Bosa was drafted, I bet you'll remember this, how many interceptions did the 49ers have all year long?
I think it was 2.
The answer is 2.
It's 2, yeah.
And then the exact same secondary the following year went to the damn Super Bowl. Did they get faster? All of a sudden, they went from a 4.6 40 to a 4.4 40? No. They had a devastating pass rush in front of them because they had a line now anchored by then rookie Nick Bosa that was absolutely devastating to quarterbacks, causing them to make poor decisions, causing them to rush, leads to bad throws, leads to interceptions. Boom, you've got yourself a really good defense. That's all it takes. So when I see this defensive line, which is Nick Bosa and a bunch of whatever on it, 2 things pop to mind. What you've said, which is, Nick Sorensen, why don't you try to stunt a little bit more? Why don't you try something else, a blitz, which he won't do. They're not comfortable doing. And secondarily, I go, your personnel is just not good enough. I can't tell you how many times you watch the other team's offensive line, and it's just 4 dudes going, whoop, and it's, my God, the quarterback
you're
is
rushing
just
4 guys
standing back there all day long.
When you rush 4 against 5 blockers, unless you have more than 1 guy demanding a double team, and you have 1 guy demanding a double team, okay, so they'll either slide the guard over or they chip you at the tight end. So Bosa's usually taken care of, and now you've got 3 or 4 linemen to cover the other 3 guys who you called whoever or whatever, and you're not wrong. And so now you've got a nice, perfectly formed pocket. And yesterday, one of the only plays that was disruptive, you blitz Fred Warner. And Fred Warner, he did a little loop around in between the guard and the tackle, and he came in untouched, and he got a hit on Kyler Murray, and that was a little bit eye-opening. And they don't ever rush 6. And the last time that they rushed 7, which is a 0 blitz, the coordinator lost his job.
Yeah.
So, and that wasn't the time to do it.
Timing is everything.
It is.
Yeah.
But the point being, this scheme is wide 9. Here comes Bosa from way on the outside. He doesn't get home because the pocket doesn't collapse from the inside out. And so the quarterback's able to step up and gash.
So when you look at what happened with the Niners, does your mind go more to coaching or does it go to personnel? Tom in Alamo. Hey, Tom, thanks for calling. What's up?
So my thought was, usually when you have a team that plays pretty well for 3 quarters in most games of the season, and then they just start to get slower and more lethargic and unable to stop running backs from taking 40-yard TD runs, you wonder about their conditioning and how they practice. I don't know, because the practices are not open to the public, so only the players and the coaches know how they practice and whether they're practicing hard enough or long enough. But it does raise a question in my mind when you look at how they just sag in the 4th quarter, and it's been a recurring theme. Even the games they won, I mean, against the Cowboys, they had a big lead, and then the 4th quarter rolled around and they just fell apart. They managed to win the game, but it was just another 4th quarter where they just looked slower than their opponent, and you just have to wonder, how do they practice?
Tom, thanks. I mean,
dead last in 4th quarter points allowed.
I'm not going to act like you and I go to a ton of practices because obviously they happen during our show for the most part. But we are able to go to a few of them, and so I'm not going to speak like an expert on that. But again, that's one of those points that to me feels like something that only comes up when something has suddenly gone wrong. I don't think the Niners are practicing any differently than they used to practice before. I don't know if this is an issue of other teams being in better shape than them. I do think that they've encountered some situations where they have not had enough people. They've not had enough healthy bodies. That's why the Devondre Campbell thing was so damn offensive. It's one thing to quit on your team. It's a completely different thing when you're being asked to go on the field because the people at your position out there have broken bones in their legs.
Well, yeah, D. Winters was knocked out of the game, and you had Flanagan Fowles already hurt, and so he had to actually go out there and play hurt.
And Warner's out there all year with a broken bone in his foot.
And
or
Greenlaw
leg.
was already shut down at that point.
Exactly. That's why. I mean, hell, I don't know how many people took note of this. Do you know that Tyreek Hill essentially did the exact same thing yesterday?
He just said, I'm not playing.
I'm not going in.
Yeah.
He went in, caught 2 balls, then second quarter, McDaniel's like, send Tyreek in, and they get word in his headset, no. Then he goes to the locker room after the game and goes, I think I'm out of here. And people are like, what? See, and it's not as offensive when it's a player that's on your fantasy team or he's making $30 million or you know damn well that other teams will be interested.
Right.
Now
he's going to get a job.
It's offensive because Devondre wasn't very good to begin with.
And then he quit on the team. Yeah, exactly. And it's offensive here because, linebackers are something that we hold dear. And, Dre Greenlaw is a guy who was playing in that game and he did everything he could to play. And then he got shut down because his knee was acting up and his calf, and yet Campbell couldn't even go out there. I don't know if it's fitness, but the numbers do indicate this team was pathetic in the fourth quarter, dead last in fourth quarter points allowed, 28th in fourth quarter points scored.
That's crazy.
They scored 5 points a quarter in the fourth. They gave up nearly 10 a quarter in the fourth. So whether it was fitness or whatever you can point to, I don't know. We're not in, like you say, we don't go to practice. We don't see them running gassers or how they go through it. But the bottom line is, in the fourth quarter, they were the worst team in football in terms of plus minus.
Not a good quarter to be the worst team in football.
No, not good.
Let's go to Bobby in Pleasanton. Hi, Bobby. Thank you for calling.
Man, how are you? Thanks for having me on the show.
What's up?
Yeah, it's an honor to be on and talk some football with you guys. I think you guys definitely felt the same pulse that I did. But, from training camp till now, it was quite the change. A lot of positivity. Super Bowl bound. It's just crazy when you think about how things have changed. The tables have turned on the 49ers. And I wonder if you felt the same thing from training camp up until when things started to go around with the injuries.
Well, I would say this, Bobby. It was probably there. I ignored it. Because I wanted to think that they were going to be above that. In other words, remember August where everyone was like, ooh, the vibes. The vibes.
Yep.
Well, that word has become one that we've used way too much in Bay Area sports in the end of 2024. The Niner vibes were off, but the Warrior vibes were great. Well, what does that add up to? At the end of the day, maybe nothing. The Warrior wonderful vibes have not led to a great record. The 49ers had terrible vibes. Is that why? I wanted to believe that everything that was going on in the offseason was going to work itself out. It never did. And for me, and we'll play this again coming up next, for me, what Brock Purdy said at his locker room today with regard to if there's a contract extension to be offered, I'd like this to be done very, very quickly. I think that's personal, but I also think that's a message about the last 2 off seasons. And his point is, I'm a leader of this team, and having everybody scream and yell about contracts all summer is not good for our team, so I'd like to not do that.
Right. The vibe is not good when you've got the news being around Brandon Ayuk day in and day out, and then CMC pops up, and then Trent pops up, and all these little things, and you finally get to camp, and Ayuk is out there wearing the wrong shorts, and Kyle's got to go over there and have a conversation with him about his shorts.
Thank you for
And then he
bringing that
drops
up.
trow, and he puts on the right shorts, and so we do a whole show about the man's shorts, and we're 11 days away from the opener, and we're talking about shorts,
Dude,
Mark.
when you're 6-11, you forget about some of the things that have happened. Like I remember Ayuk, I remember Christian, I remember Trent, I remember Ricky. But I've forgotten about shorts. And I'm sure there were others. And that's kind of the point. Is it's just like, what the hell was going on this year?
Yeah.
It just was one thing after another. Some not avoidable. A lot was.
Yep, no doubt. Some tragic and some absolutely hysterically stupid. Like a guy wearing the wrong colored shorts.
Shorts.
Yeah.
Football season gets political because someone wears a hat. Like,
I kind of like my head.
What are we doing?
Fits me good.
What are we doing? We're sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. We got time for more of your calls, 888-957-9570. The season-long grades are coming up at the top of the hour. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial, interior, exterior.
And I actually am very high.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
It'd be a lot cooler if I was. Don't you think?
I'd like to see that.
It's
I'd like to see you high. I know.
It's been a long time.
I was going to say probably 10 years.
Keep going. I think I got high when I was 39.
How high are you right now?
And I actually am very high. I'll take it off the board for you right now. I'm not going to give you the year. I made an agreement with myself as soon as there was a child that I wasn't going to do that anymore. And that's no judgment on anyone else. Y'all want to go out there and have edibles on your Friday night? Do you?
Friday night?
Yeah, exactly. On a Wednesday at 4. Whatever you want to do.
Monday at 4.
Right now, it is 4:20 in 2 minutes. I have no judgments on that whatsoever. My thing was, and this is just my own sort of like, if you want to call it my stressed way of looking at it. I was just like, at all times, I want to be like on my game if they need me. So like,
yeah,
right? So that's been at least 18 years, and I'll tell you it's been longer than that.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Me too.
Yeah. I have.
Okay,
now listen.
4 was unnecessary.
Listen, 4 my favorite
always
quote of all time. I will tell you, there have been nights.
Oh boy,
where I have had more than one drink.
Yeah, those are rare, few and far between. I get it.
Let's drink. Not a lot of them.
Yeah,
but it's happened.
No doubt.
There was one time that Christy took the keys from me.
Wow,
it was crazy.
And you guys were home too. Which makes it even weirder, you know?
Yeah, she just needed to borrow the car.
Exactly.
Yeah, hers was in the shop.
That's
it.
it.
Had nothing to do with anything else.
Makes perfect sense.
No, yeah, but no.
Like New Year's, you probably had a drink and stayed up to about 9:15, I would guess.
What do we do on New Year's? Oh, yeah, I took her to Pico in Larkspur.
Okay, lovely.
Delicious.
This time of year.
I think I had an old-fashioned.
Yep.
And then we drove home.
Yeah.
And then we tried to watch something on TV. And I took a big old nap.
No doubt.
And woke up before midnight.
That's so funny.
And then we rang in the New Year and then...
back to sleep.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Back to sleep.
Perfect.
Yeah. That's New Year's. Oh, fun story. This is great. This is how you can tell what decade of life you're in. Okay? When you're a kid, people make you celebrate East Coast New Year's.
Yep.
Right? When you're a little kid. They're like, okay, 9 o'clock. Then you're a teenager and in your 20s and your 30s, and you're like, any excuse for just an absolute banger. We're doing it. We're partying. Woo, let's go. You get into your 40s, there are probably kids around, your kids, and New Year's becomes less significant. This is where I'm at, where I'm just like, whatever. Let's go have dinner. If I'm awake at midnight, great. If I'm not, I don't care. My parents... Oh my God.
Celebrated a day early at noon.
No, it's even better. Are you ready for it? You ready for the punchline?
Yep.
My parents, who are in their 80s, forgot.
Yep.
They woke up the next day and they're like, oh, crap.
Tom, we need a new calendar.
Had no clue that New Year's Eve was the night before.
No clue.
None.
Perfect. Yep.
I'm like, good. Why? You didn't need to stay up. You wouldn't have been able to anyway.
Yep.
I've watched you in front of the TV. You can't stay up any night of the week.
Yeah, like 9 o'clock is about right.
Yeah.
And that's where we are. Same thing. East Coast was like, hey, you know, Happy New Year. Yeah, you too. All right. What are we doing tomorrow? You know.
All right.
All right.
Yeah. I think it's funny when people like, oh God, we can't make any plans until like noon on New Year's Day. Like, I'll be up at 7.
Dude, have a baby.
Yeah. Like, what are we doing?
Baby doesn't care what day it is. 7:30, she's up, you're up. And actually, it's funny because Supper looked at me at about 9:30 on New Year's Eve. She's like, I am so glad that we're over going out for New Year's Eve. And I looked at her, I'm like, I can't imagine being anywhere other than on this couch.
Well, here's my
just a lot.
Next year, you should just forget.
Yeah,
completely.
we're getting closer.
Yeah,
I'm not quite 80, but I'm getting closer.
Be like, it's December something. And then one of these days, it'll be January.
Yep.
It's awesome. 650 on our lovely Comcast business text line. Willard, if you think Debo is going to be better next year, all caps, you're delusional. This is my thing. I don't understand why we have to do that. Why am I delusional? And I don't even think he's going to be better next year, but I'm open to it. You already, and I congratulate you for this, earlier in this show, you saw some things in the final few games that have changed your mind on the idea of Debo losing a step.
Yeah, I don't think he's lost a step.
He has not lost a step.
I think that the offense has lost a step. I think Kyle Shanahan has lost a step as far as his creative ability to get Debo Samuel the ball in ways that Debo can be effective. The way he's most effective right now is returning kicks.
That's true.
And that's a problem.
I don't think anyone's lost a step. I just think they took an L. The offense and the play calling and all of it, like the NFL studied you. They caught up. They were more ready for you than you were for them. You took the L.
Yep.
But I don't think anybody is not, that does not have anything to do with their ability to be good next year. I hate when we do this to people. We see one sign of some weakness and we immediately are like, done. You can't be good anymore. You've lost a step. You're washed, whatever. It's been disproven so many times. They actually have an award for it. It's called Comeback Player of the Year.
Yeah, he won't win it next year.
No, he won't, although he's eligible. Actually, he's ineligible, right? Don't you have to be, like, you have to, like, not
In the NFL,
play.
I think you have to be hurt.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, you have to miss games.
Or else Sam would win it. You know what I mean? Like, explain that to me. All of you out here who want Sam Darnold now on the team next year, explain that to me. He's been 5 years being nothing in this league. Now he's 14-3. Nobody predicted it. And now everybody wants to gravy train it. No. Like, yes, players who had a bad year can be good next year. It happens all the time.
It also can be the beginning of a decline for Deebo Samuel. A guy who plays that physically and he goes out and, seeks out contact and the rest of it. And he didn't have a very good year. And part of that's on him, but I'd put as much of it on Kyle Shanahan because his scheme, what's always worked is Deebo in the jet sweep, Deebo as a running back, Deebo getting the ball quickly in space, and none of that happened frequently enough this year. He had 51 catches. He scored 4 total touchdowns. Deebo was mostly on offense, a non-factor this year.
I'm not telling you he's definitely going to be better next year. I'm simply saying, like, I very much think it's possible. I think you're going to see some things next year from a handful of 49ers that surprise you in a positive way. Like, I think with the way the Niners performed this year, we've decided that some people who aren't old are old. Like, there are a number of people who have not had their 30th birthday that we've decided are old. And I just don't think they are. I don't think Deebo's old, and I don't think Christian McCaffrey's old. I think that there were some circumstances. Some of them are on them that took place this year, but I don't think that story's been written. I'm not telling you they'll be amazing, but I'm telling you it is very much on the table that those guys come back and perform more like the players we know next year.
I would put more stock in Deebo coming back and being closer to who he was than Christian McCaffrey, just based on the injury. And also, one thing that I've reflected on with Deebo is he did have pneumonia this year. And as a guy who suffered through RSV over the holidays, which is a respiratory virus, which is not quite pneumonia, but it's pretty darn bad. Oh, dude, your boy was...
I knew you were sick. You didn't define it, though.
RSV, which is why I didn't go to the Lions game. I was going to join you and Grandy, and I had a whole thing planned with my sister for her birthday, and I couldn't answer the bell. I was down for a solid week. And, I'm not out there trying to run routes. Deebo had pneumonia, and I know that took him some time to get over, but I'm more concerned about Christian McCaffrey and his ability to come back after the latest of a long string of injuries in his career. I think Deebo has a greater chance to be back to where he was as opposed to Christian McCaffrey.
Let's take some more calls. 888-957-9570. Jonathan on 680. Hi, Jonathan. Thank you for chiming in.
No worries. Happy New Year, gentlemen. How are you?
We're great, and will you promise to call us again in like 3 weeks and say Happy New Year again to Dibs?
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, he loves that.
I wouldn't, but you can. You're allowed to.
I was going to say, with your parents forgetting New Year's, maybe they had a medication sensation like myself, and, that can affect the short-term memory there.
They do it every day, Jonathan. They got one of those little boxes that's got every name of the week, and they open it up and find out what's in there. They got the whole thing going, Jonathan.
That's awesome. Well, let me get to the meat and potatoes. I wanted to chime in. I know everyone wants Kyle's head replaced. I don't want Kyle replaced. I want to shake the tree up just a little bit, and I don't want anyone to take that negatively. I was thinking, what do you guys have an opinion on Jerry Rice coming in and taking more of a leadership position or even kind of a coaching role, if you will? I think it's time, football gets back to the players who used to play kind of have a role in the future besides just being on the sideline showing off the bling bling. And I mean by, you have Sanders who went up to Colorado, hear me out, and things didn't look great. They thought it was just a stunt, and look at this man. Now Dallas wants him, if I'm not corrected. So I just wanted to get your true opinion because I love it so much. And what do you guys think about Jerry Rice? Do you think he would be impactful, or do you think it's just hype?
Jonathan, thanks.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Jonathan.
it. I mean, I never, first of all, I do not make the connection. This is in general, not just Jerry. This is anyone. I do not make the connection of great player equals great coach. I have no idea. I think they're two completely different roles. Some guys are cut out for it. Dion is a great example. He clearly was. And he has created a whole almost a movement with what he has done at Boulder, and we'll see where it goes next. With regard to Jerry Rice, no idea if that's what he wants to do. Don't really think that the current coaching staff is looking for that kind of thing. If they want someone to sort of consult the wide receiver room on an individual basis, that's intriguing to me. But I don't think just because he's a great Niner, it means that there's a spot for him on the coaching staff.
Agreed. And I'm just was thinking as he was making that call about who is the greatest player to ever become an NFL head coach. And, Mike Singletary would be on the short list. He was a head coach in the NFL.
He was a head coach.
He was a head coach.
Yes.
But traditionally, if you look at, some of the great coaches, most of them were not great players. And I'm just looking at a list of coaches who coached games at all. Jack Del Rio was a really good player, not quite obviously to the Mike Singletary or Jerry Rice level, but it usually isn't something that translates naturally from, like you were saying, great player to great coach.
I'm looking at, and this is just something on the internet, but like the top 25 head coaches of all time. And I'm trying to go through all of them, and some of them are so far back that I don't know if they ever played on some level. But when you scroll through, almost all of them did not play.
Yeah.
Almost all of them did not play. You know what I mean? The ones that we think of right off the top, to go from the Bill Parcells and the Bill Walsh and the Chuck Noll and the Tom Landry and all of the names that you would normally throw out there. Yeah, they didn't play.
Yeah. And I'm looking at some throwback names like Bart Starr, who was a, two-time Super Bowl winning quarterback. He was a coach. Raymond Berry, Hall of Fame tight end, I believe. He was a coach. But yeah, you go through a long list of people who have ever coached in the National Football League, and almost none of them were phenomenal players in their day. One thing that Jerry should keep doing, though, is commercials. The Matthew McConaughey commercial talking about how the NFL is trying to get you to eat food.
It's pretty good.
What's Jerry? Hey, Jerry, what are you eating? Rice. Jerry's eating rice.
By the way,
good.
Also, shout out to the GOAT for the way he reacted to the Mike Evans thing on Sunday. He congratulated him. Welcome to the club. I don't know if you all saw this Mike Evans thing at the end of the Tampa Bay game. It really was a feel-good thing and pretty fun. So, did you see it? Did you watch it live?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Mike Evans.
I know he needed a few catches to get to 1,000 yards.
He got to 1,000 yards for the 11th consecutive season, which has only been done by Jerry prior to now. So he is the second player to ever to do that. Jerry did it 14 times, but 11 in a row. Mike has done it now all 11 of his seasons. But you get to the end of the game, and the Bucs force a fourth down incompletion of the Saints, and the game is over. It's an 8-point lead. They've got the ball. It's victory formation time with about 30 seconds left on the clock. But here come the Bucs. They're not getting in victory formation. They're getting in regular formation. And quickly, everyone realized what was going on. Evans needs 5 more yards. And it's not just to get the record. There's a $3 million bonus attached to it. So they huddle. And my immediate thought was, and I wonder how you'd answer this, if you were the DB on the Saints and your assignment is Mike Evans and they set up for that play, you know damn well the game is over. How are you defending Mike?
Well, I'm coming up to try to jam him, and as I'm about to jam him, I say, "Hey, Mike, $100,000. I'll let you have this catch." And if Mike says no deal, when the ball's snapped, I run up and just bear hug him.
Yes.
You just hug him. You hug him like you're a junior at your first homecoming dance.
That's the most Dan Dibley response I've ever heard in my life.
You gonna give me $100,000?
Yeah, like, I mean,
and Mike says, "I'll give you 50." No problem.
No deal.
Then exactly
deal.
Then you whiff on the jam, and he gets his catch.
We got a clock that's ticking here. They're about to snap this ball.
That's it.
Anyway,
what's in it for me?
The cat on the Saints, and I don't know if he fully did it on purpose, but my man laid back.
He did.
He laid back.
Some soft coverage.
So Mike Evans does a pop, 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 and turn left, and everyone else goes deep, and Baker just goes pow and hits him about 2 yards behind the line or beyond the line of scrimmage. He turns. There's kind of no defender, and he just dives forward.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm down.
And then they tag him, and it's a gain of 8, and he finishes with 1,003 yards, $3 million.
That's
and
pretty
he ties
sweet.
Jerry Rice's
Yeah,
record.
that's pretty awesome.
And now next year he gets to try to set the record for consecutive years.
And good for him. And he's been the kind of player that you love to watch. And if he's on your fantasy team, you go ahead and just start him every week because he's going to get you, 60 or 70 and maybe a touchdown along the way. He is a surefire Hall of Famer. He's had a great career.
I am laughing very much at your idea of, and I mean, you're talking speed negotiations.
Oh yeah,
Baker's up there going Omaha. Oh, you're like, okay, but $100,000. Mike's like 50. Snap, go, shoot.
Yeah, well, because honestly, the DB, you see what's happening, and
I would think they would know what's going on.
The only reason why they're going to do that is because they're going to try to get him something, a catch or some yards.
Right,
so if I'm a guy who, doesn't want to have that happen against me, or if I want a piece of the action, you could ruin it by intentionally running across the line of scrimmage and just tackling him.
You could ruin it. And I don't know how aware, these defensive players, do you know Mike Evans' contractual situation in that moment? Are you just stunned that they're even lining up a play? You may not know what the hell's going on. Or I would not put it above the players on their way to the huddle being like, yo, this is about money.
Yeah.
This helps all of us. Take a couple steps back and let's, almost like the players union, bat phone rings like, hey, chill.
Yeah.
Mike's about to get a catch and we're all going to do each other a solid fraternity ready break. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I don't know if any of that happens. But yeah, I think usually if people know that money's involved, dudes are not trying to get in the way of somebody else's cash.
No doubt. But at the same time, if you're just a DB making, $200,000 or whatever you're making, and Mike's about to get $3 million, if you lay down, maybe a little something for the effort.
Maybe. Or if I'm Mike, I don't know, throw some to Baker in the offensive line or who knows what. By the way, text line is throwing some guys who have achieved at a pretty high level. In fact, even Super Bowl winning coach who was a good player, Mike Ditka, is a name that came up.
It's a good one.
With what Jim Harbaugh has done, both here and with the Chargers this year.
Good.
And Michigan, but not at the NFL level. But
and this comes off a caller who said Jerry Rice should join the Niners staff.
And he wasn't suggesting head coach, by the way.
No.
He was just suggesting coach.
Just somebody on the staff, and it just had me thinking about, head coaches who had actually been not that level of star, because very few are in that orbit with Jerry Rice, but, just stars who've gone on to coach. It just doesn't happen very often in football. And now in basketball, you could think about it a little bit more frequently. Larry Bird's a name that pops to mind, a guy who was, among the greatest players ever, and he went on to coach. And Magic Johnson was a coach, I'm told, for a time.
It wasn't very good, though.
No. Larry was pretty good.
Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Champion.
Wednesday. He'll join us.
Let's go to Bob in San Ramon. Hi, Bob. Thank you for calling.
Hey, could you see Ayuk and Debo running the hill when Jerry Rice is coach?
Not right now.
Could you see that possibly happening? No way.
I can see Brandon go up in crutches right now, but I get what you're saying, Bob.
No way. He's like a muted version of Singletary. Don't take any vacations. I only want winners. Go run the hill. But what I was going to say is I'm going to say something that no one else is really saying, which is you can't run it back with this aging fleet. I try to rebuild the thing to an extent. They got a lot of problems on the defensive front. This is going to take multiple years to fix. And, some of these guys aren't old, but they're banged up. I read McCaffrey's played like half of his games in his career. So I don't think it's going to change. And I would look at making some major changes, but you got to be bold for that.
Bob, can I ask you a couple things? Because I hear this a lot, and I'm wondering, if you can put a name on it. This idea that the 49ers' age is really showing. Who are you talking about, and who are you suggesting moving on from?
I don't know, how they can restructure things, but look at what Debo did against the Rams. Look at all those drops. That's not just losing a step. That's losing an eye. How are you dropping some of those? McCaffrey is very injury prone. Trent Williams, will he ever play again? That's just some of the examples. And, here's another thing that I've heard nobody say. What about the training staff? I don't believe in bad luck happening again and again and again. It was a bad off season. How did everyone get injured like that? It was consecutive. I just don't. There's something about the training staff. That's what I think.
Well,
are these guys prepared in the off season? It's just a weird thing. It's a weird phenomenon.
Bob, thanks.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Well, every injury is different.
Yeah.
So I think you look at a certain injury like Christian McCaffrey. He tore up a couple of ligaments in his knee. Is that something that the training staff could have accounted for? I don't believe so. You look at soft tissue, that's where I start to think training staff when you have hamstrings, groins, and, adductors and hip flexors and things that maybe could have been strengthened and trained in the offseason. Those are injuries you could look at and think maybe, but in football, for example, Brock Purdy's injury. Brock Purdy gets nerve damage in his arm because of the way he falls while being tackled by another grown human being.
Yeah.
I don't know what a training staff can do to avoid that. I do look at fourth quarter letdowns and fourth quarter fades, and maybe you look at that and say, why is this team so bad this year in the fourth quarter? Beyond the injuries, whoever you had active and playing football, you were the worst fourth quarter team in football.
To me, that's a more interesting question or a more telling one. I always have a hard time when we look to blame someone for injuries, even the players themselves. They can't stay healthy. Well, I mean, first of all, that's not the linchpin to an entire season. The Lions have lost their entire defense. They went 15-2. They're going to be the 1 seed and get a week off. So you can play with your depth, and no one's mad at the Lions training staff for the whole defense getting hurt because they're 15-2. So no one's even going to bring it up. I remember this conversation was happening for an entire year about Kyle Shanahan in general. Apparently, quote, the way he plays football gets people hurt, even though Jim Harbaugh is known, for example, as having one of the most physical styles of football. Yet we congratulate him because he's turned the Chargers around and they'll be playing this weekend in the playoffs. I just, in other words, don't think you can do that in the sport of football. You cannot blame a training staff for injuries in football. You're going to have years where it really gets you, and then you're going to have years where it's not.
Last year it didn't get you at all.
Exactly. It didn't get you until the second quarter of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then one guy got hurt, and it ended up being a very, very important one.
And is that on the training staff?
Of course not. It was running onto the field.
That's kind of my point.
I mean,
football, I have a hard time with it. When you look at baseball and you get into, guys with a soft tissue or the groin or this and that, and same thing in basketball, I think you can be a little bit more directed in your criticism. But football is a game where, you mentioned it before, it's almost a 100% injury rate of players. And if you looked at the Niners this year and you looked at how many guys actually played all 17 games, that number is probably about 10.
I mean, I was even thinking of just watching what Juwan went through yesterday, and I'm like, I don't know how the hell, how do you get through any game? I sort of feel like I watch it, and that's the way Jordan Mason felt after the Jets game, after the opener. Remember when he went over to Christian and he went, how the hell do you do this 16 times? Are you crazy? And that's kind of how I feel about it. It's almost more stunning when they do make it than when they don't.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it. I'm not blaming a training staff for injuries in football. I can't do it. We're presented by Fremont Bank. celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We got Grandy with his grades coming up in a little less than 20 minutes. We'll keep going with your phone calls, 888-957-9570. When you look at what happened with the Niners this year, is it more on coaching? Is it more on personnel? This is Willard and Dibs.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's right, the best sports show on town.
I miss that, man. We got to get him back.
Yeah, he'll be back for 2025.
My two great boys.
That's Kurt.
Yeah, I'm afraid before we went on vacation, you told him, get out of here. And he
get out of here.
Every week he'd call on Friday and tell us that the Niners were going to be better this weekend, and they weren't. They weren't, Kurt.
That Kyler Murray.
Shanahan, you got to be kidding us.
I know.
Who was the actual run? Who was the run? It wasn't Kyler Murray, was it?
He's a little runt.
It was Mahomes.
It was Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah. Boy.
And that little runt is going to be on his ass.
Yeah. Boy.
It was the one seed who's taking this week off.
Yeah. And he took last week off, too.
Yes, he
Apparently
sure did.
the entire team. Did they even play? Or was that game just a sim? Did they just simulate that thing?
So funny. Like, here's
the 40-0.
Have you ever seen a team on a hamster wheel more than the Cincinnati Bengals? They worked their butts off for 5 weeks to win all their games. They're grinding in Pittsburgh on a chilly winter's night to win by 2, just so that they could sit down, make popcorn, and watch the Chiefs lay down under a blanket.
38-0, not 40.
Oh, my God. I was like, sorry, Bengals. I mean, it's your fault. You lost all those games early, but you're going home.
When it goes to what we talked about before, like, what do you owe the league? Does Kansas City owe the league to go out there and actually try against Denver on behalf of Cincinnati?
No.
Of course not.
No.
Yeah.
No. Here's the way I would say it, and it's kind of the way the Niners played it against Detroit, and I appreciate this. There are some unwritten rules. Number one, if you're protecting your team because you've won, then you've earned the right to create a bye week. But if all you're doing, like the suggestion going into Detroit was protect Brock because he's your franchise quarterback, well, you get the whole damn offseason. Like, sure, he could tear an ACL, but like...
Or a UCL.
Yeah, but if you're going to look at it that way, then every time everybody's eliminated, we all just leave. And you don't want to do that. I mean, honestly, if for no other reason, how you feeling about fantasy football if the Carolina Panthers are sitting their players week 12? Because, like you could get hurt. Like, no.
Well, they could sit their players and actually play better. And go out there and maybe win.
And they did.
Yes.
They stuck Bryce Young back out there. And they're like, actually, you can play a little bit.
Not bad.
Anyway, point being is that's just, there's 2 unwritten rules. 1, you get to sit if you've earned it. But if you haven't, you don't. And number 2, last week only, week 18. You're not chilling on week 17, even if the game doesn't matter. It didn't matter to Detroit either. And they went out there and played everybody.
Yeah, they sure did.
You know,
They sure did.
I don't know. That's the way I have seen the league operate for a long
you're
time.
right about that. And for me, like all unwritten rules, they're worthless. They're bupkis. Unwritten rules don't exist. Now, you can carry yourself the way you want to carry yourself, and Detroit saw value in going out there and competing, and that's Dan Campbell, and his team wanted to, and they played a great game. And you know what? It probably helped them win yesterday because they had that momentum and they had that positive feeling of going out and beating a Niner team, and so they weren't going to be rusty going into that game against Minnesota. So ultimately, you only owe it to your team, but just beware of the future when we do expand to 18 weeks, 18 games, and 20 weeks, rather. You're going to get a lot more of these games where these games don't matter. And you mentioned it, 16 games over the weekend, and 12 of them were mostly meaningless, I think.
mean, yeah. And some people played them in meaningless ways when it wasn't meaningless. I've got questions for the Green Bay Packers. I know that Jordan Love got hurt, and I know that Christian Watson got hurt real bad. And so maybe they got spooked because you lose 2 key players. You're like, you know what, pull everyone off the field. And they did. And then they found a way to lose to the team that's better than anyone at finding a way to lose.
Right.
They lost to the Bears, and guess what? Instead of visiting the Rams or Tampa next week, they're going to Philly. They got to go to Philly now. And if somehow they win that, they go straight to Detroit. Like, dude, you made this so much harder on yourselves. I get maybe why, but I do think there's some teams that took their foot off the gas when Maybe they shouldn't have.
Because if they would have won, then they would have been the 5 seed, right? They would have been ahead of Washington.
They would have
in the
stayed ahead of
tiebreaker.
Washington. They would have been the 6 seed because the 5 seed was automatically going to be whoever lost last night.
My fault, yeah.
Yeah, so Minnesota's going to be the 5 seed. They would have been 6. They would have gone to Tampa. Now they go to Philly.
Yeah.
You tell me what sounds more pleasant next week. So,
and we'll get your official NFC, AFC winner predictions later in the week as we get into what is going to be a pretty fun wild card weekend.
It's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be interesting. There's a couple of big favorites, the Ravens and the Bills. That Chargers-Texans game is a weird one. I don't know what to think.
I like the under.
About that one. Washington at Tampa feels high-scoring and fun.
Yep.
That's the Sunday night game this week. And then the Sam Darnold Bowl. L.A. kid goes home. Sam Darnold, Minnesota at the Rams.
That's Monday, right?
That's Monday night.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still having a hard time with Monday night playoffs. I'll watch it. I'll love it.
You'll be right here, damn it.
Yeah,
for the
exactly.
start of it.
Yeah,
You'll pick it.
I'll have a pick for you. I'm going to pick all the games.
You're damn right you
I'm going
are.
to pick them all.
And you're going to go 0-6.
I think I'm 500 on the year now.
No,
that might be a game below.
Yeah, you got
Randy
it.
has it.
You've lost at least 2 or 3 in a row now.
No, it was a little hot before that now.
No, man,
you were gone.
You lost. Birdie told me that you picked against the Ravens. Browns plus 20.
That one hurt.
And you lost.
Yep.
Yeah, with your 2 losses because you also picked Niners plus 4.5.
Yeah, boy.
So you went from 1 over to 1 under.
Okay, one under.
You're now
All right.
25 and 26.
But I'm feeling a cold streak coming on, which for us is known as a hot streak.
Yeah. Whatever. Just go to the phones. Mind your P's and Q's.
I'm going to do what I want. No, we'll go. Cody and Marin. Hi, Cody. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing today, man? Happy New Year.
To you as well.
Hey, right on. So a couple things. I'm in for the Jerry Rice caller, man. Interesting take. I don't know about coach, but I never think it's a bad idea to have more champions in the building. So if you got to have some champions hanging out in the rooms, cool, man. Bring them all in.
I don't know. Don't you already feel like I don't think Jerry Rice is not in the building. Do you know what I mean? He's there.
Yeah, I get that. He's on the sidelines.
Yeah, he can go talk to whoever he wants to talk to. As far as a more official role, this is just my perception.
Yeah.
I don't know if that fits Jerry, but whatever. I got no problem with him being around the players.
Exactly. Yeah. And then as far as the coaches for players, I didn't hear 2 names that I really thought I would hear out here. John Madden, right? NFL career cut short.
Sure.
Right? Really knee injury, but he played. But then Don Shula.
Yeah.
Didn't Shula play like a bunch of years with the Redskins? Or not 1 year with the Redskins. I think he played with the Colts and the Browns. But yeah, I know he was a pretty good player.
No doubt.
Yeah, the greater question was
Thanks,
great
Cody.
players, Cody. Hall of
Exactly.
Fame level players, because even like Mike Vrabel, for example, future Patriots coach, it seems, and D'Amico Ryans was another guy who played in the league. And a lot of these guys
Long way to go
played
there.
in the
Sure,
league.
sure.
I was thinking about superstar Hall of Fame caliber players who then went on to coach.
Yeah, and there's not many.
Right. In football.
In football. Joe Torre, he's a great player, right?
Oh, yeah,
In
baseball, you get a lot more, I
He's a
think.
great player, great manager.
Pete Rose, certainly the hit king. Rest in peace.
I don't know if he was a great manager. He was good at figuring out what was about to happen.
He was a manager. He was a manager.
Yes,
Great player who managed.
Yes, he was. Let's go to Ray in the city. Hi, Ray. What's up? Ray, you there?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, man.
All right, sorry about that. No, I just wanted to throw in the mix Mike Ditka. How could you guys forget Mike Ditka?
Well, we
great
did.
football player.
We did forget, and then we mentioned him later. Yeah, that's probably the best example in the NFL.
Yeah, 3 Super Bowl rings to his credit. Yeah, I think he was a hell of a player and a coach. That's all.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Ray.
thanks, Ray.
Appreciate it.
No doubt.
Yeah, and an original at that, as far as
No doubt.
on the coaching angle. Let's go to Morgan in Morgan Hill. Hi, Morgan. What's going on?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
I had two points I wanted to make about the 49ers season. First, I mean, I understand that the sentiment around the season is pretty depressing, with a lot of people saying we should kind of tear it down. But this season makes me think about kind of like the Giants, San Francisco Giants, 105-win season, where everything went right. And at some point in the season, the mojo just, there's something happens where the sun starts shining down on the team and they're pinch hit homers and everybody starts believing. And then, next thing you know, you got your 105-win season. And I kind of feel like this season, Niners is the opposite of that, where at some point of the season, probably even before the season with the IU holdout, a black cloud just started to kind of form over the season and the team. And I mean, we can go on and on without injuries, but then there was the Charvarius Ward's young daughter, and then Trent Williams, stillborn. I mean, just so many things went wrong. And at some point, it's almost like a mysterious force happens and there's no denying it, and you just all succumb to it. But the point I'm trying to make with that is, I think this is a bit of an aberration of a season. And I think if the Niners keep it, most of the personnel together, that there's another playoff run in this team. And I don't have too many doubts about that. So that's point number one. Number two, Brock Purdy, kind of an up and down season. I'm not as down on him as I think a lot of people are in terms of how he performed this season. I think this was a good year for him to kind of take a certain step in his game, in that he started to take more deep shots or more air yards. I remember at some point in the season, he was like leading the league in air yards thrown or something like that. And I think, when he looks back at this season, he's going to see that he probably overdid it with that, but he was able to kind of see what that was like, and maybe he'll find some more balance moving forward. So even though it was a horrible season all around, I'm still optimistic for next year.
Morgan, thanks. And I think that's your larger point, your reference to the season for the Giants. You actually undercut them a couple of wins. There's a 107-win season, but I get the comp, and was this year the reverse of that? In other words, everything went right that year, everything went wrong this year. Here's the larger point with which I agree. I don't think that this year is indicative of anything going forward. I really don't. That doesn't mean I'm making a prediction that they'll be awesome next year. It also does not mean that I'm telling you that they don't have some things they need to address. I just think that every team has things that they need to address going into a new season. There are players getting older. There are holes that need to be filled. There's a draft that needs to be conducted, free agency, contracts, and beyond, like any other offseason. But the mere idea, and I think this is a good discussable thought, the idea that this year is indicative of things to come, I would say firmly no.
It's never that in the NFL. I don't think you can look at any year and rightly say going into the next year that what you saw this year is automatically going to be what you see next year. And the Niners season this year is a good example of it, because you came back with all of the pieces in place that you had from the Super Bowl the year before, with the exception of Eric Armstead, right? Offensively, you had everybody. You had Brock Purdy coming off a Super Bowl appearance in a year, healthier. You had Ayuk and Debo. You had McCaffrey, you thought. And then we get to the Jets game, and, McCaffrey's not going to play, and then he didn't play for a couple of months, and Ayuk then got hurt, and everything else happened, and we all know what happened, and it's the reality of football. And along the way, you gave away a game against the Rams. You gacked a game against Arizona. You coughed one up against Seattle. And next thing you know, you're sitting at 5-5, and you're going to Green Bay and Buffalo. Oh. And now, where you should have been probably 8-2 or 7-3, now you're in a difficult spot, playing in the difficult portion of your season. So some of it was happenstance. Some of it was just outright off-the-field tragedy. Some of it was self-inflicted. Some of it was the schedule. You take all of it together, and that's why you wind up 6-11. But the one thing I will look at for next year, and it makes me think you absolutely should bounce back, is you do bring back the majority of your core guys, and your schedule is an out-and-out joke.
Oh, my gosh. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Y'all really
winning percentage of .339 in your 11 non-divisional games.
I can say it like this. Of all NFL teams and the schedule they have next year, based on this year's winning percentages, do you want to know what the 49ers, where they rank in terms of schedule ease or difficulty?
It's got to be the easiest.
Number 32.
Yeah, it has to be.
They play, by this year's winning percentages, the easiest schedule of any team in the entire National Football League next year. tell me that team's not going to the playoffs.
They'd better.
That team's going to the playoffs.
Or else.
Yeah.
Super Bowl or bust.
Or they'll have to try again.
If you look at their 11 non-divisional opponents, they combined this year for 64 wins total. The 11 of them. That is less than 6 wins per team. And if you look at those teams, not a lot of them are trending toward necessarily being great next year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Yeah, part of it is just circumstantial luck. They're matched up with the AFC South next year. So
the NFC South.
Right, so you get Texans, you get Colts, you get Jags, you get Titans. You get the NFC South, you get Panthers, you get Saints, you get Falcons, and you get Bucks. And in there, though, the Bucks and Texans represent the 2 hardest opponents that you'll have, unless you want to also count the Rams and Seahawks, who are also 10-7. You get to do all those division games. And then what are the other ones? What are the throw-ins? They get to play the Bears and the Giants.
Correct.
Right? And then they get to play the Browns.
That's it. That's the third one.
Good Lord.
And those teams are a combined 11-40 this year. So your 3 add-ons, because you were a last-place team, 5-12, 3-14, and 3-14.
Yeah. So go ahead. Sell your Niner stock. Do it. I'm buying.
Seriously. I mean, if
what do you want to offer it to me for? I will buy it.
If you set the Vegas win total right now at 10.5 next year, I'm going over.
Over.
And it probably won't be much higher than that.
No, I don't know. It might be 9.5.
I don't know about that.
6-11, dog.
Yeah, but
remember, how many people are really going deep into it? What they need is they want people on both sides of it. You're probably right. It's probably 10.5. It's probably 10.5.
9.5 is a little soft to me.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at
the Sharpies will know.
Right.
They'll know.
If you think about what the Niners have coming back, and I was looking at the free agent list again, and even if all these free agents go elsewhere, the big losses would be Hargrave. You don't love him. He played 10% of the snaps this year. Mooney Ward, Dre Greenlaw. End of list. That's pretty much the list of guys that, like, I could hit you with Rock Yassin and Ben Barch. They're all free agents. Patrick Taylor, who showed out a little bit yesterday. Okawanu and Jake Tonjes.
Those are all your throw-ins. You get
exactly.
You get new throw-ins.
The point is, of your core guys, the one-name guys, if it's Nick and Fred and George and Debo and Brandon and Christian and Brock and Trent, they're all back.
650 on the text line would like me to retire the Super Bowl or try again phrase.
I would too.
Yeah, but I won't.
Yeah.
And here's why.
It's going to be a long year.
It's not a phrase. And I know that it's like it's purposefully built to try, at least from my perspective, to get people to sort of rethink the way they approach seasons. Like this actually went, I'm not going to say this went the way I thought it would, but it is the absolute perfect encapsulation of what I'm trying to talk about. It never was Super Bowl or bust. That's just a fan mentality, which is fine. I don't have any issue with it, but it's not reality. It's not Super Bowl or bust would mean either this or else. Off with your head. No, everybody's back. Quarterback's going to get a fancy new contract, and you're going to try again. And I would suggest you take a look at a bunch of the things that happened this year and realize that every single year is its own entity and has its own pitfalls and challenges and all of these things. And you can look at the Niners this year and you can blame them for a lot, and then you can also have compassion for a lot, and that's all in there, and it's baked into the cake. And when you have achieved what they've achieved, whether it's a ring or not, you give that group Super Bowl or try again.
But not every year.
But this year. I was talking about this year.
Well, you are going
This was not a threaten the people year.
No, and you're not going to threaten the coach, and you're not going to probably threaten the quarterback, although some people would like the quarterback to be removed. And you're going to look at the next year, and you've got guys who underperformed this year who are older, and you may have some hard choices to make as you start to allocate your resources and you realize that you need, of your 22 starters, you probably need 6 of them for sure replaced going into next year, if not more.
Who are the 6?
Well, I would say the center and the
Brendel.
left guard.
Okay.
The right tackle
Left
is
guard. I mean, that's Banks, right?
right. He's a free agent.
Right. If you resign him, I like Banks. I like Aaron Banks.
He's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, he's okay. And Pooney was great. One of only 10 Niners to play all 17 games. Your right tackle, McKivitz, you would love to upgrade that.
Sure.
And if you draft a tackle, maybe he becomes your right tackle till Trent leaves. Defensively, both of your interior defensive linemen. You need another linebacker. Whether if Dre Greenlaw comes back, then you don't.
You need another corner.
You need a corner. And, we've reached about, in your starting 22, that's about 6.
Yeah.
And, you could look for other upgrades. I do think that you might be looking for a deep safety. It feels like Hufanga and Mustafa are kind of the same player.
Well, and you've got two, essentially, I might be off by a number or two. Essentially, you have 2 of the top 40 players in the draft. In theory, you should be able to get starters right there. If you do it right, you should be able to get starting players with those 2 picks.
It depends on what you're looking for.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to get a starting edge rusher and a starting tackle. You'll have to get one or the other.
Maybe. You could get a starting tackle in the second round. You could.
It usually doesn't happen.
Second rounders.
Looking at the mocks, it does look to be a little bit of a deep edge rusher draft.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a tackle deep draft, but a lot of times when you look for a starting tackle, it's a guy in the first half of that first round.
We're going to do Granny's grades here in just a little bit. But
it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, we're going to keep going with you right now. Dominic and Pinole. Hey, Dominic, what's up?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. I had a question for you guys. First off, my take on the whole way it transpired this year, I think, was a combination of both talent and scheme. I think from my point of view of what I saw is that Shanahan kept trying to do what he was really successful about 3 years ago with a younger George Kittle and a younger, fullback, and it just didn't seem like they had the same push at the line. And so it was kind of like he was keeping the same script, and Debo never got that break through the first line. And that was annoying to me. It was very disheartening. But my question is, regarding the Juwan Jennings beef with the DBs, do you think that comes from like a league-wide DB response to him Bobby Bouchering the Detroit Lions last week, or do you think it was more of like a personal, let's not let him get his 1,000 yards type of thing? Because I could see in the second quarter there was a couple tackles that were like, wow, that's a little intense, like, pile driving him down, and then that's when they started coming back at each other, and he really did the same thing to both DBs, and that's what got him into trouble. So what do you guys take on that?
Yeah, Dominic, thanks. I don't think personally it had anything to do with 1,000 yards. I would doubt that the Arizona Cardinals defensive players even knew Juwan Jennings' stats. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it had anything to do with 1,000 yards. I do think there's a reputation that's building there, and Juwan is a dog, and he's physical, and he's big, and he likes to use his body and push people around a little bit, and he's also very emotional. And
verbal.
Yeah, you can think of it almost like a Draymond Green technical foul. Like when you see it, or you're like, oh, they kind of know what's going on there. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Remember, they got thrown out too. They get flagged too. They're not trying to do that. I don't think Cardinals are like, boy, I'm going to get thrown out. But if Juwan Jennings gets thrown out, then it's a win for us.
And we're not going to, I'm not going to keep an eye on his stats and know that I'm going to get him thrown out. That way he doesn't get his incentive. That's not the way players operate. Matt Barrows in The Athletic today was indicating that Juwan is somebody who is very verbal about letting opponents know his feelings and expressing himself in that fashion. And so if that's the case, especially when you get late in the year where, it's a rivalry game, you face this team already once, and Juwan is a guy out there playing to the echo of the whistle. And so I think that just played out that way in a vacuum. It wasn't any carryover or anything.
Yeah, I agree. 888-957-9570. Bob in the city. Hi, Bob. Thanks for calling.
Hey, great show, guys. I love it.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, so based on the schedule that you guys mentioned, I don't see why they can't rebound and get back to the playoffs. But you know what's going to happen? People are going to turn around and say, well, who did they play? They didn't play anybody. Like they did like 3 years ago, or whatever. So this year to me seemed a lot like 2020. Everybody got hurt. We didn't make the playoffs. It's the same script. In fact, we can go back even further. And after the Niners won their first Super Bowl, they didn't make the playoffs in '82. everybody's saying, "Oh, Montana don't look like Montana," blah blah blah. I remember Ronnie Lott getting trucked by Marcus Allen. And I was like, "Well, that didn't seem right." But hey, we rebounded and we became team of the decade. So there you go. I think we should make playoffs next year, and everything looks bright to me.
Bob, thanks. I mean, that's kind of like, again, I'm not sitting here telling you, quote, everything's fine. That's not it. But this is an extension of a comment I made to you a bunch of times throughout the season. Whenever someone would say, hey, man, Super Bowl window is closing, my response would be, well, then you definitely should not re-sign Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
If you feel like the window's closing right now, that means you think Brock sucks. And if you think that, knock yourself out. You have some evidence this year of much poorer play. So if you think that, rock out with your Brock out.
Yeah.
Great. But I don't think that. Therefore, I don't know why I would think that the Super Bowl window is closing. In the NFL, if you've got a quarterback you feel like you can win with, you surround him with the right talent and the right scheme and then the right breaks, and you start playing good football, then that is the Super Bowl window. And I think that the 49ers have that. I don't think that they are financially in trouble.
No, they have the most cap room in the league.
Yeah, if they got some players that they need to move on from sometime soon because they're aging out, that's life. I think that they are prepared for that. I think the 49ers are still viable, and that this year is not indicative of what's going to happen next year.
Well, next year had better be indicative of what we're used to. If not, there will be wholesale changes because you look at the financial constraints that are coming, and if Brock Purdy gets $55 million a year, whatever the number is, that doesn't kick in next year. Part of the bonus would.
Yep.
But the big money comes the year afterward, and that's when you've got George Kittle, and you got a chance to get out from Debo. Trent Williams will be 38, and you start to look at some of your aging, expensive guys, and that would be when you're going to want to move off them. So you could say this year wasn't Super Bowl or bust, but I look at next year with those contracts that are going to be coming due and a quarterback who's going to be making money and this schedule that you're going to be faced with, and we're going to go back and forth on this until next Super Bowl, but it is damn Super Bowl or bust with this team next year.
Do you really believe that, and what do you mean by that?
I mean that
if put your name on it. Is Kyle Shanahan coaching for his job next year?
If they have this year again, if they go 6-11, then he might be looking for a new job. If they go 6-11,
maybe. And with that schedule, you're probably right. 6-11, but that's not Super Bowl or bust.
It is if you fire your head coach.
What if they go 11-6 and lose in the first round?
Well, that I think doesn't cost him his job, but Kittle will be gone, and Debo will be gone, and Trent will be gone.
George Kittle will be gone?
Why? Think his contract's going to be up.
Yeah, you'd probably get that restructured this offseason.
Yeah. You look at some of the guys who are on the books, and you look at how much you're going to be paying your quarterback, and you look at some of these guys who are getting older. I do think that the roster with another one of these years would look dramatically different.
George Kittle just today.
I want to be a Niner for my entire career. Love wearing the red and gold. And whatever the front office wants to do, I'm all ears.
All right, there it is.
He wants to be a 10-year Niner.
George Kittle's
he wants to be on that 10-year wall. Yeah. And he said that he and Juszczyk both share that desire. And for me, it's not so much about George. I think he'll be here as long as he wants. But Kyle Juszczyk becomes an interesting one because I don't think that his number for this year is guaranteed. He's in the final year coming up of his contract. So
they already made him take a pay cut. Right. And it's a different field because he's not a career Niner anyway.
Well, he's been here 8 years.
Yeah.
But he wants to be a 10-year guy.
But George has never worn another helmet.
Right. But that's I do think it's slightly different. But for me, it's more interesting because of what Juszczyk does. And there aren't a lot of teams that utilize that position. And Kyle Shanahan loves the fullback.
Well, that's the point. Like, you're absolutely right. Like, Juice does not have, sorry for the pun, he does not have a lot of juice on the open market because you can go to the Niners and they can be like, we're going to make you take a pay cut. And he's like, fine, I'll go to where?
Yep.
Where? Nobody, and again, not that you're not good, but very few teams want you because they don't use what you do. So that puts him in a very tough negotiating spot.
No doubt. And he's 33 and he'll be 34 coming up in April. So you're talking about 2 more years to get to 10 as a Niner, 34 and 35-year-old years. I mean, I'd love to keep him because what he does is so important to this offense.
Yeah.
And I'd imagine he will stay. I'm just saying that if you have another year like this, all of a sudden all these questions that were rubber stamped about Kyle and John they become different questions.
I agree. If they go 6-11 with that schedule, we got a serious problem. But if they win the division, but they're not perfect, and they win a playoff game or no playoff games or whatever, I do not think that the Grim Reaper comes calling.
Yeah. I mean, Kyle Shanahan got to prove at some point he can win the big one.
Yeah, of course. At some point.
And that point's getting to be sooner.
Yeah.
Maybe not for them down in Santa Clara.
But I don't think Jed looks at life that way. You know, I just don't. I don't know how many people in the NFL do look at life that way. It's happened. It's how Andy Reid got fired. You can be a very, very good coach and consistently compete, and people will tire of falling just short. I just don't think we're anywhere near that yet with this guy. I just don't.
And would Reid get 14 years in Philly, I think?
It was a lot more. Yeah, I don't know, but a lot more than Kyle has had here. A lot more. I'd have to look it up. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, look. Kurt in Hayward Hills.
Let's go,
right
Kurt.
Here on Willard and Dibs. How's 2025 to you, Kurt?
Hey, there goes the boys. How you boys doing? The best show, the best sports guys in the Bay Area 2025. Here we go.
Let's go, Kurt. Let's go.
Well, let's go. Let's talk about the 49ers. We know it's been a bad season. We already know that. But Kyle Shanahan is not going anywhere, and Purdy's not going anywhere. He's going to make his $50 to $60 million for sure next year. Next year, what we got to do, this is what we got to do. We got to keep almost the same plays we got, and we have to build the defense line and the offense line in order for us to get back to Super Bowl next year. If you look at the schedule, what a weak schedule next year. We don't even play Minnesota. We don't play Detroit. We don't play Green Bay. We don't play anybody that's any good. There's got to be a 10-win season for sure, right? Or not?
I would hope.
Oh, at least.
I don't want to start putting stuff like that in the bank because I don't want to assume health. I think that all NFL teams, if they, for example, lose their quarterback, they're up a creek. So I don't want to assume things. I have no idea what this will all look like come September. But basically, with the talent that they potentially have access to and the staff that they have and the culture that they have, yes, I'd be very surprised if next year was not a winning season.
It's going to be a winning season, but you know who they got to get rid of?
Who that?
He's got to get out of here, Nick.
Nick Sorensen.
No, he's not a good defender. Come on, 4 touchdowns yesterday, 40 points. The last 4 weeks we've been getting beat up on running and passing. Nick is not there next year. Come on, they got to get him out of here.
Kurt, who do you want? Who do you want as DC next year?
What's that, brother?
Who do you want to be the defensive coordinator?
Well, you know who they got to bring back.
Robert Saleh.
You're going to say Robert Saleh, aren't you?
There you go. Come on.
Get him in here. Yeah.
Get him over here. What are they talking about? Make the deal and get him back over here with the 49ers so we can get this defense back up the ball and get somebody on that line there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nick's got to get out of here. What about the little runt? Is he still playing that runt? He's not going to win another Super Bowl. He's out of here.
Hey, Kurt, did you host any holiday parties?
No, but I got a lot of things always going on with all the boys. You know what I'm saying? The boys. You got to stay in contact with the boys.
Yep, I hear you. What do you say to them if they stay a little too late, though?
Get out of here.
That's right, Kurt. That's our guy, Kurt in Hayward Hills. Ringing in 2025 the only way that he can.
Interesting about Robert Saleh, because I was looking at some of the next team odds for head coaches, and neither Jacksonville nor New England, and the odds sent to us by the great Jimmy Shapiro from the overseas odds, neither of them had Robert Saleh listed very high as the next coach of these teams that have an availability, which makes me think about Robert Saleh maybe needing another tweener year to go somewhere, succeed again, to get another crack at it?
Yeah, I don't know what he wants to do. And I don't know if the 49ers are looking. I mean, I think the stuff like that sometimes can be a little bit more complex than it looks like to us from the outside. It's just like, yeah, turnkey, boom, Robert, you're in, Nick, you're out. I don't know. We're going to get More on that later this week.
Yep.
I'm really looking forward to not so much the answer, but the tone from Kyle Shanahan when he is clearly going to be asked about the defensive coordinator.
Right. Well,
See what
his
he
tone
says.
is always the same. It's mono.
Well,
monotone.
I don't know. Like, it wasn't when they asked him about Steve Wilkes last year.
Well, he knows he can't do that and stuff. He can't have a zero blitz in that spot and stuff.
He knows he messed up. Woo!
Yeah.
That wasn't monotone.
Well, it was monotone, but it was pretty direct in the response. And he will defend the defensive coordinator, pun intended, because he has all year, unless he decides to make a move before the press conference.
Look at it this way. Look at what he said consecutive weeks about Jake Moody, right?
Gave him a vote of confidence.
Gave him a huge vote of confidence, followed by not the same vote of confidence. And he goes out and has another bad game, and Kyle's tone was more like, he was general, but they're like, are you evaluating the kicker position? He's like, we're evaluating every position.
Of course.
When are you going to start evaluating? We already are. Well, I know that sounds generic, but that's a different answer than he gave the week before.
Yeah.
The week before, it was like, Jake's our dude.
Right. And then he misses, and you cut to him on the sideline, and before he could cover his mouth, there was an M, there was an F. There were consonants that were uttered.
Dude, yes. You can't have that on a football team. It kills your morale.
And for everybody who wants him to get him out of here, understand the way this works. Moody's under contract for 2 more years. You don't have to, or you don't really have the ability to cut him now. There's no sense in it.
Well, there's no
you
game this
give him the
week.
offseason.
Yeah.
You come back in camp. You bring in a couple of veterans who are looking for gigs.
Totally.
And you pit one against the other, and you see if Moody is still shaken with his confidence.
Totally. Yeah. They had Zane Gonzalez in their camp a year or two ago, and he had a really, really good camp, and then they had to let him go. He ended up catching on with a gig. Did he end up in Washington, I think? I think he's kicking for Washington right
They
now.
have like 5 kickers
Well,
this year.
Siebert kept getting hurt. I think that he's kicking for Washington in the playoffs. Somebody like that will be available. You bring him on in. You have a competition. You be open-minded to it. If Jake Moody's not awesome, he's gone. And oh, by the way, the beautiful thing about a kicker is he can win the job in camp. He can be your opening week kicker. He can have 2 bad weeks, and then you kick him.
Yep.
It's that simple.
Well, the dead cap number is $428,000.
Whatever.
So, yeah.
Whatever. That's
You don't have
lunch
to-
at the 49er facility.
Totally. I mean, it's about what they spend on their media spread.
No joke.
I mean, Lucas and I ate about half that much.
It's one regret I have for this year. The one regret.
No media meal?
Every time I went to the game, I actually went to the game.
Yeah, it's on you.
It is. It's nobody's fault but me.
Even Grandy got in on a late gravy
I
train,
got there
right?
on Monday Night Football
How
a
was
week
it?
ago.
How was
A week
it?
ago at this point in time, I was chowing down.
Dude.
So proud.
Dude, I mean, like you do in the stands too. Don't
like
get me
3
wrong now.
different meals. They bring different stuff
Listen,
out at halftime.
I
I'm going grocery shopping.
I gotta
Grandy's
thank-
like, after the game, there was pizza and beer. I didn't have one, but it was there. It's pretty funny. I'm like, Grandy, you're so good.
The beautiful thing about going to that Niners-Lions game, and the people who need to be thanked have been thanked, but we're obviously out there doing the show almost till kickoff. Well, I sent the 2 kids, because I brought Ella and Jude, sent the kids in early. There is nothing in life that will ever replace, when we get to the game, the looks on the kids' faces who have already been in there for an hour and a half, watching the Niners warm up, and then going underneath to get whatever the hell they want.
Nice.
That's unhealthy, and nobody's watching.
Oh, yeah.
The looks on their faces, I will keep with me forever. They're just like, they don't care about the final score anymore. They're just like, this is the greatest place on earth. We need to come back every single time. You turn left, there's pizza. You turn right, there's chicken.
Can find you in the club. I see you over there.
So good.
Yep.
It's so good. Anyway, another one of our favorites is online. Jose in Oakland. We're going to do Granny's grades here in just a sec. Hi, Jose. What's up?
Hey, guys. Happy holidays.
To you as well.
Hey, I have a quick question. I know that as far as players, if a player is under contract and the Niners were to talk to them, that would be tampering. As far as head coaches or coaches in the team, you can rate another team's coaching staff, but you have to give them a promotion. how does it work with the scouting department? Because if I was the Niners, I would look heavily into writing the scouting department for the Lions. I mean, the amount of talent these guys have from the draft, not signed, but from the draft in three straight drafts, it's incredible. I mean, the Niners have had the same amount of draft picks, pretty much. And all I can say, I mean, is this past year was the only one where you can actually say they got a good draft. Other than that, it's been sporadic.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you there, Jose, is like, I mean, how do you feel about the crop that they brought in this year?
I'm excited about it. They have some good defensive players, but as far as picking up offensive players, they've been really bad, unfortunately. And it's not the first year. It's been an ongoing thing going back to Trent Baalke. Like I said, they need to figure out teams that have good scouting departments when it comes to players that play on the offensive side, and try to get some of these people over. Yeah, pretty much, like baseball teams do.
Yeah, Jose, thanks. I'll just say this. I know he's talking about more than just this year. Their 4 offensive players that they drafted this year were Ricky Pearsall, Dominic Pooney, Isaac Guerrero, and Jacob Cowing. I mean,
I think he's talking more about the skill guys.
Well,
and
okay.
Pearsall trending in the right direction.
Yeah, I like Ricky.
Flashed, and now, it's an MCL, I think. So
yeah,
we don't know how long that'll take for him to get back. And Cowing is TBD, to be determined.
Yeah, he
actually got to play yesterday.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess he finally was ready, Kyle.
Well, no,
he was finally ready.
No, it didn't matter anymore.
Right,
it didn't matter anymore. But yeah, they all made the team. And varying levels of excitement around them. I obviously know that the Ricky thing is a little bit hard to assess, but I like Ricky Pearsall. I guess my overall point is I don't think that the Niners scouting staff are a bunch of stiffs.
Right.
I don't think that.
Well, and he would refer to you with Ty Davis Price is another one.
Sure. They've all got misses.
Jalen Hurd and, another highly drafted Dante Pettis. And
we could do that with the Lions, too.
We could.
We could do that with every NFL team.
He had me thinking about the Lions because they traded Stafford for Goff. And what they ended up getting with those picks, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, man.
Sam Laporta, Broderick Martin, who was a defensive tackle, Jamison Williams, Josh Pascal, an edge rusher, and Melifonwu. That was the haul because they took picks and turned them into more picks. And so as we think about who won the trade, Stafford got the ring right away. And here we are with Gibbs, Laporta, Jamison Williams, and them as a 1 seed.
One of the rare deals that I think if both teams were offered a do-over, they would do it again.
Agreed, yeah.
They would do it again.
Yeah.
I didn't know this about the Lions fan base. I don't know. And you, of course, were sick. You didn't get to see this. The Lions fan base was very well represented Monday night. It didn't overwhelm the building or anything like that, except from this perspective. Because I thought they would just, love the team and everybody on it. The love affair with Jared Goff from the Lions fan base is overwhelming.
Wow.
They chant his name after every play. They chanted his name on the way to the parking lot. Jared Goff, Jared Goff. And then I caught it in my ear on the TV last night. Obviously, that being a home game.
Right.
But, there's no Jahmyr Gibbs chant.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Amon Ra. They don't do that.
Yeah.
It's all Jared Goff. They love Jared Goff.
And think about it from their standpoint. They have not only been bad, but they've been a laughingstock for checks notes forever.
Yeah, but they had a quarterback. It's not like their previous quarterback was bad.
But they still were bad even when they had him. And now they have a winning team. And a good friend of mine, Derek Petrak, who I've referenced before, he is a Lions fan, and he'll text me that, he literally is weeping after these games. He's like, I can't believe that this is actually happening
I'm
for us.
I'm kind of rooting for them because of that.
No doubt.
Their fan base is just... You want to talk about groups who have been abused.
Yeah.
That fan base. And in
Buffalo.
Well,
let's do Detroit Buffalo.
Great. I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in. Couple of Bay Area quarterbacks going against each other. I know Fireball's not Bay Area, but
I'll allow it.
Yeah, Northern California quarterbacks going at each other. That'd be awesome.
A fan base that was so close so many times and got nothing against a fan base that's never sniffed it, and somebody gets one. That would be the ideal matchup, I think.
You want to do some Grandy grades?
I don't want to rush it. So, I mean, if we
do you
want
feel like this is rushing it? It's end of the season.
It's kind of a big deal. But
it is kind of a big deal.
Whatever makes Mark Grandy most comfortable, I'm here for.
Grandy?
Yeah, I'm with Tibbs on this one.
Oh, wow.
We can't rush this.
Wow.
It's rare.
Wow.
I think it fits a little bit better at 5:45 on our way out the door. We take a couple more calls.
That feels even more rushed.
That gives us 10. We only have 7 right here.
Okay, fine. Let's go to D in the city. Hi, D. What are you doing?
Yeah, chilling. Happy New Year, guys.
Yeah, to you as well, D.
Yeah, thanks. I just got an idea. I guess I ever thought about switching offense to defense.
What do you mean?
Means like, you know, what we played for defense, like the lineup, right? Let's not put any name on it. Let's just say 1 to 11, right? And we switch it off. Do you think would it be, you know, our defense would have been like harder or more stronger than our offensive line? You know what I'm trying to get at? Like switching it off, like so with Brock, like, you know, offensively, our offensive line with Brock.
Yes.
We're switching our defense line instead of the offense line. Do you get what I'm saying?
Like, are you talking about sort of, like, do you mean this in an abstract sort of a way, or do you physically mean putting the people on the opposite side of the ball?
Right. Like, just switching it up, just an idea. To see if it's not going to click. I mean, our defense is saying we're weak on defense, right?
Yeah. D, if I'm understanding your question, and thank you for the call, if I'm understanding your question, that you actually would consider, like, for instance, Nick Bosa being an offensive lineman, my answer to you would be those could not be more different in terms of what they do. You literally might as well ask Nick to go be a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Like
so I'm ecstatic about that.
The footwork, the what these guys practice and build toward throughout their career. I know they're all linemen and they're just running into each other on each play, but the technique that is used in order to do those things could not be more different.
I think you're being a little short-sighted. Dominic Pooney playing the nose, yeah. Debo playing corner, without a doubt.
Oh, Trent Williams as an edge rusher, huh?
I wouldn't put him in the edge. I'd put him over the nose.
Just tell the quarterback, just hang out there for a while. Trent will be there shortly.
You tell me Fred Warner can't play tight end and George Kittle can't play middle linebacker?
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
I think that you're a little short-sighted here.
And that's not what he's saying.
Division.
He said...
Brock would be probably a
Don't do this.
cover corner.
Don't do this. He's talking about the lines. The lines.
Just the lines.
Just the lines. So Nick Bosa being over there on the left tackle,
Yeah.
you're like, you're not going to get him. I'm not going to let you by.
That's it.
We have
That's
great
it.
energy.
No.
Malik Collins, left guard. I like it.
I mean, they might be able to get a better center from their defensive line than they currently
Agreed.
have.
Okwanu snapping it. Samo snapping the pill to Purdy.
Yeah.
I've heard worse ideas.
Let's do it.
Maybe we should have gone to Grady's grades.
Let's do it.
Suddenly
Heard worse
that's
ideas.
They're having worse ideas.
Imagine Nick Bosa as a pulling guard, though.
I mean, listen, when you go 6-11, keep your mind as open as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
The only thing I'm saying is that, like, it's very different what they do. And they all also work in concert with one another.
In theory.
In theory, they're supposed to, which sometimes I think is what explains. This is a good exercise because you said something earlier that I bet a lot of people driving around are like, what the hell's that Dibley guy talking about? When you said that Nick Bosa had a pretty good year. I think a lot of people go, well, wait a minute, 9 sacks. That's not enough for the highest paid defensive player in the game. And while I could agree with you, that's stats, and that doesn't necessarily rank performance completely. And while I know it bothers people to think that, elite players should not need the help of other players, that's fine. But if your defensive line stinks all the way across the board, then Nick's numbers are going to go down.
Exactly.
That's just the way it works.
What if you're a closer and you have 30 saves and your team wins 57 games? So your team goes 57-105,
right.
But you have 30 saves, and we're used to a guy getting 40, 45 saves. It's a good year.
I mean, the example you're talking about is literally Matt Cain's career.
Right.
What if your ERA is 2.5, but your team scores 1 run a night?
Right.
You lose.
And you wind up the year and you're 8-11.
Yeah.
And, your ERA is like 2.85.
Right. And an offensive line looks at the Niner defensive line. They don't have anyone to worry about but Nick. So they can put even additional resources toward Nick, makes life harder on him. So I'm kind of in the middle on that. I understand where you're coming from, that Nick mostly played well this year. I think he could have played better. You'd love to see him register more. You'd love to see him stay healthier. All of those things are true. I don't think Nick was as bad as his sack number would suggest this year.
Right. And if you go outside of Bosa and Leonard Floyd, who had 8.5, look at how many other sacks you had as a team. You had 19 other sacks total outside of your 2 big edge guys. You had no pressure from the interior. You had no help. Your coordinator refused to help you by blitzing. You blitz 15% of the time, second least in football. He was on his own out there. And if you watch him against the run, he was pretty solid against the run for the most part.
Right. And if we're going to do this, we cannot cherry pick and do it for only some positions. So in other words, tell Tyreek Hill, who had 1,900 yards last year and didn't even get to 1,000 this year, hey, tough bananas, you're making $30 million, I want production. Well, I'm sorry, Tua was hurt for 9 games, and you brought in a bunch of noodle arms who can't even, they can't even run an offensive play. Nope, sorry, you're making $30 million.
Right.
Chop, get your 1,300. It doesn't work that way. I know that this bothers people, but there's not a player in the NFL who's not affected by what's going on around him. All quarterbacks.
Right.
All of them.
All players.
Right. You've got to be protected. You've got to have things working. You've got to have players making plays. All of that stuff. You have to. You have to.
And as a receiver, you have to have a quarterback who's going to throw you the ball. Look at Garrett Wilson's numbers once Devontae Adams came to town and Aaron had his buddy back and he wouldn't throw to Garrett Wilson anymore.
Garrett did an amazing job of he bit his tongue as much as he could.
Yep.
As much as he could. And I hope he's somewhere else next year.
Yeah. That's going to be an interesting one to watch in the offseason.
No doubt. No doubt. All right. Grandy's grades are around the corner. We're sponsored by Safeway, and it's Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for their members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin pack, just $4.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here, and if you do see me
What's that, brother? Send him over here. What are they talking about? Make the deal.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby.
on 95.7 The Game.
Huh.
What happened?
Well, first of all, you want to just grab bag it? Like, if anybody has been sitting there, like, I feel bad. Because if somebody, like, made nachos.
Right.
And they're like, Grandy's grades. Like, shut up, hun. They're about to do Grandy's grades.
Get out of here.
Right? And now, like, the calls got hot. We're chatting it up.
Yeah.
And now here we are. And the director of sports, Lucas Alexander, thinks, and Grandy, he doesn't want to rush it. Maybe we just do it tomorrow.
I think we should.
And
it's complimentary to Grandy and how good his grades are that we don't want to just squeeze it in here and go into the hurry-up offense because we're looking at a whole season now, not just a game.
Get your guesses in. Did I give out any Fs for the season-long grades?
I wish I hadn't seen the Instagram post this morning.
I'm going to guess no, but I'm going to say you should have.
We'll find out tomorrow.
That's my guess.
It's a great tease right there.
That's my guess.
How about any A's? That's impossible, right?
They moved to Sacramento. Anyway.
That's a 2.
It's not a good joke.
Sorry.
You said that with a little too much glee.
Yeah, you did.
Peninsula boy. Go Dodgers. Well, there's that.
No, I'm not gathering joy in that. It just was a pun. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway.
No joy.
No. When I said, check this out.
Okay.
So the Colts just fired
Gus Bradley. Available.
Their defensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
Gus Bradley was the original defensive coordinator in the Richard Sherman era in Seattle. Start there.
That is interesting.
Okay. Robert Saleh worked under, this is all courtesy David Lombardi. Robert Saleh worked under Bradley there and then followed him to Jacksonville. What David is getting at is that Bradley is on the tree. He's on the tree.
Yep.
Which was the whole thing last year when Shanahan left the tree for Steve Wilkes and then realized quickly, oops, I probably shouldn't have left the tree.
I can honestly say I'm not on the tree.
And then that's how you end up with Nick Sorensen. But Saleh and Bradley, both on the tree and both available.
Right. And Saleh, I don't know what Green Bay's situation is from a defensive coordinator standpoint, but he's been working with LaFleur. And
to a degree, sure.
One of them was in The Best Man and the other one's Wedding. I always get confused on who was whom for whom.
Kind of hard to fire your DC when you make the playoffs, though.
Right, but you might have a place for him in like a Brandon Staley role as a advisor, an assistant, whatever. You could bring him in. But the Gus Bradley one becomes interesting because you look at this coordinator, Nick Sorensen, and he's never been a coordinator. Bradley was with Seattle, head coach in Jacksonville, coordinator with the Chargers, coordinator with the Raiders, coordinator with the Colts. This is a man who has coordinated. He's done it now.
You know what that makes him?
It's a coordination sensation is what it is, Mark.
Right.
So if you are looking for somebody and he is from the tree, this might not be the worst fit. Well, don't let him be your head coach. 14-48 in a few forgettable seasons down there in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. And I know I just said, hey, it's kind of hard to fire your coordinator after you make the playoffs, even though the 49ers just fired their coordinator after making the Super Bowl. I understand that, but I don't see Green Bay's situation as being a comp right now. I don't know. I don't know what Robert Saleh wants. I don't know what Kyle Shanahan wants. That's why I do think that's one of the number one answers we're waiting for whenever he and John Lynch talk later this week. It's going
to be one to watch.
Yep.
And I would imagine, well, if I'm Kyle Shanahan and I'm going to make a coaching change, I would do it before I spoke to the public. So if I'm going to change out the coordinator or I'm going to change out the defensive coordinator, I would do that before I go out there and meet the media. Because if you don't, and you do make a change after your press availability, then How are you going to answer questions?
Well, you're not going to make the full change. You might relieve someone of their duties. I don't think you're going to hire the new one already.
No, correct. That's more what I meant.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to move off of Schneider as the special teams coordinator, you do it before you talk to the media.
I think we've seen that rumor already. I would be surprised if he has his job by Thursday.
Right. And Thursday, you think, is when he'll speak?
Ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that whatever changes you are going to make, I would make them before that. That way you can go out there and speak glowingly about the contributions and how things just didn't work out and stuff, and how we feel like we need to go in a different direction and stuff.
Well, I agree with you from the standpoint that if that's what you're thinking, then you don't want to answer questions about it when you know that's what you're thinking, because then that forces you into a role of being an actor. Right. In other words, if I know I'm going to fire Nick Sorensen, but I haven't done it yet, and then I meet the media and they're like, "What about Sorensen?" And now you got to tap dance. Oh, well, and it puts you in a position of saying something that makes you look stupid 2 weeks later when then, after giving him a vote of confidence, then you move on from him. So I'll agree with you from that standpoint.
If you're a classy organization, then you handle it the right way. And I'm thinking about Mike Brown with the Kings, where go out there and run a practice, speak to the media, and then you're fired. It's like, what are you doing, Sacramento?
Well, yeah, that's what organizations like the Sacramento Kings do.
Yeah.
It's what they do. I mean, gosh, look at the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is a fascinating one. So they've relieved their head coach of his duties, Doug Peterson, and that's no surprise. But I guess around the league, and 49er fans maybe this will resonate with you. Around the league, the word is that prospective coaches are shocked that they will not be moving on from their general manager, who goes by the name of Trent Baalke.
Yeah.
Because Trent Baalke's presence,
you got to Google it,
makes it a less attractive job. That is the reputation that I've heard around the league with regard to the Jacksonville coaching job. Because Trent is there and has been given that backing by the owner, Shad Khan, that is a job that fewer head coaches want, and especially the high-level guys who you really want, like the guys, the Ben Johnsons of the world, the people who you're like, that's who we want to go get. Am I going to work with Trent Baalke? So, that's what organizations like that do. You sign Trevor Lawrence to $55 million a year, you fire your Super Bowl winning head coach, and you keep the GM that nobody wants to work with.
Yeah, and Peterson goes 9-8. They go to the playoffs and lose. They go 9-8, and then this year 4-13. Enough's enough.
Yep.
Sorry, Doug. And you look at all the coaches they've had, from Urban Meyer to Bevel, Dougie Marrone, Gus Bradley, the aforementioned, Del Rio for a long time, and that's going way, way back. But bad organizations change out their coach very frequently. Look at Chicago and Jacksonville. It just is it's a rotation.
I'm sure we'll get into this some tomorrow. And Steve Kerr, if you were looking for him today, we all got together and moved things around a little bit. Steve's going to join us on Wednesday instead. And I'm sure we'll get into this tomorrow and then every day for literally the rest of the month of January, because the trade deadline is coming. And Jonathan Kuminga has been at the center of so much of this discussion, and it's looking very much like he's not going to play another basketball game before the trade deadline. So what in God's name do you do now? And the Warriors are in such a pickle. You've said a bunch of times you don't even think there's a trade that exists that could help. I think there's a trade that exists that can help, but what do we mean by help? I don't think it makes them suddenly a championship favorite by any stretch. By the way, the one I'm referring to is Vucevic from Chicago. I'd go get him. I think they can. I think there's a decent chance they will. I think it'll make them a better basketball team. Is it good enough? I don't know. But this whole big game hunting thing that we've been talking about now around the league for 2.5 months, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Right.
Kuminga's hurt. Butler is not a fit. Who the hell's available? What are we talking about?
Well, we'd be talking about Zion Williamson, who apparently today was upgraded to questionable for their next game, so he looks like he's closer to playing. Grandy and I were talking about it last week. He's open to it. I'm totally out on Zion and his inability to ever play. So that would be big game hunting, but I'm of the same mind as you. If you do go hunting at all, it's going to be more for squirrel or quail, maybe a possum, smaller game. You're not going out there and trying to bag a 12-point elk or a grizzly bear. That, to me, is not happening. So can you make yourself a little bit better? Yeah. Is it enough to put you over the top this year? No. But Vucevic would be under control. Cam Johnson would be a Warrior again next year, you know?
I like him too.
Those are moves that I would think that they could make and should make.
I just think Cam commands more than Vucevic.
That's true.
As far as a return.
Yep.
Not financially so much. They make about the same, right?
Roughly, yeah, in that low 20s.
Yeah, but I think that Brooklyn can ask for more for Cam.
Agreed, but so far what Brooklyn has done is kind of take what they can get, right, in some of these deals. So, it depends on, as we get closer to the deadline, what teams are willing to do.
I'll tell you what, that JK injury, that sucks.
Oh, yeah.
The timing of that could not have been worse.
Right, especially forget the trade part of it. He's been playing great, and
yeah, exactly.
He's become their second best scorer, and he was really blossoming in this 30-minute-a-night role. We'll talk to Doc Pondia tomorrow, cleared to play, and get his outlook on it. I believe it's a grade 2 based on the timeline of 3 weeks until a reevaluation. So that's just 3 weeks to take a look at it again, right?
Jimmy Butler would have played at Chase Center tomorrow night, but he's been suspended by the Miami Heat, who will be in town. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, it's fun today.
All right, let's do it again tomorrow. Guess what's coming up? It's Grandy, everybody. Is he going to do his grades? Maybe not, but he's going to do some things on the radio, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Thank you for all the interaction today. Ton of fun. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Happy New Year. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.